Chapter 1. Whose supreme celestial technique is called the Water Heart Sutra. At Shirley Slope, in front of a dilapidated mountain god temple. Master, is this truly the entrance of our world-renowned celestial sect? A girl with flowing black hair, tied with a red ribbon, gazes at the crumbling temple before her expression teetering between uncertainty and anticipation. The young man in tattered robes, having barely coaxed this celestial seed into following him, turns to face her. With a handsome visage that exudes an air of wisdom, Chu Xingchen replies, "A mountain is not esteemed for its height, but for the presence of immortals. You are still young, do not be too naive," the girl in a pink flowing skirt exclaims, her face lighting up with realization. "I understand now, Master. Is it true that there is a hidden world within?" Indeed, the Qishan Xiuxian Zhuan states that beyond a broken door lies a realm of golden splendor. Li Yingling, brimming with excitement, rushes forward and pushes open the weathered door, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the hidden wonders within. Yet, what greets her instead is a shattered idol, reduced to mere fragments, with cobwebs still clinging to the rafters. The former offering table has been relocated to a decaying wooden plank, repurposed as a makeshift desk, albeit precariously propped up with a stone. Beside it, a rudimentary stone stove is hastily assembled, topped with a small iron pot. To Li Yingling, this resembles nothing more than a forsaken shrine, akin to the dwelling of a beggar. Chu Xingchen steps into the temple with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the dilapidation. In the future, refrain from indulging in the tales of commoners, they can cloud your understanding. Wait, Master, he'll dismantle the side panel of the idol for you to use as a bed. This temple is quite spacious, and you may choose wherever you wish to sleep. Li Yingling feels a wave of despair wash over her as she timidly asks, "Master, is this truly the way of cultivating immortality?" Chu Xingchen confidently asserts, "Indeed, this is the essence of cultivation." With a hint of trepidation, Li Yingling queries, "But aren't other celestial sects resplendent, with lofty palaces floating atop towering peaks? What do those mundane folk know of cultivation? Do they comprehend the simplicity of the great Tao?" Li Yingling, feeling disheartened, murmurs, "But this is far too simplistic. Enough of your chatter. Do you wish to cultivate or not?" "That I wish to cultivate." Chu Xingchen settles onto the wooden plank, clearing his throat and displaying a faint smile. "Then hasten to bow and pledge your loyalty to your master." At this, Li Yingling, somewhat reluctant, shuffles her feet. Yet, retreat is no longer an option. Returning home would mean being wed to the foolish son of the minister Wangan imbecile who requires assistance even to eat, reduced to babbling at the sight of women. Better a decrepit temple than the burden of feeding a fool. Kneeling, she suddenly bows deeply, exclaiming, "Master, I bow to you." Li Yingling. Newbie task completed. Recruited 1 disciple. Reward granted. Flawless golden pill. Detection of Li Yingling. Single attribute water spiritual root textbook issued. Supreme, Tying True, mysterious water heart sutra items have been added to the inventory. In that instant, Chu Xingchen felt a wave of elation wash over him. After 3 long years, he had finally succeeded in recruiting a disciple of adequate qualifications certified by the system. The system mandated that only those with the potential for immortality could be recognized as eligible disciples. Wasn't this requirement absurd? One needed at least a second-grade spiritual root to be considered a celestial seed. Such individuals are as rare as phoenix feathers, and even if they exist, they are treasures coveted by major sections. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator, like him, find such a blind disciple? After 3 years of barely scraping by in the Xuanwu Kingdom, he had finally managed to recruit his first disciple. Glancing at Li Yingling through the system interface, he noted, "Great disciple. Li Yingling cultivation level. None golden attribute. Cultivation genius purple attribute. Fortunate destiny blue attribute. Beauty." Although this young girl seemed to view him as a shield, she was aware that her decision to become his disciple stemmed from her desire to escape marriage to the minister's foolish son. Still, with such attributes, what was there not to accept? He had chosen to reside in this dilapidated temple to avoid unwanted attention. Shirley Slope was a desolate area, devoid of any populace for miles. It had taken him 3 days of meticulous planning to finally lead Li Yingling away. At last, he had completed his newbie task. As the completion notification echoed, a surge of spiritual energy infused him, causing his cultivation to ascend rapidly. A golden pill began to coalesce within his dantian. As a single spiritual root genius, Li Yingling was acutely sensitive to the fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, as she had yet to embark on her journey of cultivation, she could only sense Chu Xingchen's aura suddenly rising to a new level. "Master, what is happening?" Chu Xingchen casually replied, "I'm simply overjoyed to have you as my beloved disciple, and a bit of my restrained power inadvertently leaked out. All right, you may rise now. Li Yingling nodded in dawning comprehension, then stood up, puzzled as she asked, but what about the other disciples? As the foremost sect in the Xuanwu kingdom, surely you must have many? As of now, you are the only one. Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback. Ah, master, you mean? Chu Xingchen maintained his calm demeanor, stating, I follow the elite path, only accepting those fated to be celestial seeds, never a flawed fruit. But can this sect still be considered the foremost in the Xuanwu kingdom? Can I not single-handedly dominate the Xuanwu kingdom? How can it not be deemed the foremost sect? Alas, her mother was right. Handsome men are often deceivers. If Li Yingling had not witnessed Chu Xingchen's willingness to confront the minister's family for her sake, she would have suspected him to be a fraud or worse, mentally unstable. Master, please do not deceive me. Chu Xingchen produced the ancient, yellowed tome, the supreme, Taiyin True, mysterious water heart sutra from his system inventory. The cover was worn and the characters faded, rendering them nearly illegible. Fortunately, the remaining 3 characters were still clear. He tossed the book to Li Yingling. This is your cultivation text. Once you study it, you shall discern whether I have misled you. With confidence in his voice, Li Yingling looked at the tattered cover, her heart swelling with hope. The title, however, left her astonished. Waterheart Sutra? She turned to Chu Xingchen with a gaze that seemed to accuse him of trickery. What kind of top-tier celestial technique was named the Waterheart Sutra? This was absurdly simplistic. The cover was so worn that she could barely make out the words. Surely the contents were equally chaotic. Had he picked this up from a roadside stall? Would practicing it lead her to madness? The supreme techniques entails always exuded an aura of grandeur, often accompanied by radiant colors. If this tattered book were tossed onto the street, it would likely be mistaken for mere toilet paper. Looking at the worn tome in her hands, she weakly suggested, Master, perhaps we should consider exchanging it for another? Chapter 2. Has this Waterheart Sutra undergone 17 revisions? Naturally, Li Yingling's unreasonable demands were rebutted by Chu Xingchen. The cultivation techniques provided by the system are those capable of perfectly achieving immortality, specifically tailored to match one's spiritual roots. Such methods might not even be available in the grand sects. If Li Yingling could practice them, she should count herself fortunate, yet she still dares to be picky. The main issue is that she has no other cultivation methods to offer this girl. As night fell, Li Yingling lay on the cold wooden planks, lacking the soft pillows of home, making it exceedingly difficult for her to find slumber. Although she was dressed, without a blanket covering her abdomen, she felt an overwhelming discomfort. Master, Li Yingling called softly. A rather irritable response from Chu Xingchen followed. What are you doing awake at this late hour? The draft at the temple entrance. I'm freezing. Chu Xingchen yawned and suggested, get up and walk around a bit. You won't feel cold after that, and then you can sleep. Li Yingling weakly countered, but then I'll just get cold again after lying down. With a hint of exasperation, Chu Xingchen replied, I've told you, that cultivation method is called the Supreme Taijutsu True Mysterious Waterheart Sutra. Practice it boldly. Once you reach the 3rd or 4th level of qi refinement, you won't feel cold anymore. Li Yingling silently turned her gaze to the scripture beside her, the Waterheart Sutra. Master, your words are truly hard to believe, she thought. Fine, if I must endure, I will continue this path with tears in my eyes. Gritting her teeth, Li Yingling rose, took the Waterheart Sutra, and approached the fire pit. She opened the first page and read the first line. I, the true Lord of Water Spirits, declare that this method is the exclusive skill of the true Lord of Water Spirits in the realm of true immortals. Wow, a true immortals technique? Li Yingling's mood lifted slightly as she glanced at the second line. I, the true Lord of Raging Waves, have written the true water. I have revised it. The effects are even more formidable. Everyone can practice with confidence. Wow, there is a great power who made thoughtful revisions? Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction and looked at the 3rd line. I, the true Lord of Tides, deemed the previous 2 to be inept, writing nonsense that misleads disciples. I have made corrections. Li Yingling swiftly scanned the first page. Good heavens! The entire first page was filled with declarations beginning with I that berated the previous authors. According to what was written, this Waterheart Sutra had been amended by at least 17 great powers. This means it has undergone 17 versions of refinement. Trembling, Li Yingling turned to the next page. Please, let there be no further revisions. I, the true Lord of the Northern Sea, implore you to cease these incessant modifications. You are both incompetent and prone to reckless scribbling. I nearly fell into madness while cultivating. This version, revised by me, is the final one. It is free of toxins. Cultivate with ease, and let me reiterate, do not make any further changes. Her gaze moved to the next section. Fortunately, it was indeed unaltered. However, A series of bold ink strokes obliterated the previously inscribed words on this entire page. The only remaining line read, "Water, the primordial essence of heaven and earth." Excellent, just a useless platitude. She decisively flipped to the next page. The entire page was blacked out, but in red ink, it had been hastily written over, though much of the red had been obscured. The riot of colors rendered the whole sheet a deep black. Then, in white paint, another layer was forcefully inscribed. These great powers are truly relentless in their unwillingness to concede. The kaleidoscopic characters left Li Yingling feeling utterly bewildered. She lifted her gaze towards Chu Xingchen, who lay on the wooden planks and weakly uttered, "Master, I have succumbed to the path of madness. There's still time for you to save me." Chu Xingchen propped himself up and looked at Li Yingling, who was crouched beside the fire, clutching the Water Heart Sutra in her hands. With a sigh, he reassured her, "Do not worry, just focus on your cultivation. You shall not fall into madness, as your master. I would never harm you, master. Did you not pick this up from the roadside?" she questioned. "Did you not see it? Do you truly believe such profound techniques could be found discarded by the wayside?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingling glanced down and indeed noticed the excessive expenditure of counterfeit ink money. She weakly replied, "Master, I truly wish to cultivate. Please protect me." Rising from the wooden planks, Chu Xingchen approached Li Yingling and nodded. "Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Once you begin your cultivation, you will understand the true power of this Water Heart Sutra. Master, you have already referred to it as the Water Heart Sutra. What can I do?" Li Yingling steeled herself and persevered through the text, which had likely deviated far from its original form. Subsequently, she commenced her cultivation based on this sutra. As she practiced, she instantly felt a remarkable transformation. The spiritual energy of the universe swiftly coalesced and surged towards her. Following the sutra's guidance, she absorbed the spiritual essence, allowing it to flow through her meridians. An enchanting sensation enveloped her entire being. Then, Chu Xingchen stared in amazement as Li Yingling rapidly broke through to the first layer of qi refinement. Soon after, her aura solidified, propelling her to a sudden breakthrough into the second layer of qi refinement. This prodigious talent was truly astonishing. Damn, no wonder she possesses the traits of a genius. I am so envious. Disciple. Li Yingling has reached the second layer of qi refinement. Restoration of 100 cultivation. Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled. Such fortunate events existed? A gentle stream of ethereal spiritual energy entered his body. Chu Xingchen hastily sought to sense this energy but found little of significance. After all, as a golden core cultivator, he was far beyond that level. Nevertheless, it was a relief to know he wouldn't need to worry about this girl surpassing him. He would always remain a golden core ahead. In the dead of night, after observing Li Yingling for a while and finding no significant issues, he returned to lie on the wooden planks, stifling a yawn, preparing to continue his slumber. After all, this was a technique produced by the system. It should pose no problems. Meanwhile, Li Yingling appeared to have become addicted to her practice, cultivating from night into day. Sunlight streamed through the broken door, illuminating the temple. "Master, master!" Chu Xingchen groggily opened his eyes to find Li Yingling's large eyes filled with admiration as they gazed upon him. "What is it?" he asked, perplexed. With excitement, Li Yingling exclaimed, "I have reached the 5th layer of qi refinement. In just one night, I achieved the 5th layer. That Water Heart Sutra is truly a supreme celestial technique." Chu Xingchen yawned, turned over, intending to continue his nap, yet half-heartedly offered praise. Well done." Observing that Chu Xingchen was about to fall back asleep, Li Yingling quickly interjected, "Master, I have yet to establish my foundation and cannot fast. I have been hungry for an entire day. This desolate wilderness offers nothing to eat. Do you have any solutions?" With a sigh of resignation, Chu Xingchen responded, "Did you not say this was a remote wilderness? Go outside and catch some wild chickens. Having reached the 5th level of qi refinement, how could you possibly fail to capture even a wild chicken?" Li Yingling was momentarily taken aback by the words. This was not the scenario she envisioned when she deceived herself into becoming a disciple. Why had everything changed upon her apprenticeship? It was not as if she possessed the skills to catch a wild chicken, but seeing Chu Xingchen lying motionless on the wooden board, she thought, perhaps this is what cultivating immortality entails. Just like that water scripture she had read. After comforting herself, Li Yingling picked up a nearby wooden stick and stepped outside the temple, determined to hunt a wild chicken. Just as she crossed the threshold, the voice of Chu Xingchen reached her from behind. "Remember to leave 2 chicken legs for your master." Almost stumbling at the remark, Li Yingling, now a newly minted 5th level practitioner, regained her balance. Chapter 3. Fear not, my disciple, for I shall stand watch. By the time Li Yingling returned to the dilapidated temple from the depths of the forest, her face was smeared with dirt and it was midday. Her pink flowing gown was caked in mud, and her visage bore several streaks of soil. The wooden stick in her hand had been replaced with a wild rabbit. Though her initial target had been a wild chicken, they were perched high in the trees, proving elusive. Thus, she had reluctantly captured a pitiful rabbit, despite her reservations. The rabbit was undeniably adorable, but wasn't the belly of the creature more pitiable? Pushing open the creaking door of the temple, Li Yingling's gaze fell upon her unassuming master, who was boiling water. Chu Xingchen looked at the disheveled Li Yingling and sighed, inquiring, "You were sent out to hunt? Yet why do you appear to have been hunted instead?" Almost exasperated, Li Yingling nearly retorted, but recalling the formidable prowess of that water scripture, she pondered that perhaps her master was indeed an extraordinary figure. Maybe this was merely a test of her resilience? With a feeble protest, she responded, "It's not that easy to catch them." Chu Xingchen approached her, taking the rabbit from her grasp and inspecting its ears. "Too lean. Next time, capture a plumper one. A fattier rabbit is far more delectable when roasted." Observing Li Yingling's crestfallen expression, Chu Xingchen confidently remarked, "There's no need to wear such a face. Once I demonstrate a trick or two, you shall feel invigorated for your next hunt." Li Yingling gazed at him with a hint of skepticism, only to witness Chu Xingchen producing a dagger. With remarkable skill, he demonstrated the art of preparing the charming rabbit. Summoning a sphere of water with his elemental technique, he washed it clean. One of the benefits of traversing the Xuanwu kingdom was the abundance of spices and seasonings, all safely tucked away in his spatial ring. Thanks to the lack of airflow within the ring, the ingredients maintained their freshness remarkably well. Extracting garlic and scallions, he set to work crafting a fiery rabbit dish. The left side was braised, while the right was infused with garlic aroma. In no time, 3 exquisite plates of rabbit dishes graced the table, a feast for both the eyes and the palate. Chu Xingchen pushed a plate of rabbit head towards Li Yingling, saying, "This is your first hunt. You shall have the finest rabbit head." Watching the delightful rabbit transform into a tantalizing dish, tears of frustration welled up in her eyes. Yet, as a young girl brimming with compassion, she instinctively hesitated at the prospect of consuming the rabbit's head. After all, having already indulged in the rabbit's meat felt like a limit. How could she possibly eat the head? Yet, this refusal swiftly crumbled as the mouth-watering spicy flavors enveloped her senses. Within moments, the once ordinary rabbit meat had vanished from her plate. Subsequently, Li Yingling deeply felt that her master was indeed correct. This rabbit was far too lean, hardly worth consuming. Her gaze then shifted towards her own bottom line, that spicy rabbit head. The struggle in Li Yingling's eyes did not escape the keen observation of Chu Xingchen. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xingchen languidly remarked, "Are you truly not going to eat? If you refuse, I shall protect. I will eat." Li Yingling felt a wave of shame for her lack of principles. To indulge in rabbit meat was one thing, but to gnaw on its head was entirely another. How infuriating. It was all her master's fault. How delightful. Ever since Li Yingling had savored Chu Xingchen's culinary skills, her enthusiasm and initiative in hunting had greatly surged. Moreover, the sense of progress brought by her cultivation kept her awake at night, prompting her to diligently practice. Chu Xingchen wished to supervise his disciple, yet found little opportunity to do so. Everything seemed to be going well. At present, this disciple was relatively worry-free. However, the living conditions of the dilapidated temple were rather intolerable for someone of Li Yingling's noble background. She meticulously cleaned the crumbling temple, sweeping away the cobwebs from the ceiling and repairing the drafty door. She even dismantled the last 2 wooden planks of the altar to create a separate sleeping space for her wooden bed. Chu Xingchen had no objections to this, understanding it well as a gentleman from a prestigious family. Yet, he pondered that if he were to take on new disciples in the future, they might have to settle for a pile of straw. Half a month later, under the night sky, Li Yingling leaned against the fire pit, blissfully savoring a roasted chicken leg, though she still spoke with a hint of lethargy. "Master, I have been stuck at the 9th level of qi refinement for quite some time." Chu Xingchen sprinkled seasoning on the roasted chicken, responding, "Just practice more, and you will progress." Li Yingling cleared her throat. "Master, I have observed that in various novels, when characters are stuck at their cultivation levels, they often have miraculous elixirs or spiritual herbs to aid their breakthroughs. As the foremost sect of the Xuanwu kingdom, and with you being the most eminent cultivator in the realm, surely you possess some fine elixirs." Chu Xingchen raised his eyes to meet Li Yingling's eager expression. In essence, her words implored him to quickly provide her with some elixirs. Amusingly, he had none to offer. If he had not accepted her as a disciple, he would still be at the foundation establishment stage himself. What could a master at the foundation establishment level offer in terms of miraculous elixirs? However, it was not as if there was no way out. Chu Xingchen glanced at the night sky. The Xuanwu kingdom was situated in a remote area, unlike the central continent where golden elixirs were plentiful. Here, in this secluded land, A golden elixir cultivator could be regarded as an ancestor. Regardless of his circumstances, he was now a flawless golden elixir cultivator, and what was once unthinkable might no longer be impossible. Determined, Chu Xingchen declared, "Hurry and eat. Once you finish, I shall take you to our sect's medicinal fields to gather some spiritual herbs for you." Li Yingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Our sect has medicinal fields. I have wandered this desolate wilderness and seen nothing of the sort. Where are these fields?" Chu Xingchen replied testily, "This dilapidated place lacks spiritual veins. Do you think spiritual herbs grow like giant radishes, simply needing to be buried in a pit?" At that moment, Li Yingling hardly cared about giant radishes. She realized her sect was not merely a crumbling temple. It actually possessed spiritual fields. With this revelation, her sect did not seem so impoverished after all. Her spirits lifted, and it appeared that a breakthrough in her foundation establishment was indeed within reach. Li Yingling felt that the roasted chicken leg in her hand had become even more fragrant, disregarding the refined demeanor expected of her, and swiftly devoured the entire leg. "Master, I'm full now, let us depart." Chu Xingchen, unable to suppress his bemusement, noted how the girl made no effort to conceal her eagerness for her master's elixirs. Nevertheless, it would be wise to leave early, as the timing was becoming more opportune. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen replied, "Let us go." Under the darkened skies and howling winds, the master and disciple ventured southeast. An hour later, while traversing the rugged mountain path, Li Yingling could no longer contain her curiosity. "Master, isn't this spiritual field rather remote? Such is the nature of spiritual veins. We shall arrive shortly," he replied. Half an hour later, Li Yingling finally beheld the spiritual field that Chu Xingchen had mentioned. To her surprise, the spiritual plants indeed appeared extraordinary, shimmering with a luminous glow that harmonized beautifully with the moonlight. The protective measures around the field were quite commendable. A pale yellow barrier encased the modest expanse of the spiritual field. Excitement gleamed in Li Yingling's eyes as she turned to Chu Xingchen, but her enthusiasm waned upon seeing what he was doing. She watched as Chu Xingchen cautiously utilized his own spiritual energy to discreetly dissolve a sizable hole in the barrier. After surveying the surroundings, he handed her a burlap sack. "I'll keep watch. You go in and take whatever catches your eye. It's our own spiritual field, so do not hold back." Li Yingling felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, disbelief mingling with apprehension. "Master, are you trying to set your disciple up for failure?" Chapter 4. That scoundrel, stealing my resurrection elixir? Holding the burlap sack that had been thrust into her hands, Li Yingling was no fool. She understood that this was the spiritual field of another sect, a well-bred noblewoman. The thought of thievery challenged her moral compass. She intended to inquire further, but was startled into silence by Chu Xingchen's urgent gesture to hush. "Keep your voice down. We mustn't disturb the good brothers sleeping inside. Quickly now, take whatever you can." With the sack in hand, the allure of the spiritual plants, and her master's urging, there was no turning back. Gritting her teeth, Li Yingling cautiously slipped through the opening. Hadn't the tales proclaimed that the world of cultivation was rife with deceit? Her ascension would inevitably mean that others could not ascend. Entering the spiritual field, Li Yingling's nerves faded as she disregarded all hesitation, uprooting the nearest spiritual plant without a second thought. She paid no heed to the potential effects or the correctness of her methods, stuffing them all into the burlap sack. As her excitement grew, she began to seek out the most luminous plants, pulling them up with fervor. After all, these could serve as candles back home, in the end. She filled the burlap sack to the brim, ready to return with a sense of exhilaration. Now it was Chu Xingchen's turn to be flabbergasted. This spiritual field was already modest in size. Being merely a small sect's domain, he dared not provoke larger sects at present. Yet here was Li Yingling, utterly unrestrained, nearly depleting a quarter of the plants. She emerged from the field, her face alight with excitement. Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement, the disciple of the medicinal field, who had been dozing off, was abruptly awakened. As he opened his bleary eyes, he was struck by the sight of a substantial portion of medicinal herbs missing from the field, particularly several crucial herbs urgently needed by the sect leader, which had been uprooted entirely, leaving no trace behind. Which foolhardy thief would dare to steal the revival herbs? Can't you even manage what the sect leader does? The watchful disciple bellowed loudly, simultaneously ringing the alarm bell, exclaiming, "Thief! Come quickly! There's a thief!" In an instant, Li Yingling's heart raced. Chu Xingchen reacted swiftly, grasping Li Yingling's hand and immediately burrowing underground to make their escape. Li Yingling vaguely heard, that cursed one, attempting to pilfer the celestial herbs that this sect leader had painstakingly gathered. "Furong, I am truly sorry, my dear." Chu Xingchen's earth evasion technique was specifically designed for quick escapes. Additionally, he practiced diligently, moving with remarkable speed. Upon emerging once more, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. With deft familiarity, Chu Xingchen quickly set up a series of misleading trails to confound their pursuers, before leading Li Yingling in the opposite direction. This sequence of actions was repeated at least 8 times, before they cautiously returned to the dilapidated temple. Taking the burlap sack from the still-shaken Li Yingling, Chu Xingchen began sorting the spiritual plants within. After identifying 2 of the plants, he furrowed his brow. Why did this girl bring back only herbs for replenishing yang? Li Yingling, still trembling from the ordeal, asked, Master, do you think we will be caught? Chu Xingchen replied with a calm demeanor, No, I have already taken precautions. We are quite safe. Reflecting on Chu Xingchen's practiced movements and swift earth evasion, and seeing his now unruffled expression devoid of any tension, it was evident he was an experienced hand. Li Yingling inquired, Master, do you often do this? Not frequently. It was merely that during my earlier, less skilled days, I encountered trouble while traversing the Xuanwu kingdom, and I seized the opportunity to practice. Then, Master, your cultivation must be quite advanced now. Why still run? What else should I do? Kill one if they come for me. Chu Xingchen selected the spiritual plants, then continued, There's no need to overthink it. That sect has had minor grievances with me in the past. Today, uprooting a few of their herbs will settle the score. Curious, Li Yingling asked, What grievances? With a sigh, Chu Xingchen recounted, the sect leader had a partner, quite pleasing in appearance, though of dubious character. Yet, the sect leader was deeply infatuated. Later, the partner set their sights on my unparalleled demeanor, attempting to seduce me multiple times. Only to be discovered by the sect leader, I explained that I was not the only target. His eldest disciple was also entangled with the partner. This revelation only fueled his rage, and subsequently, I was pursued by that old dog for 3 days and nights. It's this. Li Yingling couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Xingchen cast a sidelong glance but said nothing, continuing to categorize the spiritual plants. He then selected a few herbs of suitable age, removing their roots and tossing them directly into a nearby pot. The other plants, which were not immediately needed, were set aside and stored in a spatial ring. He ignited the fire, added water, and commenced the boiling. The novice package provided by the system included basic alchemical and forging techniques. Alas, one required a Dan furnace and the other, a fire furnace. Upon meticulous examination, it has become evident that the art of weapon forging necessitates a furnace, whereas elixir refining can be accomplished using a mere pot, albeit with somewhat diminished efficacy. Furthermore, the resulting concoction is undoubtedly less aesthetically pleasing than that derived from an authentic alchemical furnace. Taking a deep breath and centering oneself, the refining commences. It must be noted that post-golden elixir, the manipulation of spiritual energy becomes increasingly adept. The essence within the medicinal materials is swiftly extracted, transforming the pot of water into a vibrant green hue. Subsequently, a vigorous flame is employed to condense the liquid, preserving its medicinal properties. The water is concentrated down to a droplet the size of a pill. Chu Xingchen cautiously envelopes this droplet in spiritual energy and then turns to Li Yingling, saying, Open your mouth. My good apprentice, Li Yingling, however, appears utterly bewildered. Is not elixir refining typically associated with solid pills? Why, then, is her own concoction in liquid form? Moreover, this greenish liquid resembles poison more than a potion. How is one supposed to consume it? Li Yingling timidly inquires, Master, are you certain this can be ingested? If it weren't for the fact that consuming the peeling herb directly yields poor results and side effects, I wouldn't bother refining this for you. Chu Xingchen retorts with mild irritation. Hurry and open your mouth. After you consume it, you can proceed with your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling reluctantly opens her mouth and swallows the verdant liquid elixir. As the liquid bursts forth in her mouth, an intensely bitter flavor causes her expression to contort. She nearly succumbs to the urge to expel it. Yet, the outcome is undeniably promising. Her internal spiritual energy begins to surge. Without delay, Li Yingling returns to her bed, promptly sitting cross-legged to commence her cultivation. Chu Xingchen observes her condition closely, and upon discerning no issues, he too settles back onto his bed. He then opens the system interface. There are 2 novice tasks. One is to recruit a qualified disciple, and the other is for the disciple to reach the foundation building stage. Once Li Yingling achieves this, the second novice task will also be completed, rewarding him with a volume of divine abilities. Moreover, this will unlock formal tasks. How tear-inducing it is, which novice tasks require over 3 years to fulfill. Chapter 5. In this life, reclaim everything. It has been proven that refining elixirs in an iron pot yields remarkably satisfactory results. Li Yingling begins to absorb spiritual power voraciously, preparing for her breakthrough into foundation building. Chu Xingchen swiftly retrieves several spirit stones from his spatial ring and arranges them into a simple spirit gathering formation to ensure an adequate supply of spiritual energy during Li Yingling's breakthrough. That volume on the Water Heart Sutra has also been studied by Chu Xingchen. Although it may appear somewhat convoluted, it is undoubtedly crafted by an emperor and is designed according to the principles of perfect foundation building. After all, how can one ascend to immortality with an unstable foundation? Only when the internal essence is abundant and the divine platform is clear can one successfully establish a foundation. As a superior celestial seedling, Li Yingling's cultivation progress is swift, yet her foundation remains solid. After all, she is the first disciple that Chu Xingchen has taken under his wing, so he pays her considerable attention. Observing Li Yingling's aura gradually becoming more contained, Chu Xingchen realizes that this time, success is assured. Half an hour later, the system's notification chimes in. Eldest disciple Li Yingling has successfully broken through to the foundation building stage. Rewards dispensed, divine ability, 3,000 weak water sword. Formal task issued. Recruit 2 qualified disciples. Reward, spirit gathering formation. Formal task 2. Recruit 3 qualified disciples. Reward, true martial hall. The main storyline tasks are somewhat as expected. However, finding such a disciple is no simple feat. Chu Xingchen let out a faint sigh. Li Yingling, having completed her meditation, opened her eyes filled with joy and was about to speak. She noticed Chu Xingchen gazing at her vacantly before sighing again. Was her cultivation practice flawed? Li Yingling quickly scanned her internal condition, only to find everything perfectly normal. What could be the issue? Was her foundation building method incorrect? However, after several careful observations, she discovered no problems whatsoever. This was indeed the gravest concern. Li Yingling weakly inquired, Master, am I doomed? Coming back to her senses, Chu Xingchen cast a bewildered glance at Li Yingling. What nonsense are you uttering? Chu Xingchen retrieved a tome of divine abilities from the system space and tossed it to Li Yingling. This is a divine ability, the last resort of a cultivator. Practice it diligently. Catching the flying tome, Li Yingling glanced at the cover, which was clean and tidy, with the words 3,000 weak waters sword inscribed in an elegant manner. Cautiously, she opened it, discovering it differed from her expectations of having undergone several revisions. This tome was pristine, with beautifully flowing script. It resembled something one might find at a roadside stall, yet that was merely a fleeting thought for Li Yingling, who had already endured the trials of the Water Sutra. As long as she hadn't rendered herself incapable, her current practice was an expression of unconditional trust in her master. Joyfully flipping through the tome of sword techniques, she felt something was still lacking. Li Yingling asked, Master, do you have a sword? The question came off somewhat impolite, yet Chu Xingchen grasped her meaning. After a brief glance at Li Yingling, Chu Xingchen promptly removed a small piece from his wooden bed and swiftly shaped it into a wooden sword using spiritual power. Tossing it to Li Yingling, no worries, practice more. If it breaks, I'll make you a new one. There are plenty of trees outside. After more than half a month, Li Yingling had adapted to her master's style and quietly picked up the rudimentary wooden sword that had been discarded on the ground. She then retreated to her own wooden bed, seemingly indifferent to her breakthrough into the foundation building stage. Chu Xingchen sighed once more, pondering where to find such a gifted disciple in the realm of immortals. The betrayal of the past, the deep-seated enmity of blood. In this lifetime, I shall exact vengeance in full measure. Li Xingchen maintained a calm demeanor, his straw sandals long worn and bloodied in his previous life. He had been of ordinary talent, joining the Qingfeng sect and enduring endless humiliation. After much hardship, he finally obtained a treasured item and surged from the southern Zhan continent to the central continent. Even in a place where geniuses gathered, he was regarded as a prodigy. Alas, the youthful and naive him was deceived by a vile demoness of the demonic sect, leaving him with nothing. Even the nascent soul he had cultivated was drained by that demoness. Most infuriating was that the demoness never even held his hand. Truly despicable. Given the chance for rebirth, he vowed to have no attachments to women in this life. Li Xingtian's destination was a mountain shrine hidden within the dense woods of Shirley Slope. Inside the shrine lay a stone containing a millennium's worth of bone jade. By absorbing and merging with it, and conquering the inner demons, he could undergo a transformation, shedding his former self and evolving into a celestial being of the demonic path. The reason for establishing a shrine in this desolate area, devoid of human presence for miles around, was clear. It is indeed the great beings who leave their opportunities to the fated individuals of future generations. In my past life, I was that fortunate one. In this life, I have arrived even swifter than before. I remain the same destined soul. Truly, fate. It is ineffably marvelous. Li Xingtian traversed a familiar, steep incline, his spirits soaring higher, for beyond that slope lay the temple of the mountain deity. As he excitedly raised his gaze, he beheld the temple, but not merely that. He also spotted a young and stunning female cultivator clad in a flowing pink gown. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her visage akin to a peach blossom, wielding a wooden sword, gracefully practicing her sword techniques. The spiritual energy around her surged tumultuously, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Should an ordinary person behold her, how could they refrain from exclaiming that she is a celestial maiden? Yet, Li Xingtian was different. Damn it, a woman? He cursed inwardly, however. He did not rush forward. Without a doubt, the maiden before him was a cultivator, already treading the path of immortality, while he was merely a lowly practitioner of the second layer of qi refinement. Better to observe first. This scrutiny proved revealing, for he discerned that the young woman was clearly not practicing ordinary swordplay, but rather a divine technique. A supreme sword technique, perfectly suited to her. Divine techniques. They are the lifelong dreams of countless cultivators, in Zhongzhou. Only those who have mastered divine techniques can be deemed as prodigies. Li Xingtian possessed a divine technique himself, but it was vastly inferior to his own cultivation method, rendering its efficacy significantly diminished. Nonetheless, in the same realm, as long as his opponent lacked a divine technique, he could easily dominate. What further fueled his envy was the fact that this maiden's displayed spiritual energy was merely at the foundational stage. A foundational stage girl wielding a divine technique that matched her. Even with his rebirth and the memories of his past life, he would not dare to dream such a beautiful dream. Which esteemed sect in Zhongzhou could this core disciple of a prominent immortal gate belong to? Surely, there must be senior guardians accompanying her. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Li Xingtian. His whereabouts could very well be discovered. He swiftly retreated down the mountainside with utmost caution. Indeed, fortune must come at the right moment. He had arrived too early. Cursing himself, he prepared to leave. Just as he turned, a wooden sword was pointed directly at his throat. The girl practicing her swordsmanship wore a cold expression, her voice icy as she inquired, "Who sent you? Was it the minister of the Xuanwu kingdom? Or has the Taiqing sect discovered our trail?" Chapter 6. The template of the protagonist. Faced with the wooden sword pressed against his throat, Li Xingtian decisively yielded. After all, he had often conceded in his previous life within the sect. He raised his hands high and declared, "I am not one of those you mentioned, and I do not know them." Li Yingling's gaze sharpened, and she coldly retorted, "Then what brings you here?" Li Xingtian's mind raced as he pondered an excuse to deflect. From the direction of the temple, a voice drifted over, "Surely our sect's reputation has spread far and wide. This young talent must be here to join us, right?" Li Xingtian turned to see a handsome young man in tattered robes leaning against the temple entrance, a smile gracing his face as he regarded him. Li Yingling, somewhat exasperated, said, "Master, I feel this might not be very likely. If she were to remain ignorant of the true nature of her so-called sect, she would indeed be a fool. The master's cultivation may indeed be commendable, yet it is unlikely that he could single-handedly overpower the Xuanwu kingdom. The ambiguity surrounding his identity raises questions about the source of his numerous esteemed techniques. To claim he is renowned and draws followers is merely the fanciful talk reminiscent of the nocturnal musings of Duke Zhou." At this moment, Chu Xingchen sauntered leisurely towards the young man before him, scrutinizing him intently. With short hair and a somewhat slender frame, despite having a sword pointed at his throat, the young man's gaze remained unperturbed. A glance at the system revealed, target, Li Xingtian, cultivation, qi refining second layer, golden trait, reincarnator, purple trait, decisive in slaughter, blue trait, loyal and just, meets disciple recruitment criteria. The system had just notified him of the presence of an individual who fulfilled the conditions for recruitment. Scanning the vicinity with his divine sense, he discerned that this individual had been captured by Li Yingling. Observing the youth before him, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but express his astonishment. A reincarnator, indeed. This individual epitomized the archetype of a protagonist. Particularly telling was the trait of loyalty. It was evident he was the beloved disciple of the sect leader, albeit a male one. Such a rare opportunity to acquire a disciple presented itself, and it would be remiss not to seize Li Xingtian. Upon noticing Chu Xingchen's penetrating gaze that seemed to unveil his very essence, felt a surge of trepidation. He hadn't anticipated that it would be his master who had come in person rather than a guardian. Taking a deep breath, Li Xingtian cautiously inquired, "May I ask the name of your esteemed sect?" Upon hearing this question, Li Yingling looked at Chu Xingchen with wide-eyed curiosity, for she too was in the dark. Whenever she had asked in the past, her master had always evaded the inquiry. In truth, this question had long perplexed both Li Yingling and Chu Xingchen. As a fellow afflicted with the struggle of naming, he had always desired a name rich in meaning and elegance. Now, confronted with Li Xingtian's puzzled gaze, Chu Xingchen understood that the time had come to provide an answer. Otherwise, this prospective disciple might slip away. Gazing towards the heavens, Chu Xingchen finally declared, "The name of the sect is the Alliance of the Heavenly Path." The Alliance of the Heavenly Path. Li Xingtian's pupils constricted in disbelief. How audacious to bear the name of the heavenly path. His previous worldview had been too narrow. He had long heard of many hidden immortal sects in the Central Plains, and it seemed that these two were indeed from one such concealed sect. Chu Xingchen swiftly clasped his hands in greeting, stating, "I am merely passing through and mean no disturbance." Chu Xingchen promptly raised his hand, interrupting Li Xingtian's words, his eyes narrowing slightly as if he had discerned something. "There is a scent of causality about you. Is this time?" At these words, Li Xingtian's heart raced, and he dared not meet Chu Xingchen's gaze any longer. This individual could perceive the threads of time and causality? What level of cultivation was this? Was he at the divine transformation stage or the tribulation crossing stage? To encounter such a formidable figure even in this remote corner of the southern continent was astonishing. Could it be that he too sought the bone jade? Yet, given that he had obtained the bone jade in his previous life, it indicated that this senior had not found it. What was he even thinking about the bone jade at this moment? Was it prudent to ponder such matters when this person had already unraveled the truth of his reincarnation? Was this great figure intending to capture him for research purposes? As Li Xingtian's mind raced with turmoil, Chu Xingchen, meanwhile, was racking his brain for a way to navigate the situation with this reincarnator. After a moment's contemplation, he said contemplatively, "Young one, bearing great causality upon your shoulders, it is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse." Li Xingtian was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the senior was alluding to something significant. He hastily inquired, "What do you mean, senior?" Chu Xingchen feigned profundity and replied, "Time is a torrent, a great force, a principle. To swim against it may lead to either utter destruction or resounding fame." Taking a deep breath, Li Xingtian seemed to grasp Chu Xingchen's hint and resolutely declared, "Regardless of whether I am shattered into pieces or rise to prominence, I have come to understand what I must do in this lifetime." Nodding in satisfaction, Chu Xingchen revealed a countenance that expressed his approval of the young man's spirit and remarked, "Cultivating immortality is, after all, an act of defiance against the heavens." A flicker of inner conflict crossed Chu Xingchen's face before he sighed and said, "Very well, it seems we are fated to meet. Will you consider joining my sect?" Li Xingtian was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chu Xingchen in disbelief, his words caught in his throat. Chu Xingchen discerned his apprehension, which stemmed from a fear of being ensnared in a trap. Given that Li Xingtian was a reincarnator and currently possessed only the cultivation of the second layer of qi refinement, it was evident that this dilapidated temple held something of immense significance for him. What could that be? It was blatantly apparent that it was the pivotal opportunity for Li Xingtian, a chance of utmost importance. Seemingly able to see through Li Xingtian's thoughts, Chu Xingchen scoffed, "You underestimate the world too much. What you regard as a treasure is merely inconsequential to us. Go inside and seize your opportunity." Li Xingtian's hidden thoughts were instantly laid bare, and he looked at Chu Xingchen with undisguised astonishment. Maintaining an air of superiority, Chu Xingchen continued, "It is a pity that your vision is so limited. You cannot discern what true fortune is." Li Xingtian wrestled with his internal conflict but eventually clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, senior, for your generous consideration. However, I am not accustomed to the constraints of a sect and hope you can understand." Chu Xingchen silently shook his head, turning away to no longer regard him. "Yingling, let him go." Although she was unsure of what her master was up to or what the two were discussing so mysteriously, when it came to giving face to her master, Li Yingling would undoubtedly do so without hesitation. She retracted the wooden sword in her hand and respectfully inclined her head towards Chu Xingchen, saying, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, she discreetly winked at Chu Xingchen, signaling her obedience to him. Chu Xingchen nodded in evident satisfaction. Li Xingtian once again expressed his gratitude with a bow and then climbed back up the small slope, daring not to glance back before stepping into the temple. At this moment, the temple bore numerous signs of habitation, markedly different from when Li Xingtian had first arrived. Even the wooden planks beneath the statue had been thoroughly cleared away. Li Xingtian's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly approached the statue, reaching down to touch the floor, only to discover that the small stone he remembered had vanished without a trace. What could have happened? Did the senior take it? Yet, his demeanor had been so nonchalant, and his cultivation unfathomably profound. At this moment, Li Xingtian was merely at the second layer of qi refinement, and the thought of him being able to act at will seemed implausible. Where could that object have gone? "The item you seek has been repurposed to prop up a table." Chu Xingchen's voice echoed once more from behind. Li Xingtian did not turn to look at him but instead obeyed his directive, glancing towards the corner of the table. The long-desired millennium bone jade, which had occupied his thoughts for eons, was indeed propping up the corner of the table. Chapter 7. Halt! Although he had spotted it, Li Xingtian did not immediately seize it. Instead, he turned around once more and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior." Chu Xingchen waved his hand dismissively, His expression unperturbed, Li Xingchen slowly rose to his feet and strode directly toward the coveted Millennium Bone Jade, which he had yearned for since its rebirth. Lifting the table corner, he reclaimed the stone-like Millennium Bone Jade, and a weight lifted from his heart, as if a great stone had finally been set down. After bowing his thanks to Chu Xingchen once more, Li Xingchen hurriedly exited the dilapidated temple with the precious jade in hand. Li Yingling watched as Li Xingchen departed, then stepped into the temple herself, her tone tinged with curiosity. "Master, you allowed him to leave just like that?" It was unusual for her master, who typically refused to move without a benefit, to be so generous as to let someone take something and leave. Upon hearing Li Yingling's words, Chu Xingchen dropped the pretense of a lofty sage. "You should practice at home for now. I shall step out for a while." Li Yingling displayed an expression that suggested her master ought to behave this way. Yet before Chu Xingchen could leave, she curiously inquired, "Master, is our sect truly called the Heavenly Path Alliance?" After all, her master was known to speak half-truths, possibly deceiving that foolish boy. "Indeed," Chu Xingchen replied succinctly, then transformed into a beam of rainbow light and vanished. Li Yingling pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. Soon, a surge of spiritual energy summoned her wooden sword, which flew into her hand as she caught it deftly. "I should practice first. I am on the verge of mastering this 3,000-week water sword." Li Yingling felt that once she broke through the initial barrier, her training would experience a qualitative leap. Having been labeled a prodigy throughout her life, this was the first time she found herself frustrated by the challenges of this art. It had already been 5 full days. She was still merely lingering on the threshold of entry. It was no wonder her master was eager to take on new disciples. Perhaps her innate talent appeared insufficient in his eyes. With a sigh, she resolved to put in more effort. Li Xingchen, with unwavering determination, made his way directly to the nearest town. The refinement of the Millennium Bone Jade required a tranquil and secure environment, necessitating a full day for the once farcical sect. Nobody would return to it willingly, especially since he had stealthily slipped away. He was probably already marked as a fugitive by the sect. He intended to open an inn in the nearby town, ensuring that he paid generously so that the innkeepers would not disturb him. Once he had refined the Millennium Bone Jade, he would hasten to the central continent, where further opportunities awaited him. Yet, a lingering concern weighed upon his heart. The words of that elder still echoed in his mind. Had he truly missed a genuine opportunity? With a heavy sigh, he reflected on how deeply disappointing his former sect had been in his previous life. He had achieved the status of a celestial prodigy in the central continent without relying on any sect. Surely he could attain the same in this life. Why should he depend on a so-called sect? With his resolve firmly established, he cleared his mind of distractions. If he was to pursue this path, he would not look back and regret that a day later, after traversing mountains and rivers, Li Xingchen finally reached his destination, a sizable town. Upon arriving at the inn, he did not rush to the second-floor guest room to refine the Millennium Bone Jade. Instead, he ordered a table full of dishes. For having only reached the second layer of qi refinement, he had consumed all his provisions during the arduous journey. He had long been famished. However, it had been quite some time since he had felt this pang of hunger. Li Xingchen chuckled softly, finding an unusual sense of reality in the sensation. Yet, his smile was short-lived, for he had encountered disciples of the Qingfeng sect before meeting Li Xingchen on the second floor. Several outer disciples of the Qingfeng sect, dressed in garments adorned with white and azure trims, descended the stairs with measured steps. Upon noticing them from the corner of his eye, Li Xingchen hastily lowered his head to avoid detection. Cursing his misfortune inwardly, alas, the more one fears something, the more it seems to manifest. One of the Qingfeng sect disciples scanned the first floor and spotted the bowed head of Li Xingchen. The face appeared familiar, and suddenly recalling something, he swiftly tugged at the sleeve of the leading senior brother. Catching the puzzled glance from his senior, the disciple urgently signaled with his eyes for him to look at Li Xingchen. Following the direction of his gaze, the senior brother narrowed his eyes and approached Li Xingchen's table, accompanied by 4 other disciples. The senior brother swaggered to Li Xingchen's side and boldly sat down, his sharp eyes fixated on Li Xingchen. Are you not the infamous Li Xingchen listed on the red name board?" Realizing he could no longer conceal his identity, Li Xingchen abruptly lifted his head, surveying the 5 brothers before him. None were at the foundation establishment stage. He discerned 3 at the 3rd level of qi refinement, 1 at the 4th, and the leading senior brother at the 5th level of qi refinement. Though he himself was merely at the 2nd level of qi refinement, the extraordinary skills retained from his previous life were more than sufficient to defeat these novices. Eliminating them and fleeing was essential. Otherwise, evasion would become increasingly precarious. Strike first for satisfaction, or be struck later. Li Xingchen opted for preemptive action. seizing a pair of chopsticks beside him as his inner spiritual energy surged forth. To capture the leader first, he aimed to subdue the senior brother. However, the senior brother was already on guard. With a cold smirk, he unleashed the full force of his fifth-level Qi refinement cultivation against the incoming chopsticks. How could a mere second-level Qi refinement waste comprehend the realm of the fifth level? The chopsticks and the hand collided swiftly, yet the outcome defied all expectations. The chopsticks in Li Xingtian's grasp pierced through the senior brother's palm, their seemingly frail spiritual energy possessing remarkable penetrating power. Following the breach of his hand, Li Xingtian's force remained unabated, propelling the chopsticks toward the senior brother's head. Just as victory seemed imminent, a fierce and sharp aura of the golden core stage erupted unexpectedly. A casual strike shattered the second-floor room, and a massive wave of spiritual energy surged toward Li Xingtian like a raging dragon. A loud alarm rang in his mind as he turned to see an elderly man with white hair observing him with a solemn expression. Li Xingtian recognized him as the second elder of the Qingfeng sect, a cultivator in the mid-golden core stage. He was doomed. The thought barely formed in his mind before the colossal wave of spiritual energy, transformed into a crimson dragon, struck him fiercely. He felt as though his internal organs were shattered by the blow, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The second elder slightly rose, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Having betrayed the sect and assaulted its disciples, according to the Qingfeng sect's regulations, you shall face your reckoning. Li Xingtian found himself bereft of any means to resist. His meager spiritual energy had long been dispersed, and his meridians were gravely injured. The words of that elder echoed once more in his mind. The torrent of time is a grand force, an immutable LAW. To defy all that was accomplished in a past life is to swim against the current. Ultimately, one becomes too caught up in hubris, forgetting that after the disruption of cause and effect, the trajectory of all events diverges. Perhaps the elder has long warned that wantonly altering history comes with a steep price. That invitation to take on a disciple may have merely been an attempt to save oneself. After all, how could one who perceives the flow of time fail to foresee their own predicament? Li Xingtian harbors no regrets. Yet there is an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Shall we cease hostilities and grant me some consideration? A familiar voice echoed, prompting Li Xingtian to turn. There stood Chu Xingchen, bearing a look of regret, delicately cradling a cup of tea, taking a gentle sip. Chapter 8. Is following one's heart not the norm? The second elder on the second floor swiftly directed his gaze towards the speaking Chu Xingchen, unable to discern the young man's cultivation level, and his expression shifted at last. Might I inquire who this esteemed friend is? Chu Xingchen slightly shook his head, reaching for a pair of chopsticks nearby, extending them forward with a gentle motion. A mysterious and profound sword aura erupted from the chopsticks, coiling and swirling around them like a small white dragon. Infused with spiritual energy, is this a divine ability? The second elder suppressed his astonishment, inhaling deeply as his demeanor softened, clasping his hands in salute. This individual is a traitor to our Qingfeng sect. Having harmed my disciples, esteemed friend, you ought not to obstruct me, both in reason and sentiment. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen replied, I do not wish to impose my will upon anyone, yet this person shares a certain fate with me. Might you spare his life? I am willing to offer compensation. The second elder pondered momentarily before shaking his head. To spare him thus would render our Qingfeng sect devoid of any credibility. Spare me? Li Xingtian, slumped upon the ground, erupted into laughter. Since I became an outer disciple of your Qingfeng sect, have you ever regarded me as a disciple? For 3 years I toiled in the spirit mines, and of the 17 disciples recruited from my village, only I remain alive. Your notion of sparing me is merely to prevent me from mining, while sending me to procure spiritual herbs in the wilds, a place even the inner disciples dare not tread? The second elder's heart raced, and he interjected sharply, his voice laced with fury. Traitor! How dare you slander my Qingfeng sect? Chu Xingchen, taken aback by these words, let out a cold laugh. So, I am the one in the right. How could the so-called Li Xingtian, who values loyalty and righteousness, possibly betray the sect? He glanced at the elder on the second floor through the systems panel. Shangguan Hong, cultivation, mid-golden core, blue trait, deeply scheming, white trait, decent talent, black trait, aging, black trait. Haunted by inner demons in that instant, upon seeing the traits, Chu Xingchen's confidence surged. So it appears I am dealing with a feeble opponent. With martial prowess and a favorable position, am I not invincible? With a cold smile, Chu Xingchen bellowed. I once thought the Qingfeng sect was a respectable sect of cultivation. It seems instead to be nothing more than a parasitic leech. How could the Tian-Dao alliance of Zhongzhou stoop to your level? Now, you old cur, either slink away with your tail between your legs, or today, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball." Having spoken, the sword aura entwined around the chopsticks roared fiercely like a spiritual dragon, swiftly expanding, then casting a predatory gaze towards the second elder, presenting an unmistakable intent to strike at the slightest provocation. At this moment, the remaining patrons of the tavern had long since fled, leaving only the disciples of the Qingfeng sect cowering in the shadows, observing the tense standoff between the two figures. The second elder, however, was not foolish enough to engage in combat. He could hardly discern the true cultivation level of the seemingly youthful individual before him, which suggested that this person was at least in the mid-stage of the golden core realm. Setting aside the question of the young man's actual prowess, the display of such profound abilities would make it exceedingly difficult to contend even against a mere fledgling of the early golden core stage. Moreover, the term Zhongzhou resonated like thunder in the southern province of Zhanzhou. Any sect capable of establishing a foothold in Zhongzhou was far beyond the reach of the Qingfeng sect. Although he suspected that the young man might be bluffing, who would dare to take such a gamble? The second elder maintained his composure while contemplating how to articulate his thoughts without losing face. Just then, a conciliatory voice emerged from outside. Point 2 Esteemed friends, please, do not resort to violence. Chu Xingchen's spiritual sense swept over to reveal a middle-aged man clad in the attire of the demon suppression department of the Xuanwu kingdom, his cultivation at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. The middle-aged man continued, "Honored elders, what matter cannot be resolved through discourse that necessitates a physical confrontation? Furthermore, we are in a mortal town. Should you engage in battle, the loss of innocent lives would be considerable, not to mention the unwarranted karmic repercussions. What do you think, esteemed elders?" The second elder felt a wave of relief wash over him and gently stroked his beard, responding, "Since the director has spoken, my Qingfeng sect shall concede you this favor." Chu Xingchen slowly withdrew the chopsticks. Although it would have been easy to eliminate the man, it would inevitably lead to complications, particularly given that they were within the territory of the Xuanwu kingdom. It would be unwise to offend the authorities over an old man who was likely nearing his end, plagued by inner demons that might soon lead to his demise. Given that he would need to remain in the Xuanwu kingdom for a while longer, Chu Xingchen refrained from further comment and simply reached down to grasp the unconscious Li Xingtian, transforming into a streak of light and departing. The second elder also exhaled a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude to the director of the Demon Suppression Department with a respectful gesture before descending the stairs. His sharp gaze fell upon a junior brother of the fifth layer of Qi refinement, who still had chopsticks protruding from his palm. Without hesitation, the second elder extended his hand and extracted the chopsticks. The junior brother emitted a pained grunt, but dared not react too strongly. Casting a sidelong glance at the inept outer sect disciple, the second elder admonished, "You lot, return to the sect at once." The 5 outer sect disciples promptly replied in unison, "Yes." The second elder's gaze lingered on the direction in which Chu Xingchen had departed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen was diligently executing measures to mislead potential pursuers. After weaving through various locations, he leisurely guided Li Xingtian towards the dilapidated temple. Suppressing his pain, Li Xingtian expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your timely intervention, senior." In response, Chu Xingchen remarked, "You should first thank my esteemed disciple." "Ah?" Li Xingtian's expression was one of utter confusion. However, Chu Xingchen offered no further explanation, knowing that his ability to unveil such divine powers at a critical moment relied significantly on his exceptional disciple, who, indeed, had swiftly begun to master the arcane arts in merely a few days, living up to the title of a golden genius. At the most critical moment, he mastered the art of transcendence, receiving a reward from the system that enabled him to grasp this extraordinary skill. Otherwise, Chu Xingchen feared that he would not have easily intimidated the elder of the Qingfeng sect. He must return and reward her generously. Today, all the chicken legs are hers. After all, Chu Xingchen was already a golden core true person, and soon he brought Li Xingtian back to the dilapidated temple. At this moment, Li Yingling was manipulating a wooden sword, with several streams of water coiling around it like playful dragons, seemingly enjoying herself immensely. However, she quickly sensed the arrival of the two figures and swiftly retracted the wooden sword, rushing out to greet her master. As the pair gently descended, before Chu Xingchen could utter a word, Li Yingling glanced at the severely injured Li Xingtian, her expression somewhat conflicted. "Master, even if he doesn't agree, you needn't have brought him back in such a state of injury, right?" Chu Xingchen replied with exasperation. "You truly understand my style, don't you? Next time, I expect you to handle such matters properly." Li Yingling's expression grew more troubled as she timidly replied, "Master, I have no experience with such matters. If I fail, you cannot hold it against me." Li Xingtian promptly interjected, "I wasn't injured by the senior. Please do not misunderstand, fair maiden." Chu Xingchen directly assisted Li Xingtian into the temple, casting a glance at Li Yingling. he remarked with irritation. This girl, full of peculiarities, enjoys deceiving others. She was merely playing with you. Li Yingling chuckled softly, following Chu Xingchen into the temple. Chapter 9. You are unworthy. Chu Xingchen helped Li Xingtian onto his wooden bed, swiftly using his own spiritual energy to assess Li Xingtian's current condition. A faint frown crossed his brow, for Li Xingtian's state was indeed far from optimistic. The elder of the Qingfeng sect, being a golden core, had held back slightly in an attempt to capture him, yet a strike of that magnitude was too much for Li Xingtian, who was merely at the qi refinement stage. At this moment, Li Xingtian's internal organs had sustained severe damage, particularly his meridians, which had been violently impacted by the overwhelming spiritual force, now riddled with countless injuries. However, upon observing Li Xingtian's expression, Chu Xingchen noted a remarkable absence of pain. Truly, a reborn individual, he was a tough man indeed. Yet, relying solely on his own recovery would likely be insufficient. He would need some meticulously concocted healing elixir. Young man, you are quite resilient, Chu Xingchen praised, then turned his gaze to Li Yingling, disciple. Prepare the cauldron for alchemy. Li Yingling's eyes lit up. Although she harbored a deep disdain for consuming her master's elixirs, it did not hinder her enthusiasm for watching others partake. With an excited expression, she promptly agreed. Of course, master, and happily approached the cauldron to ignite the fire and heat the water. Chu Xingchen rummaged through the remaining spiritual herbs to see if any could be used for healing. Within his spatial ring, he fortuitously found several herbs suitable for this purpose. He would concoct a pot for his future disciple. After consuming it, he would surely express his gratitude and bow in reverence. After simply trimming the roots from the herbs, Chu Xingchen began the alchemical process with his usual straightforwardness. The clear water transformed into a murky green upon the addition of the vibrant spiritual plants. A pungent herbal aroma began to permeate the air. However, Li Yingling exhibited no discomfort. On the contrary, she watched the concoction with glee, for this time, the recipient was not hurt as the water in the pot diminished by half. Chu Xingchen added the last ingredient, the enchanting blue moonflower. With the addition of the vibrant blue blossoms, a dark green liquid began to bubble vigorously in the verdant water. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction and then turned up the heat, extracting the final healing elixir, enveloped in spiritual energy. Li Yingling observed the droplet of potion, even more striking in color than her own, and felt a wave of relief wash over her eye in that moment. She believed her master had not been playing tricks on her, but rather, this was simply the nature of alchemy in an iron pot. Her master was indeed correct. The tales of mortals were hardly to be trusted. One must experience the path of cultivation firsthand to truly understand. At that moment, despite enduring great pain, Li Xingtian propped himself up and beheld the dark green droplet, which appeared murky and unappealing. A troubling thought began to surface. Could this possibly be something to swallow? Chu Xingchen maneuvered the potion to Li Xingtian's lips, smiling as he said, "Come, open your mouth, Dam. Why alchemical skills are commendable. Ingesting this will ensure your safety." Li Xingtian, who could maintain his composure in the face of pain, was finally taken aback. This was merely a ghastly blob of green liquid. It bore no resemblance to a proper elixir. He had never heard of anyone concocting potions in such a manner. A true man could face bloodshed and agony, yet could not bear the thought of a broom sullied by excrement. He was torn, resistant, and hesitated to voice his objections. Were it not for the individual before him saving his life, Li Xingtian would undoubtedly have resisted and forced that oddly scented potion down the other's throat. However, upon witnessing his senior's earnest expression, he could not bring himself to refuse. He resolutely shut his eyes, adopting a valiant demeanor, and opened his mouth. After all, what was life if he could reclaim it later? Indeed, the potion's flavor matched its ghastly hued, a putrid aroma, accompanied by an astonishing bitterness, erupted from his tongue and struck at his very soul. Li Xingtian's expression grew increasingly ferocious. Yet, to his astonishment, as the intense sensations of repulsion and burning surged through his esophagus, he began to feel the potion's restorative properties gradually nourishing his veins and mending his internal organs. The physical agony receded abruptly. However, Li Xingtian found that consuming this potion only intensified his discomfort. His mouth was left with nothing but bitterness. The journey from his throat to his stomach was fraught with his body's vehement rejection of the potion. Chu Xingchen, understanding that the concoction might not be particularly palatable, offered a light cough and reassured him, "After all, good medicine is often bitter. Bear with it, and it will pass." As the first subject of this experiment, Li Yingling empathized deeply, saying, "Master, this is not something one can simply endure." Chu Xingchen turned to glance at his eldest disciple with an enigmatic look. Sensing her master's gaze, Li Yingling quickly thought to herself, "This flavor is actually quite tolerable. There's no need to endure it at all." Chu Xingchen, unfazed by such trivial matters, acknowledged that their expedition had proceeded remarkably smoothly, largely thanks to this eldest disciple. After ensuring that Li Xingtian was not in dire straits, he began to inquire of Li Yingling. I see you have made initial strides in your abilities. How does it feel? Upon hearing her master's question, Li Yingling reflected on the days spent merely scratching the surface of understanding. She assumed her master was being his usual cryptic self, yet found it difficult to counter. With her right hand involuntarily twisting a strand of her lustrous black hair, her delicate face tinged with a blush, she turned her head slightly, feeling a bit shy as she replied, "It is indeed quite formidable, though somewhat challenging." Upon hearing the words, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. "You've only trained for a few days, and yet you claim this is difficult? Truly worthy of being the brilliant apprentice with a genius attribute, performing your humble bragging in front of the master." Chu Xingchen cleared his throat, adopting an air of authority as he declared, "Ahem, diligent practice is all that is required. Yes, master." In the twilight before the ruined temple, around the crackling campfire, Chu Xingchen directly allocated the roasted rabbit head to the day's greatest contributor, Li Yingling, and then bestowed half of the rabbit to Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian was no longer in grave condition and could sit up. The medicinal liquid, while rather unpalatable, proved to be remarkably effective. He found its healing properties superior to the typical healing elixirs. Gazing at the fragrant half-rabbit on his plate, Li Xingtian stole a glance at Li Yingling, who was happily gnawing on the rabbit head. One must admit, the sight of a beautiful fairy indulging in such a meal was indeed striking. Li Xingtian refrained from partaking, not out of lack of appetite, but because he felt he had no justification to eat it. "Go ahead," Chu Xingchen remarked softly, observing the silent Li Xingtian. The rabbit has no deed of servitude. Li Xingtian understood the underlying meaning in Chu Xingchen's words, yet at that moment, he was not inclined to pursue that line of thought. He quickly defended himself. "No, it's just that I have yet to repay the life-saving grace bestowed by my senior." Chu Xingchen watched as Li Xingtian fervently explained, nodding with a smile on the surface. Yet beneath the table, he was frantically gesturing to Li Yingling. "Why, dear disciple? Come help." Li Yingling, joyfully gnawing on the rabbit head, caught sight of Chu Xingchen's signals from the corner of her eye and immediately grasped his intent. Proudly considering herself her master's trusty aide, she would never undermine him at a critical moment. Setting aside her rabbit head, she coldly interjected, "Enough. No need for explanations. You are currently destitute. Not only is your life saved by my master, but even your precious opportunities have been afforded to you by him. You may think the esteemed Tiandao Alliance is attempting to deceive you, but ask yourself, do you truly deserve such treatment? It is a privilege that my master has chosen to give you a chance, and while I do not comprehend what he sees in you, I personally believe that with your qualifications, you are unworthy to join our Tiandao Alliance." Chapter 10. Senior sister, are we considered evil cultivators? Li Yingling's frigid visage paired with her merciless words left Li Xingtian silently glancing back at her. Had her plate not contained half a rabbit head, perhaps he would have felt a deeper sense of shame. Nonetheless, Li Xingtian continued to explain, "It is not that I am ungrateful. Rather, I have many matters to attend to and cannot remain within the sect for long. If not, I would have accepted the senior's offer long ago. I understand that my senior does not have any particular interest in me, but rather wishes to save my life by taking me as a disciple." Listening to Li Xingtian's sincere explanation, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Indeed, most sects prefer to bind their disciples. Midway through his statement, he shifted his tone and continued, "Yet our Tiandao Alliance is different. As long as one is devoted to the sect, one may roam the ends of the earth." Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian glanced at the exquisitely fragrant and visually appealing rabbit before him and, without a moment's hesitation, picked up his chopsticks. He was not oblivious to the underlying message from his senior. After all, a disciple is a disciple. Acknowledging kindness with gratitude was a principle he adhered to, and perhaps becoming a disciple now represented a genuine opportunity for rebirth. If the sect were to prove unsatisfactory, he could always seize the chance to escape once more. As he took a delicate bite, he was astonished. This rabbit was undoubtedly the finest he had ever tasted. Indeed, the more expensive the rabbit, the more delectable it seemed. Li Xingtian often felt as though indulging in such a delicacy was akin to selling his own soul. With a smile, he complimented, "Master, I must say, your culinary skills are truly remarkable." Disciple successfully acquired. Second disciple, Li Xingtian, granted technique. Primordial demon bone body refining art. Please utilize alongside the heavenly demon path body. Task 1 completed. Reward, spirit gathering array. All rewards have been placed in the system backpack. Upon viewing the system summary page, Chu Xingchen nodded with evident satisfaction. "If you enjoy it, then indulge yourself." Li Xingtian responded humbly, "Yes, master." Observing Li Xingtian's newfound humility, Li Yingling cleared her throat and straightened her posture. Encouraging him, As the second disciple of your master, you must strive diligently. Understanding her intentions, Li Xingtian clasped his hands and replied earnestly, "Of course, I will not disappoint you, senior sister." A look of satisfaction graced Li Yingling's face. Her new junior brother seemed quite promising. She decided to keep an eye on him. After all, he had nearly lost his life after just a day out, suggesting he might not be the brightest disciple. She pondered what it was about him that had caught their master's attention. Perhaps the sect was simply in dire need of members. However, it was Li Yingling's first experience as a senior sister, and being the eldest disciple filled her with excitement. She cast a lingering glance at her master, wondering if he would finally relax and smile. Yet, the reality was starkly different. A hint of worry clouded his expression. This did not escape the notice of either Li Yingling or Li Xingtian, and Li Yingling cautiously called out, "Master?" Hearing his name, Chu Xingchen closed the system panel before looking at Li Yingling. "What is it, master? Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Yet, you seemed rather unhappy just now." Realizing his previous expression had been noticed, Chu Xingchen quickly replied, "Oh, I was merely contemplating the cultivation technique of your junior brother." Li Xingtian interjected, "Master, there is no need. I have my own cultivation method." Chu Xingchen said no more, simply extracting the primordial demon bone body refining art from the system. The book with a blood-red cover materialized in his hand, which he then handed to Li Xingtian, reassuring him, "No worries, take a look at this technique first. If it does not suit you, you may always pursue your own." Hearing that it was not a mandatory requirement, Li Xingtian felt a sense of relief as he accepted the tome, which faintly exuded a scent of blood. After passing the book to him, Chu Xingchen quietly returned to his wooden plank and lay down. The two disciples exchanged bewildered glances at their master, before silently locking eyes once more. Li Xingtian raised an eyebrow slightly, signaling a silent inquiry. "What is the matter with our master?" Li Yingling deciphered the unspoken message, but merely offered a faint smile before resuming her nibbling on the rabbit's head. "If I knew what was troubling the master, I wouldn't be questioning why his expression seems off." This second junior is rather dim-witted. Li Xingtian felt somewhat perplexed but refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead lowering his gaze to the dark red-covered book in his hands. The words inscribed on the cover were grand and imposing, exuding an air of solemnity and menace. Curiously, he touched the cover, only to find it made of rather ordinary paper. Could it be a rubbing? Yet, how could a rubbing possess such a sanguinary aura? Dismissing these thoughts, Li Xingtian decided to turn to the first page. Immediately, he was struck with astonishment as his eyes darted over the text, swiftly moving on to the second page. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. Noticing his astonished expression, Li Yingling, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned individual, reassured him, "Junior brother, it is quite normal for cultivation methods to have numerous versions. It is also common for the handwriting to be somewhat unclear. So do not hesitate to practice boldly." Li Xingtian silently raised his eyes to Li Yingling, then glanced back at Chu Xingchen, who lay on the wooden bi in disbelief. He whispered, "Sister, is our Heavenly Tao Alliance actually practicing evil cultivation?" Furrowing her brows, Li Yingling retorted, "Evil cultivation? What nonsense are you spouting? We practice orthodox heart methods. Where is the evil cultivation in that?" Hearing this, Li Xingtian merely handed her the tome titled Hunyuan Demon Bone Refining Body Divine Art. Upon receiving the cultivation method, Li Yingling curiously opened the first page. The characters were clear and robust, penned by a master calligrapher, and the writing was exceptionally neat. What could possibly be wrong with this book? Just the appearance of these pages seemed far superior to her own volume. With such doubts in mind, she continued to read, soon finding herself gripped by trepidation. After flipping through several pages, she hastily returned the book to Li Xingtian. "What the hell? Which cultivation method is this bloody? Sister." Cough, cough. "Sister is feeling tired. I shall retire for the night." "You find a place to lie down and rest." Li Yingling, not even finishing her half-eaten rabbit head, rushed to her bed, pushing aside the wooden board that obstructed her view, and after entering, closed it behind her. Chu Xingchen, being a golden core true person, naturally overheard their conversation. "That book is not an evil cultivation method." Li Xingtian glanced once more at the content within the book regarding the foundational stage, which stated one must first slay 1,000 blood offerings and dismember limbs to refine one's bones. "Master, is your definition of evil cultivation perhaps a bit too lenient? Blood offerings do not necessarily imply humans. We could easily find a few mindless beasts in the woods of Shirley Pur to suffice." Hearing this, Li Xingtian looked once again at the tome in his hands. If what the master said was correct, this could indeed serve as a substitute. The power and efficacy of this cultivation method far surpassed those he practiced in his previous life. Moreover, it was exceptionally compatible with his newly merged Tianma Dao body after integrating the 1,000-year bone jade. Li Xingtian was not one to dwell on dilemmas. After all, During the qi refinement stage, one must utilize blood offerings for cultivation. After refining the bone jade for a millennium, one might reconsider the pursuit of this tome. If it proves unworthy, well, one could simply abandon the endeavor. The troubles of Li Xingtian dissipated, yet those of Chu Xingchen remained unresolved, for the recent cloud of worry had its reasons. The spirit-gathering array bestowed by the system was merely a blueprint. It did not allow for the effortless placement of materials without expending resources or manual labor. It was certainly not the kind of construction that could be spontaneously erected. This spirit-gathering array was, in essence, nothing more than a simple diagram. Not only did one have to gather the requisite materials and spirit stones independently, but the construction also demanded one's own efforts. The diagram served solely to meticulously instruct one on the construction process. Wasn't that rather a cruel twist of fate? Where would one find the finances or spirit stones to build such a contraption? Surely, the Great Martial Hall was not merely a blueprint either. One would have to construct it oneself, right? Chapter 11. Mediocre talent. Li Xingtian awoke to a new dawn. Chu Xingchen, meticulously comparing the system's blueprint, surveyed the area before inserting a small twig as a marker. Although one could not conjure objects out of thin air, the blueprint did possess its merits. It was reusable, after all, since one had to undertake the construction personally. A disposable item would be exceedingly frustrating. This suggested the possibility of erecting a spirit-gathering array at Shirley Slope. After all, Shirley Slope was not a convergence of spiritual energy, nor did it possess any spiritual veins. While there was some spiritual energy present, it was naturally inferior to the locales abundant with spiritual veins. In simpler terms, it was not an ideal place for cultivation. Under similar circumstances, the effects of cultivation were undoubtedly superior in areas rich in spiritual veins. Consequently, most esteemed sects of the immortal realm would select a mountain peak where spiritual veins resided to establish their sects. In the past, when Li Yingling cultivated, Chu Xingchen would hastily construct a rudimentary array using spirit stones for Li Yingling's training. This was manageable for one person, but with the addition of Li Xingtian, such extravagant spending could not continue. Merely sustaining Li Yingling's cultivation had nearly depleted his resources. With Li Xingtian now in the mix, it was clear that continuing on this path would lead to insufficient reserves of spirit stones. A steady, sustainable approach was necessary. Constructing the spirit-gathering array was indeed essential. It would facilitate the future acceptance of disciples. Although the materials at hand were not yet sufficient to complete the array, some foundational work could still commence. Chu Xingchen pinpointed the area once more and planted another twig. Boom. A distant tempest surged forth, followed by a whirlwind of earth that scattered in all directions. Chu Xingchen waved his hand irritably to dispel the gusts and hurried 2 steps forward, directing his gaze towards Li Yingling, who was vigorously attempting to excavate a pit with her wooden sword. Having already reached the foundation establishment stage, her spiritual energy was robust enough to protect her from any dirt that might soil her attire. At that moment, she wielded the wooden sword with a serious demeanor, repeatedly striking the ground with her formidable powers. Another fierce wave of sword qi collided with the earth, producing a tremendous sound and a violent tremor. Chu Xingchen quickly raised his hand to halt her. Wait! Upon hearing her master's call, Li Yingling paused her actions, her expression tinged with confusion as she looked towards her mentor. Master, what is it? Is this truly how one digs a hole? Chu Xingchen replied. Exasperated. Li Yingling, perplexed, responded. How else am I supposed to dig? With a hint of annoyance, Chu Xingchen explained. Once we lay down the foundation of the array, the earth must be backfilled. If you continue to blast it all over the place, what will we use for backfilling? Your little head? Upon hearing her master's words, Li Yingling silently surveyed the scattered earth around her. Yet she spoke with a hint of grievance. But if we do not excavate in this manner, it will take an eternity. Chu Xingchen consoled her. It is not as though I expect you to finish in a single day. Merely take some time to dig whenever you find a moment after your training. Once your junior brother has refined that troublesome stone, you can dig alongside him. Oh, not be anxious. In due time, your master will prepare a delicious meal for you. Li Yingling lifted her gaze towards the gentle expression of Chu Xingchen and nodded lightly. I understand. With that, Li Yingling wielded her wooden sword and began to dig a pit, subsequently piling the excavated earth. Setting aside other matters, it must be said that when it came to obedience, Li Yingling was indeed very compliant. After observing for a moment and finding no issues, Chu Xingchen departed to continue marking other array points. The speed at which he set the points according to the blueprint was remarkably swift. By in no time at all, he had completed the marking of all locations. Subsequently, Chu Xingchen stealthily returned to the dilapidated temple. At that moment, Li Xingtian was seated in meditation, with the millennial-old bone jade hovering above his head, continuously pouring forth energy to cleanse Li Xingtian's foundation. After a careful observation and confirming that his second disciple had encountered no mishaps, he slowly returned to his wooden plank. As for the materials lacking for the spirit-gathering array, they were not particularly precious items. As long as one possessed spiritual stones, they could still be procured. Although he was financially constrained, Chu Xingchen still had some ideas. As for the source of these ideas, it naturally pertained to the second disciple refining the bone jade before him. As a reincarnated individual, he surely possessed some knowledge of profitable ventures, or perhaps had not stumbled upon the graves of powerful cultivators. While grave robbing may be deemed unethical, it is indeed a quick way to earn money. The remnants left behind by any such formidable being would likely suffice to construct an array. Furthermore, in the cultivation world, these tombs were uniformly referred to as secret realms. Typically, sects would send elders accompanied by a throng of disciples to excavate these graves together. Reflecting on this, Chu Xingchen found his moral standards aligned with those of the cultivation world. After all, the ambition of our Heavenly Tao Alliance is to establish itself as a reputable sect. Chu Xingchen leisurely reclined back onto his wooden board, now awaiting Li Xingtian's completion of the refining process to inquire if he had any lucrative insights. 18 noon. Li Xingtian had still not finished refining. Li Yingling returned, gasping for breath, nearly drained of her spiritual power. She cast her gaze towards the two individuals within the dilapidated temple, particularly noticing her master lounging idly on the wooden plank. Li Yingling, puzzled, inquired, "Master, why is it only me who is digging? Are you not going to help?" Chu Xingchen straightened up and looked at Li Yingling, who was puffing out her cheeks, appearing somewhat indignant. Clearing his throat, Chu Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "Do you believe your master is being lazy? Isn't that the case?" Li Yingling retorted, "You were the one who said you would join me in digging after marking the points." Faced with his disciple's accusation, Chu Xingchen promptly shifted the topic. "What sort of talk is this? Do you grumble when contributing to the sect? Do you comprehend the sacrifices I make for your future endeavors?" Upon hearing her master's words, Li Yingling hesitated, realizing she had already positioned herself on the moral lower ground. Nevertheless, she was aware of how to navigate her master's current state. Li Yingling's face displayed a hint of grievance, her enchanting peach blossom eyes seemingly glistening with unshed tears. With her exquisite features, she lamented, "Master, if you choose not to excavate, then so be it. After all, can I refuse what you have arranged for me?" She continued, "I was not angry earlier. I merely did not expect Master to deceive Yingling. I cannot fathom why Master would perceive me in such a light." Chu Xingchen observed the theatrical performance of his eldest disciple with slight exasperation. However, he promptly directed his attention to the side, where Li Xingtian was meditating and absorbing the bone jade. "I merely came to check on your junior brother, concerned that he might err in his absorption of the bone jade. Considering how long it takes him to refine even a single bone jade, coupled with his inferior aptitude compared to yours, it is only natural for me to worry. Unlike you, my eldest disciple, who is capable and astute, allowing me to rest easy." Yet, Li Yingling's reaction diverged from his expectations. Her expression shifted to one of aloofness, her tone devoid of the earlier grievance as she spoke coldly. "Master, there is no need for further words. Since my junior brother has entered our sect and possesses the lowest cultivation, it is only right that we extend him our guidance." Chu Xingchen, aware that Li Xingtian had awakened, grumbled, "While I can still tolerate it, you should hasten to hunt for me." "Understood, Master." Li Yingling quickly clasped her hands in respect before hastily departing from the dilapidated temple. "Apologies, Master. My cultivation and aptitude are lacking. Thus I trouble you so," came Li Xingtian's slightly apologetic voice from behind. Chu Xingchen cleared his throat, not turning to face his disciple. "It suffices that you understand. You must apply yourself more diligently." Chapter 12. Not theft. It is revenge. At this moment, Li Xingtian had successfully refined the 1,000-year bone jade. Feeling the smooth flow of his meridians once more, he exhaled deeply. There was an undeniable sense of unease. How could it be that this rebirth felt less seamless than his previous life? As for his senior sister's words, he paid them little heed. Did he not know his own capabilities? This was not to suggest that his newly appointed master was lacking. Having weathered many storms and encountered a myriad of individuals, Li Xingtian could sense that his master genuinely cared for him. Especially with that tome of cultivation techniques, of such caliber that it could stir significant waves even in Zhengzhou. He gradually rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, only to meet the eager gaze of his master. Anxiously, Li Xingtian inquired, "Master, what is it?" Chu Xingchen first extended his spiritual awareness to confirm that Li Yingling was no longer nearby. It was not that he could not allow her to overhear, but if she were to learn of Li Xingtian's rebirth, it could incite unpredictable complications. For now, stability was paramount. A smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as he spoke with enthusiasm. "Disciple, you must have encountered numerous fortuitous events in your past life, correct?" "Why yes, there were some." "Then, are there any secret realms or treasures nearby?" Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian breathed a sigh of relief. These matters were mere trifles. The hidden realms in our vicinity have long been thoroughly cleansed by the various sects nearby, as for fortuitous encounters. Upon reflection, Li Xingtian shook his head and remarked, true opportunities can only be found after we reach Zhengzhou, as that is where the world's spiritual veins converge. There truly not a single place where we can acquire some spirit stones. Master, are you in need of spirit stones? Without concealing anything, Chu Xingchen replied decisively, I intend to establish a spirit gathering formation, and I require some spirit stones to purchase materials. Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian pondered for a moment and said, if you trust me, I can assure you that a significant amount of spirit stones can be procured from the Qingfeng sect's mining site. I have spent 3 years mining spirit stones there and am well acquainted with its operations. There is only one golden core cultivator station there. If Master is confident, there may be profit to be gained. Chu Xingchen did not rush to agree, merely casting a glance at Li Xingtian. Noticing his master's gaze, Li Xingtian clasped his hands together and assured, I harbor no intention of seeking vengeance for myself. No. Chu Xingchen shook his head, stating, remember, we are not here for spirit stones. We are here to avenge you, and to seek justice for the many who have suffered under the Qingfeng sect's oppression. With a serious expression and earnest tone, Chu Xingchen continued, as a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Your perspective must not be so narrow, Li Xingtian gazed at his master in a daze, momentarily lost in thought, unsure whether his master sought both wealth and reputation, or simply desired a legitimate reason. Regardless, given his master's words, he felt no doubt about himself. Li Xingtian unconsciously revealed a faint smile and responded, yes, master. Please tell me the location of the mine. I shall first go and scout the situation. Picking up a half-burnt piece of wood from the ground, Li Xingtian began to sketch a map on the floor. From the Beishi mountain range, head north, cross this small stream, then proceed west. It should be around this area. Li Xingtian's map was satisfactory, and he had marked some prominent landmarks. Very well, time is of the essence. I shall go investigate the specifics, while you and your senior sister focus on your cultivation at home. Chu Xingchen nodded, then produced 2 teleportation talismans and handed them to Li Xingtian. These are long-distance teleportation talismans. If you encounter any difficulties, do not heed your senior sister's words. Just take her along and flee. Remember to use both talismans. There is no need to be greedy. They contain markings made by Master, and you will be able to sense the teleportation location. I will come to find you. The desolate Shirley Slope is virtually uninhabited, as there is little spiritual energy here, nor any spirit herbs or plants to seek. Ordinary mortals would not come here idly. If someone were to appear, they would likely be there to cause trouble. According to Li Xingtian's directions, it would take even him a full day's journey to reach the site. A round trip would take 2 days. Previously, Wang Shangshu was merely a mortal and may not have been able to summon a powerful being to locate Li Yingling. However, given the enmity with the Qingfeng sect, it is prudent to keep some contingency plans in place, lest upon returning, he finds nothing but 2 corpses hanging at the dilapidated temple's entrance. Especially with that elder, who is already plagued by inner demons. Who knows how twisted he has become? Li Xingtian did not decline and promptly accepted the teleportation talismans, seriously stating, Master's instructions shall be firmly remembered by me. And no matter how one might say it, the individual before him is also a reborn person, having undoubtedly weathered numerous tempests. It is reasonable to assume that he can handle matters with great thoroughness. However, a lingering sense of unease persists. Thus, Chu Xingchen promptly bestowed a charm, affixed to his waist, upon Li Xingtian. This charm possesses the ability to withstand the assaults of golden core cultivators, and should circumstances turn dire, it can be activated for immediate teleportation. During his own foundational cultivation phase, Chu Xingchen had relied on this charm multiple times to transform peril into safety. Yet now, having attained the golden core realm, its efficacy for him has diminished considerably. It would be wiser to entrust it to Li Xingtian. Li Xingtian accepted it without hesitation. Chu Xingchen then cautioned, there is little more to say. Your senior sister is still quite young. It is imperative that you take good care of her. Above all, remember not to abandon her under any circumstances. I shall heed your words, Li Xingtian replied earnestly. Chu Xingchen nodded and then made his way outside. Given Li Xingtian's loyalty and sense of duty, it was unlikely that he would err. Furthermore, he owed him at least a debt of gratitude for saving his life. Feeling somewhat reassured, Chu Xingchen utilized Earth Escape to depart, mindful not to expend excess spiritual energy. Expeditious departures and returns are the essence of practicality. Observing his master's departure, Li Xingtian took a slow, deep breath and glanced down at the charm in his hand. Having known his master for only a few days, the trust bestowed upon him was profound. His master showed no fear of him absconding with such valuable items. While a charm capable of withstanding attacks from golden core cultivators may not be exceedingly rare in Zhengzhou, it is indeed scarce in this region. As for whether his master belongs to a sect in Zhengzhou or the specifics of his cultivation level, Li Xingtian found himself unconcerned. He has always been clear in his affections and aversions. For Li Xingtian, cultivation is merely about achieving clarity of thought. Feeling the trust that his master has placed in him was sufficient. Taking a deep breath, he tucked the charm into his bosom. Li Xingtian then retrieved the tome of the Hunyuan Demon Bone Body Refining Technique given to him by his master. Initially filled with some trepidation, he resolved to practice it without delay. As he settled into meditation, he decisively commenced his cultivation of this technique. Remarkably, the experience felt entirely different. Li Xingtian could sense that his innate Tao physique was fully awakened. This was something he had been unable to achieve in his previous life. The cultivation method seemed to align perfectly with his essence. His master truly provided him with invaluable treasures. Engrossed in his practice, he lost track of time. Upon finally reopening his eyes, he realized it was already dark, and his senior sister had long since returned, seated by the fire. Li Yingling, noticing that Li Xingtian had concluded his training, inquired, "Where is the master? Where has he gone?" Li Xingtian did not conceal the truth, but instead replied earnestly, "The master has gone to the Qingfeng sect's mine to investigate, and he is expected to return in 2 days." Upon receiving this answer, Li Yingling appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she refrained from voicing further concerns and instead picked up a wild chicken caught earlier that day. "Junior brother, you have yet to establish your foundation and cannot fast. You must be hungry, yes, a bit. Then you should cook this wild chicken." Li Xingtian, lacking any culinary skills, was initially inclined to refuse but recalled his master's admonition. Given that Yingling was still quite young, he ought to take good care of her. With a sigh, he accepted the chicken and began to prepare it. Half an hour later, "Junior brother, what on earth have you cooked? Do you wish to poison your senior sister?" Chapter 13. The first day of Master S' departure, Li Xingtian slowly opened his eyes and rose from the rudimentary wooden bed fashioned from several planks. The main hall was nearly occupied by his master and senior sister, alongside a large iron pot suitable for both cooking and alchemy. There was no longer sufficient space to accommodate another bed. Thus Li Xingtian had to sleep in the area behind the statue. However, his senior sister had already planned to construct a small wooden cabin outside the dilapidated temple. After all, she was the only female present, and it was only natural to observe distinctions between the sexes. This endeavor had received the master's approval, and she commenced building a few days prior, making commendable progress. Consequently, he would no longer need to continue sleeping in the cramped space behind the statue. His discontent with that area stemmed from a gaping hole that often allowed mosquitoes to invade at night, along with unknown insects that would occasionally bite. At this moment, Li Xingtian had yet to establish his foundation and could not summon spiritual energy for protection. The incessant mosquito assaults were exceedingly bothersome. Thus, he wholeheartedly supported his senior sister's initiative to erect a small cabin and even lent her considerable assistance. It was estimated that in 2 or 3 days, the cabin would be completed. As for the chicken from yesterday, after witnessing the gruesome remains, his senior sister had not touched it at all. However, she insisted that he finish it. Li Xingtian naturally understood this request. After all, it was she who had caught the chicken, and it was only fitting that he consume what he had prepared. Initially, he had anticipated that the chicken, having met such a tragic end, would be exceedingly unpalatable. To his surprise, it tasted rather acceptable. Perhaps it was due to his experience with the coarse and potent healing elixirs from his master, but Li Xingtian found the chicken slightly gamey, a tad bland and somewhat tough. Nonetheless, the overall flavor was quite agreeable, certainly within the realm of edible. His senior sister, however, was less forgiving in her assessment, labeling the pot of chicken as the bathwater of a dead chicken. Yet, having established her foundation and capable of fasting, Li Xingtian was not overly concerned about her going hungry. After all, he had promised his master to take good care of her. He was not one to break his word. Although the notion of a junior disciple looking after a senior sister did seem a bit strange. Outside the crumbling temple, several powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy were felt. Li Xingtian stepped out, his gaze fixed on Li Yingling in the distance. At that moment, she wielded a wooden sword, skillfully controlling her powers to strike a large tree, with just the right amount of force. The tree fell decisively in response to the sword's energy. It must be said that his senior sister's ambition was commendable. She was not only building the cabin but also honing her skills. Moreover, she appeared to be making remarkable progress. One could not help but acknowledge that even in the Central Plains, her talent would be regarded as extraordinary. During their first encounter, it was evident that she had yet to master her abilities. Yet, in such a short span, she had begun to wield them with ease. With such innate talent, it was indeed plausible that their master had come from the Central Plains. But why was he so impoverished? Could it be that he, like Li Xingtian, had fled from a certain sect in the Central Plains? Nevertheless, Li Xingtian did not dwell on these thoughts, for at this moment, the Heavenly Tao Alliance was starting to resemble the sect he had envisioned. Although it currently consisted of merely 3 members, the master and the 2 disciples. Seemingly aware of his presence, his senior sister, having felled the tree, turned to face him, her gaze locking onto Li Xingtian. Despite his growing distrust of women throughout his life, he managed to offer a somewhat strained smile at the sight of the junior sister entrusted to him by his master. It was the very first day since his master had departed. Li Yingling rose early, her objective for the day being to neatly gather the timber required for the construction of the cottage. After all, sharing a roof with 2 men was something that the genteel Li Yingling found difficult to accept. Even though there were wooden blocks to provide some separation, it was manageable in emergencies. However, residing together on a daily basis was certainly out of the question. The conditions set forth by her master were swiftly agreed upon. To be frank, during her time spent with her master, it was rare for her to perceive the youthful and handsome visage before her as that of a mentor. Instead, he felt more akin to a close friend, as her master seldom assumed the role of an elder in her presence. On the rare occasions when she felt anger, he would even concede and apologize to her. It was indeed hard for Li Yingling, hailing from a scholarly family, to fathom that an elder would bow their head and admit fault to her. The masters depicted in the novels she had read were invariably portrayed as figures of immense authority, unwavering and stern, exerting absolute control over their disciples, issuing commands without divulging their reasoning. In stark contrast, her own master occasionally seemed like an unseasoned child, urging her to ponder her own dilemmas and arrive at her own conclusions. Even regarding the Water Sutra, she initially hesitated to practice, yet her master never expressed any dissatisfaction. Furthermore, Li Yingling perceived a hint of laziness in her master, as his cultivation level remained a mystery, and he had never disclosed it to her. However, as a foundational cultivator, she could easily forego sleep for a month, relying solely on her nocturnal training to restore her energy. It was evident that her master surpassed her in strength by a considerable margin. Yet, perhaps due to her association with such a master, Li Yingling had adopted his less admirable habits, finding herself indulging in a seemingly pointless slumber each night. Though she labeled it as meaningless, her master referred to sleep as a means of nurturing the spirit, espousing his own peculiar rationale. While this reasoning failed to convince Li Yingling, she nonetheless began to unconsciously adapt to her master's regimen. Perhaps witnessing her master lost in deep slumber while she toiled away at her cultivation stirred a sense of imbalance within her. Myriad thoughts flitted through her mind. Li Yingling struck down the tree before her. Her recent mastery of her abilities had begun to flourish, and she sensed a gaze upon her from behind. Turning around, she was met by her somewhat dim-witted junior disciple. Although she did not fully comprehend her master's rationale for accepting disciples, she held great respect for his decisions. However, when this junior disciple flashed her a somewhat silly grin, she could not help but wish to suggest to her master that a simple intelligence assessment be conducted during the next recruitment of disciples. Observing Li Xingtian's vacant smile, Li Yingling inquired, "Junior disciple, are you hungry?" "No, not hungry," Li Xingtian replied, somewhat awkwardly. Upon receiving his answer, Li Yingling furrowed her brows slightly. Having been regarded as a talented woman in the mundane world, she had never encountered individuals with lower intelligence. She was at a loss for how to properly interact with her intellectually challenged junior disciple, especially considering he had been cultivating for quite some time yet still lingered around the 4th level of Qi refinement. His natural talent was merely average, and his diligence and practice appeared lacking. As an elder sister, since her master was absent, it was incumbent upon her to guide him diligently. "Junior disciple, how is your internal injury? Have you recovered?" "Almost fully healed." "Very well. As the master is absent, today, senior sister shall diligently oversee your cultivation." Li Yingling patted the fallen tree beside her, instructing you to carefully manipulate it with your spiritual energy, transforming the timber into planks. This exercise would greatly enhance your control over your spiritual power. Li Xingtian felt somewhat speechless. After all, hard labor was simply hard labor, and there was no need to use control as an excuse. He recalled the master's admonition to take good care of his senior sister. "Yes, senior sister." Upon receiving Li Xingtian's response, Li Yingling did not linger, swiftly transforming into a beam of rainbow light and departing. Li Yingling was aware of the cultivation method practiced by Li Xingtian, which required a substantial amount of beast blood as sustenance, at the Qi refining stage. He naturally found it challenging to gather such a quantity of beast blood. Thus, as his senior sister, it was only fitting for her to assist her junior brother. He constructed a house for her, and in return, she would procure some blood sustenance for him. A fair exchange indeed. However, "Oh, master, do return swiftly. The meals prepared by my junior brother are utterly inedible. He savors even the water used to bathe the chicken with delight." Chapter 14. Celestial Being, wait. The Qingfeng sect spirit stone mine is situated in a remote mountain area. The scenery is quite delightful, surrounded by lush green mountains and clear waters, with numerous low-level spirit beasts wandering the forest. It remains uncertain whether the simple illusion formations surrounding the mine are intended to prevent miners from escaping or to ward off beastly incursions. For cultivators below the foundation establishment stage, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape the confines of the array that envelopes the mine. According to Li Xingchen, most of the miners here are cultivators of extremely poor aptitude. The Qingfeng sect recruits individuals from various remote villages, hidden corners of the world. Firstly, such individuals are unlikely to possess significant backgrounds, ensuring they do not attract the ire of formidable foes. Secondly, in these impoverished regions, even if one cannot return, they will not face scrutiny as long as one possesses a modicum of spiritual roots. No matter how mixed, they are accepted. They are then forcibly refined to the second or third layer of qi, refining through a drug bath that burns their potential, and subsequently cast into the mine to toil until death. Thus, the Qingfeng sect appears to don the facade of a righteous sect while engaging in the nefarious practices of wicked cultivators. After all, how could such undertakings be concealed from the sect leader and the higher-ups of Qingfeng sect? Li Xingchen cautiously avoided the areas patrolled by the cultivators at the main entrance. Scaling the cliff from a side path, he concealed his aura and quietly observed the situation in the mine below. Several simple wooden cabins were haphazardly arranged without any discernible order, but at the highest point stood a splendid edifice, where disciples clad in Qingfeng sect attire could be seen. Their numbers were few, 2 men and 1 woman. Without the aid of spiritual sense, their cultivation realms could not be discerned, suggesting that these Qingfeng sect disciples had achieved the foundation establishment stage. Once a cultivator attains this stage, they can effortlessly manipulate spiritual energy to conceal it within themselves, rendering it undetectable. Without spiritual sense, even the golden core stage remains imperceptible to the naked eye. At this moment, the daylight was prime for mining. The cave echoed with the sounds of vigorous excavation. Occasionally, ragged qi refining cultivators could be seen transporting rough spirit stones using rudimentary carts. The mining cultivators indeed possessed low cultivation levels, as their detected realms confirmed they were merely at the second or third layer of qi refining. Watching them transport cartloads of raw spirit stones to a processing shed, a few qi refining cultivators wielding hefty hammers were laboriously striking the rocks, separating the ore from the spirit stones. The Qingfeng sect disciples leaned against a railing, their expressions dripping with mockery as they observed the miners. Chu Xingchen's gaze swept across the surroundings, swiftly locking onto a large, warehouse-like structure. Strangely, there were no guards in sight. According to Li Xingchen, a golden core cultivator was likely stationed within. A direct assault would undoubtedly be unwise, as this place probably possessed means of communication with its sect. It was either a swift victory or a calculated lure. However, the purpose of this visit was merely to ascertain the situation, with no intention to take action. Chu Xingchen retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from his spatial ring. Quickly sketching a rough outline of the route and the building, he intended to return with this sketch to discuss the specifics with Li Xingchen to better understand the circumstances. Once he completed the sketch and tucked it back into his spatial ring, he was about to depart when someone encroached upon his vigilant spiritual awareness. A long sword materialized in Chu Xingchen's hand, and his consciousness swiftly scanned the intruder. To his surprise, the feedback revealed that the entity within his spiritual range was merely an unassuming mortal devoid of any cultivation. What was going on? Chu Xingchen concealed his aura and cautiously advanced towards the newcomer. Before long, he beheld the individual who had entered his spiritual perception. It was a petite, emaciated girl clad in tattered linen, her body caked in dirt and her long hair tangled and dry. Her face was grimy, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. Chu Xingchen observed her expression of utter confusion and slight panic as she glanced around frantically. He noted her struggles as she trudged in one direction, only to unwittingly circle back to her original position. Was she trapped in an illusory maze? Had she wandered in by mistake? Or was there something more to it? Choosing to utilize the system, Chu Xingchen examined her attribute panel. Ning Qianqian, cultivation, none, blue trait. Unyielding, blue trait, loyal and righteous, white trait. Clever, does not meet the criteria for apprenticeship. There were disciples of the Qingfeng sect patrolling the vicinity, and it seemed evident that this frail girl was not part of their group. She was most likely a fugitive from the mines. It appeared Li Xingchen had also been deceived by the Qingfeng sect into laboring in the mines. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen resolved to escort her away first, as she might divulge some valuable information. He donned a mask to conceal his face and extended his hand, effortlessly lifting the small girl before swiftly utilizing Earth Escape to depart. Great Immortal, Senior Immortal, Ning Qianqian cried tearfully, bound to a tree. I truly am just lost. As she spoke, she dared to glance up at her captor, who was wearing a menacing mask and gazing at her with cold eyes. Indeed, Something was amiss with the Qingfeng sect. Her father must have been deceived by that group of immortals. Chu Xingchen regarded Ning Qianqian with exasperation. Had she cooperated, he would not have needed to bind her to a tree. The girl was simply too unmanageable, spitting, throwing tantrums, and feigning madness. Had he not seen through her act, she would likely still be playing the fool. With a hint of annoyance, Chu Xingchen said, "Stop crying. I am not from the Qingfeng sect." Ning Qianqian continued to wail, "Great immortal, I know nothing of the Qingfeng sect. I am truly lost." Without further ado, Chu Xingchen retrieved a large flatbread from his spatial ring and, under Ning Qianqian's fearful gaze, stuffed it into her mouth. "You look like a mere stick. How long has it been since you last ate?" Fearful that the flatbread might possess some supernatural means, Ning Qianqian swiftly shook her head in refusal. However, when the tender crumbs of the bread met her mouth, after having endured several days of hunger, she promptly abandoned her struggle and voraciously devoured the large flatbread. After all, considering her predicament, it was unlikely she could escape the immortal before her. She resolved to die a satiated ghost. "Father! This foolish child! Unable to save you, and yet I must die first." Observing Ning Qianqian ravenously consuming the flatbread, Chu Xingchen silently retracted the rope and offered her a water flask. That moment, Ning Qianqian, feeling rather self-destructive, disregarded everything else and eagerly drank. The large flatbread was quickly consumed alongside the water. Subsequently, she gazed longingly at Chu Xingchen, who sighed, "You haven't eaten in a long time. You mustn't overindulge." However, Ning Qianqian clearly did not believe this, regarding the immortal with a look that suggested even the celestial being was stingy over a mere flatbread. Yet, Chu Xingchen offered no further explanation, instead continuing to inquire, "What brings you here? Are you someone who escaped from the mine?" Ning Qianqian timidly glanced at the masked man before her and hesitantly replied, "I doubt I truly got lost." Chu Xingchen scrutinized Ning Qianqian for a moment, then refrained from pressing further. Instead, he retrieved some silver coins and flatbread from his spatial ring, handing them to her while indicating a direction. "If you are unwilling to speak, I shall not pry. Head straight in that direction. There is a small town nearby. This place is perilous, so do not linger here." Ning Qianqian stared in astonishment at the items forcibly thrust into her arms, and then looked up to see Chu Xingchen silently turning to leave. Unable to contain herself, she called out, "Great immortal, wait." Chapter 15. Father has been deceived. In response to Ning Qianqian's cry, Chu Xingchen halted his steps. He slightly turned his head, his gaze resting on the conflicted expression of Ning Qianqian. Although she had called out to him, her wariness had not diminished. A delicate balance was necessary to draw out the truth from her. "What is it?" Chu Xingchen inquired, turning back to face her with a calm demeanor. Ning Qianqian appeared troubled yet cautiously asked, "Great immortal, which sect do you belong to?" Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen replied, "Zhongzhou, Wanfaxianmen." He felt no embarrassment in lying. After all, the girl before him had never shared any truth with him either. Deception was mutual. Especially since the frail girl's background remained unclear, he refrained from mentioning the formidable name of the Tiandao alliance, fearing it might frighten her. Ning Qianqian displayed a look of awe, as if she had long admired that name. Yet, as a mere mortal who had never stepped into the realm of cultivation, she knew nothing of Zhongzhou. To describe this world as boundless would be an exaggeration, but it was indeed vast. Even the smallest border nations spanned thousands of miles. The southern Zhongzhou was already a grand domain, and although the Qingfeng sect resided in a remote area, it was still quite renowned here. As for the convergence of spiritual veins in southern Zhongzhou, it was a place teeming with numerous sections. Zhongzhou, to her, felt as distant as the heavens. Were it not for the instructions given by Ning Qianqian's father to seek out the Qingfeng sect, she, hailing from a humble farming family, would have remained oblivious to the very name of Qingfeng sect. Her inquiry was merely an attempt to subtly convey to the masked man before her that she was not as ignorant as she appeared. There was no need to attempt to deceive her. Although it might prove futile, it was certainly better than doing nothing, was it not? However, Zhongzhou, as her father had spoken of, was a legendary sanctum for immortal cultivation. Moreover, the name Wanfaxianmen indeed exuded an air of formidable prestige. Wanfaxianmen, and then there was Qingfeng sect. The superiority or inferiority of each was quite apparent at first glance. Furthermore, Wanfaxianmen sounded distinctly like a prominent and righteous sect. Yet, it was said that when dealing with such esteemed sects, one must first learn the art of eliciting sympathy. Only by invoking the pity of these powerful beings would they extend a helping hand, much like beggars on the streets. Although Ning Qianqian was reluctant to engage in such behavior, as her father had said it would bring shame upon their ancestors, she pondered that the choice between dishonoring her lineage and losing her life would likely lead her father to choose the former. After all, she would undoubtedly make the same choice. especially considering that her own abilities were insufficient to rescue her father. At this moment, she could only take a gamble. Ning Qianqian steadied her emotions from the past few days, and tears suddenly streamed down her face as she recalled the expressions of beggars she had encountered. Taking a moment to reference them, then, with a hint of tragic resolve, she spoke. "Great immortal, are you aware that this Qingfeng sect?" Her voice caught in her throat, and she let out a heart-wrenching wail. Yet, in response to Ning Qianqian's self-pitying lament, the face behind Chu Xingchen's mask twitched involuntarily. For at that moment, Ning Qianqian's expression had twisted into a contorted semblance, her intermittent sobs resembling a grotesque dance, showcasing an exaggerated performance. Moreover, her weeping appeared replete with theatrical embellishments, particularly when she scrutinized her surroundings with her eyes, exuding an air akin to that of a cunning thief. Mucus and tears mingled on her grimy visage. Perhaps she believed herself to be an object of pity. Did this child not realize the inadequacy of her acting skills? Who could cry in such an abstract manner? Nevertheless, given that Ning Qianqian had chosen this path, should he not play along? Suppressing his urge to critique, Chu Xingchen took a deep breath and asked, in a tone of astonishment and confusion, "What happened to them?" Ning Qianqian let out a mournful wail and began to spill her story like a torrent. "I live with my father in Ninjiatin. My mother passed away early due to poor health, and my father worked tirelessly to raise me. This year, our village suffered a calamity, and we can scarcely manage a meal every 2 days. At this juncture, individuals from the Qingfeng sect arrived, deceiving my father into pursuing immortality. They promised that once he became an immortal, he would have everything he desired. My father, in his naivety, believed their words to be true. He only asked them for food for me before departing with them. Thus, my father abandoned me, and many of my brothers were also deceived and taken away." Chu Xingchen gazed at the dirty, emaciated Ning Qianqian and let out a soft sigh. Her father was not foolish. Perhaps he merely wished to leave a glimmer of hope for his daughter. "How did you come to know that they were frauds?" Upon hearing the question, Ning Qianqian hastily retrieved a tightly wrapped bundle from her tattered, hole-ridden clothing, her trembling hands quickly unwrapping the cloth. The package contained not a precious treasure, but rather a handful of dry yellow earth. Chu Xingchen gazed at the clump of yellow soil, a slight frown creasing his brow. Ning Qianqian, her trembling hands cradling the yellow earth, seemed to reveal genuine emotion, her expression steeped in sorrow. Not long after that group of immortals departed, all the food they left behind turned to dust. Auntie next door and Nyozi consumed the white buns given by the immortals, only to be suffocated by this yellow earth shortly thereafter. Many people perished in our village. Father was deceived, and so was my brother. They were never meant to cultivate immortality. Those from the Qingfeng sect are not virtuous beings, and they too will meet their demise. I am left with only father. He may forsake me, but I cannot abandon him. I must show this to father. Only then will he believe me." Chu Xingchen remained silent, merely extending his hand to pinch the yellow earth before him, which still bore traces of lingering spiritual energy. To his surprise, the Qingfeng sect was so heartless as to withhold even life-sustaining sustenance. Faced with Ning Qianqian's hopeful gaze, Chu Xingchen felt a twinge of helplessness. At this moment, if he were to say he could effortlessly slip away with a few spirit stones from the mine, it would not be an unreasonable thought. However, rescuing someone with the backing of a golden core master and the Qingfeng sect was far from simple. It was likely he could not ensure the safety of a mere mortal. Yet, nothing is absolute. Blindly acting would lead inevitably to failure. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen looked earnestly at the frail little girl before him. She wore no proper shoes, only a few vines bound around her feet, stained with the dried, dark red traces of blood. Ning Qianqian's face was smeared with dirt from her hardships, her delicate frame appearing as though it could topple with a gust of wind. The mountains were treacherous and rugged, riddled with cliffs, and he could only imagine the trials she had endured to arrive at this point, not to mention the lurking beasts in these wildernesses. Addressing Ning Qianqian with sincerity, he said, "The matter of rescuing your father cannot be rushed. I must first return and devise a plan. Are you willing to come with me now?" After all, Chu Xingchen still had a need for spirit stones, and with a well-crafted plan, he should be able to rescue Ning Qianqian's father as well. Ning Qianqian hesitated slightly upon hearing this. She wished to remain here in the hope of finding her father again, despite knowing the chances were slim. Yet, she could not bear to miss even that faint possibility. "Can I wait for you here?" Before she could finish, Chu Xingchen raised his hand to interrupt. "You are not foolish. You must understand that staying behind may not be in your father's best interest." Ning Qianqian fell into a brief silence before nodding, her voice pleading. "Then if you no longer wish to save my father, could you at least bring me back here? The path I tread is not as easy as that of the great immortals. I find it rather arduous." Chu Xingchen lowered his gaze to the little girl, who now seemed stripped of all pretense, her eyes filled with an endless plea. Chapter 16. Even amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, one remains a righteous sect. Chu Xingchen, bearing Ning Qianqian, frantically burrowed through the earth, not sparing his spiritual energy, but rather intent on hastening their return to the dilapidated temple. Nevertheless, as an unrefined mortal, her speed was inevitably hindered. Particularly, Ning Qianqian's resistance to the earth escape technique at the golden core level was alarmingly feeble, necessitating frequent pauses for rest. After all, her own constitution was far from robust. She was malnourished and emaciated. After a day of arduous travel, they were but a single earth escape distance from the dilapidated temple. At that moment, Ning Qianqian leaned against a grand tree, nibbling on a flatbread. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen stood nearby, eyes closed and vigilant, extending his consciousness outward. Once Ning Qianqian finished her flatbread, she took a couple of shallow sips of water. During their earlier rest, she had posed numerous questions, inquiring about Chu Xingchen's destination, intentions, and whom he sought. Chu Xingchen had patiently responded, revealing no secrets, explaining that he was on a quest to find his disciple in order to discuss their plans. Along the journey, Ning Qianqian occasionally asked about matters pertaining to the realm of cultivation. Though her understanding remained somewhat superficial, she endeavored to imagine based on her limited comprehension. Observing the meditative Chu Xingchen, she stuffed the remaining crumbs into her mouth and, with a hint of incredulity, asked, "Master, is the Qingfeng sect truly a prestigious orthodox sect in your world?" According to the reputation of nearby sects, it was indeed perceived as such. Chu Xingchen kept his eyes shut, explaining that they accepted commissions from the government to exterminate demons and that they concealed their misdeeds quite adeptly. At least, he had never heard of any prior transgressions. Ning Qianqian grasped this reasoning. After all, she was merely inexperienced, not foolish. Yet, upon hearing his response, memories of her father's departure resurfaced, leaving her somewhat despondent. She lifted her gaze and asked, "Then, Master, does your sect engage in such activities as well?" In response to her inquiry, Chu Xingchen could not help but open his eyes, retorting with mild annoyance, "If we were to engage in such matters, I would not have taken the soft-hearted approach of bringing you along." Despite Ning Qianqian's incessant barrage of questions, Chu Xingchen displayed remarkable patience. After all, once he successfully rescued her father, it was likely he would never encounter this girl again. Hearing his answer, Ning Qianqian nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in his words. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. In truth, Ning Qianqian was not particularly loquacious. She simply sought to alleviate her anxiety through conversation. Chu Xingchen, keenly perceptive, noted her unease, especially given her youthful appearance and stature. It was only natural for her to feel apprehensive when confronted with matters beyond her grasp, particularly as, in her world, immortals belong to a realm entirely apart. Chu Xingchen took the initiative to speak. "As for my sect, without delving into specifics, our actions are undeniably aboveboard, and we do not partake in deeds that incite public wrath." The cultivation world referred to their sect as the leaders of the righteous path. After all, boasting was not a crime, especially when addressing someone as unversed as Ning Qianqian, who could hardly discern truth from fiction. Regardless of her sincerity, her expressions of admiration and yearning were unmistakable. "Then, Master, your disciples must surely be exemplary individuals, correct?" Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen nodded proudly, declaring, "My eldest disciple is a prodigy of cultivation, exceedingly kind-hearted, caring towards fellow disciples, and deeply respectful of his teachers. My second disciple is truly remarkable. Despite traversing the mundane world, he has managed to retain his original intentions. He is a devoted and principled apprentice, one whose word is as valuable as gold, and he exhibits profound respect for his mentors and the teachings of the path. Moreover, they cultivate the righteous and illustrious way of the immortals, adhering strictly to the orthodox principles and never straying into dubious practices. It can only be said that our sect embodies the essence of righteousness and integrity." Ning Qianqian, once again, enthusiastically uttered a few pleasantries, engaging in light conversation before taking a moment to rest. The two then resumed their journey homeward. After approximately half an hour of earth evasion, they were nearing the vicinity of the dilapidated temple. However, Chu Xingchen did not return directly. Instead, he guided Ning Qianqian back to the surface nearby. A potent stench of blood wafted towards them from the direction of the temple. Chu Xingchen's expression darkened. Could it be that they had encountered misfortune? Yet, the teleportation talisman had not been activated, which was puzzling given the intensity of the blood odor. It undoubtedly indicated a fierce battle rather than a mere instant slaughter, in which case the talisman should have been triggered. Ning Qianqian, lacking any cultivation, was oblivious to the sinister scent ahead, yet she cautiously glanced at Chu Xingchen. Though unaware of the situation, she understood the necessity of maintaining silence at this moment and refrained from speaking further. Chu Xingchen's consciousness swiftly probed towards the temple, soon detecting two familiar auras within, both of which were lively and animated. What, then, could explain the bloody scent? Had these two disciples engaged in yet another reckless escapade? Li Xingtian, being a person reborn, should not be indulging in foolish antics alongside Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen reassured Ning Qianqian, "It's nothing. My two disciples are merely being a bit mischievous." Ning Qianqian nodded in response. The remaining distance was now quite short. Chu Xingchen opted not to continue burrowing through the earth, but instead harnessed spiritual energy to carry Ning Qianqian into the skies. The sensation of flight was exhilarating for Ning Qianqian. Prompting an involuntary exclamation of awe, she quickly adapted to the liberating experience, finding herself increasingly at ease in the air. A subtle smile graced her previously stoic features, a natural expression of humanity's yearning for freedom. This flight unknowingly alleviated much of the pressure that had weighed upon her heart. However, upon catching sight of the dilapidated temple, especially as Chu Xingchen headed straight towards it, Ning Qianqian's smile faded entirely. The temple appeared weathered and dilapidated, exuding an ominous aura. Yet, it was not merely the gloomy atmosphere that instilled fear within her. Rather, it was the multitude of bloodied remnants strewn about the entrance. Nearly carpeting the ground, a grim array of skeletal remains, interspersed with chunks of flesh still clinging to them, lay scattered about, alongside the heads of various unidentified creatures carelessly discarded. The assortment was varied. There were bears, tigers, and wild wolves, as well as a fair share of rabbit and wild chicken heads, forming a grotesque mound. The sight was truly horrific. The heavy stench of blood now filled Ning Qianqian's nostrils, causing her stomach to churn and a wave of nausea to wash over her. Even more terrifying was the flickering of dark red energy emanating from within the temple, creating an eerie spectacle. It was unmistakably a scene of demonic beasts residing there, devouring humans and cultivating their power. Ning Qianqian swallowed hard, timidly inquiring, "Mighty, great immortal, are you planning to vanquish demons and eliminate evil?" After all, at this very moment, this is the only explanation for the great immortal's direct flight to that perilous dilapidated temple. However, Chu Xingchen's response nearly caused Ning Qianqian to choke. "Ah? What are you talking about vanquishing demons? We have arrived." Chapter 17. As long as we devise a meticulous plan. What nonsense about righteous and honorable sections which leader of the righteous path resides in a place littered with bones. The stench of blood has yet to dissipate. Ning Qianqian felt utterly deceived. Not a single one among these cultivators could be deemed virtuous. Their words were all lies. "It's over. I'm going to be taken by the evil cultivators for their nefarious practices." At this moment, Chu Xingchen was too irked to notice the pallor of the young lady beside him, for he too was feeling indignant. When they had set out, the scenery had been lush and the air pristine. Upon returning home, it felt akin to a den of demons. At the entrance of the dilapidated temple, after setting down the silent Ning Qianqian, Chu Xingchen bellowed, "What are you two little rascals up to?" Inside the temple, Li Yingling was the first to rush out, her face alight with excitement as she lunged towards her master. "Master, you have finally returned." Before Chu Xingchen could voice his questions, Li Xingtian, bloodied and with eyes ablaze with an unfathomable killing intent, emerged from within the temple, dragging along the head of a tiger. His first words upon seeing Chu Xingchen bore a tone of lament. "Master, you have finally returned." Pushing aside the overzealous Li Yingling, Chu Xingchen gestured towards the gruesome sight of animal heads, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" Li Yingling, understanding her master's ire, promptly pointed fingers elsewhere, exclaiming, "This is all the doing of Junior Brother's cultivation." Standing nearby, trembling and still holding on to a glimmer of hope, Ning Qianqian felt her heart sink upon hearing this. Although she was unfamiliar with the world of cultivation, surely such a prestigious sect would not engage in such bloody practices, right? Turning her gaze towards the ghastly display of heads, she couldn't shake the chilling thought that her own might soon adorn the same macabre showcase. Chu Xingchen's gaze shifted to Li Xingtian, who was still clutching the tiger's head, his eyes filled with stern inquiry in the face of his master's piercing gaze. Li Xingtian silently redirected his attention to his senior sister, caught in a quandary over who should bear the blame. Most of the animals had indeed been captured by his senior sister, and given the current gruesome state, theoretically, she bore a greater share of the responsibility. After all, Li Xingtian had initially intended to find a more remote spot to bury the remains. This sight was indeed horrifying, and the odor was unbearable. Yet, his senior sister insisted it was too troublesome and suggested that they wait until they had accumulated a greater number to bury them all at once. Li Xingtian felt that this was only because his senior sister's dwelling was sheltered from the wind. She could not detect the foul stench of blood at night, which was why she made such claims. However, this was ultimately a minor issue, and Li Xingtian had acquiesced, becoming so engrossed in his own cultivation that he had failed to notice the accumulating corpses outside. Upon witnessing this scene, it was hardly surprising that his master was enraged. Yet, as his senior sister had pointed out, the root of this situation indeed lay with his own cultivation practices. Thus, Li Xingtian could only lower his head in acknowledgement of his fault. Apologies, master, I have recently become somewhat distracted by my training. I shall attend to it immediately. Li Yingling cast a glance at Li Xingtian, who was engaged in the task of dealing with the animal remains, before shifting her gaze to the fragile figure of Ning Qianqian beside her master. She noted with concern how thin and small the girl appeared, her complexion unnaturally pale, and her delicate hands trembling incessantly. It seemed she was even more fragile than the second junior brother. Master, is this your new disciple? No, it is merely a consequence of the actions of Qingfeng's sect. Chu Xingchen sighed softly, then raised his hand to signal Ning Qianqian to accompany him into the dilapidated temple. Faced with the invitation, Ning Qianqian hesitated and timidly replied, I can just stand at the entrance. At that moment, seeing Ning Qianqian's pallor, Chu Xingchen understood that she was likely frightened by the gruesome scene before her, and he quickly reassured her, Do not worry, we truly are a reputable sect and not practitioners of any dark arts. It is just that my second disciple needed to solidify his foundation before advancing in his cultivation, and thus he has been utilizing the blood of wild beasts. Upon hearing this, Ning Qianqian's gaze returned to the pile of skulls, and indeed, there were no severed heads, allowing her inner tension to ease slightly as she followed Chu Xingchen into the temple. Inside, the temple was surprisingly tidy, devoid of the hellish imagery she had anticipated. The floor was simply clean, without any accumulation of heads or scenes of carnage, only two small wooden beds, modest yet immaculate. There were two iron pots, one large and one small. The larger pot contained a simmering pool of crimson blood, while the smaller pot was pristine. Li Yingling soon followed, entering the temple as well. Since they had begun practicing that peculiar technique, Li Yingling and Li Xingtian had nearly hunted every animal within reach. After all, Tenli Slope was not a convergence point for spiritual veins, lacking any extraordinary or spiritual beasts, forcing them to resort to the most ordinary creatures for their training. The efficiency was low, necessitating sheer quantity instead. Master, how goes the situation over there? Li Yingling inquired, pouring a cup of water from a kettle on the nearby table and offering it to her master. Chu Xingchen shook his head slightly. The situation is manageable, though Qingfeng's sect has indeed gone a bit too far. How so? Li Yingling asked, puzzled. Chu Xingchen briefly explained Ning Qianqian's circumstances, then recounted his experiences at the mine. After hearing the full account, Li Yingling nodded with a calm demeanor. A noblewoman from an esteemed family. She had heard tales of such merciless acts since childhood, and it was likely her own family had engaged in similar deeds. However, this did not mean she condoned such actions. Often, she felt powerless in the face of them. As a daughter born of a secondary wife, her status within her original family was only marginally better than that of a servant. Otherwise, her father would not have arranged for her to marry a fool. She cast a sympathetic glance at the silently downcast Ning Qianqian and offered her comfort. We will do our utmost to assist you. Do not worry. Ning Qianqian nodded quietly, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Li Yingling. Thank you, sister. Chu Xingchen said little more, signaling with his eyes for Li Yingling to continue comforting Ning Qianqian, knowing that such matters might resonate more with a woman. Upon exiting the dilapidated temple, Chu Xingchen observed Li Xingtian handling the transportation of the animal remains and, without further ado, approached to lend a hand. In truth, the number of bones was not particularly great. It was merely that the majority of the animals were of considerable size, which gave the appearance of abundance when laid out. Chu Xingchen gently raised his hand and cast a ball of flame, incinerating the collection of bones into ashes. Subsequently, he waved his hand, sending the ashes scattering far away. Once this task was completed, Chu Xingchen did not linger in conversation. Instead, he produced a simple topographical map of the mining site that he had drawn and handed it to Li Xingtian. If we intend to rescue someone at the mining site, will it be a challenging endeavor? Li Xingtian's gaze swept over the map as he responded. If Master possesses the cultivation level of the transformation stage, it would be quite manageable. Chu Xingchen remained silent. Li Xingtian cleared his throat and added, If it is regarding the nascent soul stage, a swift resolution is also possible. As for me, I can currently only exert the power equivalent to that of the immaculate golden core level. He carefully rolled up the map once more, not inquiring further nor exhibiting any hesitation, and earnestly stated, As long as the plan is well structured and detailed, it should not prove to be excessively difficult. Chapter 18. Who truly holds good fortune within the ruins? Li Xingtian diligently practiced, adhering to his personal strategy to expedite his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. According to the system's notifications, his current cultivation level stood at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. He estimated that it would take him another 2 days. Meanwhile, Li Yingling and Ning Qianqian were enjoying bowls of chicken soup. At this moment, Even if Li Yingling were to make a last-minute effort, she could not expect a significant improvement akin to that of the qi refinement stage. Previously, she was merely a gifted cultivator, not a reincarnated powerhouse. As for Ning Qianqian, she could not even meet the requirements for apprenticeship, and it was likely her aptitude was lacking. Thus, it was more practical for her to simply drink more chicken soup to nourish herself. Currently, she was at the mid-stage of the immaculate golden core level, and once Li Xingtian achieved foundation establishment, she should advance to the late stage of the golden core level. Therefore, within this sect, the individual exerting the greatest effort was undoubtedly Li Xingtian. As long as he reached foundation establishment, the sect's strength would experience a qualitative leap. Moreover, Chu Xingchen had naturally gathered some intelligence regarding Qingfeng's sect. Within the sect resided a supreme elder at the nascent soul level. Even if he were to cause trouble, it was uncertain whether this supreme elder would intervene. However, after spending several years navigating this world, Chu Xingchen understood the importance of preparing for the worst-case scenario and refraining from fostering overly optimistic expectations regarding his plans. For it was certain that circumstances would invariably unfold towards the most adverse outcomes. Thus, Chu Xingchen deliberately reminded Li Xingtian to arrange their plans with the worst outcomes in mind, and even if they were unable to rescue anyone, they must ensure their own safe retreat. After all, rescuing others was merely a side quest. Chu Xingchen was not benevolent enough to risk the life of his own disciple for a stranger. However, speaking of misfortune, Chu Xingchen's gaze turned towards Li Yingling, who was sipping her chicken soup. His eldest disciple possessed the attribute of fortune, yet after spending considerable time with her, he had not observed any remarkable strokes of luck or seen her stumble upon ancient treasures while walking. Even hunting a wild chicken seemed to turn into an ordeal as if she were beset by misfortunes. Could it be that his own ill fortune had neutralized her luck? Perceiving her master's gaze upon her, Li Yingling set down her bowl and looked back at him with a puzzled expression. Yingling, how do you perceive your luck? Chu Xingchen inquired with a smile. Li Yingling tilted her head slightly. Reflecting for a moment before responding, it's all right, I suppose. Since there was nothing pressing at the moment, she thought it would be interesting to see just how all right her master's disciple considered her fortune to be. Chu Xingchen retrieved 2 dice cups from his spatial ring. When it comes to luck, nothing is more straightforward than this contraption. He handed one of the cups to Li Yingling and inquired, care for a game? Let's compare our roles. I'm not very skilled, there shouldn't be any punishment for losing, right? Li Yingling shook the dice cup cautiously, her eyes flickering with wariness. Pulling a half-burned twig from the fire, Chu Xingchen waved the charred end before her. If you lose, you'll have to draw a line. These words, Li Yingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Being still in her youthful phase, she naturally found such activities delightful. However, she prudently ensured that both their cups and dice were legitimate, to confirm that her master had not resorted to any deceit. The contest between master and disciple commenced swiftly, as Li Yingling vigorously shook her cup. She mumbled softly, an incantation of sorts perhaps. With a forceful motion, she slammed the cup onto the dining table before her. Her gaze turned sharp as she fixed it upon Chu Xingchen, exuding an air of certainty. On the surface, Chu Xingchen appeared unperturbed, yet internally he was filled with trepidation, for he truly had not cheated. After meticulously shaking his cup, both unveiled their results simultaneously. Li Yingling rolled 3 dice, yielding a 6. 6 and 5. Chu Xingchen, however, revealed a triumphant 6, 6 and 6. Master, did you use spiritual power to cheat? Li Yingling exclaimed, her expression one of incredulity. I did not cheat, Chu Xingchen replied, equally astonished. How could it be that Li Yingling, blessed with the trait of good fortune, had lost to him in a game of dice? Yet, as Li Yingling's skeptical gaze lingered, Chu Xingchen suggested, then let Ning Qianqian give it a try. Ning Qianqian, who had been savoring her soup, set down her bowl and cautiously glanced at the dice cup. I don't know how to play. Li Yingling promptly handed the cup to Ning Qianqian, having lost her courage to allow her master to shake again. Just give it a casual shake. Ning Qianqian looked up at Chu Xingchen, and upon receiving a nod of approval, she nonchalantly shook the cup and placed it on the table. Li Yingling's confidence surged. As long as her master did not cheat, her luck should surely paint his face a deep shade of black. The previous loss was merely a display of her modesty. Ever since childhood, she had never lost in games tied to luck. Growing up, she had accumulated quite a few small silver coins from such games, causing the other children of noble birth to evade her presence. With newfound courage, Li Yingling declared, that first round doesn't count. Now we're really starting. Approximately 10 minutes later, a despondent Li Yingling sat in her chair, her face obscured in soot, as if contemplating the meaning of life. For a full 10 minutes, she had not won a single round. Even when she managed to roll 3 sixes, Ning Qianqian's casual shake would yield the same result. Initially suspecting her master of foul play, she found no change even after switching cups. This was her first experience of such a dismal defeat, and judging by her master's expression, he too appeared innocent of any wrongdoing. Why now? Several twigs had been used to draw on her face, carelessly discarded by Chu Xingchen. Without a single mark on his visage, he regarded Li Yingling with a look of utter confusion. Could it be that Li Yingling's luck attribute is merely a fabrication? How could it possibly lead to her not winning a single game? Chu Xingchen's gaze shifted towards Ning Qianqian, who also lacked any luck enhancement in her attribute panel. Could it be that her fortune overshadowed Li Yingling's? Yet, recalling the events that transpired upon her arrival in this world, Chu Xingchen quickly dismissed such thoughts. During that time, her misfortune was such that even a sip of cool water could lead to calamity. This good fortune must have been triggered under different circumstances, perhaps. With a darkened expression, Li Yingling rose to her feet, her gaze hauntingly directed towards her master. It wasn't that Li Yingling couldn't bear to lose. Rather, it was the frustration of defeat that troubled her. Master, I shall retire to my own quarters for the night. Over the past few days, Li Yingling had nearly finished setting up her small room, located in a sheltered spot behind the dilapidated temple, quite close to it as well. Chu Xingchen waved farewell to her. Ning Qianqian, still holding the dice cup, cautiously inquired, Master, did you truly cheat? Absolutely not, Chu Xingchen replied, casting a glance in her direction before gesturing towards the bed where Li Yingling had initially rested. Which bed will you be sleeping in tonight? The partitioned wooden boards remained in place. It was likely that the bed previously occupied by Li Xingtian was indeed this one. Given that Li Xingtian had been intensively training recently, it would be best not to sleep here, or perhaps to continue resting in the back. After all, it would be unbecoming for a master to sleep in the rear. Ning Qianqian remained silent, merely placing the dice cup back on the table before obediently returning to the partitioned bed as instructed. Once Chu Xingchen had gathered her belongings, she lay back on her own bed, closing her eyes to recuperate. Chapter 19. In truth, the pills need not be consumed by us. It must be said that the enhancement of Li Xingtian's physique following the refinement of the millennium-old bone jade was indeed remarkable. Coupled with a cultivation technique that aligned perfectly with his abilities, Li Xingtian's progress in the qi refinement stage now rivaled that of Li Yingling, who possessed the talent attribute for cultivation. After several days of intensified training, Li Xingtian was finally on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, he sat cross-legged, a refined blood food, resembling a sticky, dark red mass, placed before him. Once he achieved the foundation establishment stage, he would no longer need to go through the trouble of capturing blood food. Instead, the focus would shift to refining his own flesh and blood. Thus, while this technique may seem cumbersome, it was primarily the qi refinement stage that posed the most challenges. Chu Xingchen, with a twinge of reluctance, retrieved all the remaining spirit stones from her spatial ring and constructed a simple spirit gathering array for Li Xingtian, ensuring he would have ample spiritual energy to successfully break through to the foundation establishment realm. This was indeed all the spirit stones she could muster. It felt as though her disciple had thoroughly drained her resources. It seemed unlikely that any sect in the world could be poorer than her own. Within the dilapidated temple, Li Yingling stood by a small pot, boiling water, her expression somewhat peculiar, as if anticipating something. Ning Qianqian had already changed into Li Yingling's attire, a light blue patterned skirt that, while slightly oversized, was at least clean and far from the tattered hemp garments she had previously worn. Due to her mild obsession with cleanliness, Li Yingling had subjected Ning Qianqian to a thorough scrubbing. The sounds of water cascading from the small room had persisted from morning until noon, occasionally interrupted by Ning Qianqian's piercing cries, suggesting that Li Yingling had been rather vigorous in her efforts. The effects are indeed remarkable. At the very least, Ning Qianqian no longer resembles a refugee. Clad in this ensemble, she exudes the striking impression of a child from the slums donning royal attire. However, as she dons this outfit, Ning Qianqian finds herself somewhat unaccustomed to it, carefully manipulating the sleeves, which are a tad too large for her, to prevent them from touching the ground and becoming soiled. Despite Li Yingling's repeated assurances that it doesn't matter, the expression of Li Xingtian, on the verge of breaking through the foundation stage, is far from placid. He gazes heavily at Li Yingling and the pot of water that has begun to boil. Taking a deep breath, he turns to Chu Xingchen, speaking with earnest gravity. Master, I am confident that I can manage without those pills. Good medicine is often unpalatable. As Chu Xingchen positions the final spirit stone, a multitude of stones begins to emit a radiant glow. Rest assured, I am aware that the flavor of my concoction is somewhat amiss. This time, you need not worry. I have thoroughly researched which seasoning can render the pills extraordinarily delectable. Master, are you certain you are referring to the pills and not the remnants of a chicken leg devoured by senior sister? Chu Xingchen retrieves the remaining, albeit scarce, quality spiritual herbs from his spatial ring, enough to barely concoct one batch. You may doubt my alchemical skills, but you cannot question my culinary prowess, my dear disciple. Recalling his master's culinary capabilities, Li Xingchen finds some semblance of persuasion in those words, turning his gaze towards his master, hopeful that he will deliver on his promise. As he speaks, Li Xingchen observes his master employing the same old alchemical techniques, and with the bubbling of the green liquid, he feels his complexion subtly shift to match its hue. What change could there be, however, as the elixir nears completion? Chu Xingchen swiftly extracts honey and pre-cooked flour from his spatial ring, mixing them with some peculiar seasonings. After amalgamating the flour with honey, he carefully immerses it in the medicinal liquid to absorb its essence in no time. The flour absorbs the scant liquid, and a verdant pill materializes in Chu Xingchen's hand. He shakes the pill, finding it surprisingly firm, devoid of any disintegration. Excellent! This marks a new milestone in alchemy. It is indeed possible to forge flawless pills using a mere pot. With a sense of accomplishment, Chu Xingchen presents the green pill to Li Xingchen. Here, do taste its flavor. Gazing at the pill before him, Li Xingchen must admit that while its solid form may render it slightly more palatable, the vivid green hue undeniably resembles a toxic substance rather than a legitimate medicinal pill. With a silent sigh, he dismisses the trivial concern of its toxicity, focusing instead on whether it will be so unpalatable as to be unbearable. Confronted by his master's encouraging gaze, Li Xingchen steeled himself and decisively swallowed the concoction. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of his senior sister's scrutinizing stare. As for the flavor upon entry, Li Xingchen exclaimed inwardly, "Damn it!" Indeed, alchemy and culinary arts share not a single commonality, especially with the addition of this outrageous flour. Perhaps it's the honey's influence, but this flour has lodged itself in my throat, especially with the horrifying scent of the cursed potion, or rather, it was not merely the scent, but the intense repulsion emanating from the body, a torment far more excruciating than swallowing the liquid itself, akin to torture. Li Xingchen strained his voice, hoarsely exclaiming, "Water! Master! I need water!" Beside him, Ning Qianqian swiftly lifted a cup and handed it to the struggling Li Xingchen. He hurriedly drank a few sips, swallowing the sticky mass lodged in his throat. After catching his breath, Li Xingchen said nothing more. Despite the dreadful taste, the potion's effect was remarkably swift. He quickly entered a meditative state. Absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, it seemed that this experimental subject was not yielding the desired results. Was the flavor insufficiently masked? Chu Xingchen pondered slightly, then turned his gaze towards Li Yingling, who appeared relieved. Li Yingling hastily shook her head, indicating, "Master, perhaps it's better if the junior brother tries such fine substances first. After all, you are his senior sister." Chu Xingchen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Li Yingling, with a look of grievance, implored, "Master, if you wish for me to perish, you could simply say so." Li Xingtian's breakthrough proceeded rather smoothly, as the spiritual stones ceased their dazzling luminescence and the sun dipped in the west. The spiritual energy that had previously radiated from him condensed within his body. He slightly opened his eyes, his breath more restrained, and his gaze sparkled with brilliance. The breakthrough was exceptionally smooth, encountering almost no obstacles. The efficacy of the master's elixir was commendable, especially when paired with a cultivation technique that resonated with him. The experience was even more seamless than his previous life's foundation establishment, aptly described as flowing like water. While Chu Xingchen was grilling meat for his esteemed disciple, he sensed Li Xingtian's awakening and cast a glance at him, asking, "How do you feel?" Li Xingtian nodded affirmatively. "Very well, I meant the elixir I concocted. Also very good, but master, if possible, please refrain from concocting it again." Li Xingtian spoke earnestly, adding, "If it must be brewed, I believe it could serve well for severe interrogations, rather than being consumed by me or my senior sister." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's eyes brightened, and she raised her skewer in agreement, exclaiming, "Yes, I think the second junior brother is absolutely right." Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen's large hand came down upon Li Yingling's small head. After establishing his foundation, Li Xingtian was already capable of abstaining from food, yet he still walked over to pick up a skewer to eat. He glanced at Ning Qianqian and then stated, "Master, the plan can commence." Chapter 20. Something is amiss at this mine. Around the Qingfeng sect's spiritual mine, the master and disciple lay quietly in wait. Li Yingling cautiously lifted her gaze, observing the situation below. Her eyes fixed intently on her second junior brother, expressing her concerns. "Master, is this too risky for the second junior brother? Theoretically, you are in more peril than he is." At this, Li Yingling looked at her master with a hint of confusion. Chu Xingchen had his reasons for saying so. Possessing talismans capable of withstanding golden core attacks, Li Xingtian was currently equipped with them, along with 2 teleportation talismans, if trouble were to arise. The one to escape the fastest would undoubtedly be Li Xingchen. Thus, when assessing danger levels, it was Li Yingling who was comparatively more at risk. Meanwhile, Li Xingchen was disguising himself as a miner, blending into the mine. Just as Li Xingchen had surmised, the core disciples of the Qingfeng sect would hardly take the time to meticulously compare the minor fluctuations in the ant-like miners within the quarry. Having indeed spent several years excavating here, Li Xingchen navigated the terrain with ease, his disguise proving quite effective. At this moment, he pushed the cart, his gaze sweeping over all passers-by in search of Ning Qianchen's father. Within the dilapidated temple, Chu Xingchen had already sketched a portrait of Ning Qianchen's father based on her description, achieving a level of realism that had garnered Ning Qianchen's approval. Thus, as long as her father remained alive within the mine, the likelihood of encountering someone unrecognizable was virtually non-existent. Chu Xingchen felt a slight relaxation. It appeared that the contingency plan would remain unnecessary for the time being. Now, all that was needed was to await Li Xingtian's signal. With no cultivation to speak of, Ning Qianqian was deemed a liability, potentially needing attention and care, making it far more prudent for her to remain within the temple. Consequently, only the three of them would partake in this endeavor. Li Xingtian, serving as the observer, would meticulously scrutinize the mine while simultaneously seeking out Ning Qianqian's father. Chu Xingchen, as the assailant, would ultimately strike at the spirit stone repository guarded by the golden core, drawing the attention of all to provide cover for his disciples' retreat. Li Yingling would serve as a backup. Should any extraordinary circumstances arise, she would step in to support. Moreover, if everything proceeded smoothly, Li Xingtian had devised an ultimate plan: to shatter the accursed mine and liberate all those trapped within. Although Chu Xingchen held reservations about this plan, believing that releasing everyone might not necessarily be wise, since the Qingfeng sect would undoubtedly pursue the whereabouts of these individuals and subsequently interrogate them, Li Xingtian contended that remaining there spelled certain doom. Attempting to escape was the only path to survival. He merely aimed to provide a chance for those individuals, and for those unwilling to flee, they could choose to stay in response to Li Xingtian's proposal. Chu Xingchen suggested a more direct approach. Once their strength was sufficient, they should simply obliterate the Qingfeng sect. Li Xingtian, though initially hesitant, ultimately nodded in agreement after a moment of contemplation. Perhaps realizing the unreliability of his own plan, in any case, all strategies would hinge upon Li Xingtian issuing the signal. Only after commencing their actions could they adapt to the unfolding circumstances. Uncertain if they would even locate Ning Qianqian's father, it must be said that returning to this wretched mine, pushing that broken cart, was an endeavor Li Xingtian despised profoundly. Particularly on this route, despite the passage of years, the memories of far more perilous realms lingered. As he set foot once more, his heart remained turbulent. At this moment, a singular thought dominated his mind. In his past life, upon achieving the nascent soul, he should have eradicated the Qingfeng sect without delay. The anguish inflicted upon him by this detestable mine was no less than that caused by the wretched demonic woman. Lowering his head, Li Xingtian swiftly scanned the miners engaged in transporting and breaking stones, yet found no sign of Ning Qianqian's father. Most likely, he was laboring within the mine. Thus, an opportunity to infiltrate was essential. Li Xingtian cast a furtive glance and discreetly signaled towards his master. After a brief wait, a sharp sword cry resonated from afar. The three Qingfeng sect disciples who had been idly chatting suddenly turned their attention towards the source of the sound, with two of them quickly rising to rush towards the origin of the sword's call. The remaining individual sounded the enormous bell situated at the heart of the mine. The resonant clangor of the bell reverberated swiftly through the air. A multitude of miners halted their tasks, their expressionless faces betraying a flicker of trepidation. They were at a loss as to what had transpired, but it was likely to bode ill. The cacophony rapidly echoed throughout the valley. The crowd began to stir, instinctively coalescing into a tighter formation, and Li Xingtian decisively merged into their midst. Soon, two disciples of the Qingfeng sect came rushing from a distance. They had been on high alert at the perimeter, and upon hearing the bell, they hastened towards this location. With vigilant eyes, they scanned their surroundings, striving to quell the increasingly agitated throng. Simultaneously, another disciple of the Qingfeng sect dashed out from within the mine, a throng of miners trailing behind him. His sharp gaze swept over the panicked crowd, and he barked sternly, "Everyone, stand in your designated positions." At the sound of his reprimand, the previously restless crowd swiftly calmed. Beginning to locate their assigned spots, Li Xingtian's gaze quickly traversed the exiting crowd and soon landed upon Ning Qianqian's father. At that moment, he appeared almost emaciated, and were it not for his qi refining practice, he might well have perished. Nevertheless, he was still alive. Li Xingtian then slightly turned his gaze towards the warehouse, awaiting the potential appearance of the golden core cultivator within, a pivotal figure in determining the extent of their plans. A quarter of an hour later, The two disciples returned from their reconnaissance. Having lifted the alarm, Li Xingchen swiftly integrated himself into the miners' ranks, and under the direction of the Qingfeng sect disciples, began to move towards the mine entrance. However, the anticipated golden core cultivator did not materialize. I shall return to the sect to report to the master and the elders. You all must remain vigilant, commanded an elder disciple of the Qingfeng sect, overseeing the situation. We are at a critical juncture. The mine's operations must proceed without disruption, so everyone, stay alert. The other disciples of the Qingfeng sect quickly cupped their hands in acknowledgement. Yes, senior brother. Having successfully blended into the mining workforce, Li Xingchen followed the main contingent, soon drawing near to Chu Xingchen's father. He stealthily slipped the so-called token that Chu Xingchen had been carrying into Chu Quan's hand. In the dimly lit mine, Chu Quan's gaze locked onto Li Xingchen, his grip tightening around the cloth-like material he held. Li Xingchen refrained from meeting his eyes, merely whispering, Qian. Chu Quan's expression brightened momentarily, only to be swiftly replaced by alarm as he urgently inquired. Before he could finish, Li Xingchen raised his hand to interrupt, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Whatever happens, stay close to me. What are you all doing? Hurry up, bellowed the supervising disciple of the Qingfeng sect from the side, pressing the miners. If you don't meet the quota, you won't even have time to sleep. Li Xingchen disregarded Chu Quan further and quickly picked up a pickaxe that had been discarded nearby, moving forward. After taking about 10 steps, he encountered a corner, the bend. The flickering glow of a pale yellow candlelight wavered ominously. As he beheld the candle, a sudden jolt coursed through him, and a chill ran down his spine. An unsettling sensation enveloped his heart. What was amiss with this mine? Such an atmosphere had not prevailed during his previous excavations. He swiftly grasped the long-distance transmission talisman given by his master, cautiously following the crowd as they turned the corner. What unfolded before his eyes was not a mine awaiting excavation, but an exceedingly bizarre and terrifying scene. Chapter 21. Transformed into blood offerings. Before him lay not a narrow vein waiting to be mined, but an expansive ritualistic ground, where several grotesque heads were suspended atop the highest altar. 6 individuals, clad in voluminous black robes, sat cross-legged at 6 cardinal points, absorbing the sanguine energies emanating from the surrounding pools of blood. The altar, stained with blood, bore witness to the countless lives that had perished there. Encircling the altar was a vast artificial blood pool, opposite which stood for extraordinarily peculiar statues, each bearing distinct expressions, yet their gazes seemed to harbor a sinister glimmer, glaring menacingly at the central altar. The blood pool was strewn with corpses, comprising both monstrous beasts and humans, their bodies emaciated yet pulsating with a dark red energy. To the feet of Li Xingchen lay a narrow path, barely wide enough for two to traverse, leading directly to the heart of the altar, which then extended through the altar to the opposite side. His pupils widened in shock as he surveyed those around him, only to find that everyone appeared utterly unperturbed. They seemed to believe they were still navigating through a congested tunnel, pushing deeper into the minute mining passage. Was this not a vast illusion? Could those in the Foundation establishment stage be immune to such sorcery, or was there some force enabling him to withstand this environment? Suppressing the unease within, Li Xingchen opted to follow the crowd for the time being, determined to comprehend the true intentions of the Qingfeng sect and the nature of the entity behind him. His plans were likely on the verge of being entirely overturned upon witnessing this scene. Was the essence of the Qingfeng sect truly that of a sinister cult? With his head bowed, he cautiously followed the throng, slowly traversing the central altar. Beyond the altar, delving deeper, lay a legitimate mine, where all were equipped with mining tools in readiness for extraction. At first glance, the mine appeared authentic, yet what precisely was that ritualistic procedure? This query crystallized in Li Xingchen's mind the moment the first miner, wielding a pickaxe, commenced his work. With each strike, wisps of faint dark red energy wafted from the miner's crown, flowing toward the blood pool. All the miners exhibited the same phenomenon, as strands of dark red energy gradually coalesced, forming a force not to be underestimated. Li Xingchen's gaze fixated on one particular miner, and he abruptly realized that this dark red energy seemed to be extracted from the very roots of their essence. It was not merely the flesh and spiritual energy of the miners being drained. Their foundational spiritual roots were also being eroded. No wonder the miners appeared so emaciated, working tirelessly while being drained of their very vitality. Could they possibly not be gaunt? This was a pure manifestation of malevolent cultivation techniques, unprecedented and operating within such an expansive array. Li Xingchen dared not to mine, as observations indicated that the provided sanguine energy was contingent upon one's spiritual roots and cultivation level. Should he begin to excavate, risking the extraction of his own cultivation and spiritual roots, he would undoubtedly become more than just a mere wisp of dark red energy. He would be as conspicuous as an arm's breadth. He needed to devise a means to exit swiftly and inform his master, as for Ning Qianqian's father. According to his master's instructions, the principle of self-preservation was paramount in uncertain circumstances. All he could do was wish for his safety. Li Xingtian discerned that the 6 figures in black robes possessed cultivation levels akin to that of Foundation establishment. If the necklace provided is indeed reliable, then venturing forth may prove to be a prudent course of action, especially when one possesses considerable confidence. On the day of his successful Foundation establishment, Li Xingtian received a tome of profound mystical arts perfectly attuned to his essence from his master. Moreover, this tome exuded an exceptionally high quality, as if it had been meticulously prepared, awaiting his foundational progress. This revelation left Li Xingtian, who fancied himself a seeker of truth behind his master's veils of mystery, feeling as though his master had become enshrouded in even greater obscurity. Such considerations, however, are of little consequence for the benefactor of his life, as long as his master has not genuinely wronged him. Unlike the Qingfeng sect, Li Xingtian would remain steadfast within the sect, eager to repay the debt of gratitude. Yet, through his interactions over time, this small sect, comprising but 3 individuals, has enveloped Li Xingtian in an overwhelming warmth. Although the senior sister exhibits a touch of mischief, she treats him, her junior brother, with the affection one reserves for family. It is true that she diligently captures beasts for his cultivation and encourages him to train earnestly. Despite her occasional disdainful glances toward him, her actions are imbued with sincere affection. As for his master, he is a figure of intrigue. Though he may sometimes appear frivolous and lacking in steadfast maturity, he possesses an extraordinary charisma that seems somewhat out of place in this realm of cultivation, yet is remarkably persuasive. Aside from his peculiar and dubious alchemical practices, his genuine support for Li Xingtian is undeniable, having selflessly relinquished opportunities from their very first meeting. Rather than asserting any contributions of his own, it is more accurate to say that his master has been continuously devoted to his advancement. Initially motivated by the obligation of gratitude, Li Xingtian now genuinely feels a heartfelt desire to belong to this intimate familial sect. From the cultivation techniques to the mystical arts, Li Xingtian views all of these elements as treasures beyond compare. However, the high caliber of these mystical arts also signifies that they are exceptionally challenging to master. After all, not everyone possesses the prodigious comprehension of his senior sister. Nevertheless, by judiciously wielding a modicum of influence and combining it with the mystical arts from his previous life, his combat prowess should remain formidable. He does not believe that the 6 black-clad figures before him possess any mystical arts of their own. After surveying his surroundings to ensure safety, Li Xingtian resolved to adhere to his tried-and-true strategy. Strike first to revel in the thrill, and those who delay will suffer the consequences. With a sudden grip tightening around his pickaxe, he pivoted and strode back toward the altar. A vigilant disciple of the Qingfeng sect quickly took note of Li Xingtian's approach. Barking, "What are you doing?" A flicker of trepidation crossed Li Xingtian's face, as if his legs were turning to jelly, as he slowly approached the reprimanding disciple, stammering, I need to use the restroom. The workload is pressing. You must continue to work even if you're not in the best shape. Return. Once he had distanced himself sufficiently, Li Xingtian erupted into action, appearing instantaneously before the Qingfeng disciple, his inner spiritual energy surging forth. The mystical art of the 9 heavens mysterious blade from his previous life, combined with the rudimentarily studied art of the 9 nether blade of slaying immortals, allowed him to replicate the simplicity of the sword techniques. The pickaxe in his hand transformed into a colossal blade, its dark red energy radiating an overwhelming might as it descended toward the disciple's head. The Qingfeng disciple, caught utterly off guard, was unable to respond, especially against such a rapid and formidable mystical attack. He felt as though his entire being was immobilized, his spirit shaken by a formidable aura. Only terror could be seen upon his visage before Li Xingtian struck with a decisive blow. As the attack landed, Li Xingtian cursed under his breath, "Damn it, this is quite the expenditure." He realized that nearly half of his internal spiritual energy had been squandered in that single strike. To his astonishment, he found that merely drawing upon a fraction of the might and trajectory resulted in a consumption that was double that of his previous techniques. Nevertheless, the effect was undeniably powerful. What took Li Xingtian by surprise was that, while he summoned his internal energy, he seemed to vaguely perceive the energy emanating from the pool. Before he could further explore this sensation, 6 figures clad in black robes suddenly rose, their forms pivoting sharply towards Li Xingtian. One of the black-robed individuals, with a voice raspy and ambiguous in gender, bellowed, "Who dares disturb our peace? A mere Foundation establishment cultivator? Today, you shall become our blood offering and learn the true essence of cultivation." Chapter 22. Who truly is the heretic? Master. Has the second disciple been inside for too long? Li Yingling cast a worried glance at Chu Xingchen. Ever since Li Xingtian sent the signal and infiltrated the mine, there had been no further news. Let us wait a little longer. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow. With Li Xingtian possessing a teleportation talisman, he should not be in any real danger, even if he were to be outmatched. Perhaps the situation was such that Li Xingtian had managed to escape. Hearing this, Li Yingling sighed deeply, deciding to heed her master's counsel and bide her time. However, 10 minutes later, a violent explosion erupted from within the mine, followed by a surge of malevolent and wicked spiritual energy that gushed forth. No further words were necessary from Li Yingling this time. Li Xingtian had anticipated that the golden core elder within the spirit stone repository, a middle-aged man, had emerged from the confines of the repository. Regardless of what transpired inside, he had to first intercept that golden core elder. Chu Xingchen decisively retrieved a spirit sword from his spatial ring, handing a teleportation talisman to Li Yingling beforehand. Use this without hesitation if you encounter danger, and then find a place to hide until I come for you. What is this? Li Yingling inquired, gazing at the talisman adorned with golden patterns in her hand. It's a random teleportation talisman. Infuse it with spiritual energy to activate it. Do not let curiosity compel you to use it prematurely. Chu Xingchen donned a mask over his face and added, remain calm and prioritize your safety. What should I do now? Follow the plan laid out by Li Xingtian. Make an attempt to assist him, but ensure your own safety above all. If you encounter someone you cannot defeat, do not hesitate to flee. Li Xingtian possesses this talisman as well, so do not worry about him. With that, Li Yingling watched as Chu Xingchen's figure instantly dissipated from her sight, transforming into a streak of radiant light. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen unleashed his most formidable technique, the 3,000 weak water sword. Streams of sword energy coalesced into forms resembling water dragons. Enveloping the sword's blade, he aimed his strike at the elder returning from the mine, prepared to unleash his attack. The foundational technique, though still a technique, combined with Chu Xingchen's masterful evasion skills, made for a surprise assault. The elder, anxious to return to aid his comrades, found himself at a critical juncture, one that could prove fatal for the Qingfeng sect. One must never falter at this critical moment. He has already shattered the urgent jade talisman, a mere delay, and the Qingfeng sect will undoubtedly send forth other elders for assistance. However, the formations and rituals laid out within must not be compromised, and anxiety grips his heart. Faced with the sudden lethal strike from Chu Xingchen, he realizes, with a sidelong glance, that time for resistance has slipped away. The elder can only draw upon the essence of his golden core, straining to conjure a protective barrier. Yet, it seems even a moment's defense is beyond his reach. That sword strikes as if slicing through the very fabric of time and space, and in an instant, the chilling aura of death descends alongside the boundless sword intent. The elder's gaze settles upon the sword-wielding figure, clad in tattered garments and adorned with a malevolent mask, his eyes betraying neither joy nor sorrow. There is no evasion left. The elder can only force himself to turn aside, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike aimed at his neck. Yet he cannot escape entirely, as the long sword plunges into his heart. An overwhelming surge of spiritual power mingling with a torrent of sword chi that ravages his insides. In a single blow, half of his body, along with his heart, is obliterated into a spray of blood. Nevertheless, this momentary release of strength allows the elder to escape the range of the attack, retreating hastily. Chu Xingchen does not pursue but halts, his gaze fixed intently on the elder before him. A golden core should not withstand such a blow to the heart, yet this elder appears remarkably unscathed, exuding an unsettling aura. Let me first consult the system regarding the entries. Machen, cultivation level, mid-golden core, blue entry. Acquired demon body, white entry. Tough skin and thick flesh, white entry. Cunning, black entry. Heart demon intrusion, an acquired demon body? Chu Xingchen furrows his brow. It seems there are deeper secrets within the Qingfeng sect. The elder stands resolute, a flicker of relief crossing his face as his body suddenly erupts with dark red spiritual energy, voraciously consuming the unsuspecting miners of the second and third layers of chi refinement nearby. Swiftly, he absorbs their life force, transforming it into energy that rapidly restores his injured half. That previous strike had breached the protective barrier of his golden core, and the sword technique he wielded was evidently a divine ability. The disparity between cultivators possessing divine abilities and those lacking them is monumental, especially since this individual's cultivation appears to surpass his own. The immediate objective is to buy time, awaiting the arrival of other elders from within the sect. Machen hastily interjects, fellow cultivator. Surely there has been a misunderstanding. This is the mining area of Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen replies with calm indifference. The mining grounds of an evil sect, acting on behalf of the heavens, is an obligation I cannot shirk. Hearing this response, Ma Chen breathes a sigh of relief. If he can exchange a few words, he may buy some time. This fool, even if at the peak of the golden core stage, what does it matter if he possesses divine abilities? The ancestral elders of the Yuaning stage within the sect will soon arrive. Ma Chen quickly bows, saying, Qingfeng sect is a righteous cultivation sect certified by the Southern Danzhou Immortal Alliance. How could it possibly be labeled as an evil sect? Observing Ma Chen's bow, Chu Xingchen feels a surge of delight. Indeed, villains perish from excessive chatter. What sort of reasoning leads one to believe that further discussion would be beneficial? If severing his body is ineffective, then perhaps severing his mind will suffice. Yet you. Chu Xingchen opens his mouth to speak, his sword continuing its relentless motion, his figure darting forward as if in the blink of an eye he stands before Ma Chen, the sword chi now entwining the blade like flowing water. Without hesitation, he brings the sword down upon Ma Chen's head. Yet, the strike unexpectedly fell short. Mo Chen abruptly released a dark crimson mist, enveloping the surroundings. The aura that Chu Xingchen had originally targeted suddenly dissipated. Or perhaps it transformed into that very mass of blood mist. Chu Xingchen hastily erected a barrier of spiritual energy to isolate the mist. Uncertain of its nature, this moment, he could no longer afford to concern himself with the consumption of spiritual energy. The spirit sword in his grasp erupted in a brilliant radiance, as threads of ethereal energy surged from the blade into the blood mist, swiftly severing all connections with its sharp force. You are the true sinister cultivator, aren't you? Initiating a surprise attack? Mo Chen's furious voice pierced through the mist, realizing that had he not taken precautions, that strike might have indeed severed his head. My heart is illuminated. What more is there to say? Chu Xingchen replied succinctly, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that began to engulf the blood mist like a deluge. Mo Chen understood he could no longer maintain the state of the blood mist. Otherwise, it would lead to slow demise, and he quickly solidified his form once more. At this moment, Mo Chen's eyes, now a vivid crimson, fixated intensely on Chu Xingchen, perceiving him as a bully relying on his own lack of divine abilities. Chu Xingchen maintained a placid demeanor, recognizing that a late-stage gold core cultivator should easily overpower one in the mid-stage, especially with divine abilities at his disposal. Failing to do so would render him worthless. His spirit sword radiated anew, the essence of flowing water rapidly coalescing along the blade. He intended to resolve this gold core adversary within 2 moves. However, a sudden upheaval occurred. From within the mine behind him, several grotesque figures burst forth, shattering all structures and embedding themselves into the surrounding stone walls. Chu Xingchen could not suppress his anxiety and turned to glance. Upon witnessing the emergence of these bloodied figures, he saw Li Xingtian, cloaked in a hellish flame, surrounded by an aura of dark crimson spiritual energy, his eyes ablaze with boundless murderous intent. The grotesque blood, exuding a strange and malevolent aura, seemed to be manipulated by Li Xingtian, coiling around him in a sinister dance. Had he succumbed to madness? Why did it appear so ominous? As Li Xingtian exited the mine, he caught sight of his master, calling out with a tone both frenzied and reverent. Master? Mo Chen, equally dumbfounded, gazed at Li Xingtian. This individual was unfamiliar to him, and the master he referred to could not possibly be himself. It must be the masked man who claimed, "My heart is illuminated." No, among all present, your disciple is the most wicked. How dare you call yourself "My heart is illuminated"? Mo Chen, filled with rage and despair, pointed at Li Xingtian, exclaiming, "You lot are the true sinister cultivators, aren't you?" Chapter 23. The mine's reach in the face of the elder's wrath, Chu Xingchen retaliated with an even more formidable divine ability. A sword intent, reminiscent of a waterfall, surged towards the elder like a tsunami. The situation of his second disciple appeared dire. From any perspective, it was evident that time was not on their side. After all, his disciple was merely at the foundation establishment stage, and although possessing a life-preserving teleportation talisman, it was hardly a foolproof safeguard. A swift resolution was the only viable strategy. Mo Chen was struck with terror, feeling as though all his energies had been locked onto, and faced with that ominous sword strike, he sensed the ominous star of death flashing above him. Master, wait! Spare him a life! Li Xingtian suddenly spoke at the entrance of the mine. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen ultimately restrained his strength. In a critical instant, the sword's aura veered slightly, sparing the elder's terrified head from decapitation. Seeing his master hold back, Li Xingtian sighed in relief, then swiftly darted towards the elder, his hands suddenly enveloped in a crimson spiritual energy that pressed down upon the elder's head. Although Chu Xingchen's strike did not claim the elder's life, the force behind it was substantial enough for the elder to endure it reluctantly. Though not on the brink of death, he was gravely injured. Facing the rapidly approaching figure of Li Xingtian, Elder Machin found himself unable to muster even the strength to raise a hand, resigned to allow Li Xingtian to restrain his head. To his astonishment, the elder soon realized that the blood power within him was being frantically siphoned by this audacious young cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. The notion of a foundation establishment practitioner absorbing the essence of a golden core was unheard of. Despite the circumstances of his own injury, Elder Machin clearly sensed that this was, in fact, a suppression stemming from a cultivation method. This boy practiced an unorthodox path even more wicked than his own. This was a bizarre phenomenon that even dark practitioners would find unsettling, as Chu Xingchen observed his disciple, who resembled a nefarious cultivator draining the elder's blood essence. Both were engulfed in a swirling dark crimson aura. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is happening?" Li Xingtian could only turn his head slightly towards his master and explain, "There is an evil cultivation array here. They use to absorb the blood essence of miners to cultivate their dark arts." Chu Xingchen tightened his grip on the long sword, glaring at Li Xingtian, and retorted, "I am inquiring about your situation. What is happening with you?" Li Xingtian was taken aback by the question, then glanced down to see his own vibrant spiritual energy, suddenly realizing, "I'm fine. It seems your cultivation method can interact with those blood pools." At this point, Li Xingtian's expression grew somewhat abnormal. After all, he had never heard of any righteous sect's cultivation technique being able to interact with the arrays of dark practitioners. Moreover, his current method appeared to take precedence over those of the wicked. Would he truly become a harbinger of carnage? However, given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for further inquiry. Chu Xingchen quickly interjected, "As long as you are unharmed, that is sufficient. Reinforcements from the opposite side are likely on their way." "What is the situation?" Li Xingtian swiftly felt his internal spiritual energy replenishing and his cultivation level rising rapidly with the operation of the technique. He promptly replied, "I just saw my senior sister heading into the mine. All the foundation establishment cultivators inside have been eliminated by me. She should be safe. Master, you should retrieve everything from the storeroom immediately and then retreat. I will handle this person." Chu Xingchen nodded slightly, then dashed towards the storeroom. The remaining disciples of the Qingfeng sect had long since fled when their elder was felled by a single strike, and no one was there to obstruct Chu Xingchen. He kicked open the storeroom door, but the scene that greeted him left him momentarily stunned. The quantity of spiritual stones within the storeroom was considerable. Yet there was an array that nourished these stones with the blood essence emanating from the mine. The spiritual stones before him were no longer the usual pale blue, glowing with spiritual energy. Instead, they were a faint red, exuding a palpable stench of blood. Nay, will not this spirit stone, once taken outside, lead to immediate demise at the hands of the malevolent cultivators? Why would these individuals choose to demean something so valuable as a spirit stone? However, for the moment, such considerations must be set aside. Embracing the mindset of having come this far, Chu Xingchen resolutely stuffed every spirit stone before him into his spatial ring. The ring's space quickly filled to capacity, leaving only a few trivial spirit stones remaining. After casually pocketing a couple of these stones, he refrained from further greed. Upon exiting, Li Xingtian had already dealt with Elder Emochan. At this moment, Elder Emochan resembled a desiccated corpse, mere skin clinging to bones. Chu Xingchen observed that Li Xingtian had now reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Matching Li Yingling's progress, Li Xingtian was now preparing his initial plan, crafting the simplest of teleportation arrays, so rudimentary that its destination remained uncertain, as did the distance of the teleportation. Chu Xingchen tossed several blood-red spirit stones to Li Xingtian to empower the formation with spiritual energy. Just then, Li Yingling emerged from the mine, dragging a man behind her. Adorned with a ghostly mask, she held Ning Qianqian's father, Ning Kuan. In her grasp, Li Yingling stepped out. A throng of miners hurriedly followed from the depths of the mine. They realized that remaining here would surely lead to their demise. It was merely a matter of time. Li Xingtian continued his task, stating, "I have now drawn a teleportation array. The range and destination of this array are uncertain. There is a significant chance you may still fall into the hands of the Qingfeng sect. You may choose to stay, and I will not coerce you, but this opportunity is singular. Reflect upon it wisely. Those willing, step into the circle." His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated clearly in the ears of the miners. They stood, slightly bewildered, staring at the unfolding scene. Yet, among them were some quick-witted individuals. Following the recent clash in the mine, spiritual energy had surged, shattering the illusions that had ensnared them as the enchantments faded. The miners beheld the gruesome pool of blood and the lifeblood being siphoned from their own bodies. It became glaringly evident that toiling here was futile. Ultimately, they would be drained to the very marrow by the Qingfeng sect. An excited voice arose from the crowd of miners. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. We are forever in your debt. Chu Xingchen remained silent, his focus unwavering as he completed the final strokes of the array, embedding the spirit stones into the formation's foundation. The array erupted in a brilliant radiance. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xingchen proclaimed, "Do not thank me. It is merely an opportunity. Do not be a mere spectator." For reasons unknown, the sight of these people reminded Chu Xingchen of his brothers back in the village, who had shared his trousers. One had perished in this very place. A self-deprecating smile crept upon his face as he pondered why he felt compelled to save them. Yet, is not the essence of cultivation the clarity of one's intentions? If one wishes to act, then they should. Whether for personal solace or in remembrance of fallen brothers, the desire to act emanated from within. He then cast a sidelong glance at his master, who merely nodded in quiet affirmation. Chapter 24. A long-term strategy. The mine. Despite their hurried efforts, the people of the Qingfeng sect ultimately arrived a moment too late. By the time the group of Golden Core elders, led by Shangguanhong, reached the mine, it was already nearly deserted. At this moment, 5 Golden Core elders hovered above the mining site, their spiritual senses swiftly expanding and scanning the surroundings. It became evident that Chu Xingchen's assertion regarding the instability of the teleportation array was not merely a conjecture. It was indeed exceedingly unstable. As this group of Golden Core practitioners swept their senses, they detected a few miners still within their range. One elder promptly spoke up, "There are still miners in the vicinity who have yet to escape. You pursue them. I shall search here alone." Shangguanhong lowered his gaze, his voice calm. "All right." The other elders understood that for Shangguanhong, this represented his sole opportunity to break through to the nascent soul stage. It was likely that beneath his composed exterior, his heart was already ablaze with fury. He was the least inclined to see any mishap occur here, and entrusting the situation to Shangguanhong might indeed be the wisest choice. Shangguanhong descended swiftly, and the moment he set foot on the ground of the mining site, he beheld the figure of Elder Imo Chun, reduced to a desiccated husk. He gently extended his hand, meticulously examining Elder Imo Chun's condition. It did not take long for Shangguanhong to reach a swift conclusion. Elder Imo Chun had been drained of his life essence while still alive, his blood and vitality completely siphoned away, leaving him utterly defenseless. Only a malevolent practitioner of at least late Golden Core caliber could accomplish such a feat. Shangguanhong suppressed the rage swelling within him, refraining from obliterating the corpse into ashes. After all, he relied on the sect at this moment and could not afford to make the situation appear too grim. Taking a deep breath, he advanced into the depths of the mining site with a flicker of hope. He could only wish that everything inside remained intact, that the formation painstakingly crafted over many years still stood firm, and that the blood pool still held its vital essence. Those resources were his greatest reliance for breaking into the nascent soul stage. Time was not on his side. Shangguanhong's innate talent was not particularly exceptional, and he had clawed his way to the position of elder in Qingfeng sect through untold toil and countless humiliations. Now to have his journey abruptly halted here was something he could not accept. In truth, he did not need to step into the mine to comprehend that everything had vanished. Yet, he remained undeterred, pressing onward. The once bountiful blood pool lay desiccated, and even the formation he had labored to construct had been shattered at the edges. Shangguanhong gazed despondently at the scene before him, feeling as though he had stepped into a fleeting dream. Just a little more, just a little more. Even the lowest grade nascent soul would suffice for him. Uncertain of how long he had stood there, it was only when the other 4 elders returned with 6 captured miners that Shangguanhong was roused from his reverie. One elder, casting a glance at the sacrificial altar, sighed inwardly, before tossing the 6 captured miners before Shangguanhong. "This is all we could apprehend for now." Shangguanhong's crimson eyes shot up, resembling a beast poised to devour souls. The miners, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of the Golden Core, quaked under his terrifying gaze. "I'll tell you." Ignoring their pleas, Shangguanhong seized one miner, initiating the soul-searching technique without hesitation. One elder, witnessing this, opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by another elder's shake of the head. The soul-searching technique not only inflicted severe damage upon the victim's soul but also imposed a heavy burden on the practitioner. Ignoring his own circumstances, Shangguanhong proceeded to extract the souls of all 6 miners. As he completed the soul extraction of the last miner, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. A malevolent practitioner, a top-tier malevolent practitioner capable of manipulating the blood food pool. Shangguanhong gently wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. There were also a masked man and woman, among whom the man possessed at least late Golden Core cultivation, along with a formidable technique. The method employed by this technique-wielding man did not appear to be that of a malevolent practitioner, yet one could not dismiss the possibility of it being a mere illusion. Shang Wanhong took out a brush and quickly sketched the only face that had emerged from the miner's memories. The image depicted a middle-aged man, bearded and expressionless. When Li Xingtian infiltrated the mine, he had already taken measures to conceal his identity with a human face mask. Their actions were swift, and their intentions were clear. Shang Wanhong added that this visage may not even represent their true appearance. Late golden core and possessing techniques? One elder furrowed his brow. Currently, the Yuanying ancestor is in seclusion, and Qingfeng sect lacks any techniques. Even if we were to locate them, we might not be able to contend with them. Moreover, if the other two were also at golden core level and possessed techniques, the five of us would likely be no match for them, even if we encountered them. According to your soul extraction, they are merely malevolent practitioners, likely seeking only to gain some advantage, rather than being truly intent on our destruction. To act with great fanfare would be to risk significant losses, especially since we too cannot afford to be exposed. Shang Wanhong's crimson eyes suddenly fixed on the elder who had spoken. After a long pause, Shang Wanhong slowly replied, "You are correct, but our endeavors must not cease here. The damage to this array foundation is not severe. Repairs are not difficult. As for the blood food, we shall seize them, relentlessly seize them. From this moment on, the five of us elders will guard this place, summoning disciples of the sect to construct a grand array. Not only must they master their techniques, but we must ensure they cannot return." In response to Shang Wanhong's proposal, the other four elders fell into silence. Previously, when engaging in minor schemes, they had to exercise great caution to remain concealed. Yet they had still been captured by other malevolent practitioners who acted swiftly. Now, to capture people brazenly would inevitably lead to exposure. They merely sought to utilize Shang Wanhong's plan to aid their own cultivation, hoping to ascend to the Yuanying realm, but they did not wish to gamble their lives and reputations here. Unlike Shang Wanhong, who was nearing the end of his days, they at least had a longer span of life than he did. However, faced with Shang Wanhong's unmistakable fury, their silence served as the most profound rebuttal. "Hey brother, have you forgotten that I once saved your life? Zhao brother, your spiritual root talent is inferior to mine. Is your ultimate aspiration merely to attain the position of elder at the initial golden core stage? On the path of the Tao, do you not wish to push further? Li brother, why little daughter? Wang brother." Shang Wanhong's gaze swept across the four elders, his expression a blend of amusement and menace. "Do you truly believe that halting now will ensure your safety? Little do you know, the path of cultivation is fraught with life and death struggles. Only by advancing further, when the midnight dreams return, can one be unafraid." Elderly could no longer contain himself and spoke first. "From this moment, all matters must be meticulously planned and deliberated over the long term." Chapter 25. The escape. As for the subsequent mining operations, they are now of no concern to the distant Chu Xingchen. With relentless urgency, Chu Xingchen has returned to the dilapidated temple with his disciples. Within the temple, Ning Qianqian, hearing the commotion, hurriedly exited to find four figures, especially recognizing the man being carried on Li Xingtian's back. Though Ning Kuan was clad in tattered clothing and appeared considerably emaciated, Ning Qianqian instantly recognized her dearly missed father at first glance. Without hesitation, Ning Qianqian knelt before Chu Xingchen, tears streaming down her face as she fervently expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, great immortal. Thank you, great immortal." Li Xingtian gently laid the man he was carrying before Ning Qianqian. That moment, Ning Kuan lay unconscious, having been intentionally rendered so by Chu Xingchen, who had no time to offer explanations during their hurried escape. Chu Xingchen raised his hand to cast a spell, awakening Ning Kuan. With a soft cough, Ning Kuan slowly opened his eyes, the first sight being the tear-streaked face of his daughter. Upon seeing Ning Kuan awaken, Chu Xingchen quickly interjected, "I do not have the luxury of time to indulge in your emotional reunion." This remark brought Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuan's myriad of words to an abrupt halt as they both turned their gazes toward Chu Xingchen. "I do not expect any form of repayment from you. Consider this a good deed on my part. Should you ever be captured by the Qingfeng sect, do not implicate me." Yes, Chu Xingchen spoke. He retrieved a water flask, provisions, and some scattered silver coins from his spatial ring. "You possess the cultivation of the second layer of qi refinement. Head eastward, and you will find civilization. These supplies should sustain your journey, and with the silver, you can carve out your own path. However, the farther you run, the safer you will be. Let this be the end of my assistance, and no further words are necessary. Take these items and leave at once. You may converse on the road." Ning Qianqian understood Chu Xingchen's intentions. Once the dust settled, the retaliation from the Qingfeng sect would likely follow. Naturally, Chu Xingchen could not watch over her and her father for eternity, yet Ning Qianqian was immensely grateful for the rescue of her father. She bowed thrice to Chu Xingchen before aiding her still bewildered father to his feet. "Rest assured, benefactor, even if it costs me my life, I shall not utter a single word more." Chu Xingchen turned his back. not responding, effectively signaling their departure. "Father, let us go," Ning Qianqian whispered. "We will discuss everything on the road." Ning Kuan hesitated, then bowed deeply to Chu Xingchen before rising to follow Ning Qianqian as they departed. As Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuan grew distant, Chu Xingchen abruptly turned to his eldest and second disciples. "Let us go. We must relocate at once. This place is no longer safe." Li Yingling, in truth, was not surprised by her master's command. Frankly, the moment she saw her master return with Ning Qianqian, she understood that once the task was completed, her master would indeed relocate the entire sect. One must admit, the small size of their sect had its advantages. With 3 individuals shouldering their bundles, it constituted a sect unto itself. They could traverse to the ends of the earth. She cast a lingering glance at the modest wooden house she had just constructed and the freshly dug array foundation pit. One had been built in vain, and the other dug in vain. With a faint sigh, Li Yingling approached the small wooden cabin and began to pack her belongings. Li Xingtian remained stationary, having little to take with him as he had arrived with scarcely anything. Chu Xingchen shot him a disapproving glare and remarked, "If you have nothing to carry, then assist your master in tidying up. Not a single pot or pan must be left behind." All of those were purchased at considerable expense. Understood. Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian dutifully obeyed and entered the dilapidated shrine to gather the pots and pans inside. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen swiftly set about leaving behind traces of their presence. The reason for their previous stay here was merely to evade the ire of the minister of the Xuanwu kingdom, seeking refuge from potential repercussions. Now, with the minister no longer a source of fear, certainly, he would not summon a nascent soul expert. Chu Xingchen felt a sense of security. Below the nascent soul level, armed with the formidable abilities honed by Li Yingling's diligent training, as well as the flawless golden core, it would not be an exaggeration to assert his invincibility beneath that threshold. Currently, the only threat emanated from the Qingfeng sect. The fear lay in the possibility of a nascent soul ancestor from that sect pursuing them. Although Chu Xingchen was confident in his ability to escape from a nascent soul's pursuit, he could not guarantee the safety of his disciple. It was prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances rather than gamble with fate when danger was evident. Indeed, when Chu Xingchen decided to undertake this venture, he had already resolved to make a swift exit afterward. He had long since grown uncomfortable in this dilapidated shrine, primarily due to its poor location and the somewhat depleted spiritual energy. Chu Xingchen had never intended to establish a proper sect here. It was merely a temporary refuge. Given its remoteness, having Li Xingtian appear was akin to a stroke of good fortune. He could not simply wait idly for the next unsuspecting rabbit to stumble upon him. Thus, when he brought Ning Qianqian back to the shrine, he had already contemplated this plan. After all, the information regarding his sect was fabricated as a mere ruse. Even if Ning Qianqian were captured, he had little to fear, as the Qingfeng sect might not persist in their inquiries under the guise of the Zhengzhou sect's influence. Why not exchange a dilapidated shrine's location for a substantial sum of spirit stones? Li Yingling returned carrying a modest bundle. "Master, where shall we go this time?" After briefly faking their traces, Chu Xingchen turned his gaze to Li Yingling and inquired, "Where would you like to go?" Li Yingling suggested, "How about a place with picturesque mountains and clear waters?" "Excellent suggestion, my dear disciple, I shall remember it." Chu Xingchen replied with a perfunctory nod. Sensing her master's dismissive tone, Li Yingling realized her proposal had been quietly rejected. At that moment, Li Xingtian emerged with a large sack on his back, stating, "Master, I have taken the valuable items. It would be somewhat inconvenient to carry the lesser ones." Since Chu Xingchen's spatial ring was already filled to capacity with blood vitality spirit stones, the remaining items would have to be borne by his disciples. Thus, carrying less was of little consequence. Chu Xingchen surveyed his 2 eager disciples, who looked upon him with anticipation. Unable to suppress a smile, he recalled the numerous escapes he had made in the past, often fleeing alone to deceive aspiring cultivators into becoming his disciples. Now, however, the entire sect would accompany him in this escape. "Good disciples," Chu Xingchen proclaimed, "let us depart. We are on the run." Li Xingtian's face was unable to conceal his amusement as he exclaimed, "Indeed." Meanwhile, Li Yingling's countenance radiated anticipation as he remarked, "Let's make a swift departure to Yuzhou City." "My lord," a middle-aged property dealer began, gesturing towards a spacious river not far from them. "This residence is quite delightful, nestled beside the Chuanyu River. In a few days, the Lantern Festival will commence. During this time, the lanterns will drift downstream along the river, passing right by here, allowing you to witness the exquisite lanterns floating gracefully along the water from your doorstep." The dealer, slightly bending forward, opened the door to a traditional courtyard house. His gaze shifted to the trio seeking accommodation. One of them was an exceptionally handsome young man, albeit dressed in somewhat worn attire. He appeared to be the one in charge, with the remaining 2 following his lead. A young lady of striking beauty, adorned in a luxurious silk gown, carried a small yellow pouch and surveyed her surroundings with a curious expression, reminiscent of a noblewoman who had rarely ventured beyond the confines of her opulent abode. The last individual, while not as aesthetically pleasing as the first two, maintained a stoic silence throughout their journey. Upon seeing him, one could not shake the feeling of an ominous presence. He bore a large bundle on his back, from which the faint outlines of pots and pans could be discerned. The dealer, piecing together the clues, deduced that it was indeed a prominent young master accompanied by his sister, out to experience the world, and they had brought along a formidable bodyguard for their safety. Thus, the dealer was exceedingly obsequious, recognizing that this location was indeed splendid, with picturesque scenery and a bustling street nearby. It was also frequented by patrolling constables, ensuring a relatively safe environment. Apart from the high costs, there were hardly any drawbacks. By providing excellent service to these esteemed guests, he could earn enough in commission to cover a month's worth of his hard-earned wages. Chapter 26. Elegance. The dealer pushed open the grand door, explaining that this property was costly and regularly hired women to maintain its cleanliness. For a modest expense, tenants would invariably find a refreshed dwelling upon their arrival. If the place were to be covered in dust and cobwebs, it would undoubtedly lead to negotiations over the price. In these times, many struggled to afford meals, and for a few copper coins, numerous individuals could be found willing to take on such tasks. The courtyard in front of the traditional house featured a small garden, with a stone table and chairs situated beneath a tree. The yard was impeccably tidy, devoid of fallen leaves or weeds, as they routinely employed cleaners to maintain the hygiene. The dealer inclined his body and gestured for them to enter and explore. Li Yingling stepped inside first, her eyes surveying the space. While it could not compare to the grandeur of her own home, it was infinitely superior to a dilapidated temple. At the very least, it was clean and orderly, and she would not have to contend with drafty doors. Approaching the stone table, she gently brushed her hand across its surface and, upon inspection, found it free of dust. Nonchalantly, she chose the room on the right side, opened the door, and discovered that it too had been meticulously maintained. However, the bed lacked a mattress and blankets, though a desk and chair were present. Chu Xingchen followed suit, entering the courtyard and casting a glance around before inquiring of Li Xingtian. "What do you think? As long as my master finds it satisfactory, that is all that matters," Li Xingtian replied, genuinely indifferent to the quality of their lodgings. Otherwise, he would not have opted to sleep behind a dilapidated temple. The dealer, taken aback by the term master, realized that the dynamics among this group were not as he had initially surmised. "Master, this place is truly remarkable." Li Yingling emerged from the side room, her expression radiating satisfaction towards the residents. Upon hearing this, the landlord eagerly praised, "Of course, in the entire Yuzhou city, this location and the house are unparalleled." Observing the contented demeanor of his eldest disciple, Chu Xingchen decisively produced 20 taels of silver. "Let us rent it for half a year. You can complete the paperwork and hand it over to me afterwards." The landlord's eyes instantly sparkled with delight as he accepted the silver, promptly presenting the key to the entrance with utmost respect. "Here you go. This is the key. The rental certificate will be delivered to you tonight." After receiving the key, Chu Xingchen noticed the landlord discreetly retreating. Li Xingtian, witnessing his master's acquisition of these items, promptly turned to enter, placing the pots and pans he had carried to their designated spots. "Master, what brought you to Yuzhou City?" Li Yingling inquired with curiosity, having originally thought that her master would lead her to some remote mountain. Her eldest disciple's questions were indeed insightful, for there were compelling reasons that had compelled Chu Xingchen to come to Yuzhou City. "Good question. I shall explain it thoroughly tonight. For now, let us see what we lack, and you two should head to the market to purchase some essentials. We might be staying here for a while." As he spoke, Chu Xingchen untied the pouch of silver from his waist and tossed it to Li Yingling. "All right, master." With her eyes lighting up, Li Yingling caught the pouch. "Junior brother, come on, let us head to the market." As they arrived, Li Xingtian set down the bundle he had just unloaded and emerged from the side room, casting a glance at his master first. Chu Xingchen nodded, saying, "Go on. Accompany your senior sister to buy some necessities." "Yes, master," Li Xingtian replied with a nod. Subsequently, Li Yingling enthusiastically led her junior brother out for shopping. It seemed she intended to purchase a considerable amount, as she instructed Li Xingtian to carry the bundle once more. As their footsteps gradually faded away, Chu Xingchen first closed the main door, then subtly arranged a concealment formation in several discrete locations. The formation was not particularly powerful. It merely served to alert the caster if anyone entered its bounds, allowing for a brief glance using divine sense. Thus, it did not require spirit stones for activation. Chu Xingchen infused a few strands of his own spiritual energy, ensuring it would suffice until his return. Once everything was set, Chu Xingchen's figure abruptly vanished at the center of the courtyard. When contemplating the finest locales in Yuzhou City, one must undoubtedly mention Manchun Courtyard. a place as vibrant as spring itself, embodying the essence of youthful charm. With gentle spring breezes and delicate rain, it exudes an elegant ambience, offering all one could desire. Yet, if one were to seek the epitome of refinement, Bamboo Jade Pavilion would be the answer. Although Manchun Courtyard boasts a wide array of offerings, from lavish to modest, any easily obtained indulgence hardly qualifies as highbrow. After all, for those with wealth, solutions that can be bought with money are hardly challenging. In stark contrast, Bamboo Jade Pavilion operates on an entirely different level. Even the servants who serve tea are untouchable and beyond reproach. Not to mention, the talented courtesans within, responsible for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, are known for their icy demeanor and haughty airs. Even if one were to lavish 1,000 taels of gold, a mere glance would be denied, and attempting to view them through a veil is utterly futile. Those who have encountered the courtesans of Bamboo Jade Pavilion without their faces concealed are exceedingly rare. However, every individual who has encountered them has referred to those exquisite courtesans as beings of ethereal beauty. Moreover, the influence backing Zhu Yuding seems to be quite formidable. To this day, no one in Yuzhou City has been able to prevent Zhu Yuding's courtesans from meeting those they wish to avoid. Thus, this unattainable pinnacle of sophistication represents the highest realm pursued by men. Anyone fortunate enough to behold the visage of a courtesan beneath her white veil could boast about it throughout the entire Yuzhou City. Strictly speaking, Zhu Yuding is actually divided into two segments. The first segment, which entertains guests and performs songs, is known as Zhu Yuding itself. Beyond Zhu Yuding lies the residence of the courtesans, referred to as by Yellow Yu.T. This moment, Chu Xingchen finds himself in the chamber of the courtesan Yaoyin within Bai Yulo. This chamber is exceedingly simple, devoid of any superfluous ornaments, and not even a trace of rouge or powder can be found. Seated at the tea table, Chu Xingchen delicately savors the tea before him, which is somewhat bland in flavor. Opposite him sits a charming young maid with a round face and large almond-shaped eyes, puffing her cheeks and glaring at him with a sulky demeanor. The maid is currently brewing the tea. Although he pretends to savor it, in reality, Chu Xingchen knows he cannot afford such fine tea. He merely hopes to indulge in a few more sips while spending nothing. After downing it in one go, he still cannot discern its merits, yet he feels compelled to voice an opinion. The flavor is rather insipid. Next time, do not be stingy when brewing the tea. Add more leaves, for this lacks taste. The maid nearly loses her composure upon hearing this, almost wishing to hurl the teapot at this audacious man before her. Does he not understand how exorbitantly priced this tea is? Does he not realize that such a small amount is what their lady has begrudgingly set aside? To merely catch a whiff of its fragrance is a luxury for her. The maid snorts coldly, exclaiming, "If you can't appreciate it, then don't drink it." No rudeness allowed. Xiao Ling, comes a cool female voice from outside the door. Startled by the sound, Xiao Ling immediately straightens up from her seat and obediently steps aside. Chu Xingchen lifts his gaze toward the entrance. A tall woman clad in a flowing white dress, her face obscured by a white veil, stands before him. Her long, smooth black hair is elegantly secured by a white jade hairpin. Though her features are concealed by the veil, her slightly frosty yet captivating eyes reveal her beauty. Even without seeing her full visage, one can surmise that this enchanting lady is indeed a vision of celestial grace. At this moment, she cradles a guqin in her arms, her gaze fixated intently on the seated Chu Xingchen. It has been quite some time. "Miss Yaoyin." Chu Xingchen greets her first. Without responding immediately, Yaoyin steps into the room with her guqin and places it delicately on the table. Only after taking her seat does she slowly utter, "Indeed. It has been a while. I almost thought you had perished." Chu Xingchen picks up an unused cup beside him and pours tea for Yaoyin, presenting it to her. Just as he prepares to explain, Yaoyin interjects, "I had forgotten your words. A scourge like you is destined to last for a millennium. It would not be so easy to die." The respectful Xiao Ling, standing nearby, can no longer contain her laughter at this remark. However, as Yaoyin casts a piercing glance in her direction, she quickly suppresses it. Yaoyin gestures for the maid to leave. "You may step outside for now." Xiao Ling, caught off guard, raises her head to look at her lady. The young lady is perpetually ensnared by that scoundrel. If she were to leave without a word of warning, there's little doubt she would again fall victim to his deceit. It is quite perplexing. Despite her evident intelligence, she appears to be rendered almost foolish in his presence. Unwillingly, Xiaoling spoke softly, "Miss." Yet, Yaoyin remained silent, merely gesturing once more with her hand. With a silent sigh, Xiaoling thought to herself that if she continued to ignore the warning signs, the young lady would surely become incensed. Though filled with reluctance, Xiaoling had no choice but to exit the room. With Xiaoling's departure, the room was left with only the veiled Yaoyin and Chu Xingchen. Yaoyin did not raise her gaze. Instead, she lowered her eyes to the guqin on the table, gently adjusting its strings. "So, what is it that you sought me for this time?" Chu Xingchen sighed, his tone tinged with indignation. Why must you speak so coldly, Yaoyin? It feels as though I am always troubling you with requests. Coldly? Yaoyin replied, still not lifting her head. Who has been calling me Miss Yaoyin since you arrived? Her voice grew even more frigid. When have you approached me without a request in mind? This statement left Chu Xingchen momentarily taken aback. After a moment of reflection, he realized that she was indeed correct. His visits were always accompanied by some favor he sought from her. Moreover, he had never truly repaid her kindness. Reflecting on this, he considered that he had indeed taken advantage of her goodwill on numerous occasions. As he pondered, Yaoyin awaited his response, but he remained silent. She pressed, "What? Have you lost your tongue?" After some contemplation, Chu Xingchen concluded that he needed to be more tactful this time, lest he find himself unable to enter her presence in the future when he needed assistance again. He lifted his gaze to Yaoyin. "I wish to share my heartfelt thoughts with you." Yaoyin? Yaoyin paused, a look of surprise crossing her face as she pressed her hands firmly against the strings of the guqin. Her tone as frigid as ever. "What do you wish to say?" Facing her icy demeanor, Chu Xingchen felt a pang of sorrow and sighed. "I wish to confide my feelings to you. With few kindred spirits, who will listen when the strings are broken? The elegance of Zhu Yuding lies not in the expenditure of wealth, but in the refinement of artistry. Good prose, coupled with a touch of sophistication, enhances one's chances of success. Furthermore, if one possesses striking looks, the odds are significantly improved." Relying on his own wit and humor, and drawing inspiration from the timeless verses of his past life, Chu Xingchen believed that a few exquisite poems would easily captivate the proud courtesans, particularly Yaoyin. Yet, despite his confidence, he had yet to even touch her hand. This time, by incorporating her name, he aimed to convey his sincerity. Chu Xingchen felt assured that Yaoyin would be deeply moved. However, the reality seemed starkly different. Instead of being met with a hint of shyness from Yaoyin, he was greeted by a fierce wave of sound. With a swift motion, she unleashed a powerful sonic blast, the sharpness of which sliced through the air, awakening Chu Xingchen from his reverie. He quickly rubbed his ears in response. "Rogue!" Yaoyin exclaimed in fury. "Do you think that after a few encounters, you can toy with me? Wait, how have I been a rogue? I have not even touched your hand. Is this not an unjust accusation?" Upon hearing the words, Yaoyin swiftly withdrew her hand from the table, casting a disdainful gaze towards Chu Xingchen. "Consider it my mistake," Chu Xingchen sighed, realizing he should have approached the matter more formally. From his spatial ring, he produced a blood-chi spirit stone and placed it on the table. Yaoyin's eyes immediately fixated on the stone. After observing it for a moment, her gaze abruptly shifted back to Chu Xingchen, her spiritual sense sweeping over him, only to find it could not penetrate his protective aura. "You've reached the golden core stage?" Yaoyin's brows furrowed slightly. Leaning back in his chair, Chu Xingchen replied. "Indeed. Did that frighten you?" Yaoyin was well aware of Chu Xingchen's remarkable talent. After all, he was indeed a prodigy. Having consumed so much of her fine tea, he must have comprehended its effects long ago, recognizing how good she was to him. This individual treated her exquisite tea as if it were mere well water, and despite numerous occasions, he had failed to grasp its significance. His aptitude, consequently, could not be deemed exceptional. The last time she saw him, he was merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and yet in just about a year, he had astonishingly ascended to at least the mid-golden core stage. Yaoyin lowered her gaze to the blood-chi spirit stone on the table, an unsettling thought creeping into her mind. "Have you turned to the path of evil cultivation?" Yaoyin exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Chu Xingchen quickly countered, "Don't spread rumors. Who in Yuzhou City does not know of Langley Bailong's righteous demeanor?" Yaoyin pressed, "Then how do you explain your cultivation level and this spirit stone?" Chu Xingchen recounted, with embellishments, his experiences at the Qingfeng sect mine and the presence of evil cultivators there. "This blood-chi spirit stone was obtained from the Qingfeng sect mine," he remarked, gently tapping the stone before him. Upon hearing this, Yaoyin cautiously grasped the spirit stone. Her spiritual sense indeed detected the malevolent blood energy contained within, a trick of extreme evil cultivation. "So, you have come to me to resolve the Qingfeng sect issue?" Yaoyin inquired. Chu Xingchen shook his head, "Not exactly. I merely wish to ascertain whether there exists a method to purify this stone." Yaoyin regarded him with suspicion. "Do you possess many of these spirit stones?" Chu Xingchen earnestly replied, "Only 2. I simply wish to be equipped with some means of restraint should I encounter similar evil cultivators in the future." Yaoyin nodded gently. "It will require some time. I cannot guarantee a solution. Return to me in a few days, no need. I will be residing in Yuzhou City for a while. When you have results, simply send someone with a letter to this address," Chu Xingchen stated, picking up a nearby brush to inscribe his current address. Yaoyin glanced at the elegant calligraphy and the address within Yuzhou City. This was the first time she could accurately pinpoint where to find Chu Xingchen. She took the paper from him and tucked it into her sleeve. Is there anything else you need? Chu Xingchen rose. Nothing more. I await your good news. With that, he stood to leave. Wait. Leave behind the words you just uttered before you go. What words? Chu Xingchen. All right, I'll write it down. Chapter 28. How did you know this was the wooden fish of a high monk's passing? Upon returning to his modest courtyard at the sect, Chu Xingchen found that his disciples had yet to return from their shopping expedition. He wondered where his eldest disciple had gone to procure supplies, as they had yet to make their appearance after such a long time. However, at this moment, the most pressing matter regarding the spiritual stones has been entrusted to my old acquaintance, Yao Qin. The most crucial tasks have been arranged, which constitutes the primary purpose of my journey to Yuzhou City. I believe the likelihood of a successful resolution is quite high. After all, according to Chu Xingchen's speculation, the entire bamboo jade courtyard is likely linked to a sect of cultivators. When I first encountered Yao Qin, she was already at the golden core stage. In this remote region, such a level of cultivation could easily grant one the title of ancestor, enjoying the status of an elder. Yet, in the bamboo jade courtyard, she still dedicates herself to playing the zither. This configuration strongly suggests a connection to a sect from the Central Plains. Therefore, Chu Xingchen harbors significant confidence in Yao Qin's ability to resolve this matter. After all, the spatial ring I possess is filled solely with these blood chi spiritual stones. If I were to attempt to exchange them for currency, it would undoubtedly lead to my immediate demise at the hands of righteous practitioners. Moreover, these blood chi spiritual stones are accepted only by those of sinister cultivation paths. Presently, despite appearing immensely wealthy, I find myself unable to produce even a single usable spiritual stone. I possess wealth, yet it remains unspendable. Chu Xingchen retracted the minor formation he had set before departing and stepped into the main room left for him by his eager disciple. As he surveyed the space, he noted that it was indeed kept quite tidy, furnished with tables and chairs. Taking a seat, he produced one of the blood chi spiritual stones to commence his examination. Now, as a nascent golden core cultivator, he certainly holds the qualifications to conduct such an inquiry. However, upon further study, Chu Xingchen increasingly perceived the true malevolence of this spiritual stone. Astonishingly, the blood chi exhibited a tendency to merge with the spiritual energy within the stone. This, in a certain sense, is indeed quite remarkable. Spiritual stones form as spiritual energy coalesces during its tumultuous dance along spiritual veins, drawn together by the high density of spiritual energy, ultimately aggregating into shape over time. In this process, the spiritual energy gradually stabilizes, ceasing to accommodate anything outside its own essence. Once the spiritual energy has transformed into a spiritual stone, this characteristic becomes even more pronounced. Thus, tampering with spiritual stones requires a certain finesse. While it is not impossible, it is certainly fraught with difficulty. The technical caliber of the blood chi spiritual stone before him seems to surpass what one would expect from such a remote locale. Just as Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow in contemplation, the voice of his eldest disciple called out to him, "Master!" Chu Xingchen tucked away the spiritual stone and rose to step outside, only to pause momentarily upon opening the door. Li Yingling entered, beaming broadly while carrying a large bundle on her back. Following her was Li Xingtian, burdened with a package that was 2 or 3 times larger than himself. Strictly speaking, Chu Xingchen mused that this had transcended the realm of mere packages. Such a colossal load could hardly pass through the doorway. As Li Xingtian scanned the surroundings and realized no one was paying him heed, he abruptly hurled the oversized package over the courtyard wall. Subsequently, he dashed into the yard, prepared to catch the package he had just thrown. Chu Xingchen raised a hand slightly, halting the airborne bundle and allowing it to descend gently. His gaze fell upon the immense package before him, and he inquired with curiosity, "Are the prices in Yuzhou City truly so low? With such a modest sum of silver, you were able to procure all this?" Hearing this, Li Yingling proudly lifted her chin, and after setting down her burden, exchanged a knowing glance with her fellow disciple, indicating for him to recount his glorious achievements to their master. "This is not merely my purchase." Li Xingtian's face displayed a hint of contemplation as he observed a new vendor on the street, where a ring toss game was being held, offering random prizes for successful attempts. His senior disciple had spent all her money at that stall. Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback by this news. Could it be that his disciple's extraordinary luck was finally manifesting? Li Yingling proudly retrieved a set of pristine, luxurious white male attire from the bundle behind her and declared, "Master, I specifically acquired this for you. It's high time you replace that tattered outfit you've been wearing." As she spoke, Li Yingling unfurled the garment, revealing sleeves adorned with delicate golden threads, while the collar edges were embellished with a soft blue hue featuring exquisite, intricate patterns. This was the shopkeeper's finest offering. It was said to automatically adjust to fit the wearer and was crafted by a renowned artificer, possessing the ability to repel dust and dirt. With a smile, Li Yingling neatly folded the ensemble and handed it, along with the matching trousers, to Chu Xingchen. Upon receiving the clothing, Chu Xingchen ran his fingers over the fabric, discovering its extraordinary softness. "Well," he said, smiling and nodding gently, "thank you, my dear disciple." Meanwhile, Li Xingtian opened his own large bundle, revealing an assortment of items that were quite eclectic. It appeared there was scarcely anything of genuine significance among them. Fortunately, 3 sets of bedding could still be seen. Li Yingling had not forgotten the essentials. Tonight, he would not have to sleep on a wooden plank bed. Chu Xingchen approached curiously, casting a scrutinizing glance over the pile. Among the items were some familiar pots and pans, albeit with rather unique designs, as well as oddly shaped ancient bronze coins, talismans, a shattered longsword, a rattle drum, a large drum, and even a set of wooden fish used by monks. Chu Xingchen picked up one of the wooden fish mallets and examined it closely, yet found nothing particularly remarkable. "Is this a consolation prize?" he inquired. "Master, this wooden fish is quite special." Li Yingling stepped forward, eager to explain. According to the vendor, this wooden fish contains the accumulated merits of a high monk who integrated all his spiritual accomplishments into it before passing away. It is truly a remarkable treasure. Holding the wooden fish mallet, Chu Xingchen turned around and playfully tapped Li Yingling on the head, exclaiming in jest, "How is that remarkable? It doesn't even make a sound as resonant as when I strike your head." Surely, this was merely the vendor's attempt to deceive. Observing his senior disciple, he thought it improbable that she could be so naive. "How could you believe such nonsense?" he challenged them. "We both witnessed the high monk attain enlightenment right before our eyes." Li Xingtian replied, his tone unchanging, though his expression revealed a profound astonishment. He had never anticipated such an extraordinary occurrence. Chu Xingchen was taken aback. He attained enlightenment on the spot? Ah, that was a monk in the qi refining stage, who practiced the austere Zen. After my senior sister drew the wooden fish, he disregarded her attempts to stop him and, right then and there, practiced the method of affinity, achieving a state of enlightenment and passing away, infusing all the merits of his cultivation into that wooden fish. He entrusted my senior sister to make good use of it, insisting that she possessed great fortune and would undoubtedly make a name for herself in the realm of cultivation in the future. Which merchant has such audacity? I must accompany the master to take a look. No need for that, master. After my senior sister finished drawing, they packed up all their belongings, cursing their bad luck as they hastily made their way out of Yuzhou City. In retrospect, they must have already exited the city. Chapter 29. How is one to catch a fish when nothing bites? Although there are many items, most seem utterly impractical for any occasion, especially those peculiar pots and bowls. Chu Xingchen feared they might have been crafted from the ashes of some eminent monk. He certainly did not have the habit of using someone else's skull as a bowl. Thus, under Chu Xingchen's orders, those oddly shaped pots and bowls were strictly prohibited from entering the kitchen. As for the other items, what Li Yingling wanted, she took back to her room, and the rest were unceremoniously discarded into an unoccupied side room. Moreover, the wooden fish of the departed monk was truly uncertain whether it bore good or ill fortune. Chu Xingchen instructed Li Yingling to handle it herself, for whenever he laid eyes on that wooden fish, he felt an urge to use it as a hammer against her little head. Therefore, despite the abundance of items, after some selection, there were hardly any that were genuinely useful. Fortunately, the quilt was not something sacrificed by a high monk or an exalted being. It was merely an ordinary silk quilt. Otherwise, Chu Xingchen would surely feel as though someone were pressing down upon him while he slept at night. After tidying up, the multitude of items was mostly placed into the side room. And with no need for cleaning, the 3 soon gathered in Chu Xingchen's bedroom, preparing for a sect-wide meeting, exchanging glances. Chu Xingchen produced the blood-infused spirit stones from his spatial ring and laid them upon the table. These spirit stones from the mine have all been tainted by blood energy. Li Xingtian furrowed his brow. The spirit stones he used for teleportation from the mine were precisely of this kind. Initially, he thought there were only a few, as Master had taken them for immediate use. What has happened? Li Yingling picked up a blood-infused spirit stone and examined it closely. It appeared to be without issue. Being somewhat of a novice in cultivation, having only recently started, her understanding of cultivation knowledge came solely from novels and tales. To her, these spirit stones were merely a different color. She could sense that the spiritual energy contained within remained unchanged. At worst, they were simply stained in an unappealing hue. Chu Xingchen offered a vivid example. Imagine if you were to produce this thing at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Bureau. If you could crawl out, that would truly signify those inept individuals were merely living off soft food, Li Yingling instantly comprehended. So, Master, our visit to Yuzhou City this time is to resolve the issue of the spirit stones? Indeed, I have already enlisted help to address the matter. Chu Xingchen nodded gently. For the time being, you should focus diligently on your cultivation. Once the spirit stone issue is resolved, we shall seek a better place. Li Xingchen nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Li Yingling indeed harbored her own little ideas. Pouting slightly, she gazed at her master with pleading eyes and said, "Master, the Lantern Festival in Yuzhou City is fast approaching. I have never participated in it since I was little. Coming from a prestigious family, yet being a concubine's daughter who received little affection, coupled with her mother's prolonged illness, Li Yingling often remained by her mother's side, leaving her little opportunity to venture beyond the confines of the estate, let alone enjoy festive outings. While in the mansion, she could only gaze at the tall courtyard walls, listening to the joyous sounds from beyond. Perhaps only Li Yingling understood the depth of her yearning to witness the lively dragon and fish dances outside. All right, let us go out and enjoy the festivities for a day during the Lantern Festival." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, fully comprehending the circumstances of his eldest disciple. Her childhood had not been particularly joyful, and a day of revelry during the Lantern Festival was hardly a grand affair. Li Yingling was no fool. She had not caused herself any trouble and was considerate, particularly in crucial moments. "Thank you, Master." A radiant smile illuminated Li Yingling's face. Master is the best in the world. After receiving the accolade of being the best in the world from Li Yingling, the meeting drew to a close. These blood chi spirit stones were unsuitable for Li Yingling's cultivation, as the blood chi within them could easily disrupt the cultivator's practice. Those with higher levels of cultivation and mental fortitude might manage, but Li Yingling did not belong to that category. Therefore, she was advised to practice her magical abilities diligently, striving for further advancement. Li Xingchen, however, could rely on the blood chi spirit stones for his training, as the method he was cultivating seemed somewhat sinister upon reflection. At least it could directly absorb the blood chi from living beings, which undoubtedly had associations with malevolent practices. Li Xingchen did not inquire further about the cultivation techniques, and naturally, Chu Xingchen refrained from elaborating. The techniques provided by the system were beyond Chu Xingchen's comprehension. Regardless, once mastered, the methods produced by the system were devoid of adverse effects, and it was unlikely that one would transform into a nefarious figure through them. Although the cultivation might possess a hint of malevolence, it should not be excessively so. Having absorbed the blood chi from a golden core period cultivator, Li Xingchen's cultivation had now risen to the mid-foundation establishment stage, matching that of his senior sister. Given the waiting period in Yuzhou City, it seemed likely that Li Xingchen would soon surpass his senior sister with the aid of the blood chi spirit stones. As for what Chu Xingchen was doing, that was naturally engaging in some light-hearted leisure. After all, his eldest disciple was exceptionally gifted, and the magical abilities she comprehended were essentially her own insights. His second disciple was diligent in her training, and the spiritual energy she cultivated was equivalent to his own. Thanks to the system's rewards, a single spirit stone could be effectively utilized as two. If he were to use spirit stones for his own cultivation, it would be sheer extravagance. Consequently, he set up a shielding formation in Li Xingchen's room to ensure that fluctuations in spiritual energy during training would not attract attention. Having completed all that he could do, Chu Xingchen no longer needed to cook to satisfy his disciples' appetites. Now that they were within Yuzhou City, he could simply go out to dine as he pleased. Despite lacking spirit stones, he still possessed a fair amount of silver and gold. As a celestial being, he was perpetually in want, yet as a mortal, he was wealthy beyond measure. This was the true portrayal of Chu Xingchen. Thus, a few days later, with nothing pressing to attend to, Chu Xingchen resolved to engage in a serene fishing retreat for the refinement of his state of mind. Due to the prohibition of fishing within the city of Yuzhou, one must venture outside its walls to pursue the sport. Thus, not far from Yuzhou, by the banks of a grand river, Chu Xingchen languidly sat in a chair, rod in hand, leisurely fishing. Every so often, a surge of pure spiritual energy would flow into Chu Xingchen's body, a gratifying response from his rigorous cultivation under Li Xingchen. He had achieved a form of automated immortality cultivation. Moreover, through this feedback, Chu Xingchen could discern Li Xingchen's current level of idleness, akin to a form of remote monitoring. For a disciple fond of slacking off, it allowed for the possibility of remote apprehension. However, both of his disciples were quite diligent. The most outstanding among them was Li Xingchen, who devoted nearly all his time to cultivation. Chu Xingchen frequently received rewards from the system as feedback. Alas, another day of empty-handedness. As the sun began to dip slightly in the west, Chu Xingchen resolved to reel in his line and head home. Having caught not a single fish during these past few days in his previous life, he had seldom fished, and upon arriving in this world, he had been preoccupied with finding a disciple, leaving him little time for fishing. However, returning home without any catch was simply unacceptable. Even a failed fishing trip could not be endured. The thought of returning home to let his disciples mock him was unbearable. Just as Chu Xingchen prepared to retract his line, intending to show those ungrateful fish the might of a golden core cultivator, he suddenly felt a significant weight tugging at the rod. His eyes brightened as he forcefully lifted the fishing pole. At last, he had caught a fish. As the rod broke the surface, a massive figure leaped from the water. Chu Xingchen glanced over, astonished by the size of the catch. But then his expression shifted as he focused intently. Good heavens, it was not a fish, but rather a large corpse. This was undoubtedly Li Yingling's doing. That cursed wooden fish must have been a jinx. What nonsense about the merits of a high monk, whose merits lead to catching corpses instead of fish. He would demand that Li Yingling burn that wretched wooden fish upon his return. Chapter 30. Misfortune. The term large is relative. If a fish of such size were caught, it would indeed be considered substantial, but should it be a human, then it would not be deemed large at all. The most unfortunate aspect was that the individual pulled from the water was garbed in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division. Although it was merely the basic uniform of a constable, any association with the Demon Suppression Division could hardly bode well. Chu Xingchen's consciousness swept over the figure he had inadvertently hooked. The man bore a cultivation level of the 7th layer of Qi refinement, and astonishingly, he was still alive, not entirely beyond salvation. Chu Xingchen had initially contemplated ignoring the individual if he were dead, merely to cast him back into the river. However, with the man still clinging to life, that plan was no longer feasible. Reluctantly, Chu Xingchen took a couple of steps closer, his gaze fixed upon the fortunate member of the Demon Suppression Division. He was a relatively young man with an acceptable appearance, though he paled in comparison to Chu Xingchen. Perhaps his time submerged had not been extensive, as his complexion was ashen yet not yet swollen. His eyes were tightly shut, but dark red energy coursed through his veins. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow. Was he poisoned? Exercising caution, he retrieved a silver needle from his waist, using spiritual energy to guide it into the man's veins. After the dark red energy flowed over it, the toxin-testing needle remained unresponsive. It was not poison. Chu Xingchen felt a slight sense of relief, then scanned the man's veins with his consciousness, discovering that the dark red energy was, in fact, a frenzied form of energy. At that moment, it was still surging through the man's body, and without assistance, he would likely not survive for long. With a faint sigh, Chu Xingchen picked up several silver needles and inserted them into the major acupoints of the man before him, sealing his heart meridian to ensure that he would at least not succumb to cardiac arrest due to the surge of energy. As for whether other meridians would burst from the strain of this energy, that was beyond Chu Xingchen's guarantee. Once the needles were in place, he subtly manipulated his magical power, gently placing the young man onto the reclining chair where he had been fishing, without making any physical contact. Grasping one corner of the chair, he carried both the chair and the young lad towards the nearby city of Yuzhou. Naturally, there were guards stationed at the city gates. The sight of two individuals sharing a chair drew attention amidst the crowd, particularly as the occupant was adorned in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division. Before Chu Xingchen could approach the gate, two guards swiftly approached him. Their eyes quickly scanned the boy on the chair, whose complexion was pallid and body still damp, with several sizable silver needles protruding from him. Momentarily taken aback, they did not immediately inquire but instead reached out to feel for a pulse at the boy's neck. Upon detecting a heartbeat, they exhaled in relief. One of the guards, evidently experienced in handling such matters, promptly shouted towards the city gate. "We have a member of the Demon Suppression Division gravely injured and unconscious. Dispatch a swift horse to summon help from the Demon Suppression Division." Soon, a swift steed could be seen racing into the city. It was clear that this approach was more prudent than rushing the injured party directly to the Demon Suppression Division. Summoning aid was the wiser course of action. The guard's gaze swept over the silver needles before he spoke in a gentle tone. "Thank you, brother, for your assistance. Please wait here. The Demon Suppression Division will surely reward you for aiding one of their own." Chu Xingchen sighed and nodded, feeling helpless. While the promise of a reward seemed genuine, there was also the concern that he might be seen as a perpetrator and thus prevented from leaving. The complications of saving a life lay in this very predicament. Observing Chu Xingchen's willingness to cooperate, the two guards also felt a sense of relief. After all, one who could save a member of the Demon Suppression Division was likely a practitioner of the arcane arts themselves. Their readiness to assist suggested a chance encounter of goodwill. Fortunately, help from the Demon Suppression Division arrived swiftly, faster than the galloping horse. A figure clad in the same attire of the Demon Suppression Division sprinted towards the gate at remarkable speed. Chu Xingchen looked up to see a petite girl, seemingly youthful, with her hair tied into two small braids that bobbed with her movements. The young healer, carrying a medical kit, dashed forward on her short legs, likely at the 6th or 7th level of Qi refinement. She quickly locked onto Chu Xingchen's position, her gaze fixating on the young man and the silver needles sealing his major acupoints. The young healer first checked the boy's pulse, and upon confirming its presence, she noticed the dark red energy surging violently within the sealed meridians. A faint glow of spiritual energy emanated from her hands as she reached out to touch the tumultuous energy, seeking to discern its nature. "What a fierce energy!" she exclaimed, her voice imbued with a childlike softness, yet tinged with a dialect reminiscent of the Sichuan-Chongqing region rather than Yuzhou itself, suggesting she hailed from elsewhere. Despite her serious tone, there was an oddly endearing quality to her words. "Did you administer these silver needles?" The young physician lifted her head and gazed at Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen nodded. "It is indeed me. Is there something amiss?" "No, quite the contrary. If it weren't for your few needle insertions, this child would likely not have survived until now," the young physician inquired. "Are you also a physician? Could you lend a hand?" "I am not a physician. However, if it is something simpler, I might attempt to assist." "Come now, it would be unwise to call for help at this moment. The child cannot endure much longer, and those bumbling fools are utterly inept. Just follow my instructions from here on out." Although the current situation was somewhat stabilized by the silver needles, the energy within was relentlessly eroding the meridians, rendering the situation perilous. Despite her youth, the young physician possessed a resolute demeanor, her large apricot eyes fixated on Chu Xingchen. "Your spiritual power must be considerable. When you remove the needles, suppress that energy, and I shall guide it out." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the young physician retrieved a root of balloon flower from her medical kit, forcefully pried open the boy's mouth, and inserted the root into his throat. She then picked up a small gourd from her kit, uncorked it, and a pungent medicinal aroma wafted through the air. "He is unconscious and cannot swallow on his own. My method is quite effective," the young physician explained. After directing a small amount of the medicinal liquid into the gourd, she withdrew the balloon flower and turned her gaze to Chu Xingchen, saying, "You may now remove the needles." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen gently nodded, extended his hand, and, as his spiritual energy surged through the silver needles sealing the meridians, he abruptly extracted them. Seizing the opportunity, the young physician's hand erupted with a brilliant white light, and she deftly pressed on acupoints, attempting to guide the fierce energy out. Soon, however, she sensed something was amiss. Outside the skin, she could only perceive a vague sensation, but upon direct contact with the ominous aura, she realized it was suffused with an endless sanguine energy, which began to entwine rapidly with the spiritual energy she was guiding. As this aura breached the surface, the familiar sanguine energy caused Chu Xingchen's brow to furrow momentarily. "Why does this feel almost identical to the blood energy within the blood spirit stone?" The young physician felt the sanguine energy viciously gnawing at her spiritual essence while swiftly contaminating the surrounding flesh. Frowning deeply, she instinctively exclaimed, "This is bad." Chapter 31. The fisherman who catches more than just fish. This predicament really requires no further elaboration from the young physician. Chu Xingchen discerned that the sanguine energy was rapidly adhering to the young physician's spiritual essence, beginning to entwine and assault her. While this energy posed little threat to Chu Xingchen, it was indeed troublesome for the young physician in the qi refinement stage. At this moment, her expression was grave, and the hand that lightly pressed on the acupoints began to tremble slightly. Witnessing the young physician struggle, Chu Xingchen reached out, grasping her arm, and carefully controlled the output of his spiritual energy, striving to mask his cultivation level, adjusting the output to roughly that of the initial stage of foundation establishment. Lowering one's cultivation level can often alleviate a significant portion of troubles. With Chu Xingchen's assistance, the sanguine energy was ultimately resolved by the young physician. Beads of sweat had formed on her brow, and her expression reflected relief as she gazed gratefully at Chu Xingchen, saying, "Thank you so much. Without you, I would surely have suffered greatly." "There is no need for that. However, I fear that the silver needles may prove difficult to extract." Chu Xingchen revealed a hint of guilt as he spoke. "My cultivation is insufficient, and I doubt I possess the ability to remove all the silver needles." The young physician cast a lingering glance at Chu Xingchen, initially thinking him merely handsome, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation was quite commendable, likely at least at the foundational level. In Yuzhou City, foundational cultivation is already a solid pillar, with the leader of the demon capturing division being of similar prowess. Nevertheless, the young physician dismissed these thoughts. After all, this individual had indeed saved a life, and his timely intervention was undeniably commendable. As for unraveling the mystery, the specifics were not a concern for someone of her modest stature. If she could heal the child and he awakened, everything would become clear. She shook her head and remarked, "Even if you could manage it, I certainly cannot. It would be far too strenuous. I shall take him back and treat him slowly instead." "Thank you, and should you find yourself with spare time, feel free to visit the demon capturing division for your reward. Simply mention my name, Nian." After conveying her instructions, Nian flashed a kind smile at Chu Xingchen. "Very well, Miss Nian," he responded with a slight bow. Upon hearing herself addressed as Miss, Nian's smile broadened. After all, It was customary for those who met her for the first time to regard her as a child, often referring to her as little sister. You, my good sir, possess great potential. Many thanks for your assistance today, and no need for thanks. Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, I shall take my leave. Please, do continue with your duties, Miss Yin. All right then, you may depart. After receiving her consent, Chu Xingchen offered a slight bow before turning away without hesitation. The chair held little value, so he left it for the demon capturing division, while he couldn't be bothered to carry the fishing rod back and forth, opting instead to conceal it at the fishing spot. This time, things had gone relatively smoothly without too many complications. One could say it had improved his rapport with the demon capturing division. Should they cause him trouble in the future, it might prove beneficial. Not a loss indeed. What are you two waiting for? Are you hoping for the child to breathe his last? Hurry and lend a hand to transport him to the demon capturing division. Yin's voice rang out, directing her two guards. Setting aside everything else, Yin certainly possessed a distinct character. However, Chu Xingchen had no desire to become further entangled in this matter. It was merely that this child had been caught by him while fishing. Truly an unfortunate fate. After navigating a few streets, Chu Xingchen arrived at the rented abode. He pushed open the door in the courtyard. Li Yingling was toying with a small wooden sword, casually mimicking strikes and slashes. However, having begun to grasp Li Yingling's abilities, Chu Xingchen discerned that she was secretly contemplating sword intent. This was rather rare. Typically, at this hour, Li Yingling would meander along the river by the entrance before heading to the market to procure peculiar trinkets. Has the master returned? Li Yingling glanced over upon noticing her master, retracting the wooden sword and surveying him. To her surprise, he bore no fish. Did you not catch any fish today, master? Chu Xingchen sighed. Today, I did not catch any fish. Instead, I caught a person. A person? Li Yingling inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean by catching a person? Chu Xingchen briefly recounted the day's events, explaining how he had pulled an individual from the lake. Truly, as expected of a master, fishing took on an entirely different connotation. Upon hearing the account, Li Yingling could not help but burst into laughter. Upon hearing the jests of his own disciple, Chu Xingchen responded with a calm demeanor, saying, I believe it must be that wooden fish that has hindered me. Quickly, bring forth that wooden fish and burn it to assuage the resentment in my heart. Master, did you not say that a fisherman can catch everything but fish? Li Yingling replied with a smile. In that case, isn't it reasonable to catch a person? What does it have to do with that wooden fish? Chu Xingchen sighed. Why is it that you remember my playful remarks so well, yet forget other matters? Because your playful remarks are always so entertaining, Li Yingling answered with a grin. She then cleared her throat and gently blinked, inquiring, by the way, Master, do you have time tomorrow? What is it? The Lantern Festival is still a few days away, and I assure you, I remember. Not that, Li Yingling interjected, grasping her master's hand. There is a small temple fair before the Lantern Festival. I hear it is quite lively. Starting tomorrow evening. Will you accompany me? If you do not go, I cannot bear to venture there alone, can I? Surely, you would feel reluctant to let me go by myself. Chu Xingchen remained expressionless, replying, to be honest, I can be quite indifferent. Master, Li Yingling elongated her tone, playfully pleading, you are the best master in the world. Having spent considerable time with Chu Xingchen, Li Yingling had come to understand her master quite well. Regardless of whether it concerned herself or Li Xingtian, her master would instinctively show concern for his disciples. Especially when it came to reasonable requests, he typically exhibited little resistance. Moreover, her master did not maintain any heirs, making the situation all the more precious. For Li Yingling, her master's favor undoubtedly ranked first. Chu Xingchen disdainfully shook off Li Yingling's hand, muttering, all right, that it seems that this sect may very well be dictated by you in the future. Seeing her request granted, Li Yingling could hardly conceal her joy, promptly declaring her loyalty. Yingling will forever stand by Master's side. What Master says is paramount. Chu Xingchen remained unfazed. The sect, including herself as the head, comprised merely 3 individuals. If she did not stand by him, she would likely side with Li Xingtian, who was truly a model disciple, making things exceedingly convenient, thus naturally aligning with him. Therefore, even if Li Yingling did not support him, by the principle of substitution, she would still be on his side. Thus, her declaration held no substantial meaning. Within the Demon Suppression Bureau, Yin gazed gravely at the young man caught by Chu Xingchen. This is troublesome. This truly is a predicament. The trouble was not with the young man, who lay unconscious in bed. Although his condition had not improved, as long as he was alive within the Demon Suppression Bureau, Yin was confident he could manage to salvage the situation. Moreover, in Yin's eyes, the young man's injuries were not a hassle, merely requiring some effort. The true concern lay with the squad leader of the Demon Suppression Bureau standing beside the young man. Goodness! How could this young man possibly be the younger brother of this female fiend? Are you saying he is likely to have completely damaged meridians, rendering him a cripple? Anian gazed upon the woman clad in the black uniform of the Demon Suppression Division, her tall stature accentuated by a short blade secured at her waist. Standing behind her, Anian could only glimpse her silhouette, along with the cold, sleek black hair that mirrored the demeanor of the female demon. Just the sight of her back exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Clearing her throat, Anian struggled to articulate her thoughts, asserting, "Well, he is not entirely useless." Merely, Chapter 32. The initial investigation of Zhao Wanqing at that moment, Anian felt acutely aware of her own lack of scholarly pursuits, her mind drawing a blank on suitable vocabulary to embellish the plight of this youth, who was likely to succumb to a fate of helplessness. After all, the young man before her might soon find himself incapable of using both hands to eat. Anian extracted a silver needle from his left hand. Even with the needle removed, his meridians were on the verge of collapse. The mere ability to lift his hand to eat was a testament to Anian's medical prowess. As for the other silver needles, still lodged in critical acupoints, even the slightest movement seemed implausible. The blood energy within him had already begun to stir, and it was not only his limbs that were immobilized. His lower body was also ensnared by the needles. Theoretically, this reckless young man was unfamiliar to Anian, undoubtedly a recent addition to the Demon Suppression Division. The female demon was notoriously aloof, having never introduced herself to others. If she were aware that Anian was determined to extract the needles from his lower body, would she not have intervened? Moreover, it remained unclear what mission he had undertaken, but the danger level was undeniably high. At the very least, the lad was still alive, wasn't he? Anian could only offer this reassurance to the formidable woman before her. Zhao Wanqing instinctively placed her hand upon the short blade at her waist, her back still turned to Anian. This consolation appeared to have the opposite effect, as she coldly inquired, "Did you insert these silver needles?" "No, but do not overthink it. Without these few needles, this boy would likely have already met his end," Anian hastily replied. "I have observed that these needles were inserted only recently." Zhao Wanqing nodded slightly, acknowledging Anian's assertion. She then drew the short blade from her waist and deftly pried open the meridian, causing the blood energy within the youth's body to surge toward the newly introduced spiritual energy. Zhao Wanqing's expression remained unchanged as she produced a talisman from her waist and swiftly affixed it to the blade, absorbing a portion of the blood energy before carefully stowing the talisman away. Afterward, she gently sealed the incision once more. Although not a professional healer, she was not adept at managing the chaos within the already ravaged meridians, where the blood energy was in turmoil. While manipulating this blood energy was not difficult for Zhao Wanqing, doing so without damaging the meridians proved exceedingly challenging. She required merely a fragment of the blood energy. Zhao Wanqing cast one last glance at her unconscious brother before swiftly turning to depart. "I appreciate your attention, Dr. Anian. Just fulfilling my duties," Anian replied with a gentle shake of her head. After Zhao Wanqing exited the medical room, she made her way directly to the archives. Her brother had been assigned to the second team, and Zhao Wanqing had not communicated with anyone in the Demon Suppression Division. Could it be that someone was seizing the opportunity to retaliate against her? She quickly rummaged through her brother's attendance records, and soon, she located the documentation pertaining to his latest mission, an investigation into the disappearance of individuals from Wangjiazwang. The team was led by a seasoned member of commendable skill, one whom Zhao Wanqing had heard of before. "Ever since my younger brother was lured back, the Demon Subjugation Department has dispatched personnel to the river to conduct a search, hoping to ascertain whether anyone else fell in alongside him. Additionally, another team has been swiftly sent to Wang Family Village to seek out individuals. The response of the Demon Subjugation Department has indeed been prompt." Zhao Wanqing, however, promptly dismissed the possibility of retaliation, recognizing that the fate of the old members remains uncertain, while her brother, at the very least, still possesses the chance to preserve his life. Yet, she is acutely aware that relying solely on the Demon Subjugation Department will likely yield insufficient clarity in this matter. Even if the investigation were thorough, the efficiency of the case would likely be far from swift. Should it be a case of beastly chaos, the department would certainly mobilize considerable manpower. However, this is evidently a man-made disaster, a malicious assault, which will inevitably slow down the investigation. After all, humans are far more cunning than beasts. Coupled with the fact that the Demon Subjugation Department is exceedingly busy, the number of investigators will not be particularly ample. Thus, she must embark on her own investigation along a separate line. Clutching the dossier in her hand, Zhao Wanqing swiftly turned and made her way to the bustling street, in the presence of Zhu Yuding. Yao Qin had an array of books laid out before her, and a dark red blood essence spirit stone was being levitated by a formation. She held a book in her hands, engrossed in her reading, while meticulously manipulating the formation in an attempt to reverse the process of blood essence corroding the spirit stone. But soon, the spirit stone erupted with a sudden dark red radiance, shattering the formation she was trying to control. Yao Qin appeared somewhat disheartened, muttering, "How infuriating." Watching this unfold, the maid Ling gently advised, "Mississippi, perhaps you should take a break. You haven't rested in quite a while, and that scoundrel's matter isn't of such pressing importance." Yao Qin raised her delicate, fair hand and gently rubbed her forehead, replying, "All right, I understand. You may leave for now." Ling, understanding her dismissal, realized that Yao Qin's words were merely a guise for wanting her to vacate the space so she could continue her research uninterrupted. "Mississippi, please step outside for a moment," Yao Qin reiterated, her tone unchanged. With a resigned sigh, Ling exited the room. Once the maid had departed, Yao Qin closed her eyes to gather her thoughts before once again arranging the formation. It must be said that as Chu Xingchen's cultivation level has advanced, the tasks he entrusts to her have grown increasingly challenging. This spirit stone is not something Yao Qin can resolve effortlessly, even with the wealth of reference materials available in the sect. Yet, it is, after all, a task he has entrusted to her. With each new attempt, Yao Qin was not surprised by her failures. As the formation was once again disrupted, the blood essence spirit stone fell onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Though a sense of frustration inevitably crept into her heart, there was at least some progress in the endeavor. However, failure had become a frequent occurrence, and Yao Qin quickly adjusted her mindset, preparing to diligently continue her research when a voice from outside the door interrupted her. Miss Zhao wishes to see you." Yao Qin casually replied, "I'm busy, I cannot meet her." After a brief silence outside, the maid's voice returned, "Miss, she says it is urgent." Taking a deep breath, Yao Qin concealed the spirit stone in her sleeve and said, "Let her in." As the words left her lips, the door swung open, and Yao Qin looked up to see Zhao Wanqing standing at the threshold. Her expression somewhat despondent, the confidence that usually graced her features diminished significantly. "I have been quite occupied lately. If there is something to discuss, please be quick about it," Yao Qin stated. Zhao Wanqing stepped inside, taking 2 strides forward, and with a courteous gesture, she said, "I require your assistance in no time." Yao Qin replied almost instantly, "Did these people think too highly of themselves? Coming to her with their troubles instead of learning to resolve them independently?" Zhao Wanqing appeared not to hear her, producing a talisman imbued with blood energy, placing it upon the table. "I need you to investigate the source of this blood energy. It has attacked members of the Demon Suppression Division. Die in return. I assure you, I shall never decline any request you may have in the future." Blood energy? Initially disinterested, Yao Qin planned to let Zhao Wanqing finish her plea and then dismiss her. However, upon hearing her words, Yao Qin instinctively directed her gaze towards the talisman on the table. Could it be? After a moment's hesitation, Yao Qin reached out to touch the talisman. As her spiritual energy flowed into it, she instantly sensed the violent blood energy contained within. Gripping the talisman tightly, her eyes closed in frustration, she declared, "I understand. I will inform you once I have results." Zhao Wanqing's face displayed a look of surprise. She had not anticipated Yao Qin's prompt agreement. Prior to her arrival, Zhao Wanqing had prepared herself for a cold reception. What puzzled her was Yao Qin's expression, which suggested she was privy to some underlying secrets regarding this blood energy. Nevertheless, Zhao Wanqing held a firm trust in Yao Qin's sect and her position. "Thank you," she said, bowing her head before swiftly turning to leave. There were many matters awaiting her attention. Chapter 33. Master is shallow. Yao Qin cast her eyes down at the crumpled talisman in her hand. The blood energy within was exceedingly violent and highly aggressive, yet it seemed fundamentally similar to the blood energy spirit stone that Chu Xingchen had provided her. The blood energy in the talisman was evidently harnessed for offensive purposes, whereas the spirit stone's energy was relatively stable. Considering how rapidly Chu Xingchen's cultivation had progressed, Yao Qin had refrained from probing further, trusting him implicitly. The Qingfeng sect was quite a distance from Yuzhou City. What would compel them to risk extending their reach near Yuzhou City? Was this not tantamount to courting death? Such an action would not align with their interests, unless they were tracking Chu Xingchen. However, the fact that he could reside leisurely within Yuzhou City suggested he was confident in managing the situation without leaving any loose ends. Chu Xingchen was certainly no fool. If he were being followed, he would have realized it swiftly. Otherwise, given his past deeds, he would have long since met his demise. This indicates that Chu Xingchen must be concealing something from her, or perhaps he had completely turned to the path of evil cultivation. Yao Qin clenched the talisman tightly. "I shall change my attire and step out. We can discuss matters upon my return." The maid promptly inquired, "Miss, are you not taking me with you?" "No," Yao Qin decisively replied. Picking up a garment nearby, the maid, Ling, hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns but ultimately could only watch as her mistress hurriedly departed. Yao Qin once again glanced down at the note in her hand. It was from Chu Xingchen, indicating his current address. Confirming it, she realized that the enclosed courtyard before her was indeed his residence. Yao Qin extended her hand and gently knocked on the door. A voice responded swiftly. Coming. It was not Chu Xingchen's voice, but that of a woman. The heavy door soon swung open. A pure and beautiful young girl, her face beaming with a radiant smile, opened the door, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight behind her, promptly retracting her smile. You seem to have come to the wrong door, she remarked. Yaoyin furrowed her brows slightly as she regarded the girl before her, then coldly inquired, Does Chu Xingchen reside here? Li Yingling, momentarily stunned by the graceful yet icy demeanor of the elder sister, pondered, Who is this person? Why would she directly mention my master's name? Could she perhaps be an acquaintance of my master? Or, worse yet, an enemy? The more pressing concern was how she ought to respond to this inquiry. Did her master indeed live here? It was evident that the woman before her possessed considerable cultivation, far beyond Li Yingling's foundational abilities, rendering her unable to gauge her strength. That name.it seemed somewhat familiar. What business do you have with him? Li Yingling attempted to circumvent the question. I need to find him for a matter. What matter? Yaoyin's brows knitted together. What does it concern you? Does he live here or not? Li Yingling's face broke into a friendly smile. I cannot recall that name clearly. However, my younger brother has a good memory. He will surely know if Chu Xingchen resides here. Allow me a moment to consult him. With that, Li Yingling hastily closed the door and rushed to her second junior brother's room, knocking urgently. It wasn't long before Li Xingtian opened the door, looking at his senior sister with concern. What is it? Is something amiss? Li Yingling whispered. There's a woman outside looking for master. I'm not sure what she wants. Go outside and find him, telling him a cold and beautiful woman is seeking him. If she is here to stir trouble, signal me, and I shall claim master is not in residence. But if she is an acquaintance of master S, you must urge him to return swiftly. Li Xingtian frowned slightly. Was his senior sister perhaps overthinking the situation? Yet, seeing the earnest expression on her face, he nodded in agreement with her plan. After all, caution is never misplaced, Li Yingling instructed. All right, you take the back door while I keep her occupied. Be cautious as well, Li Xingtian replied, turning swiftly toward the rear exit as for where their master might be at that moment. Li Xingtian had a fair inkling. Master always informed his disciples of his whereabouts before departing, ensuring they could find him should any issues arise. At this moment, Master was most likely, at the brothel listening to music? Ever since he caught a corpse, he had decided to adopt a different approach to temper his mindset. Yet, Li Xingtian couldn't comprehend how listening to music in a brothel could strengthen one's disposition. What good could come from watching women perform? Cautiously, Li Xingtian slipped out through the back door, meticulously observing his surroundings to ensure no one noticed him before hastening toward the establishment his master had mentioned. The brothel was not far. A few streets away was but a mere stone's throw for a mid-level foundation cultivator. Before long, Li Xingtian arrived at the entrance of the brothel. Several provocatively dressed women lounged enticingly at the entrance, holding pipa and other instruments, softly singing suggestive lyrics. The very sight of the entrance to the brothel revealed its dubious nature. Was there truly no one in Yuzhou City to oversee such immorality? His master had lost his senses. Such women were nothing but deceitful seductresses. Li Xingtian's expression turned cold. He had long seen through the superficial allure of such shallow women. However, entering the brothel would require payment. A young attendant waiting at the entrance swiftly approached. Sir, would you care to listen to some music? Li Xingtian, disinterested in engaging with them further, carelessly slipped some silver into the attendant's hands and stepped into the establishment. His gaze swept across the room, where nearly every individual was accompanied by a courtesan, engaged in activities of questionable propriety. Soon, his attention was drawn to a figure in the far corner, his master. To Li Xingtian's surprise, his master was not indulging in the same lascivious behavior as the common folk. Instead, he was savoring his tea, conversing amicably with a courtesan cradling a pipa. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xingtian advanced towards them. Chu Xingchen was relishing the tea before him, while the pipa player gazed at him with profound admiration. Young master, you truly possess great talent. Your foresight is remarkable, and I hold you in high esteem. The man before her, regardless of poetry, song, or even the sciences, displayed unique insights and exceptional standards, undeterred by the vicissitudes of life. The common courtesans, like those enticing patrons at the entrance, required little more than the ability to sing or play an instrument. In every profession, there exists a hierarchy of distinction. Having been groomed since childhood as a top courtesan, she had diligently studied everything from poetry to dance, meticulously observing every word and action. Her vision and abilities far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Only through such understanding could one truly appreciate beauty. Typically surrounded by those who pursued her merely for her looks, whose minds were devoid of substance and whose speech was coarse, she found this young master to be a refreshing contrast. Each of his words and actions radiated the demeanor of a gentleman. Moreover, his appearance was strikingly handsome, with eyes that seemed to shimmer with stardust. Though her role was to charm patrons, she felt as if she were the one being enchanted by him. Engaging in conversation with this dashing young man felt like basking in the gentle warmth of spring. In stark contrast to her usual encounters, he appeared almost celestial, unlike any mortal. Chu Xingchen gently set down his tea, observing the courtesan's eyes glimmering with admiration, realizing that his charm had not waned. Chapter 34. Have the spirit stones been resolved? To thrive in the realm of cultivation, one must wield the art of persuasion. Previously lacking in cultivation, he compensated with emotional intelligence. A warm smile graced Chu Xingchen's face, akin to a refreshing breeze of spring. You are too modest. I merely exchanged a few words with you, and I too find your demeanor to be that of a noble lady. Just as the young woman intended to delve deeper into conversation, Chu Xingchen suddenly turned, his gaze locking onto Li Xingtian, who was striding towards him. Rising abruptly, Chu Xingchen realized that his disciple was deeply engrossed in his cultivation and, if all was well, would not be out and about. This could only mean he had urgent business. Li Xingtian took a few steps forward, casting a glance at the courtesan before softly addressing his master. Senior sister mentioned that a cold but strikingly beautiful woman at the entrance inquired whether you reside here. I wonder if she could be an adversary of yours. A cold beauty? Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with recognition. It was unmistakably Yao Qin seeking him out. He had not anticipated her to come personally, thinking she would send her maid, a Ling, to summon him. With a sigh of relief, he replied, "It is nothing. Merely an acquaintance of mine. Let us return together." The courtesan watched as Chu Xingchen prepared to leave without a second glance, her heart racing, reluctant to part ways with such an ethereal figure. The affection nestled within her heart compelled the young woman to speak. "Esteemed sir, I am known as Wang Yun. Might I inquire about your illustrious name?" Chu Xingchen paused in his departure, turning his gaze aside, his expression tinged with reluctance, yet he ultimately sighed. "We are both wayward souls in this vast world. What need have we to be acquainted?" With that, he resolutely turned and walked away. For Chu Xingchen, this encounter was merely an exercise in the eloquence he had long neglected. As it appeared, his prowess had not waned with time. "Oh, not linger. My friend, I am but a legend now." This left Wang Yun in a state of astonishment, cradling her pipa, whispering softly, "To meet. What need is there for prior acquaintance?" Unbeknownst to either of them, a youth clad in white had overheard their exchange in its entirety. Captivated by their words, the conclusion of their dialogue, his eyes sparkled with intrigue as he beheld the departing figures of Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian. A broad smile illuminated his face, and he suppressed his joy, murmuring, "Excellent, excellent." Soon after, Chu Xingchen returned to the rented courtyard with Li Xingtian. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by the somewhat obsequious tone of Li Yingling. "Sister, how could I ever deceive you?" This was followed by Yao Qin's skeptical voice. "From the moment you entered, I sensed you were lying." As Chu Xingchen stepped inside, he saw Yao Qin seated on a stone bench, with her own disciple cheerfully pouring her tea. Their footsteps stilled, prompting both Li Yingling and Yao Qin to turn their gazes in unison. Upon seeing her master return, Li Yingling exhaled in relief, grateful that the visitor was not there to seek vengeance. Yao Qin, upon spotting Chu Xingchen, sprang to her feet and swiftly approached, extending her hand to clasp his. Her consciousness surged into Chu Xingchen's being. He regarded her with confusion as his golden core instinctively resisted this intruding awareness. "What are you doing?" Yao Qin's expression was frosty as she brusquely replied, "Allow me to see. Is this appropriate? There are so many people present. Then your entrusted matter concludes here." Under the pressure of her formidable presence, Chu Xingchen acquiesced, permitting Yao Qin's consciousness to enter his body. Li Yingling could only watch in bewilderment, pondering the nature of the situation. Li Xingtian observed quietly, finding the romantic entanglement rather tedious. His master was indeed proficient, yet it was a pity she had yet to grasp this particular layer of understanding. Once Chu Xingchen relinquished the protection of his golden core, Yao Qin's consciousness entered smoothly. She was soon left in a state of astonishment. The spiritual energy circulating within him was remarkably pure, of the highest quality, and exuded a balanced aura. The speed at which the spiritual energy flowed was astonishing, with the golden core breathing in rapid succession, indicative of a superior golden core standard. Moreover, the level of spiritual energy suggested it had at least reached the late stage of the golden core phase. After meticulously examining and confirming the absence of any malevolent influences or blood qi typically found within talismans and spirit stones, she finally exhaled in relief, loosening her grip. At the very least, it was clear that Chu Xingchen had not turned to dark cultivation. This was a fundamental matter. Chu Xingchen, puzzled, inquired, "What is with the peculiar atmosphere today?" Yao Qin proffered the talisman that Zhao Wanqing had given her directly to Chu Xingchen, saying, "Behold this talisman. Its blood energy is fundamentally congruent with the blood energy spirit stone you provided me." Upon receiving the talisman, Chu Xingchen gently activated it, and a surge of blood energy erupted forth. "However," he inquired, "isn't this blood energied from the demon suppression division?" "How did you know?" Yao Qin asked, her gaze laced with suspicion. "The person ensnared by the demon suppression division was someone I fished out from the Yuzhou River outside the city. I essentially saved his life." Chu Xingchen felt a sudden realization that no matter which world one inhabited, it resembled a vast stage of absurdity. How was it possible that he had inadvertently caught someone who had ended up on his side? "You fished him out?" Yao Qin expressed disbelief. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen recounted to Yao Qin how he had snagged that fortunate soul and how he had aided the ailing youth, granting him a second chance at life. Yao Qin remained silent, while Li Yingling, who had been listening attentively, was the first to speak. "Master, next time you go fishing, please take me along." Li Yingling had initially thought her master's fishing expedition was a mere trivial pursuit of catching a single individual. She was astonished to discover that there was a deeper tale entwined within it. Previously, she had believed fishing was simply about holding a rod and waiting for a bite, but this revelation was far more engaging than meandering aimlessly on the streets. Chu Xingchen shot a disapproving glare at his eldest disciple in response to her comment. Li Yingling, feeling the weight of that gaze, could only manage an awkward smile. "Master? Are these two your disciples?" Yao Qin furrowed her brow slightly. Chu Xingchen, with a hint of exasperation, shrugged. "Yes. 2 threadbare cotton jackets." "Master?" Li Yingling pouted in discontent. While it was acceptable to refer to Lixing Tian as a threadbare cotton jacket due to his taciturn nature and apparent indifference towards their master, she was distinctly different. Most of the time, she was quite obedient to her master and often took the initiative to assist him with tasks within her capabilities. What did he mean by a threadbare cotton jacket? She was undoubtedly a resplendent and vibrant 18-layer downcoat. Chu Xingchen reached out to ruffle Li Yingling's small head as a form of consolation, then turned to Yao Qin and asked, "You did not come merely to question my actions, did you? Has the blood energy spirit stone been resolved?" Yao Qin paused, her previously frosty demeanor visibly dwindling as her gaze drifted to the side. Upon seeing her expression, Chu Xingchen understood. It had indeed not been resolved. Chapter 35. If you stay any longer, you might as well stay for the night. Since you've come all this way, let us share a meal before you leave. Chu Xingchen did not elaborate further. If she was willing to lend her assistance, gratitude was the least he could offer. It was certainly preferable to meandering aimlessly with the spirit stones, which were taking up valuable space in his storage ring. No, Yao Qin instinctively began to refuse, but her words faltered as the subsequent statement exceeded her expectations. "I shall cook today," Chu Xingchen declared, then paused, looking at Yao Qin. "What do you mean by no need?" Yao Qin quickly amended her response. "Just don't prepare too much." Although Yao Qin had long since reached the golden core stage and practiced fasting, subsisting solely on the tea provided by her sect for some time, the prospect of Chu Xingchen personally preparing a meal was undeniably enticing. A person of remarkable eloquence and noble demeanor personally prepares a meal for you. Theos speak of nothing else. In the eyes of Yao Qin, Chu Xingchen is indeed enhanced by an aura of brilliance. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Very well, but the kitchen is rather bare at the moment. Yingling, please take your junior disciple and procure some of your favorite delicacies." "Of course, master," Li Yingling readily assented. Having longed for her master's rabbit dish, this time, she would make sure to buy 2 rabbits for a spicy rabbit stew. Acquiring ingredients equated to the privilege of dictating the chef's creations, a task Li Yingling was quite fond of. As Chu Xingchen observed his 2 ragged cotton-padded jackets depart to gather provisions, he turned around and gestured towards the tea Li Yingling had brewed. "Shall we enjoy some tea in the meantime?" Yao Qin readily agreed. "Certainly." Chu Xingchen picked up a new cup nearby and poured Yao Qin another serving. "Have you been well lately? I noticed a hint of fatigue in your eyes. Do take care not to overexert yourself." Yao Qin paused at his words, hastily lowering her gaze, for she had indeed been remiss in rest, engrossed as she was in her studies of the blood essence spirit stone. Could it be that her appearance bore traces of weariness? Seemingly perceiving Yao Qin's thoughts, Chu Xingchen continued. "However, there is a certain warmth that seems to have replaced your previous chill. You appear more approachable now. I remember the first time I visited Zuyuting to hear you play. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of you." Yao Qin savored a sip of tea. Though it was not exceptional, it felt remarkably gentle on the palate. "Do you think Zuyuting is a mere tavern? Few can truly match the couplets at the entrance. Merely being allowed to listen to a piece in the hall is a privilege." Chu Xingchen wholeheartedly concurred. "Indeed, it took me half a month to decipher the couplets before I could glimpse your silhouette through the gauzy window." Suddenly reflecting, Yao Qin's expression remained unchanged. "I had initially thought you to be an ambitious prodigy, It was only after our conversation that I realized you were but an unlearned scoundrel. Intrigued, Chu Xingchen inquired. Then why did you choose to meet me again? I simply happened to find scoundrels not as intolerable, Yao Qin replied, gazing down at the teacup in her hands, where a single leaf gently spun in the center. Raising her gaze once more, she looked at Chu Xingchen and asked, I observe that the spiritual energy within you is pure and robust. At least at the mid to late stages of the golden core level. A year ago, you were merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. You have not switched to a malevolent path. How have you advanced so swiftly? Were you misleading me before? Typically, cultivators refrain from questioning others about their sudden surges in cultivation. This was rather an audacious inquiry, as it could potentially unveil great fortunes or expose one's own shortcomings. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, it is an unspoken rule to avoid such inquiries. With a slight sigh, Chu Xingchen responded, Let us consider it a fortunate occurrence. I cannot quite explain it, suffice to say. When I saw you a year ago, I truly was at the peak of foundation establishment. Yao Qin did not press further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The primary questions had been satisfactorily addressed. Chu Xingchen accompanied Yao Qin in light conversation, discussing the past year and his various escapades. By the time Li Yingling returned with the ingredients, a considerable amount of time had passed. Chu Xingchen instructed Li Yingling to entertain Yaoyin for a while he himself took the vegetables purchased by Li Yingling and made his way to the kitchen. Li Yingling had indeed bought a considerable amount of groceries, many of which were her favorites. Chu Xingchen casually selected a few and prepared some dishes. In this world, the pursuit of culinary excellence has never been particularly high. After all, once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, one can sustain themselves without the need for food. And those truly in power are cultivators. Thus, the quest for gastronomic delights is not of great importance, leading to a rather lackluster standard of cooking. This has allowed Chu Xingchen's culinary skills to stand out remarkably in this realm. Ultimately, it sufficed to impress Yaoyin. Upon witnessing her astonishment after the first bite of sweet and sour pork, Chu Xingchen was assured that his culinary prowess could indeed captivate her. Yaoyin, who typically ate with a degree of refinement, could not help but notice Li Yingling's unreserved approach to dining, as if she might lick the plate clean in front of her master. Li Yingling had always been casual, especially since she sensed that Yaoyin seemed to harbor some feelings for her master. Unable to resist, despite maintaining her grace, she noticeably quickened her pace in selecting dishes. Moreover, Yaoyin had developed a habit of savoring her food slowly, which occasionally caused her cheeks to puff out like a hamster's as she chewed. This was quite at odds with her typically frosty demeanor, creating an endearing contrast. Li Xingtian held little regard for culinary pleasures, having been dubbed by Li Yingling as someone who could remain unfazed even while drinking chicken bathwater. Thus, his dining was merely a formality, occasionally taking a bite or two to partake in the meal. Chu Xingchen would sometimes vie for a few morsels with his eldest disciple, observing with amusement Li Yingling's reluctant expression. Though she ultimately would yield her share to him. In summary, the meal was enjoyable and relaxed. Yaoyin's greatest concern did not materialize. The handsome young man before her remained as he had been when they first met, unsubmerged by the overwhelming malice of the cultivation world, still shining with his unique radiance. It is well understood that rogue cultivators face the most arduous challenges. When she first encountered him, he was rather disheveled, yet he had retained his principles, a rarity indeed. However, he could hardly be classified as a rogue cultivator anymore. Now, he was the sect leader, at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, capable of establishing a sect in this small locale. Moreover, his sect was quite modest, comprising only 3 members, including the sect leader who would engage in friendly competition for food with his eldest disciple. Although small, it was undeniably warm. After finishing their meal, Yaoyin did not linger and bid farewell to Chu Xingchen. The night had fallen, and to stay longer would inevitably mean finding lodging. Upon returning to her chamber, Yaoyin was greeted by her maid's slightly anxious voice. Miss, you've finally returned. Yaoyin shed her outer garments and replied, What could possibly happen to me in a place like Yuzhou City? Xiaoling pouted slightly. What could happen to you? Naturally, I'm worried that you might have been deceived by that young man. However, Xiaoling refrained from voicing her concerns and instead brought up another matter. Miss Zhao has come again and has been waiting for you downstairs for nearly 2 hours. Chapter 36. The Golden Core most easily influenced. She appears to possess some vital clues, and it seems she arrived with grievous injuries. Severe wounds? Yao Qin cast a sidelong glance at her maid, Xiaoling, and after a long pause, let out a sigh, saying, Let her in. Yes, miss, the maid replied, rising to head towards the door. Yao Qin settled back into her chair, pouring herself a cup of tea. Zhao Wanqing had some acquaintance with Yao Qin, having shared a few cups of tea and met on several occasions. After a while, a knock resonated at the door, and upon Yao Qin's consent, it was slowly pushed open. What met Yao Qin's gaze was Zhao Wanqing, stained with blood, her body bearing several deep gashes, nearly to the bone, and her attire from the Demon Suppression Division was in tatters. Her expression was one of utter exhaustion, evidently having endured a fierce battle. Yao Qin understood Zhao Wanqing's cultivation level, recognizing her as being in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, a formidable presence in a place like Yuzhou City. Yet, how could she sustain such injuries in the span of a mere meal? This level of injury was indeed severe for someone at the Foundation establishment stage, which did not align with her usual demeanor. Yao Qin took a sip of tea, the once pleasant brew now seemingly lacking in flavor. How did you end up this way? I don't recall you being the type to risk your life for work. Zhao Wanqing's face flickered with conflict, yet she spoke truthfully. The one gravely injured is my younger brother. A younger brother? No wonder Zhao Wanqing was so concerned. Yao Qin raised her gaze to Zhao Wanqing, her tone unwavering. Then what brings you here now? The matter regarding the talisman cannot be resolved so swiftly. Zhao Wanqing's previously haughty demeanor wilted. Her head bowed as she spoke softly. I need assistance. Someone at least at the Golden Core stage, T.O., make such a request in Yuzhou City was rather excessive, considering that even the director of the Demon Suppression Division was only at the Golden Core level. In this realm, a practitioner of the Golden Core stage could easily hold the position of elder in a sect, who would willingly investigate a case for the Demon Suppression Division, especially alongside a Foundation establishment cultivator. This afternoon, I encountered a group of evil cultivators while investigating. They possessed only the strength of early Foundation establishment, yet their techniques wielded power equivalent to that of the mid-stage. Currently, the director has been reassigned to a mission across the main river of Yuzhou, and without someone of the Golden Core level to overwhelm with their realm. Zhao Wanqing lowered her gaze. Since her maturation, she had never once asked for help, and now, even under duress, it was challenging to voice her request. After all, the offenders possessed considerable strength, making it difficult for Zhao Wanqing to command those in the Qi refining stage to gather intelligence, as it was clearly a task fraught with peril. As for other team leaders at the Foundation establishment level, everyone had their pressing duties. They were all busy, and given the high danger of this mission, even the team leaders were in the same predicament. However, if they did not act swiftly, once the culprits vacated Yuzhou City, any subsequent investigation would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. This was not mere anxiety, but the result of Zhao Wanqing's years of experience in case handling. Nevertheless, she was prepared for the possibility of rejection from Yao Qin. After all, the request could indeed be deemed excessive, yet aside from Zhu Yuding, Zhao Wanqing truly had no other avenue to seek a Golden Core practitioner. Surely, she could not approach the elderly Zhao family ancestor, who was now in a state of decline, lost in his own thoughts. Zhao Wanqing's arrival was merely an endeavor to do her utmost. Even if her efforts proved futile, they were still preferable to inaction. Yao Qin attentively listened to Zhao Wanqing's entreaties and could not help but acknowledge the fortuitous timing of her visit. Had she not accepted Chu Xingchen's commission, she would likely have had to decline Zhao Wanqing's request, given that her own purpose in coming to Yuzhou City was solely for the sect's training, with the elders of the sect exerting their influence over her. It was indeed a fortunate coincidence. Yao Qin inquired, what is the maximum amount of spirit stones you can offer? Zhao Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, yet she pondered seriously before responding. I can provide up to 300 spirit stones at most. The mere fact that she could offer spirit stones was sufficient, for Chu Xingchen had been destitute from the outset, and with adequate payment, he should be amenable to assistance. After all, he could be considered the most readily available Gold Core practitioner in Yuzhou City. And a late-stage one at the IT was a mystery what fortuitous encounters had accelerated his cultivation so rapidly. Yao Qin produced a pen and paper, meticulously detailing the matter at hand, leaving it to Chu Xingchen to determine whether he would extend his aid based on this intelligence. After all, Chu Xingchen was also connected to this affair, and uncovering any information might be beneficial to his commission. Take my letter. Yao Qin handed Zhao Wanqing a note bearing Chu Xingchen's address, reminding her, remember, if he declines, you might try offering a few more spirit stones. Zhao Wanqing promptly extended her hand to accept the note. Yao Qin added, by the way, remember, regardless of his response, you owe me a favor. I understand, thank you, Zhao Wanqing replied. As night descended upon Yuzhou City, Zhao Wanqing first returned to attend to her wounds and change into a clean attire. After all, she was about to meet a Gold Core master, one recommended by Yao Qin. Being a member of a prominent family, Zhao Wanqing was well aware of the importance of propriety. Arriving in blood-stained garments to seek assistance would undoubtedly signal dire circumstances. Zhao Wanqing navigated Yuzhou City with her eyes closed, so well acquainted with every street that she was. With her brow furrowed, she felt the sharp pain in her right thigh from a grievous wound with each step she took. To prevent her long trousers from staining crimson, she had wrapped the area in bandages multiple times, as well as her arms. Although she could have mitigated the pain with spiritual energy, she chose not to do so. Zhao Wanqing shared a close bond with her younger brother, Zhao Xingyang, as they were siblings of the Zhao family's direct lineage. Their parents had succumbed to a dreadful illness shortly after Zhao Xingyang's birth, leaving them orphaned. Zhao Wanqing still recalled her mother grasping her hand on her deathbed, her voice barely a whisper. The weight of unspoken words overwhelmed her. Perhaps her own sobs had drowned out her mother's final messages. Yet, she distinctly remembered her mother's plea for them to take care of one another, for both siblings to thrive. Zhao Wanqing could hardly recall how many promises she had made to her mother, but she felt she had failed to uphold them. She raised her gaze to the luminous moon hanging high in the sky. Her communication with Zhao Xingyang had been infrequent. She had devoted herself to her cultivation shortly after their mother's passing. It was only in recent years, upon returning to accept a position at the Demon Suppression Office, that she re-entered the Zhao family's fold and reconnected with her now-adult brother, with whom she exchanged letters only occasionally. Zhao Xingyang's talent was not remarkable, yet he was diligent and possessed a commendable sense of integrity. Zhao Wanqing had initially intended to welcome him into her team, yet he had declined her offer, which ultimately led him to the second team. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, she could hear her mother's admonitions echoing in her mind, reminding her of her shortcomings as an elder sister. In this moment, aside from seeking vengeance for her brother, there was little else she could do. The prospect of restoring her brother to his former self, or even back to an ordinary existence, seemed increasingly bleak. The only recourse left to her lay in the short dagger at her waist. Zhao Wanqing halted her steps at the address inscribed on the note, standing before a firmly closed gate. Chapter 37. Li Xingtian, you go. The entrance stood resolutely shut. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, Zhao Wanqing gently rapped on the door. Coming. A sweet female voice rang out from within. Zhao Wanqing quickly straightened herself as the door swung open. It was Li Yingling again, her gaze scrutinizing the poised beauty before her. Who are you looking for? Greetings, may I inquire if Senior Chu Xingchen resides here? Another visitor for the master? Li Yingling's eyes roamed over Zhao Wanqing, sensing her aura, which seemed to match her own level of cultivation. Could this possibly be another of the master's acquaintances? Li Yingling stepped aside, unconcerned about any potential trouble from someone of such modest prowess. Come in, I will fetch the master. Thank you. Zhao Wanqing expressed her gratitude promptly. Li Yingling gestured toward the stone table and chairs within the courtyard. Please have a seat. I will go call the master. Very well. Following the invitation, Zhao Wanqing took her place on the stone bench. Meanwhile, Li Yingling approached the master's quarters and gently knocked on the door. A disgruntled voice emerged from within. What are you doing up at this hour? Master, there's another woman here looking for you. Another one? How come I'm not aware of knowing so many people in Yuzhou City? Chu Xingchen opened the door, his gaze meeting that of his eldest disciple, who gestured towards the stone table where a black-haired, cool-featured woman stood, visibly anxious, unfamiliar. I do not recall having seen her before. What could she be so nervous about? Is it possible that I have committed some past misdeeds that have led to this visit? Quickly, Chu Xingchen utilized the system to scan her profile. Zhao Wanqing, cultivation, mid-foundation establishment, blue attribute, composed and calm, white attributes, adequate talent, white attribute, somewhat strategic, temporary black attribute, unstable mind, does not meet the criteria for apprenticeship, not bad. Even if she has come to seek something, as long as she is not pretending to be weak, it should be fine. Zhao Wanqing promptly stood tall, her gaze fixed upon the strikingly youthful man before her. It was indeed difficult to fathom that someone who appeared so young could possess such formidable golden core cultivation. Could he also be from the Central Plains? With a tone of respect, Zhao Wanqing inquired, You must be Senior Chu Xingchen? And you are. Senior Yao Qin recommended me to come here. She entrusted me with this for you. Zhao Wanqing quickly produced the envelope given to her by Yao Qin, slightly bowing as she extended it toward Chu Xingchen. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xingchen exhaled in relief. As long as she was not here to cause trouble, that was sufficient. However, what could Yao Qin's recommendation entail? She should be aware of his dislike for complications. Yet, he owed her many favors, and it would be inappropriate not to assist now. Descending the steps, Chu Xingchen approached Zhao Wanqing and reached out to accept the envelope from her. Tearing it open without hesitation, with a single glance, he swiftly read through the letter, its contents both concise and clear. The letter stated that you could provide spirit stones. Chu Xingchen raised his eyes to Zhao Wanqing. Indeed, I can promptly deliver 300 spirit stones to my esteemed senior. Zhao Wanqing continued, Should you find this insufficient, I should be able to gather an additional 100 spirit stones in due time. For 100 spirit stones, surely, you do not expect me to assist you until the case is resolved. Chu Xingchen frowned slightly. 3 days, at most 3 days. Regardless of the circumstances, the spirit stones will be presented in full. Very well, considering Yao Qin's reputation. Chu Xingchen nodded gently. Do you wish to commence the investigation now? Zhao Wanqing, relieved by Chu Xingchen's agreement, quickly exhaled. If it is convenient for you, then it is indeed paramount to act with urgency. This was also the reason Zhao Wanqing chose to visit at night. Those criminals are ruthless and malevolent evil cultivators, not mere beasts that slumber after a meal. Should they achieve their objectives, they will undoubtedly flee swiftly, delay even slightly, and we risk capturing nothing. After nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Xingchen called out to the side room. Li Xingtian, who had been engrossed in his cultivation, swiftly opened his eyes upon hearing his master's call, hurriedly rising to push open the door. His gaze swept across the courtyard, a hint of confusion in his tone. What commands do you have, master? Chu Xingchen enveloped the letter in spiritual energy and flicked it toward Li Xingtian's hands, then yawned and said, peruse it yourself. We shall reconvene at my fishing spot tomorrow morning. Or rather, at noon. You should accompany her tonight to handle the case. Li Xingtian's cultivation method was more insidious than that of the evil cultivators, capable of absorbing golden elixirs even at the foundation establishment stage. Thus he outclassed that group of malevolent beings. Dealing with mere foundation establishment minions would be an excellent opportunity for Li Xingtian to gain experience and level up. It was also advantageous to conserve spirit stones. Furthermore, the talisman capable of defending against golden elixirs was still with Li Xingtian, and the teleportation talisman was also at his disposal. Even in unfavorable circumstances, escape remained an option. Li Xingtian raised his hand to receive the flying letter, quickly scanning it and confirming the essential information. Understood, master. He then turned to Zhao Wanqing, who stood beside him. Miss Zhao, do you have a target in mind? Zhao Wanqing hesitated, initially seeking the assistance of a golden elixir cultivator. But if she was fortunate enough to have him come by noon tomorrow, that would suffice. Moreover, Li Xingtian's cultivation was at the foundation establishment stage, with a robust aura, likely at the late foundation establishment level. He was far superior to an average squad leader, and should suffice for tracking down leads. In any case, he was the only golden elixir cultivator she could currently enlist. With no other options, she had to concede. Zhao Wanqing clasped her hands in respect towards Li Xingtian. Yes, I discovered traces of evil cultivators near the crime scene. We can begin our investigation there. Li Xingtian nodded in response. Lead the way? Let us proceed. As Chu Xingchen observed the two preparing to depart, he cautioned. Xingtian, be careful. Should anything arise, remember to use your talismans. Rest assured, master. Li Yingling watched the two figures depart, then turned her gaze to Chu Xingchen. Master. Understanding what his eldest disciple intended to convey, Chu Xingchen, not one to mince words, replied bluntly. You should sleep. Do not follow your junior. You might hold them back. Li Yingling, incensed by the words, retorted. What do you mean by dragging my junior brother down? I am the senior sister. My cultivation is not inferior to his. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle. While her cultivation might not be lacking in her absence, no one could keep this curious little one in check. When it came time to investigate a case, it would likely be her own eldest disciple directing Li Xingtian in his inquiries, rather than Zhao Wanqing's orders. The eldest disciple was obedient only in her presence. Without her around, as Li Xingtian would put it, he possessed a strong sense of independence. This was perhaps the only compliment Li Xingtian could muster, which, translated into plain language, meant he would do as he pleased. Nevertheless, when it came to managing her eldest disciple, Chu Xingchen was quite experienced. Would you prefer to take a nap and accompany me tomorrow at noon, or do you intend to join them right away? Well, then I suppose I shall take a nap, but master, do remember to take me with you tomorrow. Chapter 38. Li Xingtian's case investigation journey. The village mentioned in the files was not particularly distant from Yuzhou City, at least falling within the jurisdiction of the Yuzhou Town Demon Control Office. If two foundational stage cultivators were to hurry, it wouldn't take long at all. Li Xingtian followed closely behind Zhao Wanqing for a while, only to notice that her gait seemed somewhat peculiar. It appeared as though her right leg was injured, as there was an unnatural quality to her steps upon landing, which made her pace appear slow in Li Xingtian's eyes. Is your right leg injured? Li Xingtian inquired. Zhao Wanqing turned in surprise. How did you know? You instinctively relieve pressure when your foot touches the ground, Li Xingtian explained, proceeding to ask, are you certain that dragging such a leg is manageable? The situation is urgent, Li Xingtian replied calmly. Urgent enough that you haven't even taken any healing pills? I have taken some, but the blood energy cannot be dispelled quickly, which is why my recovery is slow. Could you please stop for a moment? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing halted, her gaze questioning as she looked at Li Xingtian. I have a method to address this. I kindly ask for your cooperation. In the event of an ambush, I cannot guarantee your safety, Li Xingtian explained, swiftly scanning their surroundings and indeed sensing a faint aura of blood energy enveloping Zhao Wanqing. Is it possible that there are too many wounds? Forgive me for the intrusion. Please bear with Li Xingtian also came to a stop, manipulating his spiritual energy to swiftly envelop several wounds infused with blood energy. As his spiritual energy made contact with the blood energy, it seemed to recognize its master, quickly submitting to Li Xingtian's control. With a slight pull, The blood energy surged violently out from Zhao Wanqing's wounds in tandem with Li Xingtian's spiritual energy. Zhao Wanqing found herself momentarily dazed as the malevolent, entangling blood energy, which felt as though it would haunt her for a lifetime, was effortlessly drawn away by the spiritual energy. It was akin to a cherished daughter, nurtured for 18 years, being led away by a mischievous young man with a flick of his finger. Zhao Wanqing hesitated, curious as to why Li Xingtian's spiritual energy could suppress the blood energy so easily. It's a matter of technique. Li Xingtian understood Zhao Wanqing's expression well. The reason Master called upon him, rather than referring to him as senior brother, was indeed significant. Thank you. Zhao Wanqing expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that, regardless of the circumstances, the entanglement of bloodlust and the sensation of pain had indeed diminished significantly. Li Xingtian nodded gently in response, for he always regarded it as folly to work alongside someone who would hinder progress. The experiences of his past life had taught him never to partner with the foolish. At present, Zhao Wanqing had already earned a place in his estimation as half a fool. Should she fail to showcase her brilliance in the upcoming case, Li Xingtian would contemplate seizing command from Zhao Wanqing and proceeding according to his own methodology. Herein lies the trace of the ritual I have uncovered. Zhao Wanqing pointed towards a patch of unmarked ground. Their movements were swift as time was of the essence. Li Xingtian's gaze swiftly swept across the barren expanse. If Zhao Wanqing spoke the truth, the earth had indeed been meticulously cleansed, leaving no trace of utility behind. Zhao Wanqing kicked at the original focal point, detecting no fluctuations of energy. Their ritualistic practitioners were so audacious, it was evident they had reached a critical juncture, or an unforeseen event compelled them to act recklessly. Thus, we must anticipate their next site of operation. Li Xingtian nodded slightly, indicating his consent to Zhao Wanqing's plan. It appeared she was not merely acting impulsively without direction. A plan, a thought sufficed, and it seemed Zhao Wanqing had already determined their next destination. Zhao Wanqing's intended course lay northward from their current position. The southern expanse of Yuzhou City bordered water, while the north was flanked by mountains. Zhao Wanqing surmised that since the Demon Suppression Office of Yuzhou City had discovered the group of malevolent practitioners engaging in sacrificial rituals, they would not dare to be so brazen again. They were merely practitioners of darkness, not intent on self-destruction. It was highly probable they would set their sights on secluded villages nestled within the mountains. Firstly, such hidden villages were difficult to investigate. Secondly, the mountainous terrain was adorned with trees, allowing them to scatter swiftly and evade capture even if the Demon Suppression Office were to close in. Thus, under the veil of night, Zhao Wanqing and Li Xingtian dashed towards the nearest northern village. Prior to their departure, Zhao Wanqing had already examined the surrounding topographical maps. Approximately half an hour later, they were nearing the village Zhao Wanqing had mentioned. Wait! Li Xingtian suddenly halted, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. Zhao Wanqing quickly came to a stop. What is it? We entered a maze. Li Xingtian's gaze swept through the dense forest. We circled this area at least 3 times. Zhao Wanqing was taken aback by his words. 3 times? She had not perceived any such thing. Exiting this maze is not difficult, but we may have compromised our position. Li Xingtian's eyes scanned the vicinity, soon detecting a point of spiritual energy fluctuation. Though reborn with a renewed cultivation, Li Xingtian's knowledge and experience remained intact. From the outset of the mission, he had been vigilant about his surroundings. His wariness towards malevolent practitioners was perpetually heightened, for all the malevolent beings he had encountered shared a singular trait: a complete lack of moral restraint. Cautiously, Li Xingtian approached the source of the spiritual energy. Zhao Wanqing swiftly followed in his footsteps, and soon witnessed him parting the underbrush to retrieve a small stone from the ground. After examining it meticulously, he carefully replaced the stone to its original position. It is a stone bead maze. Follow me. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Wanqing promptly followed behind Li Xingtian, who twisted and turned as if meandering in circles. After several rounds, they astonishingly emerged from the labyrinthine path. However, Zhao Wanqing was left in a state of shock. Before her lay a village that had been utterly ravaged. All the houses had long since been reduced to ashes, and the metallic scent of blood wafted towards her with the chill of the night breeze. Hanging from the tree at the village entrance were headless corpses, grotesquely suspended. Li Xingtian glanced down to observe the remnants of the formation's traces at his feet, which remained untouched, as if disregarded entirely. How could they dare to do this? Zhao Wanqing's voice trembled slightly. The act of abducting villagers for the sacrificial rites of malevolent cultivators was a vastly different concept from the wholesale slaughter of an entire village. The sacrificial rites of these wicked cultivators merely sought to refine blood essence and souls to augment their own power. Yet, it was well known that adult males provided the most potent blood and souls, while women, children, and the elderly could scarcely contribute anything of value. Indeed, Even the most nefarious of evil cultivators would refrain from such self-destructive actions. Moreover, this was an entire village. Not a single soul, young or old, had been spared. This was nothing short of a massacre, Chu Xingchen spoke. They left in haste, neglecting even the formation S traces. I will carry these traces back for further investigation. You should search within for any useful information that may have been overlooked. He noticed Zhao Wanqing's distressed expression and made arrangements accordingly. Chapter 39. If you can't speak, then remain silent. Zhao Wanqing stepped into the heart of the village. The bloodstains on the ground had long since dried, yet the acrid scent of blood still lingered in the air. The remnants of burnt houses lay scattered, reduced to mere ruins. As she walked, the traces of the sacrificial formation were evident on the ground, revealing that the malevolent cultivators had intended to perform a blood sacrifice upon the entire village from the very beginning. Along the way, there were no bodies in sight, save for those dangling from the large tree at the village entrance. Clearly, the corpses had all been relocated to the focal point of the formation. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wanqing stifled the turmoil within her heart. The most probable location for useful traces left by the malevolent cultivators would be at the formation's core. Her gaze swept around in search of evidence, yet her steps hastened towards the village center, where one could most easily encompass the entire settlement. Just as Zhao Wanqing had surmised, at the village center, a heap of bones lay strewn about, all that remained of the villagers who had been drained of life. However, there was one element Zhao Wanqing had not anticipated. The malevolent cultivators had not entirely retreated. Among the bones sat a figure clad in a simple black robe, nonchalantly resting atop the skeletal remains. Beside him lay a dark crimson blade, exuding an aura of insatiable bloodlust. The efficiency of the demon suppression division is dwindling. The figure in black rasped, his tone laced with dissatisfaction, and only 2 of you have arrived. How do you intend to protect the mortals like this? Is this your doing? Zhao Wanqing inquired coldly, simultaneously reaching for the short dagger at her waist. It was not my doing. Could it be that you, the captain of the demon suppression division, are responsible? The black-robed figure scoffed, abruptly gripping the dark blade at his side. Under the moonlight, a flicker of dark crimson light glimmered. In an instant, the black-robed figure wielded the blade, closing in on Zhao Wanqing. The long knife radiated a sinister crimson glow. Zhao Wanqing was quick to react, drawing her short dagger to parry the strike. Bang! The resounding clash of metal echoed through the still night air. Zhao Wanqing could only feel an overwhelming force from the blade, her injured arms nearly losing strength. She had to forcefully channel her entire spiritual energy just to barely fend it off. The black-robed figure's cultivation level was likely at the later stage of foundation establishment. However, what troubled Zhao Wanqing even more was the sinister aura emanating from the evil cultivator's blood. At that moment, it surged forth from the long knife, swiftly intertwining with her spiritual energy, launching an assault upon her. This compelled Zhao Wanqing to divert her focus yet again, managing her spiritual energy to counter the onslaught of blood energy. If she allowed the blood energy to breach her defenses, it would surely spell her doom. Yet, the black-robed figure, having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, suddenly lifted his foot and delivered a fierce kick to Zhao Wanqing's abdomen. With no room to evade, she could only condense her spiritual energy to withstand the blow. As the kick struck, she felt her internal organs shift violently. Unable to maintain her stance, she was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground with such force that it created a small crater. Forcing down the metallic taste of blood rising in her throat, Zhao Wanqing quickly rolled to her feet and retreated. Simultaneously, she tightened her grip on the short blade, swiftly unleashing several waves of blade energy to prevent the black-robed figure from pursuing her relentlessly. However, contrary to her intentions, the black-robed figure darted forward, using the knife's body to deflect her blade energy. His blood-red spiritual power erupted, targeting Zhao Wanqing's head. It was as if the black-robed man genuinely advised, "Do not aspire to be an official in your next life." Gritting her teeth, Zhao Wanqing once again raised her short blade to block. Witnessing this, the black-robed figure felt a surge of joy. His blood energy exploded within him, forcing the weight of the knife downward. This altered the trajectory of his attack, which had originally aimed directly for Zhao Wanqing's head, shifting it to slash at her waist instead. Since mastering blood energy, the black-robed man had claimed the lives of numerous Foundation establishment cultivators with this very maneuver. Zhao Wanqing watched as the blade transformed into a streak of radiant light. Bang! Suddenly, a dilapidated iron sword intercepted the streak of light, and Zhao Wanqing felt a tug at the collar of her neck, pulling her out of the range of the great knife's attack. Immediately thereafter, the iron sword was shattered by the radiant light. Chu Xingchen gazed at the broken short sword. His senior sister truly had a knack for putting her junior brother in peril. Zhao Wanqing glanced back, seeing Chu Xingchen's demeanor as calm as ever. Out of concern for his employer, Li Xingtian asked, "Are you all right? Be careful." Zhao Wanjing had intended to express her gratitude, but then noticed the black-robed figure advancing again and hurriedly warned him. Li Xingtian slightly raised his gaze, and the shattered long sword in his right hand suddenly exuded an enigmatic aura. Unfazed by the blood-soaked, murderous blade, he responded with what remained of the sword, which was now little more than a hilt that appeared as though Li Xingtian was merely extending the broken sword lightly. Zhao Wanjing's eyes widened in disbelief at Li Xingtian's seemingly reckless action. Yet, what followed astonished her even further. It was the black-robed figure who evaded the impending clash. The black-robed man abruptly raised his long knife, retreating frantically dozens of meters away, his tone oscillating between uncertainty and menace. "You brat. From Zhongzhou?" The aura just now was unmistakably a divine ability. Only Zhongzhou possessed such capabilities, enabling its disciples to cultivate divine abilities during their foundation establishment phase. The black-robed man found it hard to believe that any other place could wield such power. That truly was a divine ability. Had he not delved into the path of evil cultivation and honed certain instincts, he would have surely suffered a considerable setback from that seemingly ordinary sword strike. Li Xingtian remained silent, merely refining his internal spiritual energy, gripping the broken sword, and with a single step forward, he slashed through the air from a distance of several dozen meters. A dark crimson glow flickered past the shattered sword. Boom! With the flicker of the dark red light, a fierce force swiftly obliterated everything in front of Li Xingtian. Zhao Wanqing gazed in astonishment at the slender, thread-like crimson light that ruthlessly annihilated all in its path. This is certainly not a technique of the foundation establishment stage. As dust billowed into the air, Li Xingtian lightly swung his sword once more, dispersing the dust with an overwhelming pressure. The figure in the black robe had long since vanished. He fled. Li Xingtian chose not to pursue, turning instead to the crumpled Zhao Wanqing, inquiring about her condition. Zhao Wanqing began to respond, but the consequences of the overwhelming pressure on her internal organs manifested at that moment, and she violently expelled a large mouthful of blood. Li Xingtian remarked, "Let us retreat for now. There may be other malevolent cultivators lurking nearby, and in your current injured state, I may not be able to protect you." Zhao Wanqing, aware of her dire circumstances, acquiesced to Li Xingtian's plan. "Let us return to the Demon Suppression Division." Zhao Wanqing had just begun to speak when she coughed up another mouthful of blood. "I will support you. Please refrain from speaking," Li Xingtian urged earnestly. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath and nodded gently. What a disgrace! That preceding strike from Li Xingtian was merely a show of strength, but its power came at a cost. That single blow had drained half of Li Xingtian's spiritual energy. To guard against the possibility of further ambushes, Li Xingtian had no choice but to escort Zhao Wanqing back at a slower pace, ensuring he retained enough spiritual energy for any unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps it was the fear instilled by Li Xingtian's sword strike that deterred any ambush on their return journey, as they approached Yuzhou City. However, Li Xingtian did not heed Zhao Wanqing's suggestion to return to the Demon Suppression Division, but instead led her to the courtyard first. Standing before the closed gate, Li Xingtian grasped the back of Zhao Wanqing's collar and leapt inside. Before Li Xingtian could report to his master, Chu Xingchen pushed open the door, her gaze swiftly locking onto the pale-faced Zhao Wanqing, who had just coughed up more blood. "What has happened, senior?" Zhao Wanqing managed to utter before another spurt of blood emerged. Chu Xingchen responded, "Well, now I understand the situation." Chapter 40. Seize the opportunity, act decisively. Zhao Wanqing's injuries were, in fact, quite severe. A mere glance at her complexion revealed that she was likely on the verge of anemia. During their return journey, Zhao Wanqing had also consumed emergency medicinal pills to prevent her condition from deteriorating. Li Xingtian's decision to take Zhao Wanqing back to the courtyard was not without reason. The array's formation was fundamentally similar to that of the array within the Qingfeng sect's mining site at It. Was highly probable they shared a common origin. Li Xingtian had felt this instinctively upon observing the formation in the village. Thus, he proposed to carry the formation device while allowing Zhao Wanqing to investigate for clues. It was prudent to inform his master of this news first, to ascertain whether there were any hidden dangers, and to determine if the Qingfeng sect was involved. Alternatively, they could consider framing the Qingfeng sect, prompting the Demon Suppression Division to eliminate them to prevent future troubles, though such a course of action required meticulous planning to avoid implicating their own sect during the investigation. In Li Xingtian's mind, regardless of whether it was Zhao Wanqing's commission or the Demon Suppression Division's inquiry, it ultimately paled in comparison to the current predicament of their small sect, comprising only 3 individuals. The commotion in the courtyard was considerable, and Li Yingling had yet to fall asleep. Upon hearing the noise, she too opened the door. Her gaze swiftly locked onto Zhao Wanqing, for it was evident from her pallid complexion and unsteady aura that she had sustained grave injuries. "Are you severely wounded?" Li Yingling inquired. Zhao Wanqing took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulence within her. It is not a dire matter. There are professional healers within the Demon Suppression Division, Li Yingling. Her tone earnest and tinged with apprehension at the thought of Zhao Wanqing declining, stepped forward to grasp her hand. Now that you are here, my master possesses unparalleled alchemical skills, especially in concocting healing elixirs. It is too much trouble for you, senior. Not at all. My master is currently adjusting the flavor of his potions. Your tasting them would be a favor in itself. Li Yingling turned her gaze toward her fellow disciple. Disciple, do you not agree? Chu Xingchen, upon hearing this, felt a hint of exasperation, yet it was evident that supporting his senior sister at this moment would be unwise. If their master were to concoct another peculiar potion in the future, she would surely find an excuse to taste it first. Recalling the flower-based elixir their master had once created, Li Xingchen, ultimately suppressing his conscience, stated, Sister is indeed correct. Very well then, I happen to have some new ideas. Chu Xingchen did not decline, for his two disciples now regarded his potions as if they were poison. This was indeed the perfect opportunity to prove himself. Li Yingling continued to hold Zhao Wanqing's hand, directing her fellow disciple, Disciple, fetch the pot. The pot. Zhao Wanqing frowned slightly, questioning the utility of such an item. Yet, she soon witnessed Chu Xingchen extracting several spiritual herbs from his spatial ring. Are we concocting potions on site? Li Xingtian brought forth a specialized iron pot from the kitchen. A sense of foreboding arose within Zhao Wanqing. Was he truly intending to use an iron pot for alchemy? She had never encountered an alchemist employing such a vessel. As anticipated, good thoughts often falter, while bad ones manifest with precision. Zhao Wanqing soon found herself witnessing the spectacle of potion making in an iron pot. A large cauldron of water and the spiritual herbs quickly coalesced into a small, dark green orb, exuding the unique, earthy aroma of the plants. Zhao Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Could one truly concoct potions in an iron pot? Misinterpreting her expression as fear, Li Yingling reassured her. Do not be afraid. The true cause for concern lies ahead. Huh? Zhao Wanqing uttered, perplexed. However, this time, Chu Xingchen had indeed given the matter considerable thought. Firstly, bitterness is a relative taste sensation. If one cannot manage the bitterness, there are alternative paths to address the flavor. If one cannot taste bitterness, then it is effectively rendered non-existent, is it not? There are numerous methods to suppress taste. And this time, Chu Xingchen selected an herb known for its blood-replenishing properties. Thus, the healing and blood restoration would be seamlessly combined. Considering Li Xingtian's aversion to flour, Chu Xingchen decided to forego it this time. It is complete. Now, give it a try. Chu Xingchen enveloped the verdant orb with spiritual energy and presented it to Zhao Wanqing. Observing the entire potion-making process, Zhao Wanqing recognized the spiritual herbs clearly. They were all known for their healing properties. In theory, what was produced should indeed be consumable. Yet, gazing at the dark green orb before her, Zhao Wanqing steeled herself and swallowed it whole. Initially, there was a hint of bitterness, but it quickly dissipated. However, as the green medicinal fluid coursed down her throat, a violent reaction ensued. It was a response that defied verbal expression, an instinctive aversion of the body towards the grotesque sensation of the potion. From the moment it was swallowed, the body commenced a fierce rebellion. Yet, the effects of the medicine seemed to disregard this resistance, brazenly infiltrating the system, akin to a robber violently kicking open a door. Remarkably, the potency of the potion was undeniable. Zhao Wanqing could distinctly sense the restoration of her internal organs. However, her vital organs simultaneously rejected this force. Yet, there was also a palpable sense of relief accompanying the restoration. At that moment, comfort and discomfort coexisted, much like the sensation of someone teasing the sole of her left foot with down feathers while another was scratching the right foot incorrectly, leading to an uncomfortable irritation. Zhao Wanqing's only thought was how this potion felt even more sinister than that group of malevolent cultivators. Li Xingtian glanced at Zhao Wanqing's peculiar expression before addressing his senior sister beside her. Senior sister, please keep an eye on her for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Master, of course. Li Yingling promptly replied. It was evident that her junior brother had matters he could not disclose to the Demon Suppression Division, and such cooperation was naturally agreed upon by Li Yingling. Inside the room, Li Xingtian began, Master, the connection between that group of malevolent cultivators and the Qingfeng sect is debatable, yet their methods seem to share a common origin. He picked up the brush and meticulously sketched the formations from the mine and the village. However, the application of blood energy differs significantly. The Qingfeng sect leans towards defense, while that group of evil cultivators is predominantly offensive. Their blood energy is exceedingly corrosive. If the Qingfeng sect's members are indeed being manipulated, it would suggest a substantial force orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Chu Xingchen nodded gently at these words. What are your thoughts on this? To seize opportunities from the flames is certainly ill-advised, Li Xingtian replied earnestly. Today's ambush in the village was executed by merely a peak foundation establishment cultivator, whose methods were not particularly formidable. Thus, I believe the Qingfeng sect is the true target. If we were to report them, Li Xingtian's words trailed off as he meticulously completed the sketches of the two formations, marking their differences. The Qingfeng sect had indeed engaged in malevolent practices. Reporting them could be seen as a righteous act. However, with a nascent soul ancestor overseeing the sect, the Demon Suppression Division in Yuzhou City might hesitate to confront such a formidable entity. After all, while the Qingfeng sect had committed wrongdoings, they had managed to do so discreetly, without fanfare. Yet, given the incident of the entire village being used as a living sacrifice, if the Xuanwu Kingdom were willing to take action, numerous sects would likely be inclined to join forces. Chu Xingchen glanced at his second disciple, who was currently fixated on the formations he had drawn, his expression devoid of emotion. Li Xingtian, noticing his master's gaze, lifted his head. Opportunities must not be missed. Decisive action is essential. Chapter 41. The gray area the following morning, within the medical hall of the Demon Suppression Division in Yuzhou City. What kind of miraculous elixir did you consume for such remarkable results? Anian exclaimed as she unwrapped the bandage from Zhao Wanqing's hand, discovering that the previously deep wound was now nearly healed. Zhao Wanqing answered, her expression slightly peculiar. I consumed a liquid essence refined by a senior. She extended her hand for a pulse check. Anian paid little heed to the specifics of the pill Zhao Wanqing had taken, as long as it had not caused her demise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing placed her hand on the table. Anian gently placed her small hand upon the pulse, and after a considerable pause, her gaze fixed upon Zhao Wanqing with an expression of curiosity. Did you not suffer a severe internal injury not long ago? Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly. Yes, what of it? The pulse seems rather peculiar. It appears to be recovering a tad too swiftly, likely due to the elixir you consumed. Anian remarked nonchalantly as she withdrew her hand. I've completed the examination. There's nothing to be concerned about. Your recovery is progressing quite well, and there's no sign of poisoning. With ample rest, you'll soon be back to your lively self. Thank you. Zhao Wanqing's words were cut short by a voice from outside. Calling, Captain Zhao, there is someone named Chu Xingchen at the door looking for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing sprang to her feet, a hint of apology in her tone. I must take my leave. Yin called out after her, do not forget to rest properly, lest you return once more in a state of exhaustion. The burden will fall upon you. Regrettably, Zhao Wanqing did not respond to Yin's admonition. She hurried out of the gates of the Demon Suppression Division and spotted Chu Xingchen standing beneath a tree not far away, quickly making her way over. Chu Xingchen initiated the conversation. Have you reported the situation in that village to the Demon Suppression Division? I have, and expedited the process, Zhao Wanqing replied. Expedited? How long will that take? Zhao Wanqing offered a wry smile. Approximately half a month, I suppose. That is indeed pressing. What are your plans now? Will you continue the investigation on your own? Chu Xingchen inquired, looking at Zhao Wanqing. Even if we don't investigate, the promised spirit stones cannot be overlooked. Naturally, the investigation must proceed. After all, if we wait for half a month for the process to conclude, the culprits may have long since fled, Zhao Wanqing stated, her tone laced with uncertainty. Of course we must investigate. But why hasn't the individual who accompanied me yesterday shown up? Are you referring to Li Xingtian? Chu Xingchen asked, his tone tinged with intrigue. Did you intend to hire a few individuals for 400 spirit stones? Zhao Wanqing hastily replied. No, it's just that Brother Li is exceptionally skilled. The brilliance of that sword strike, in Zhao Wanqing's eyes, was far beyond what one would expect from someone at the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he had remained remarkably composed throughout the investigation. Chu Xingchen did not press further on that matter, adopting a serious expression. Well then, do you have any specific goals at present? At this, Zhao Wanqing fell silent. The Peak Foundation establishment rogue cultivator from yesterday was likely a deliberate decoy left by the rogue cultivator gang to monitor the progress of the investigation by the Demon Suppression Division, adjusting their plans accordingly. Furthermore, that rogue cultivator had not been eliminated by Li Xingtian, which likely meant they had already raised the alarm. Should they continue to pursue the investigation along the original trajectory, there was a real risk of being led in circles by that group of rogue cultivators, ultimately achieving nothing. The forthcoming investigative direction would likely require a shift to keep pace with the rogue cultivators. However, such a pivot was far from simple, as the existing leads were exceedingly tenuous. Chu Xingchen, with a smile, suggested, if you lack direction, why not accompany me? Zhao Wanqing gazed at Chu Xingchen in surprise, hesitating momentarily before nodding in agreement. After all, with no clear path ahead, it would be prudent to follow the recommendations of Yao Qin, trusting that this esteemed senior might possess a viable strategy. Moreover, as Li Xingtian's master, this senior should undoubtedly have a more meticulous mind than his disciple. Upon witnessing Zhao Wanqing's nod of agreement, Chu Xingchen turned and strode toward the outskirts of Yuzhou City, remarking with a smile. In truth, solving cases is not as daunting as it may seem. One must look beyond the surface to discern the essence. It is unwise to become fixated on rigid clues and pursue them relentlessly. One must harness their imagination. Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow at his words. While they were indeed insightful, she believed that imagination must be grounded in reality. Otherwise, it would merely be daydreaming. Observing her silent contemplation, Chu Xingchen understood that Zhao Wanqing did not regard his sentiments with particular importance. However, it mattered little. She would soon grasp the concept of thinking outside the box. From the southern outskirts of Yuzhou City, the Yuzhou River flows into the interior and eventually reaches the coast, with an extensive network of waterway vessels. Given such geography, smuggling becomes a lucrative venture. Ordinary merchants engage in the illicit trade of salt and hoarding grain to inflate prices, while those of a more refined nature dabble in foreign antiques and exquisite trinkets. Yet, it is not solely the common folk who partake in smuggling. Practitioners of the mystical arts do so as well, for their pursuit of immortality is hardly akin to delivering parcels. Boats navigating upstream and downstream are not particularly slow. Many practitioners, lacking exceptional talent yet yearning for the path of enlightenment, resort to smuggling herbs, elixirs, or other unsavory items to profit from the price differentials of spirit stones. In this world, supply and demand govern all. When there is a need, there will be a seller. While labeling these individuals as evil cultivators might be an exaggeration, it is undeniable that they are hardly virtuous. They can be categorized within a gray area. As an official of Zhao Wanqing's caliber, she would naturally be indifferent to such moral ambiguities. Dealing with malevolent beasts and sinister cultivators left little room for concern about the most base of shameless practitioners. Moreover, these lower-tier cultivators are not united. They protect their own small territories and pose no significant threat. However, what Zhao Wanqing may not realize is that those who can safeguard their domains in such locales may not be the most powerful, but they are certainly the most well-informed. Had she understood the peculiarities of this territory, she would not have displayed such an expression. At this moment, Chu Xingchen and Zhao Wanqing stood at a remote unloading dock belonging to the Chaobang. Not far away, individuals were unloading sizable cargo boxes from a decrepit merchant vessel. Zhao Wanqing frowned as she gazed at the dilapidated dock, where several chi-refining practitioners wielding shabby blades cast menacing glances in her direction. She genuinely could not fathom the purpose of their presence here. Were they to apprehend these lowly smugglers? The dock guard, with a hostile tone, inquired, "What brings you here?" Chu Xingchen gestured. "Show them your insignia as the captain of the Demon Suppression Division." Although uncertain of the intent behind their visit, Zhao Wanqing complied and produced the insignia from her waist. Without needing her to speak, Chu Xingchen stepped forward, declaring, "We are from the Demon Suppression Division, and we demand that your superior come forth for questioning." Upon recognizing the insignia, the dock guard's demeanor shifted entirely. He quickly nodded and bowed. "Ah, an official. Please wait a moment. I will summon him at once." The authority of the Demon Suppression Division's insignia proved exceptionally effective in this context. After all, these individuals lacked the audacity of desperate criminals. Fundamentally, they were merchants who would not dare act against those from the Demon Suppression Division. Thus, they could only be easily subdued by the authority of the division. Soon, a humble cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, adorned with gold and silver, hurriedly approached the entrance. His tone was exceedingly deferential. "Sir, our modest business has not transgressed the law. If you seek to apprehend someone, it would be better to go after that scoundrel Wanger Matzi at the adjacent dock. That rascal is trafficking in people. Furthermore, he lends at exorbitant interest rates, coercing virtuous women into a life of vice. His myriad transgressions are utterly abhorrent. He is truly a fiend of the highest order. If you wish to pursue him, I would gladly guide you, esteemed officers." In the face of the disgraceful remarks from the Foundation cultivator, Chu Xingchen did not hesitate to examine his attributes. Target: Guanquan, blue attribute. Flexible bottom line, white attribute. Slightly intelligent, white attribute. Ruthless, black attribute. Poor talent. Upon observing the attributes, Chu Xingchen smiled with satisfaction. A flexible bottom line. This was precisely the sort of talent he was in search of. Fortune smiled upon him, and thus he decided to select this individual. Chu Xingchen remarked, "It is evident that you possess talent. Securing a dock for oneself in this place is no small feat, is it?" Guanquan replied with genuine warmth, "Thanks to the two esteemed officers' blessings, I managed to scrape by." "We have come to seek your assistance with a matter," Chu Xingchen stated, patting Guanquan on the shoulder. "You should have some time to spare, correct?" "Certainly, sir. Whatever you require, everyone at my dock will do their utmost to assist. No need for so many. Just you alone will suffice." Guanquan was taken aback by this request. Given his recent dealings, he was no better than the very Wanger Matzi he had just denounced. Who would dare accompany the leader of the Demon Suppression Division on a case? Surely, they did not intend to engage in entrapment under the guise of assistance. It could not be that they meant to turn the tables on him. Guan Quan, with a troubled expression, attempted to decline. Sir, strength lies in numbers. Indeed, Captain, we should rally more personnel from the Demon Suppression Division. Chu Xingchen initially nodded in agreement before his demeanor shifted dramatically. His voice turned stern as he glared at Guan Quan. You had better call in additional support. Do not let it be said that the Demon Suppression Division bullies the weak. The threat was palpable. Faced with this intimidation, Guan Quan quickly fell to his knees. He had no choice. These two were clearly seeking trouble, and this dock represented his entire fortune. He could flee, but the dock could not follow. With a pained expression and a tone filled with grievance, he uttered, Sir, what case do you wish to pursue? Is this not something that can be discussed here? I promise to cooperate fully. Seeing Guan Quan on the verge of tears, Chu Xingchen decided to address the matter at hand to avoid further scaring him off. Recently, there have been reports of individuals purchasing a considerable number of ritual foundation stones at high prices, correct? Guan Quan was momentarily taken aback, unease settling in his heart. As he contemplated how to respond, he caught sight of Chu Xingchen's enigmatic smile. Taking a deep breath, he forced a bitter smile and replied, Indeed, there was a group that bought a large quantity of ritual foundation stones, and they showed no concern for the premium. Zhao Wanqing's eyes lit up at this revelation. If she did not comprehend its significance now, she would be a fool. She promptly pressed for details. Who purchased them? What are their names? Guan Quan, thrown by her inquiry, cast a peculiar glance at Zhao Wanqing, hesitating as he contemplated his response. How could such a foolish girl possibly become the squad leader? Can you guess why she would spend a considerable sum to come here instead of purchasing from the reputable treasure hall? It is undoubtedly due to her unremarkable status, or perhaps her face is plastered on the wanted posters. Upon noticing the peculiar expression on Guan Quan's face, Zhao Wanqing quickly grasped the crux of the matter and realized she had just acted rather foolishly. Chu Xingchen, with a serious demeanor, remarked, Well, you should now understand what that group intends to do with the foundational stone, correct? Guan Quan, sounding aggrieved, replied, In our place. Chu Xingchen coldly interrupted, Think carefully before responding. You have but one chance. Witnessing Chu Xingchen's icy countenance and tone, Guan Quan understood that failing to divulge some information today might lead to dire consequences. He cast a glance at the numerous subordinates around and, resigned, swiftly raised both hands. My lord, I genuinely do not know. Chu Xingchen signaled to Zhao Wanqing beside him. Take him away. Zhao Wanqing hesitated for a moment, pondering the purpose of this action. Did he intend to bring him back to the Demon Suppression Bureau for interrogation? By the time they pried open his mouth, would it not be too late? Nevertheless, Zhao Wanqing complied and began escorting Guan Quan outside. The surrounding subordinates watched their leader being taken away, none daring to intervene. Guan Quan cooperated fully, offering no resistance, yet cried out, My lord, I truly do not know. Chu Xingchen ignored him and turned to leave, with Zhao Wanqing following closely behind, still holding Guan Quan firmly. After walking a short distance, Chu Xingchen suddenly turned into a corner. Zhao Wanqing promptly followed suit, only to find that this corner led to a dead end. Chu Xingchen stood aside, observing them. Guan Quan ceased his shouting and, in a sycophantic tone, said, My lord, could you please loosen your grip? Zhao Wanqing glanced at Chu Xingchen, and upon receiving a nod of consent, released her hold. Chu Xingchen inquired, Now, can we discuss? They appear to be a group of sinister cultivators, and the recent blood sacrifices are likely their doing. Guan Quan hurriedly replied, My lord, I only sold a small portion of that batch, and once I realized what they were up to, I never sold anything further. Zhao Wanqing observed Guan Quan, who had previously exhibited a defiant spirit, now behaving like a sycophant. This was quite remarkable. Chu Xingchen, visibly impatient, urged, Speak of something useful. They must be planning to set up a significant ritual. Guan Quan quickly asserted, I have news that they purchased a Taishan stone as the core of the formation. Chu Xingchen asked, Who sold it? Guan Quan blurted out, Wang Ermatzi sold it. This time, it was Zhao Wanqing who instinctively reached for her short blade at her waist, not allowing Chu Xingchen to pose further questions. Chu Xingchen, somewhat exasperated, remarked, What on earth did Wang Ermatzi do to offend you so deeply? No, it truly was Wang Ermatzi who sold it. I had originally spent a fortune acquiring a piece, only for that Wang Ermatzi to snatch the business from under me. I lost quite a bit on that stone. Zhao Wanqing, upon hearing this, fell silent, realizing the situation was quite different from what she had assumed. Guan Quan, with a pleading expression, implored, Esteemed officials, that is all I know. You lack honesty, Chu Xingchen said, patting Guan Quan's shoulder. Did you think we came here merely to chance upon something? Pray tell, who has sent you to seek me? Upon hearing this, Guan Quan's expression shifted dramatically, and he cautiously inquired, Wang Ermazai? Chu Xingchen swiftly summoned his spirit sword, brandishing it at Guan Quan's neck as he coldly declared, It is your great-grandmother. She visited me in a dream last night, warning that should you dare to conceal even a single word, I shall send you to meet her. Faced with the blade poised at his throat, Guan Quan's countenance faltered, and he hurriedly replied, It was indeed Wang Ermazai who sold it. The most I know is that those nefarious cultivators call themselves the Lingxia sect. Beyond that, I truly have no knowledge of their specific plans. Chu Xingchen scoffed, unaware. Are you? Yet their members are still lingering at your dock? At this, Guan Quan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze snapping to Chu Xingchen, yet all he discerned in those eyes was a glimmer of mockery. Was this man merely jesting, or did he truly possess information? However, the sword at his throat was no jest. The chilling aura emanating from the spirit blade was a constant reminder, piercing into his flesh. Taking a deep breath, Guan Quan stated, They hail from Zhongzhou. Chapter 43. Action. Zhao Wanqing's expression transformed abruptly. The name Zhongzhou resonated powerfully in the southern region of Danzhou. In essence, this world could be distilled into two realms, Zhongzhou and the lands beyond. The fundamental reason for this was that the veins of spiritual energy originated in Zhongzhou, subsequently branching out to other continents. Thus, the concentration of spiritual energy was unparalleled in Zhongzhou, which formed the very foundation of cultivation. More spiritual energy begets more high-value spiritual herbs and artifacts. Moreover, individuals born in Zhongzhou naturally possessed superior spiritual roots compared to cultivators from other lands. Zhongzhou wielded an irresistible force, effortlessly overshadowing the other continents. Its sects were often disinclined to expand their influence beyond their borders, finding the other lands excessively impoverished, incapable of offering any substantial gains. Rarely did cultivators from Zhongzhou venture to other continents. Those who did were either unable to thrive in Zhongzhou or had completely resigned themselves. Yet, once one embarks on the path of cultivation, who does not yearn to witness the grandeur and enlightenment that top-tier cultivators experience? Thus, the presence of malevolent cultivators from Zhongzhou exuded considerable pressure. Nevertheless, as long as they were reported to the Zhongzhou Immortal Alliance, cultivators from Zhongzhou would undoubtedly address the matter. However, all of this required the one resource Zhao Wanqing lacked most, time. Chu Xingchen continued his inquiry, what else? This singular question could not be obscured from Chu Xingchen. Hadn't Tili Xing Tian also mingled in Zhongzhou prior to his rebirth? It was rumored that he thrived there. At this juncture, I must speak candidly, Guan Quan's expression darkened, and his tone turned earnest. They have certainly acquired more than mere goods from us. Ever since the recent rumors of the malevolent cultivators conducting blood sacrifices arose, I have harbored suspicions. Initially, I believed they would flee to other territories after the incident. However, they did not. Instead, they increased their volume of purchases. My conjecture is that their blood sacrifices of mortals are merely a fade. Sacrificing mere mortals cannot possibly satisfy the appetites of those Zhongzhou individuals. Their true objective must lie with the nearby sects. Only by sacrificing cultivators can they satiate their desires. If given a choice, Guan Quan would prefer to remain uninvolved in such matters, content with selling goods for a modest profit in spirit stones. Yet circumstances invariably compelled one to accede in this line of work. Risks were an inherent reality. Had it not been for the arrival of the Demon Suppression Division, he would likely have remained silent and withdrawn. The blood sacrifice sect held no significance for him. Moreover, he stood to gain a considerable fortune. Yet the dashing gentleman before him was not one to be easily deceived. Guan Quan held no doubts about whether the sword at his throat would descend. With matters having reached this point, rather than returning to appease that group of nefarious cultivators, it would be far more prudent to sell them out entirely. Annihilate those wretched evildoers until they dare not show their faces again. In this way, he would also alleviate his own concerns. With a fierce expression, Guan Quan declared, If you truly wish to intervene in this matter, then investigate those sects. Perhaps you shall uncover unexpected gains. Chu Xingchen slowly sheathed his spirit sword, casting his gaze toward Zhao Wanqing, who had been listening intently. Zhao Wanqing furrowed her brow, her hand resting firmly on the hilt of her dagger. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke, You may leave for now. At her words, Guan Quan visibly relaxed, then swiftly drew a dagger from his waist. Under Zhao Wanqing's astonished gaze, he inflicted several deep cuts upon himself. He then turned and dashed towards the dock. Zhao Wanqing stared at Guan Quan's receding figure, her voice laced with confusion. A feigned injury? Is this not too obvious? Chu Xingchen chuckled softly, providing clarification. Some matters cannot be elucidated merely through words. Those who choose to doubt will do so regardless. What is paramount for him at this moment is his demeanor. Zhao Wanqing turned to Chu Xingchen, inquiring, Do you believe his words to be truthful? And what do you think? Zhao Wanqing's expression grew grave as she lowered her head. After a prolonged silence, she finally replied, "What he said should indeed be the truth. Then do you intend to continue your investigation?" Chu Xingchen's tone remained neutral. Zhao Wanqing clasped her hands together, stating, "I shall not trouble you further with the ensuing matters. Thank you for your assistance. Considering the involvement of the central continent, the strongest among that group of evildoers would possess at least golden core cultivation, compounded by their terrifying bloodlust. To entice a golden core adept to take such risks for a mere 400 spirit stones is indeed a far-fetched notion." Chu Xingchen queried, "No matter, but do you wish to pursue this alone?" Zhao Wanqing responded resolutely, "Yes." Chu Xingchen jested, "You are far too simple-minded to succeed on your own. Even if I cannot succeed, I must try," she retorted. "Alas, you are truly dim-witted. You fail to comprehend my words." Zhao Wanqing questioned, perplexed, "What do you mean by that?" "Increase the remuneration?" Covered in his own blood, Guan Quan rushed back to his dock, pushing past his concerned junior brothers. He made a beeline for a small room, bursting through the door. Inside, a figure clad in black robes sat quietly in a chair, his voice raspy. "Back already?" This single utterance momentarily stunned Guan Quan. But he quickly regained his composure, urgency lacing his tone. "The Demon Suppression Division has discovered our location. I intend to flee to Liangyang City for the time being. You should also make haste." "What is there to panic about?" The figure in black chuckled lightly. "What of the Demon Suppression Division?" The nonchalant demeanor of the cloaked figure was utterly unexpected for Guan Quan. At this moment, it seemed as though he were the one in control of the Demon Suppression Division. Guan Quan struggled to comprehend why this nefarious cultivator exhibited such audacity. "They are aware of your presence here. They will likely send someone to capture you soon. Even if you are unafraid, should we not retreat?" The figure in black lightly tapped the table. "Do not rush. Let us wait a while longer." Guan Quan inquired with astonishment. "Still waiting? Waiting for what?" "Of course, we are waiting for those from the Demon Suppression Division to arrive." Guan Quan sensed that something was amiss. The malevolent figure before him was acting like a madman. He hastily retorted, "What on earth are you thinking? I will not indulge your madness any longer. I am leaving. You can handle the goods here on your own." With that, he attempted to turn away. However, the figure cloaked in black reached out and seized Guan Quan by the shoulder. "You will wait with me." Guan Quan's eyes widened with rage. "What exactly are you waiting for?" "Simply waiting for someone to arrive." No sooner had the black-clad figure uttered these words than a surge of dark crimson energy erupted from his right hand, racing toward Guan Quan's head. Anticipating the attack, Guan Quan swiftly evaded, exclaiming, "What use is it for you to strike at me?" The black-robed figure offered no reply. Instead, he unleashed a torrent of dark red energy, exuding an overwhelmingly bloody aura. He lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch aimed squarely at Guan Quan's head. Guan Quan instinctively raised his hand to block. Bang! He felt as though that fist bore an unearthly weight, the sanguine energy penetrating his veins and wreaking havoc upon his spiritual essence. Guan Quan's innate talent was lacking. His foundation had merely been forcibly constructed through the use of medicinal pills, rendering it a flawed establishment. In contrast, the black-robed figure not only possessed the enhancement of blood energy, but was also at the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Moreover, Guan Quan had previously inflicted considerable harm upon himself, making this confrontation a dire mismatch. The black-clad figure cast a sidelong glance, spotting Zhao Wanqing not far off. Instantly, his internal blood energy surged even more fiercely, as if fearing that Zhao Wanqing might fail to notice. Then, before her very eyes, he unleashed a succession of blows upon Guan Quan's head, mercilessly pulverizing it into a grotesque pulp. Chapter 44. A performance not far away. Zhao Wanqing beheld the crimson-tinged figure of the black-robed malevolent cultivator raining down blows upon Guan Quan, reducing his head to a bloody mush. Indeed, the elder's speculation had proven correct. That group of wicked cultivators had dispatched someone to the dock, and it was evident that Guan Quan harbored secrets yet to be revealed. To maintain their confidentiality, the malevolent cultivator had opted for murder to silence him. At this moment, Zhao Wanqing's retreat was to enlist the assistance of Chu Xingchen, who was still willing to help capture this potential malevolent cultivator. After all, nothing was more convenient than prying open the mouth of this wicked being. Although she was still some distance away, she served merely as bait to draw attention. At this juncture, her esteemed elder, Chu Xingchen, had already circled around. She could only place her hopes in him. Soon, the highly anticipated Chu Xingchen emerged from the side, his spirit sword radiating a brilliant light. Despite the distance, Zhao Wanqing could distinctly feel the oppressive presence unique to a golden core cultivator. This aura was undeniably that of a late-stage golden core expert. Truly worthy of Yao Qin's recommendation, remarkably powerful. With his long sword transforming into a streak of radiant light, Chu Xingchen descended fiercely upon the black-robed malevolent cultivator. Boom! The force of that strike was tremendous. Dust erupted instantaneously, obscuring Zhao Wanqing's view. Then, a violent and tumultuous surge of blood energy burst forth. It seemed as if they exchanged several blows amidst the swirling dust. The fierce radiance of their spiritual energy pierced through the haze. Once more, the sound of explosive clashes echoed, stirring up considerable dust. The collision between these two top-tier cultivators unleashed shockwaves that left Zhao Wanqing both astonished and apprehensive. The ferocity of the residual energy made it clear to her that this was a battle in which she could not possibly alter the outcome, and she might not even be worthy of participating in the fray. At this moment, Zhao Wanqing felt a twinge of anxiety. Obscured by the smoke and dust, she was uncertain who held the advantage. However, this worry did not linger for long. Amidst the haze, the figure of the black-clad malevolent practitioner was the first to falter, retreating from the smoke and fleeing frantically towards the southeast. Following closely behind, Chu Xingchen, wielding his spiritual sword, pursued with great speed. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Wanqing couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. Chu Xingchen trailed the figure in black for approximately a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, the black-clad individual halted, turned around, and removed the hooded cloak, revealing the sinister mask beneath. His rasping voice shifted. "Master, this is sufficient." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen also ceased his pursuit, expanding his consciousness to confirm that no one was nearby. With a sigh, he sheathed his sword and casually seated himself upon a large stone. Li Xingtian similarly removed his sinister mask, stepping forward to stand before his master. He gazed at his teacher, inquiring, was everything smooth? Did she harbor any suspicions? Smooth. At least she has not raised any doubts, replied Chu Xingchen, regarding Li Xingtian with a discerning gaze. Your acting skills are quite commendable in the realm of cultivation. Possessing diverse skills is never a burden. Li Xingtian maintained a calm expression, then clasped his hands respectfully, stating, "Then, master, I shall first attend to the concluding matters with senior sister." There were still arrangements that required finalization, and time was of the essence. Chu Xingchen nodded gently before rising. "Very well, but exercise caution. Do not overstep." "Rest assured," Li Xingtian affirmed with a nod. As Chu Xingchen observed Li Xingtian's departing figure, he sighed and made his way towards the dock where Zhao Wanqing was located. Today's endeavor, beginning with the search for Zhao Wanqing, had been meticulously planned. However, it was not solely an attempt to frame the Qingfeng sect. Every clue known to Zhao Wanqing was, in fact, genuine. The purchase of Taishan stones was authentic, the malevolent practitioners hailing from Zhongzhou was true, and even the plot to sacrifice the sect was accurate. Since Zhao Wanqing had returned heavily injured the day before, Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian had jointly resumed their investigation. After all, if a practitioner at the late Foundation establishment stage was left to handle the aftermath, it was highly probable that there were golden core cultivators among that group of malevolent practitioners. Although his disciple was protected by talismans, allowing him to roam about in such uncertain circumstances was exceedingly perilous. Moreover, his disciple's suggestions were quite reasonable. It was only prudent to investigate the circumstances first before determining how to proceed. The formations and instruments drawn by Li Xingtian invariably required a substantial amount of foundational stones. Therefore, Chu Xingchen had initially set his sights on the docks frequented by those engaged in the trafficking of cultivation resources. Li Xingtian's cultivation method allowed him to manipulate blood qi, making it relatively easy to masquerade as a malevolent practitioner. Chu Xingchen would ensure Li Xingtian's safety from the outside. With a forged identity, they could ascertain the situation at several docks. Identifying a few names and orchestrating a performance was not particularly challenging. After all, Guan Quan deserved his fate. In summary, everything had proceeded rather smoothly. Chu Xingchen returned to Guan Quan's at this moment. The scattered qi refinement practitioners, having had their minds shattered, had long since dispersed. Only Zhao Wanqing seemed to be searching the dock for any remaining clues. Chu Xingchen spoke up. "I apologize. There were others on the scene to assist, and I was unable to apprehend him." Zhao Wanqing, however, was not overly disheartened. As long as the senior was unharmed, that sufficed. "Have any clues been uncovered?" inquired Chu Xingchen. "There are a few leads," Zhao Wanqing replied, producing a blood-red spirit stone from her waist pocket, which he had retrieved from his corpse. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow as he gazed at the spirit stone in Zhao Wanqing's hand, extending his fingers to lightly touch it. This particular spirit stone was not one orchestrated by Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian. It belonged to Guan Quan. The sanguine spirit stone resembled those found in the mines of the Qingfeng sect. Yet the blood energy contained within was markedly purer. The Qingfeng sect typically refined blood energy from cultivators of the second or third layer of qi refinement, and even then, their blood energy was of a lower grade than that of the blood-red spirit stone in Zhao Wanqing's possession. With a frown, Chu Xingchen remarked. They have likely succeeded at least once. It seems a certain sect has been sacrificed. This may also be a hidden secret of Guan Quan. He must have employed the methods of the wicked cultivators to reach the foundation establishment stage. No wonder Li Xingtian was so readily trusted when he encountered this person. However, that group of wicked cultivators is swift and exceedingly greedy. Even after achieving success once, they do not withdraw, continuing to act under the pressure of the Demon Suppression Division. The situation has shifted dramatically. This time, the wicked cultivators are likely coming with great force. Zhao Wanning, gazing at the blood energy spirit stone before her, nodded gravely. We should return to the Demon Suppression Division and dispatch someone to investigate the various minor sects. I shall take my leave for now. If anything is needed, feel free to find me at the Sihiyuan. Chu Xingchen sighed, yet cautioned, exercise caution and act within your means. Given the current developments, Chu Xingchen also needed to re-evaluate his plans. Zhao Wanning clenched the blood energy spirit stone tightly in her hand. The more they delved into this matter, the more alarming it became. From initially believing the wicked cultivators had merely assaulted the personnel of the Demon Suppression Division, to discovering their blood rituals had targeted an entire village, ultimately revealing their true intention to sacrifice an entire sect. Furthermore, they had evidently succeeded at least once. Even the smallest of sects has a golden core cultivator to safeguard it. The rapid progression of these events far exceeded Zhao Wanning's capacity to manage. The mere confrontation between the senior and the wicked cultivators was beyond her reach. That moment, an overwhelming sense of helplessness weighed heavily on Zhao Wanning's heart. In this instant, all she could do was softly respond, I understand. You need not worry, senior. Chapter 45. The temple fair in the Sihiyuan courtyard. Not long after Chu Xingchen's return, a visitor arrived, even before Li Xingtian had returned. At this time, Li Yingling was also absent from the Sihiyuan, presumably still wrapping things up with Li Xingtian. If they were to return, it would likely be together. Was this all arranged by you? Yao Qin inquired, seated on a stone bench as she sipped the tea brewed by Chu Xingchen himself. With an impassive expression, Chu Xingchen replied, Which matter are you referring to? Setting her teacup down, Yao Qin's demeanor turned serious. The Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen sighed, originally, yes, but upon further investigation, it became apparent that there was no need for such deliberate effort. The Qingfeng sect is unlikely to exist for much longer. Upon seeing the blood energy spirit stone, Chu Xingchen understood. The Qingfeng sect was likely just a main dish on the wicked cultivator's banquet, albeit one garnished with the formidable presence of a Yuanying stage elder, necessitating that group of wicked cultivators to proceed with caution in their schemes. Chu Xingchen inquired, Has Zhao Wanqing shown you the piece of blood energy spirit stone she brought back? Yes, she has, Yao Qin replied, her expression growing serious. We have already reported this matter to Zhengzhou, and in approximately half a month, specialized personnel will come to handle it. This situation is exceedingly perilous. For the time being, you should refrain from getting involved until the people from Zhengzhou have resolved her words. Chu Xingchen could not help but chuckle lightly, saying nothing in response. Yao Qin, holding her teacup, continued, I have also informed Zhao Wanqing to cease her actions. Her brother has safely passed the dangerous period. It is merely a matter of time before he awakens. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen seemed to lose interest, murmuring, I understand. Receiving an answer, Yao Qin nodded gently, her beautiful eyes gazing at the azure sky. She remained silent, cradling her teacup. Chu Xingchen cast a peculiar glance at Yao Qin, who usually rushed others away after speaking. Why was she so quietly watching the sky today? After some contemplation, it dawned on him. Are you longing for the meal I cooked? Yao Qin turned her gaze towards him but remained silent. Indeed, she did have a slight craving, but it was not her primary purpose for being there. Unconsciously, Yao Qin began to rotate her teacup, asking, Are you free tonight? Leaning his head on his hand, Chu Xingchen replied, Tonight? I will be available later. I promised my apprentice that we would go to the temple fair together. Then that is settled, Yao Qin responded, standing up and turning towards the door. As she reached the threshold, she turned back, a hint of concern in her voice as she instructed, I will pay you for Zhao Wanqing's spirit stone. Do not involve yourself any further in this matter. After all, in the past, when Chu Xingchen was impoverished, he had undertaken countless perilous tasks for the sake of spirit stones. If this fellow perceived an opportunity for profit, there was no telling if he would venture out again. Once dejected, Chu Xingchen immediately perked up upon hearing her words, unable to conceal his delight as he exclaimed, All right, rich sister. I promise I won't get involved. Yao Qin frowned at his remark, displeased. What do you mean? Rich sister? That sounds terrible. Do not call me that. Chu Xingchen argued back, What's wrong with it? In my hometown, everyone adores someone like you. Beautiful and generous, a rich sister, I don't care. I don't like it. You mustn't call me that. Yao Qin shot him a cold glare, snorted in disdain, and turned to leave. With her departure, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Chu Xingchen lowered his gaze to the teacup before him and then suddenly drank it all in one gulp. Though the situation had taken an unexpected turn, it remained within his control. Master, I'm back. The door swung open as Li Yingling excitedly rushed in, a shovel in her hand and a beaming smile on her face. Mission accomplished. Li Xingti followed closely behind, entering as well. Master, everything went smoothly. Chu Xingchen, ever the supportive mentor, applauded enthusiastically. Excellent, truly deserving of being my beloved disciples. At his praise, Li Yingling proudly lifted her little head. However, after the compliments, Chu Xingchen's tone shifted, but let's set those aside for now. We will gather for the temple fair tonight. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling quickly inquired, has something happened? Chu Xingchen shrugged and remarked, it seems that the situation is indeed rather significant. Yaoyin has advised us to refrain from involvement. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling sighed. Isn't that tantamount to laboring in vain? Oh well, having a master accompany us to the temple fair is not so bad after all. Lixing Tian, indifferent, merely nodded in agreement. Chu Xingchen, satisfied, declared, excellent. The inaugural team-building event of our sect is about to commence. The temple fair can be regarded as a warm-up for the Lantern Festival. The venue is the largest Buddhist temple in Yuzhou City, the Chanlin Temple. To be honest, the original Lantern Festival had little connection to the temple. There was no temple fair in the beginning. After all, the Lantern Festival is about inscribing wishes upon lanterns and letting them float along the waters of the Yuzhou River, symbolizing the smooth fulfillment of one's desires. The wishes inscribed on the lanterns typically revolve around aspirations for promotion, wealth, and companionship, emphasizing simplicity and humility. However, to understand the emergence of the temple fair, one must delve into the development of Chanlin Temple into the foremost Buddhist temple in Yuzhou City. In this world, where the path of immortality is an undeniable reality, many who yearn for spiritual enlightenment are mere mortals unable to cultivate. Moreover, the number of true believers is rather modest. After all, what cultivator would not assert that their fate lies in their own hands, rather than in the whims of the heavens? Thus, unlike the monks in Chu Xingchen's previous world who were exempt from taxes, here the monks must pay their dues once their divine support wanes. Firstly, monks are human. Secondly, they too require sustenance, which necessitates expenditure. Crafting golden statues of the Buddha also incurs costs. Relying solely on the offerings from devotees barely suffices for mere subsistence. To sculpt the golden effigy of the Buddha or Bodhisattva is a fanciful dream, akin to seeking to meet the Duke of Zhou in one's slumber. Evidently, impoverished monks may abandon their tenets when driven to desperation. The monks of Chanlin Temple set their sights on capitalizing on Yuzhou City's most vibrant festival, the Lantern Festival. Although the true essence of the lanterns is to make wishes, these aspirations need not be confined to lanterns alone. Offerings to the Buddha are equally valid. Spending money on lanterns is indeed a form of devotion, yet lighting incense is also a gesture of reverence. Moreover, the cost of a stick of incense is significantly less than that of a lantern. Regardless of the realm, the impoverished always constitute the majority. There will always be those who cannot afford lanterns for their wishes, yet the more affordable incense becomes an appealing alternative. Henceforth, the Buddha, who teaches the renunciation of greed, began to bestow blessings upon the fortunes of the faithful. Additionally, there are esteemed individuals among the monks of Chanlin. The temple has deliberately constructed wider roads outside its premises, leasing them to merchants for a fee. As long as they refrain from bringing skewers of roasted meat into the temple, the Buddha adopts a tolerant stance, resulting in a significant influx of vendors. They even employ hunger marketing strategies, holding only a few events right before the Lantern Festival, ensuring that demand remains high. Thus, Chanlin Temple thrives by capitalizing on the Lantern Festival, reaping abundant rewards. The golden effigy of the Buddha grows ever larger. Chapter 46. A new perspective on career paths. Naturally, organizing the temple fair encompasses more than merely expanding the roads for vendors to set up stalls. After all, must they really set up right at your temple's entrance? They must also pay a fee. The organizing body, Chanlin Temple, must host activities that are sufficiently enticing to draw in crowds. During the 15th day of the Water Forest Dharma Assembly, a group of monks chant sutras for the salvation of spirits. For a fee, one can display their ancestors' spirit tablets in the most prominent positions. Consequently, there are those in Yuzhou City who jest, the gold spent on flowers amounts to millions of taels, yet the Buddha's head adorns the ancestral tablet. Naturally, those with a sense of pride and wealth are eager to see their ancestors' tablets elevated above the rest. This, in fact, has become Chanlin Temple's most lucrative venture, enduring the annual ridicule of the residents of Yuzhou City. Yet it remains steadfastly in place. On the 16th day, the Buddhist temple celebrates the Martial Arts Festival. On the 17th, the Lantern Festival. And on the 18th, the Buddha's pilgrimage. In essence, for the sake of festivities, the Zen Forest Temple can be said to engage in nearly any activity, even parading the statues of the Arhats. The sole reason for not carrying the Buddha is simply due to his considerable weight. which is quite unmanageable. This is even referred to as a divine journey to protect peace. Although the Zen forest temple is affluent and widely renowned, such worldly behavior has drawn the unified disdain of other temples. Today marks the inaugural day of the temple fair, featuring the Water Forest Dharma Assembly. On the temple fair path, Li Yingling dons a delicate yellow embroidered dress, with 2 pouches hanging at her waist, one black for copper coins and the other silver for small change. At this moment, she holds a candied hawthorn on a stick in her left hand, and a small round fan adorned with white lotus on a blue background in her right, gently fanning herself. Countless gazes inadvertently fixate on this resplendent maiden. Yet, none dare approach her, primarily due to the imposing figure of Li Xingchen trailing behind her. This cold-faced giant need only glare for any ill-intentioned individual to instantly retreat. As a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, a mere glance from him is sufficient to instill fear in mortals. Li Xingchen, clad in black robes, carries a pole laden with candied hawthorns for his senior sister. Apologies, but these candied hawthorns are not for sale. He declines a child intending to purchase one, his expression slightly exasperated. Li Yingling turns her head to find that the would-be buyer is a 6 or 7-year-old girl, and she generously waves her fan, saying, "It's all right, junior brother, give her a skewer." The little girl beams as she receives the candied hawthorn, exclaiming, "Thank you, uncle and sister." Li Xingchen, upon hearing this, feels somewhat speechless. Why must he be called uncle while she refers to his senior sister as sister? Is the age difference truly that significant? Li Yingling, with a satisfied smile, remarks, "Isn't that little girl quite adorable?" If only she were mute, Li Xingchen replies with a tone of resignation. Watching the little girl joyfully turn to find her parents, Li Yingling nods approvingly, saying, "That remark was very much in the style of our master." Though if it were truly our master, he would have snatched the candied hawthorn back. Li Xingchen interjects, "You are being rather disparaging towards our master." This, Li Yingling pouts in displeasure, slightly raising her brows to signal him to look aside. Li Xingchen glances over to see a throng of beautiful maidens surrounding a dashing young man clad in white. The sounds of their flirtation, though somewhat distant, are still quite distinct. Where does the gentleman reside? Surely he is not from Yuzhou City, for I have never seen him before. Sir, I have been feeling pain here lately. Could you take a look? Li Xingchen shakes his head, sighing. Didn't you insist that our master wear that outfit you gifted him before leaving? He was right to say that wearing that would draw the attention of women. I thought he was merely boasting, Li Yingling retorts. Who would have guessed those girls would be so shameless? Clinging to him without leaving? What happened to the sect's team-building activities? In the end, our master went off to join others in their festivities. Li Xingchen, withdrawing his gaze, responds, "Then surely, senior sister, you could bring our master back." "I would rather not. Just look at how happy our master is. He'll surely come to me for retribution later." Li Yingling expressed her dissatisfaction, and then her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Not far away, she beheld the graceful Yao Qin ascending the slope. Clad in an elegant white dress reminiscent of a lotus flower, with her silky black hair adorned by a jade hairpin, and holding a meticulously crafted white round fan embellished with painted fireflies. Yao Qin exuded an extraordinary aura and beauty that should have drawn the attention of all at the temple fair. Yet, the bustling crowd around her seemed oblivious to her presence. Moreover, with each step she took, the throng parted before her as if by instinct. Her master's secret companion had arrived. Li Yingling chuckled inwardly, thinking it was not that she, as a disciple, refused to shield her master, but rather that her master had abandoned his disciples first. Li Xingtian's gaze quickly locked onto Yao Qin, and he promptly turned to alert his master. "Junior brother," Li Yingling called out to stop Li Xingtian. He turned, his expression one of confusion as he looked at his senior sister. Li Yingling covered the lower half of her face with her fan and, in a tone laced with persuasion, said, "You must help our master understand that beauty can be a double-edged sword." Li Yingling was aware that her junior brother, as her master would say, was a man of unwavering principles, and though she did not know what experiences had led him to this point, he was particularly wary of women. Whenever he witnessed their master conversing with a female, a look of regret would flicker across his face, as if lamenting their master's foray into such matters. Taken aback by her words, Li Xingtian hesitated, his expression torn before he finally halted his steps. Under normal circumstances, he might have disregarded anyone else's counsel, but for his senior sister's suggestion, it seemed to possess some merit. Ultimately, if their master were genuinely upset, he could use his senior sister as a pretext. With this thought in mind, Li Xingtian also came to a standstill. Qin's gaze swiftly settled on the notably conspicuous figure of Li Xingtian, a robust man prominently bearing a basket of candied hawthorns. As her eyes drifted sideways, she noticed Li Yingling greeting her from a distance. Yao Qin lightly waved her fan in return, only to find it curious that Chu Xingchen was not nearby. Li Yingling, sensing her confusion from afar, pointed in a certain direction with her fan. Following her gesture, Yao Qin looked over to see the silhouette of a young man in white. This figure was strikingly familiar, and with Li Yingling's indication, Yao Qin instantly recognized the owner of that back. How curious, accompanying her disciple to the temple fair, yet this is how one wanders. Gripping the handle of her jade fan tightly, Yao Qin quickened her pace toward Chu Xingchen. As she drew nearer, she could hear the words exchanged among the women surrounding him. Indeed, master, your insights are truly remarkable. Could you please examine my cleavage more closely and tell me how it appears? A voluptuous woman in a dress leaned almost entirely against Chu Xingchen, her hand hovering ambiguously, leaving it unclear who was taking advantage of whom. Chu Xingchen glanced down at the woman's hand, chuckling. The true measure of a cleavage is not in the hand. And where, pray tell, is it measured? Came a voice tinged with a hint of coldness. Chu Xingchen assumed it was a newcomer and did not pay much heed. Merely jesting, you guess. The dress-clad woman's face flushed slightly as she playfully covered her cheeks, cooing, Master, you are truly mischievous. Is this how one assesses cleavage? The voice, now icy and filled with indignation, was unmistakably familiar. Chu Xingchen swiftly turned to the source of the voice, only to find Yao Qin staring at him with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Chapter 47. Willpower. Upon catching a fleeting glimpse of the situation, Chu Xingchen quickly averted his gaze. First and foremost, one ought not to panic in the face of adversity, even if the seemingly smiling yet menacing Yao Qin possessed an air of intimidation. Truth be told, there was little formal connection between himself and Yao Qin. She had no reason to concern herself with him. As long as he remained resolute, he had committed no error. The crux of the matter lay in the belief that a sycophant meets a dire end. Preferring death over servility, acknowledging fault was out of the question. Yet, it was evident that Yao Qin harbored a different perspective. Yao Qin advanced a couple of steps, causing the women encircling Chu Xingchen to instinctively part ways. Her gaze fixed intently upon Chu Xingchen as she inquired, Did you not claim you would accompany your disciple to the temple fair today? As Yao Qin approached to speak, the surrounding women abruptly noticed the presence of a breathtaking beauty nearby. Seemingly acquainted with the dashing young man before them, however, familiarity mattered little. The elegantly dressed woman beside Chu Xingchen was unwilling to relinquish her position, softly declaring, The master said he would teach us palmistry. We are all his disciples. Upon hearing this, Yao Qin's icy gaze shifted towards the elegantly dressed woman. The latter, caught in the piercing stare of those beautiful eyes, felt an overwhelming chill envelop her, her very soul trembling as if confronted by a chasm of spiritual disparity. Yao Qin coldly commanded, Leave. The elegantly dressed woman, daunted by the reprimand, dared not retort and hastily retreated, lifting her skirt to push through the crowd. The other women sensed the peril and, despite the allure of the gentlemanly presence, prioritized their own safety. They swiftly departed, well aware that the woman before them was likely a cultivator, one they, mere mortals, could ill afford to provoke. Suddenly, a void appeared around Chu Xingchen. Yao Qin's gaze refocused on him, reiterating her question. Did you not say you would accompany your disciple to the temple fair? Chu Xingchen pointed to the ground, stating, Here is the temple fair. He then gestured towards two of his wayward disciples not far off, who had not even offered a greeting. With those two over there, is it not evident that I am indeed accompanying my disciples to the fair? Observing Chu Xingchen's unabashed confidence, Yao Qin tightened her grip on the jade-handled fan. How did you come to be here? She asked. Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly. I recall you have never been fond of such gatherings. Could it be you sought me out? Bah! Who would seek you? Yao Qin retorted, turning her back to him. Oh, you think yourself someone of importance? Of course, I am an old friend, Chu Xingchen declared, waving his sleeve and placing his hands on his hips. What do you think of my attire? Yao Qin appraised him from head to toe, conceding that clothing does indeed elevate one's presence. Compared to the disheveled Chu Xingchen of yore, he now exuded a remarkable refinement. Who procured this outfit for you? She inquired. Naturally, it was my eldest disciple, he replied. Yao Qin scoffed. Humph, in this attire, you at least resemble a person. Thank you for the compliment, Chu Xingchen responded nonchalantly. At that moment, Li Yingling approached from a distance, her small fan in hand and a beaming smile upon her face, calling out, Master. Chu Xingchen shot a displeased glance at his tattered cotton garment before turning his gaze toward Li Yingling's companion, Li Xingtian, questioning why he had not informed him of this. Li Xingtian, with an innocent expression, gestured with his eyes, indicating that his senior sister had been the one to prohibit it. Though Yao Qin's tone was frosty, she was, in truth, not vexed. Chu Xingchen's temperament is well understood by her. To echo his shameless words, with a face like mine, do they expect to indulge without expense? Before Yao Yin met Chu Xingchen, she was already aware of his frequent visits to the brothels. His modus operandi is to rely on his looks to enjoy the pleasures without payment. Hence, the current situation hardly seems surprising. Yet, it is somewhat vexing that despite having reached the golden core stage, he exhibits none of the demeanor characteristic of such a cultivator. Which golden core master would engage in frivolous hand-holding with ordinary mortals, let alone red palms? Yaoyin lightly waved her fan, stirring the air around her. Today's Water Forest Dharma Assembly is worth attending, Li Yingling, with a natural familiarity, hooked his arm around Yaoyin's, inquiring with curiosity, Sister Yaoyin, could it be that this Water Forest Dharma Assembly holds something of significance? Chu Xingchen interjected playfully, why call her sister? You should address her as Master Yaoyin. Without hesitation, Yaoyin raised her fan and playfully smacked Chu Xingchen. Sneering, have you no interest in spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen feigned amnesia regarding his previous statement, adopting an innocent tone as he replied, Sister Yaoyin, does today's Water Forest Dharma Assembly perhaps have some intriguing tales? At present, Chu Xingchen was left with naught but silver and gold. He possessed not a single spirit stone to utilize. Should the blood chi spirit stone prove irreversible, the spirit stone remuneration that Yaoyin promised was his sole hope for the spirit gathering array. In the face of spirit stones, what is the significance of pride? Master, I implore you, grant your disciple a shred of dignity. Li Yingling sighed, expressing, with your antics, I shall no longer dare to venture out with you. She felt that her master's boundaries were excessively flexible, particularly when it involved matters concerning spirit stones. Chu Xingchen retorted with irritation, good disciple, refrain from requesting spirit stones from your master in the future. Master, I was wrong. Li Yingling quickly conceded upon hearing this. Xingchen silently sighed within, noting how his senior sister had thoroughly adopted her master's shamelessness point. One could only imagine, should she ever reveal their sect's name, the bewilderment on the faces of fellow cultivators. Ah, you are the disciple of that shameless sect. Yaoyin observed the antics of the two lovable rogues with a hint of exasperation, realizing that a master is often reflected in their disciples. She then explained, the Water Forest Dharma Assembly is not merely a social gathering. The Chanlin Temple also seeks to gather the willpower of sentient beings. Hearing this, Chu Xingchen and Xingchen displayed a lack of enthusiasm, for they had no interest in voluntarily offering their willpower in this world. The path of cultivation is singular, a solitary and unequivocal avenue. Yet, within this expansive realm, aside from the main path, there exist several byways. For instance, the martial path of self-cultivation, transforming oneself into a martial figure within the world. There is also the scholarly path of the Confucian, illuminating the way through knowledge. Willpower is merely one such route, arguably a distinct form of spiritual power. However, even those of sinister disposition look down upon this form of power. Any form of free gain comes with a cost, a notion that is particularly evident with willpower. Perhaps willpower does not concern itself with innate qualities or spiritual roots, allowing for a broad spectrum of acceptance, even including the spirits of the mountains and forests. Most of these mountain spirits occasionally awaken their intelligence, yet they lack methods for cultivation, knowing only how to breathe in the spiritual essence of the world. Even with exceptional talent, without a cultivation method, they can never transcend the foundation establishment stage, no matter how long they breathe. Thus, willpower emerges as the clearest path available to them. However, the costs associated with it are equally conspicuous. After enhancing one's cultivation through the power of aspiration, one becomes inextricably bound to it for life. Should one cease to absorb this power, the cultivation attained through it would inevitably decline. Furthermore, such a decline is nearly irreversible. Once one falls from the golden core stage to the foundation establishment stage, ascending back to the golden core realm becomes exceedingly arduous. Ultimately, reliance on this power may lead to entrapment within its confines. Moreover, ensuring a continuous supply of this power necessitates fulfilling the wishes of one's followers, who would remain loyal to someone who offers nothing in return. Thus, it essentially represents a troublesome and unreliable path. Chapter 48. The most shameless in the world, Li Yingling possesses commendable cultivation skills, yet her foundational knowledge of cultivation is rather lamentable. It is not that Chu Xingchen neglects her. He has provided her with some fundamental textbooks for her self-study. However, Li Yingling seems utterly disinterested in the purely educational material. After all, those texts are merely rudimentary tutorials, far less captivating than cultivation novels. Moreover, the volume is excessively thick, with the monster classification index alone consuming 4 or 5 pages. Not to mention the other contents. After perusing it for 2 days, Li Yingling deemed it rather unhelpful and had long since cast it aside to gather dust. Chu Xingchen did not insist that she finish it. After all, in the realm of cultivation, one eventually learns through practice. Thus, at this moment, Li Yingling remains oblivious to the nature of aspiration, yet she perceives the slight disdain reflected in her master's and junior's expressions. Anything that elicits such shared disdain must undoubtedly be of poor quality. Yet, The fact that Yao Qin has taken the trouble to come over suggests that it is not as simple as it appears. Observing his disciple's bewildered expression, Chu Xingchen sighed and offered a casual explanation to Li Yingling. You might understand it as counterfeit elixirs. Ceasing their use would result in a significant drop in cultivation. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling was struck with realization. Yao Qin shook her head slightly and remarked, if that were the case, I certainly wouldn't have come. However, this time, the Chanlin Dharma Conference seems to be an experiment. They appear to have discovered alternative uses for aspiration. Chu Xingchen interjected, I would venture to guess they intend to condense aspiration onto magical tools. Li Xingtian pondered briefly before presenting his thoughts. Even if aspiration can be condensed onto magical tools, the enhancement is minimal. That it would be far more effective to capture a spirit beast and nurture it with aspiration for guarding purposes. Li Yingling, uninterested in the intricacies, simply exclaimed, let us go take a look. I've heard this year's funding is the highest ever, enough to place the spirit tablet atop the head of the Chanlin host. Chu Xingchen was taken aback. What? Is this host truly so shameless? How much money was spent? This time, it was spirit stones that were contributed. Yao Qin, concealing the lower half of her face with a fan, struggled to suppress her amusement, stating that the spirit tablet would be quite large and should be very conspicuous. Li Xingtian, upon hearing this, was at a loss for words. In his previous life, he had never encountered such audacious behavior. Having mingled with his master, he noticed that very few around him seemed concerned about preserving their dignity. Could it be that there is indeed truth to the saying about those who associate with ink turning black? If Chu Xingchen were aware of his second disciple's internal disparagement, he would undoubtedly deliver a thorough lesson in respecting one's teacher. In comparison to the actual usage of aspiration, the spectacle of the Chanlin host's embarrassment was far more enticing. Thus, the four reached a consensus and made their way to the Chanlin temple. Despite the throngs of people along the way, Yao Qin's golden core abilities ensured their passage remained unobstructed. Li Yingling perhaps genuinely enjoys participating in such lively gatherings, her face always aglow with delight as she gazes around. Along the way, she encounters numerous delightful items and purchases quite a few. A small bag embroidered with lotus flowers, a uniquely shaped hairpin, and even 4 masks. Adorning herself with a small fox mask, she procures an adorable little white rabbit mask for Yao Qin, a monkey mask for her master, and a pig mask for her junior disciple. Yao Qin examines the mask. Although the craftsmanship may not be exquisite, it still appears rather charming at first glance. Without further contemplation, she graciously dons it upon her face. Chu Xingchen, observing the monkey mask with discontent, exclaims, no way. The fox is beautiful. I want the fox. Li Yingling bursts into hearty laughter, promptly placing the fox mask upon her own face. No way, master. You are as clever as a monkey, so you shall wear the monkey. Li Xingtian glances at the pig mask in his hand, then turns to his master. Master, Chu Xingchen, casting a sidelong glance at his second disciple's mask, resolutely declines. No way. I won't trade with you. Li Yingling turns around, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy as she gazes at the other three. Her master, with a face full of disdain, dons the monkey mask. Under his insistence, her junior reluctantly places the pig mask on his face. Though Yao Qin's visage is obscured by the charming white rabbit mask, her unique air of aloofness remains undiminished. Yet, it is evident that she, too, is quite pleased, watching the two men don their masks with reluctance. Witnessing this scene, Li Yingling is unsure why, but she feels an urge to shout. Perhaps it is because she has never attended such a bustling temple fair. Or perhaps it is because she has felt warmth from others only within this sect. She calls out, Master. Chu Xingchen glances at his eldest disciple, who wears the fox mask, her voice seemingly trembling as she curiously inquires. What's wrong? Li Yingling responds with a hearty laugh. I am the best with master in the world. Chu Xingchen replies in a rather perfunctory tone. All right, master is also the best with you in the world. Satisfied with this, Li Yingling turns away. Li Xingtian, feeling a touch of exasperation, muses that in a sect of only 3 members, if the 2 are the best in the world, does that render him somewhat superfluous? Naturally, Chu Xingchen would not neglect his second disciple, and thus, in a tone of exasperation, he pats his shoulder and says, Originally, you and I were the best in the world, but given your failure to report matters, you have now been elevated to second place. Li Xingtian internally grumbles, but maintains a face full of gratitude. Thank you, Master, second place is sufficient. Very well, considering your lack of ambition, you have dropped another rank, and now De Huang is above you. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling curiously asks, De Huang, why does that sound like a dog's name? Chu Xingchen affirms. Indeed, your junior disciple is now ranked behind ADOG. Li Xingtian shows little reaction. His master's peculiar way of speaking is always strange, yet the saying sharp-tongued but soft-hearted does apply to his master. However, Yao Qing gazes from behind her rabbit mask with a hint of melancholy. With the dog in second place and Li Xingtian in third, does that not mean she is left without rank? All her efforts to assist seem to have been in service of a dog. As Chu Xingchen became acutely aware of the impending crisis, clutching his spirit stone close to the affluent lady before him, he hastily declared, "You are the finest in the heavens." Upon hearing this, Yao Qing nodded with satisfaction, yet her lips were reluctant to yield, retorting, "You are merely the 200th best in the world, Li Yingling." Overhearing her master's clever response, bestowed upon her a thumbs up. Truly, she thought, her master was worthy of admiration, and there was still much for her to learn. Approaching Chu Xingchen, Li Yingling whispered with a chuckle, "Master, the number one in the world is quite shameless." Chu Xingchen softly replied, "Shameless? This is merely a matter of scholarly pursuit. She is currently holding the spirit stones of our entire sect." Li Yingling nodded in agreement, though the tinkling laughter behind her mask never ceased. A rebellious disciple. This was undoubtedly a rebellious disciple. Following this brief interlude, the four continued their jovial journey toward the Zen Forest Temple. Along the way, they encountered not only merchants but also a variety of street performers, storytellers, and artisans showcasing their skills. Li Yingling's gaze was filled with curiosity as she observed the troupe of performers, particularly captivated by the fire breathers, applauding vigorously at their stalls. Chu Xingchen found herself somewhat speechless. Although Li Yingling was a water element cultivator in the foundational stage, she could still manipulate flames with her mastery of the 5 elemental spells. If she were to take the stage and breathe fire, her performance would undoubtedly outshine that of the artists. Perhaps it was merely the thrill of novelty. The Zen Forest Temple boasted 8 grand gates, and its entrance was impressively large. With Yao Qing's assistance, Chu Xingchen and the others effortlessly squeezed through the temple doors. Li Yingling lifted her gaze toward the center of the temple, her expression one of astonishment. As if she were apologizing for an earlier remark, "Master, I must apologize for my earlier words. The true number one in the world must be him." Chapter 49. The Bodhisattva of Zen Forest Temple. With only 2 days remaining until the commencement of the Water Forest Dharma Assembly, preparations at the Zen Forest Temple had already begun in earnest. As the assembly was to be held at night, primarily attended by common folk, the temple required an abundance of lanterns to adorn its surroundings. The statue of Guanyin in the temple's center also needed to be repositioned, temporarily relocated near the Buddha to facilitate a discussion on the sutras. This space was to be generously shared with the monks for their sustenance. Humanity possesses a great affinity for beauty. That which is visually appealing attracts attendance. Thus, floral garlands and wreaths were meticulously arranged to ensure a captivating first impression, though it bore a slight resemblance to a funeral parlor. In essence, the activities carried out were not dissimilar. After all, both were ostensibly for the purpose of transference, and thus could not be deemed entirely unconventional. The monks of the Zen Forest Temple approached this task with utmost seriousness, striving to arrange the flowers in a manner that was both aesthetically pleasing and clever, particularly in the area designated for the wealthy benefactors' memorial tablets. In this regard, service must be impeccable to convey to the patrons that their financial contributions were well placed. After all, those affluent benefactors would hardly comprehend the sutras being recited. Even if one were to recite them beautifully, it would remain lost on them. However, they would certainly appreciate the grandeur of the occasion. The key was to strike a balance, exuding elegance without veering into the realm of excessive refinement, maintaining a sense of the mundane while avoiding overt crudeness. The abbot of the Zen Forest Temple, an elderly man clad in a bright yellow robe with a beard of silver, leaned leisurely against a pillar outside the main hall. Beside him stood a young acolyte, his bald head gleaming, dressed in a small yellow monk's robe, with bushy eyebrows and large eyes that lent him a rather endearing appearance. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the abbot, the young acolyte could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Master, have you truly agreed to participate in this year's Water Forest Dharma Assembly?" Monastics do not speak falsehoods. When a promise is made, it is to be upheld. The abbot turned his head, chuckling as he looked at the young novice, saying, "You weren't tasked with bearing the burden, so why fear disgrace?" The novice, his head bowed, replied dejectedly, "Brother, the temples outside have already labeled us as greedy monks, and now you." The abbot interjected, "Is greed determined by the heart? If one acts for oneself, it is greed. But if for others, can it still be considered so?" He gently ruffled the novice's hair and continued, "If I do not act for myself, how can it be deemed greed? And if you do not act for yourself, it is not greed either." The novice, not content, responded, "Then why do you need so much money?" He recalled the words of the Buddha, "All is emptiness, including the 5 skandhas." The abbot, unfazed, said, "If you have already embraced emptiness, why then concern yourself with the words of others? Indeed, the Buddha may be empty, but I am not. Naturally, I care, the novice retorted. Upon hearing this, the abbot burst into laughter, his delight evident as he continued to touzle the novice's hair. Very well, very well. The Buddha may be empty, yet I, an old monk, am not a Buddha. Thus, I am half empty and half full. The novice was about to speak again, but the abbot raised his hand to halt him. With a jovial tone, he proposed, "How about just for this year?" The novice's expression revealed skepticism, as it seemed this assurance had been given before. The abbot lightly tapped his own head and declared, "Monastics do not speak falsehoods." Then, "Very well," the novice sighed, adding, "This time, there must be no more falsehoods, for too many lies will prevent one from attaining Buddhahood." The abbot laughed heartily. "For this ritual, you must lead the recitation of the sutras." His words trailed off playfully as he raised an eyebrow, signaling to the novice what he was to do next. With a sigh befitting a young adult, the novice turned and walked towards the main hall. The abbot watched the young monk's retreating figure, smiling gently as he pressed his palms together, silently reciting the Buddhist scriptures. As the novice entered the Buddha hall, the monks who were adorning the space paused their work, quickly folding their hands and bowing in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed uncle." The novice offered a slight nod in return and sat cross-legged on the mat beneath the Buddha, resuming the recitation of the Heart Sutra, which he had chanted countless times before. Though young, he was indeed clever, as everyone attested. He understood that whether the sutra was chanted correctly or not, the onlookers could not comprehend its essence. However, in both life and spirituality, one must adhere to the principle of being true to oneself. As he recited for the 5th time, a cacophony erupted from outside the hall. As the sole disciple of the Zen forest temple, he possessed a rare ability to remain unaffected by the external clamor. Yet, upon hearing a monk exclaim, "Abbot, someone has sent over the plaque for your ritual. Take a look, this is truly an affront. Let us shatter it." The novice's ears perked up. Monastics cannot speak falsehoods. A promise made is a promise kept. The abbot's voice, tinged with difficulty, reached the young monk's ears. "Forgive me, O Buddha. At this moment, my heart is aflame." The novice halted his recitation and cautiously turned around. What met his eyes was a conspicuous large plaque, inscribed meticulously in regular script to ensure clarity. What was written was not of any spiritual significance. The novice stared at the plaque for a moment, and then he broke his vow. With a frustrated exclamation, he exclaimed, "What in the world?" At this moment, Li Yingling stood in stunned silence. Even Li Xingchen, who had been reborn, had never witnessed such a spectacle, and he felt that his rebirth had not been in vain. Chu Xingchen, unable to contain his laughter, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Truly deserving of being the foremost temple in Yuzhou City. It seems that to gain notoriety, one must first engage in some antics." Yao Qin, equally incredulous, swiftly removed the rabbit mask adorning her face. She even suspected that the mask had been tampered with, unwilling to believe that a venerable abbot would willingly don such a sign. Yet, even without the mask, the scene before her remained unchanged. The venerable abbot of Chanlin Temple, now aged and with a beard as white as snow, stood in the most prominent position among the floral tributes, holding aloft a plaque inscribed with the words, "Do not compete with the old monk, Shirtai." With their abbot parading this plaque, the monks of Chanlin Temple appeared utterly dejected and dispirited. Surrounding them, many believers could hardly conceal their amusement, pointing and whispering among themselves. Nonetheless, the abbot, seated high upon the platform, wore an expression of serene self-satisfaction, seemingly oblivious to the ridicule and derision directed at him. However, this was not the first time the Water Forest Dharma Assembly had been held at Chanlin Temple, and everyone was aware of the customary proceedings. It was evident that someone had spent a considerable sum to orchestrate this mockery of Chanlin Temple. After all, no one would believe that an abbot, who appeared incapable of even lifting a staff, would choose to brandish such a sign to tarnish his own reputation. Yet, for the sake of wealth, the abbot's actions had undeniably dealt a significant blow to the temple's standing. At the very least, the reputation of Chanlin Temple as a temple that covets money would be hard to escape. One could only anticipate what sort of sign this renowned abbot would bear at next year's Water Forest Dharma Assembly. 2 days prior, a young monk who had been released from restrictions approached from a distance, weaving through the crowd until he arrived before Yao Qin and the others, inquiring, "May I ask, are you the esteemed Yao Qin?" Yao Qin turned her gaze toward the bowing young monk, her magical aura still unbroken. The young monk exuded no signs of spiritual energy, a clear indication of his mortal nature. It seemed this young monk possessed the ability to see through illusions. It was likely that he was the Buddha child, Yuankong, whom Chanlin Temple had proclaimed to the realm of cultivation. Chapter 50. The intuition of a man. The young monk Yuankong led the four into the side hall of Chanlin Temple. During the temple fair, the main hall was entirely open to the public, yet the side hall was off limits to devotees, primarily to provide space for distinguished guests. The room contained no other monks, and Yuankong personally brewed the tea. After Yao Qin took her seat, she asked, "Are you the Yuankong of Chanlin Temple? Has the esteemed one heard of me?" Yuankong replied, his tone tinged with curiosity. Yao Qin nodded. The Buddha child of Chanlin Temple has, after all, garnered some reputation. However, why have you yet to cultivate the temple's methods? Yuankong served the freshly brewed tea to the fore, then explained, "The abbot has stated that the time is not yet ripe." Yao Qin gently nodded. After all, he was not her disciple, and her curiosity was merely fleeting. Li Yingling, indifferent to matters of Buddha and the like, hastily inquired, "Young monk, does your abbot not feel a bit?" Yuankong let out a heavy sigh. "He is the abbot. Naturally, his word is final. If I were to speak, it would not hold weight, and the abbot would be confined today." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the Buddha child speaks wisely. I believe our sect should also establish a confinement chamber, specifically for those disobedient disciples." The rebellious disciple Li Yingling voted against, saying, "Master, such words cannot be uttered. The true principle lies in enlightening one another through love among sects." As the rebellious disciple spoke, he cast a glance at the second rebellious disciple, Li Xingchen. At that moment, Li Xingtian hurriedly pretended to bow down and sip his tea, ignoring the signal from his elder sister. "Very well, the matters of your sect can be discussed among yourselves later," Yaoyin remarked, directing her gaze towards the door. The side hall door faced the expansive open space in front of the temple, the very place where the abbot held the plaque aloft. This side was also off-limits for standing. Only the esteemed guests invited by the Chanlin Temple could observe the surroundings from the most unobstructed vantage point. It must be said that in terms of how to treat distinguished guests, Chanlin Temple behaved less like a temple and more like an organization that caters to superiors. Yaoyin withdrew her gaze and, with a graceful posture, asked, "When does the Shui Lin Dharma Assembly officially commence today?" "In about half an hour or so," Yuankong replied as he finished brewing the tea, standing up with hands clasped together, saying, "Today, I shall lead the disciples in reciting scriptures, so I cannot linger. Feel free to proceed as you wish." Yaoyin nodded slightly. After Yuankong bowed with clasped hands to each person in the room, he exited. Chu Xingchen, having put away his playful demeanor, took a sip of tea and remarked, "This monk has some depth." Yaoyin, astonished, inquired, "Oh, can you discern that?" Chu Xingchen replied nonchalantly, "Have I ever misjudged someone?" In light of this statement, Yaoyin found herself unable to retort. Indeed, Chu Xingchen possessed an uncanny ability to perceive others, effortlessly grasping their essence even upon first meeting, and he had never erred, as if he could read the thoughts within their hearts. Yaoyin lightly waved her jade fan and said, "Then tell me, what makes this monk intriguing?" "A natural-born monk," Chu Xingchen stated with a serious tone. Originally eager to hear his master's insights, Li Yingling lost interest upon hearing this. Yaoyin, unfazed, cast her gaze once more towards the door. After all, he was a monk of Chanlin Temple. Such a statement was utterly superfluous. Noting the indifference of the two, Chu Xingchen chose not to elaborate further, merely taking another sip of the temple's uniquely bitter tea. It must be said, this tea was exceedingly bitter. Naturally, Chu Xingchen utilized the system to examine Yuankong's attributes. Target: Yuankong, golden attribute, natural-born monk, purple attribute, see-through illusions, blue attribute, wise blue attribute, benevolent heart, black attribute, cultivation forbidden body. Conditions for accepting disciples met. Bayu. Conditions for accepting disciples not met. This little monk Yuankong indeed had some merit. The golden attribute alone was of substantial value. The other attributes also appeared commendable, and the most striking was the momentary confusion of the system. Met yet not met, it seemed to stem from the issue of the cultivation forbidden body denoted by the black attribute. Was the system determining that he was insufficient to resolve this issue? Cultivation forbidden body. It appeared that Chanlin Temple was not preventing this little monk from cultivating. Rather, he was likely unable to cultivate at all. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen suddenly spoke up. "I believe today's wish power is certainly meant for Yuankong's use." Yao Qin cast a sidelong glance and began to elucidate. The Buddhist disciples of the Zen Forest Temple are recognized by the Central Plains. With this identity, they can embark on spiritual journeys to the Buddhist monasteries in the Central Plains to cultivate their practice. Wouldn't it be folly to undermine one's future by relying solely on wishful thinking? Chu Xingchen clicked his tongue twice and remarked, "Your perspective is rather superficial. You fail to grasp the essence." Yao Qin, with a dismissive smile, replied, "Oh, what evidence does the esteemed Chu possess that I am unaware of?" Chu Xingchen grasped the shoulder of Li Xingtian beside him and declared, "The man's intuition is remarkably precise." Simultaneously, he extended his foot and nudged Li Yingling's calf. Startled, Li Yingling turned her gaze towards her master's signaling eyes, and then, with a dawning realization, she began to cooperate. saying, "Master, it is indeed the woman's intuition that is accurate." Chu Xingchen, with a look of disdain, retorted, "It appears that you two are quite unconvinced. Why not make a wager? Sister Yaoqin." Li Yingling grasped Yaoqin's arm. "My master is far too arrogant. Teach him a lesson." After a moment of contemplation, Yaoqin spoke. "Very well. What do you wish to wager? How about spirit stones? If I lose, you shall forego the spirit stones owed to me. If you lose, the stakes double. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Yaoqin's gaze flickered with suspicion. She knew Chu Xingchen's character all too well. Previously, he treated a single spirit stone as a treasure, reluctant to part with it. How could he now be willing to wager such a substantial amount on what seemed to be an exceedingly slim chance? Did he possess some insider information? Yet that seemed implausible. The invitation from the Zen Forest Temple had been shrouded in secrecy, extended solely to a few branches of Central Plains sections. These branches were primarily offshoots of Central Plains sects, merely tasked with gathering intelligence from other regions. After all, high-level secret realms occasionally appeared on other continents, and possessing information first would naturally confer an advantage. Moreover, maintaining these branches incurred no cost. The Zen Forest Temple could also be considered a branch of the Central Plains Buddhist monasteries. The allure of wishful thinking was merely a gimmick to successfully invite a select few sections. One could not make such a grand display of inviting sects only to subsequently ruin their own disciples. Could they? That would be sheer folly. Chu Xingchen should be aware of this logic. Why then did he exude such confidence? Whatever the case, it was merely a few spirit stones. If the Zen Forest Temple truly brought ruin upon its own disciple, then the expenditure would be justified. After all, the competition in the Central Plains is fiercer than in other continents, and the absence of a disciple from the Buddhist sect would certainly benefit other major sects, especially Yaoqin's own. Yaoqin nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept." Chapter 51. Today, I teach you with the resounding chime of the Zen Forest Temple's bell reverberating throughout the sanctuary. The current Water Forest Dharma Assembly was officially inaugurated. At the heart of the temple, Yuan Kong, clad in a yellow robe, wielded a Vajra pestle as he stepped forth from the hall, followed closely by a cadre of monks. Flanking Yuan Kong were two venerable monks with white beards. The monk on his left held a jade purification vase, which, while not a magical artifact, appeared to serve ceremonial purposes. The monk on his right bore an 8-treasure canopy umbrella adorned with golden threads, from which 8 variably colored glass beads dangled. Yuan Kong, firm in his stride and chanting sutras, brandished the Vajra pestle with poise. Behind him, the monks similarly recited the Buddhist scriptures. The two white-bearded monks on either side of Yuan Kong possessed foundational cultivation, and their chanting seemed infused with a peculiar magical essence, swiftly silencing the previously raucous atmosphere. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is the Buddhist sect still engaged in such practices?" Yaoqin let out a cold laugh and replied, "If not, then why does the central continent still hold such disdain for the Buddhist order?" Noticing the puzzled expression on her senior sister's face, Li Xingtian began to elucidate. Those two white-bearded monks employed Buddhist techniques that possessed the power to captivate the hearts and minds of the audience. Li Yingling nodded in understanding. The ceremony continued. Yuan Kong's small face bore a serious expression as he approached the arranged meditation cushions, which were placed directly in front of the ancestral tablet. Yuan Kong took his seat first, then lifted his gaze to behold his senior brother standing amidst a bouquet of flowers and the spirit tablet, wearing a benevolent smile that made it seem as though he were overseeing his own funeral. The plaque he held aloft read, "Do not compete with the old monk for the master, no matter how many times he had seen it." Each encounter left Yuan Kong feeling as though he might break down. "Abbot, you have brought disgrace upon the Zen Forest Temple." Yuan Kong inhaled deeply and resolutely closed his eyes. As he settled into his seat, all the monks fell silent, finding their respective positions to sit or stand in order. The two foundational monks also took their places beside Yuan Kong. Everyone awaited his words. Under the gaze of all, Yuan Kong did not hasten to speak. Instead, he first calmed his mind. After a prolonged moment, he finally closed his eyes and proclaimed loudly, "Thus have I heard." As Yuan Kong uttered these words, the other monks instantly followed suit, their voices harmonizing like the tolling of a bell. "Thus have I heard." In the side hall, upon hearing the content of the scriptures, Yaoqin suddenly stood, her gaze shifting between uncertainty and clarity as she looked toward Yuan Kong, who was reciting the sutras. Noticing Yaoqin's intense reaction, Chu Xingchen quickly turned to Yuan Kong but found nothing amiss, so he asked in confusion, "What is it? Is something wrong?" What Yuan Kong is chanting is not the sutra for the deceased, but rather a secret Buddhist technique. "Do you understand Buddhist scriptures?" "Of course, I have heard the Buddhist sutras for the deceased before." After speaking, Yaoqin rose and stepped toward the door, her expression grave as she gazed at Yuan Jing, who stood amidst the floral tributes. The methods of the Buddhist sect share some similarities with those of nefarious cultivators. Could it be that this time there is an ambush? Are we the targets? Do they have another scheme? As if sensing Yao Qin's gaze, the abbot of Zen Forest Temple also turned to her, his smile unwavering as he silently chanted Umatbhati that moment. Several figures emerged from the other side hall, joining Yao Qin in the same corridor, likely other esteemed guests invited by the Zen Forest Temple. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe abruptly spoke. Does anyone know what these bald monks intend to do? A young man in white robes, casually holding a scroll, speculated. I have no idea. Is the Buddhist secret being recited like this? Do they intend to eliminate us? Chu Xingchen also stepped forward, his tone grave as he declared, Esteemed friends, I have something to discuss. The strikingly beautiful woman in a yellow garment glanced over, her eyes lighting up with admiration upon seeing Chu Xingchen's remarkable figure as she tenderly urged, Please, speak, esteemed friend. Chu Xingchen clasped his hands to either side and resolutely suggested, It is imperative that we take the initiative. The Taoist nodded in deep agreement, saying, This sentiment resonates profoundly with me. Consequently, the others turned their gazes toward the Taoist, seemingly anticipating his intervention. Yet, how could the Taoist genuinely act? Although he harbored a disdain for the Buddhist sect, it was nonetheless a recognized and respected faction among the masses. He could hardly resort to violence merely because a monk mispronounced a scripture. Could he? Yao Qin interjected to alleviate the Taoist's awkwardness, suggesting, There is no need for such measures. Let us first observe the situation. The Taoist cleared his throat lightly, conceding, Very well. Let us heed your counsel and grant that bald donkey a modicum of respect. At that moment, Li Xingtian and Li Yingling emerged from a side chamber. Li Xingtian scrutinized the scene and remarked, This does not appear to be a secret technique. It seems to be the Heart Sutra of Buddhism. The scholarly figure in white turned his gaze toward him, inquiring, Brother, do you comprehend this? Li Xingtian nodded slightly, responding, I have had some dealings with the Buddhist sect. If this were indeed a secret technique, with so many individuals channeling their energies together, we would likely witness the manifestation of Buddhist lotuses at this juncture. The white-clad scholar nodded in agreement, saying, In that case, let us observe what tricks this group of bald donkeys has up their sleeves. With that, the scholar turned and returned to his chamber, closely followed by the Taoist, while the others also resumed their previous positions. Only the beautiful woman in a yellow dress gazed tenderly at Chu Xingchen, asking, I have fine wine here. Might you join me for a drink? Upon hearing this, Yao Qin cast a cold glance at the woman in yellow. Perhaps another time, replied Chu Xingchen, as the woman, slightly disheartened by Yao Qin's icy stare, turned to leave. Yao Qin scoffed softly and also retreated to her room. Chu Xingchen shrugged helplessly and followed Yao Qin's pace. Inside the room, everyone settled back into their original seats, awaiting whatever grand scheme the Zen Forest Temple had in store. Yet, it appeared that time was still on their side. Li Yingling turned to his junior brother with curiosity, asking, What dealings do you have with the Buddhist sect? Li Xing replied nonchalantly, The arts of weaponry and martial prowess. Isn't that akin to fighting with the monks? Otherwise, should I listen to them recite scriptures? Li Yingling nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, Indeed, you are truly my junior brother. Chu Xingchen chose to ignore his senior disciple's antics and instead examine the entry for the abbot of the Zen Forest Temple in his system. Target, Yuan Jing, cultivation level, late foundation establishment, blue entry. My heart is as his heart, white entry. Compassion, white entry. Kind-hearted, black entry. Approaching old age, judging solely by the entries. The abbot could be considered a good person, though it seemed he might not have much time left. As the chanting of scriptures grew louder, suddenly, the abbot in the center bellowed, May the Buddha's compassion be with us. The white-bearded monks flanking Yuan Kong appeared to receive a directive, as two of them suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, reaching out to grasp Yuan Kong's arms. Yuan Kong felt a surge of warmth coursing through his arms as they were seized. Yet after a brief moment of intensity, the sensation dissipated. It was pleasant, but it seemed somewhat unfulfilling. While he continued reciting the scriptures, a feeling of curiosity compelled him to open his eyes and observe the situation. Just then, a familiar hand covered his eyes, a hand that had caressed his head countless times, the texture and warmth of which he had long memorized. Have you not always wished to learn the secret techniques? Today, the senior brother imparts his teachings. The gentle and compassionate voice of Yuanjing resonates in Yuan Kong's ears. Chapter 52. The Origin of Zen Forest Temple. On this snowy day, within the Grand Hall of the Zen Forest Buddhist Temple, the statues of the Buddha appear somewhat worn. The gilded palm of the Buddha has lost its luster. In this harsh winter, the Zen Forest Temple can barely afford a meal, leaving little concern for the Buddha's peeling paint. 5-year-old Yuan Kong sits beneath the meditation cushion in the hall, sniffling while perusing the Buddhist scriptures in his hands. He has been reading this scripture for half a year, and with his clever little mind. He has long since memorized it thoroughly, yet, the senior monk remains by his side daily, reciting continuously. Yuan Kong is baffled by the monk's intentions. After a few more sniffs, he realizes his small nose cannot hold back any longer. Cautiously glancing at the semi-conscious monk beside him, Yuan Kong decisively wipes his nose on the sleeve of his robe, reasoning that it is not his responsibility to wash the clothes. Just as he finishes wiping, the monk's voice floats softly through the air. "You shall wash your own clothes today." Yuan Kong feels deceived, pouting as he exclaims, "Senior brother, were you not sleeping? One need not indulge in prolonged slumber in life. In death, eternal rest shall come," Yuanjing replies, opening his eyes to reveal a kind smile. "You rascal, if you have no guilty conscience, why should you care whether I sleep or not? You possess your own cultivation." Impervious to the elements, Yuan Kong retorts, feeling aggrieved. "Yet you do not allow me to cultivate in this bitter winter. I have scarcely any clothing, far worse than a dog." Upon hearing this, Yuanjing seems to momentarily become deaf to the topic, hastily reaching for the wooden fish and gently tapping it. Yuan Kong knows all too well that he cannot argue against such authority. When his senior brother is shameless, he is truly shameless. Regardless, inquiries either receive no answer, as is the case now, or are met with the claim that the time is not right. He is utterly unwilling to teach. Thus, Yuan Kong decides not to dwell on the topic, instead lifting the thick Buddhist scripture and placing it on the offering table before stepping outside the hall, one deliberate step at a time. Listening to the sound of the wooden fish and Yuan Kong's departing footsteps, Yuanjing eventually ceases his tapping. Opening his eyes, he gazes at the scripture on the offering table. Indeed, the very scripture that Yuan Kong has been reading for over half a year is the Heart Sutra, the pinnacle of the Zen Forest Temple's teachings, originating from the Central Plains. Yuan Kong is undoubtedly a child of the Buddha, effortlessly grasping the essence of Buddhist philosophy and possessing innate wisdom. Even at this moment, Yuanjing might struggle to best Yuan Kong in a debate on Buddhist principles. Most importantly, the visitors from the Central Plains have confirmed that Yuan Kong is a natural child of the Buddha. Such a child is typically cherished, fiercely sought after by numerous prominent Buddhist temples. Yet, Yuan Kong remains in the Zen Forest Temple, not taken to the Grand Buddhist Temple in the Central Plains. The reason is simple. Yuan Kong is indeed a natural child of the Buddha, yet he cannot cultivate any mind techniques. In fact, he even subconsciously rejects any energies that do not belong to him, be they from the Buddha or the immortals. Inno Temple in the Central Plains desires a child of the Buddha who can only discern scriptures. Reflecting on this, Yuanjing cannot help but chuckle, amused at how their pursuit of Buddhism seems to have gone awry. Ultimately, what is being cultivated? The heart of the Buddha or the means of cultivation? Nevertheless, it matters little. Remaining here is far better than suffering elsewhere. If they do not treasure Yuan Kong, then he shall treasure himself. For half a year, the Heart Sutra lay before Yuan Kong, untouched and unresponsive, leading one to believe that the judgment from Zhongzhou was indeed accurate. Yuanjing extended a hand towards the scripture, her expression a blend of amusement and contemplation, before ultimately deciding to put the sutra away. After all, the Buddha proclaimed that even mortals could cultivate the art of effortless transformation. No need to force it, no need to force it. Yuanjing gazed out at the heavy snowfall beyond the door, pondering that perhaps the little one would be disappointed. With her head bowed, she turned away and resumed striking the wooden fish in the vast emptiness of the hall. Only the crisp sound of the wooden fish remained. Yuanjing lost track of time as she continued, until suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps and the frantic call of a monk. "Abbot! The master uncle has fainted while washing clothes. Please, you must come quickly." Yuanjing, unperturbed, placed the wooden fish mallet aside. This boy was becoming increasingly outrageous. Was it not just one instance of being caught? How dare he feign illness to torment himself? This time, he would receive a proper reprimand. Yuanjing replied calmly, "Do not panic. Let us go check on him." The abbot's composed demeanor reassured the previously anxious monk. "Please, follow me." The monk led the abbot into a side chamber. Inside, several monks were diligently using warm towels to wipe down Yuan Kong's body. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuanjing felt a surge of foreboding and swiftly stepped forward to grasp Yuan Kong's hand. As soon as she made contact, she was struck by an overwhelming chill, as though all warmth had fled from him. Her gaze shifted to the monk beside her, incredulous. How could this happen?" The monk, casting a perplexed look at the abbot, murmured, "I saw the master uncle washing clothes. I intended to assist him, but he insisted it was your punishment, abbot, for him to do so, and then..." Yuanjing interjected, "Very well, it is futile to assign blame at this moment. Regardless of any force that might enter Yuan Kong's body, it would dissipate automatically. Thus, I must resort to the simplest method of pulse diagnosis to ascertain his condition." However, after a prolonged examination, Yuan Jing could only conclude that the unconscious and frigid Yuan Kong was, in fact, remarkably healthy. Were it not for her vows as a monk, she would indulge in a couple of swigs of national essence. With a solemn expression, she eventually spoke. You all tend to him. I shall summon help. The monks in the side chamber promptly responded, yes. Yuan Jing rose and hastened to the main hall, quickly ascending the offering table to retrieve a golden relic from the right ear of the Buddha. Without hesitation, she crushed it in her hand. The shattered relic burst into radiant light and dispersed. After silently reciting Amitabha, she swiftly returned to the side chamber. Pushing open the door, she instructed the monks inside in a hushed tone. You must all leave. Regardless of the circumstances, do not return. Abbot, they replied. After exchanging glances, the monks reluctantly withdrew. Once they had all departed, Yuan Jing closed the door, approached Yuan Kong, and took up the warm water and cloth to personally attend to him. Approximately half an hour later, a commanding voice unexpectedly resonated within the chamber. You should understand when the relic ought to be employed. Yuan Jing turned to look. Before me stood a middle-aged man, lean and muscular, his bald head gleaming in the winter chill, partially draped in a kasaya yet mostly bare. A dark golden flame totem flickered between his brows. Yuan Jing's demeanor remained tranquil and indifferent, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of the Arhat, who possessed profound Yuaning cultivation. I comprehend, he stated. Yet it appears that the Arhat does not. Unfazed, the Arhat replied, understanding is a matter for the teaching hall. You summoned me for him, did you not? Yuan Jing nodded. I kindly request the Arhat's assistance. The Arhat arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Now, in the room, only Yuan Jing's silent contemplation and the unconscious Yuan Kong remained. Chapter 53. All is fate. So what is the purpose of cultivating Buddhism? On that day, the monks of Chanlin Temple waited outside for an extended period. As night fell, the abbot finally emerged from a side room. A relaxed smile graced his face as he gently waved to the anxious monks at the entrance, signaling that all was well. The monks, witnessing Yuan Jing's ease, collectively sighed in relief. Yuan Jing reassured them, you may return. He has merely caught a chill and needs time to recuperate. The monks of Chanlin Temple believed this was merely a minor episode in the growth of their esteemed master. After all, the following day, they indeed observed the master, with a runny nose, vociferously chastising the abbot for his unreliability. In the past, the abbot would have responded to such audacious remarks with a demonstration of Arhat fist. Yet today, he simply gazed at the master with an abundance of warmth, causing the master to shudder in fear and promptly admit his fault. While the master had returned to normalcy, the abbot seemed transformed. Previously, he would remain secluded unless absolutely necessary, for he cherished tranquility. The clamorous sounds of funeral rites were intolerable to him. As he would often lament, the verses he had recited for hours were drowned out by the cacophony of the Swana. However, since the master fell ill, the abbot frequently descended the mountain to take on various tasks, accepting any job that came his way, even assisting young maidens in matters of love. Moreover, he proactively sought out work, returning home late each day, appearing weary as he sat alone on the meditation mat before the Buddha in the main hall, meticulously calculating the day's earnings while sighing deeply. Some monks inquired what he intended to do with the money he earned. The abbot would chuckle and point to the dilapidated statue of the Buddha, saying, it is too worn. It needs a refurbishment. Yet, despite the considerable earnings, he never seemed to actually spend any money on the statue's restoration. Nevertheless, the abbot's integrity within the temple was beyond question, and although many were puzzled, none dared to inquire further. Until the day the abbot's moral compass appeared to falter. Previously, he would undertake tasks alone, but soon he began to bring the venerable Grand Master along. The reason was clear. The Grand Master offered lucrative compensation for the work. After all, this was the Grand Master. His figure was gaunt, almost skeletal, with sunken eyes that made him resemble a corpse. Standing in the morning hall, one might mistake him for a deceased soul. It was as if he had risen from the grave. Even more perplexing was the fact that the Grand Master, who had long prepared for a retreat, willingly accompanied the abbot daily to take on jobs, come rain or shine. This period also marked the inception of the renowned Chanlin Temple Fair. Events such as the Water Forest Dharma Assembly, flower offerings, and the leasing of merchant stalls all began during this time. The abbot indeed earned a substantial sum from the temple fair, yet in reality, the profits were seldom utilized in the Grand Hall. The larger Buddha statue is, in fact, sculpted from stone, cloaked in a layer of copper paint to deceive the unsuspecting. The original copper statue was dismantled and sold off piece by the abbot, cleverly profiting from the transaction. Despite this newfound wealth, the daily provisions remained unchanged, leaving many to ponder where the money had truly gone. As time passed, some monks could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired of the abbot regarding his actions. In response, the abbot would resemble a remorseful child, rendered speechless, his weathered eyes gazing plaintively at the questioning monks, offering apologies yet revealing nothing. With the support of the venerable Grandmaster, the abbot eventually quelled the monks' doubts. Leveraging their amassed respect over the years, as time flowed on, we arrive at the Water Forest Dharma Assembly of today. Yuanjing's trembling hand shielded Yuan Kong's eyes, and a serene smile graced his face. As though he had finally found solace, he softly murmured, "All beings suffer. Only then do they make vows. Child, you were born a child of the Buddha, yet you must understand, today, it is the sentient beings who assist you in attaining Buddhahood." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong suddenly reached out, grasping Yuanjing's hand that covered his eyes, but at Yuanjing's gentle words, he lowered his hand once more. "Child, do not fear," he whispered. Yuanjing's gaze swept over the two white-bearded monks flanking Yuan Kong, offering a gentle nod in acknowledgement. To Yuan Kong's left, the monk holding the pure bottle abruptly raised his arm and poured out the contents. A surge of mysterious yellow energy cascaded forth from the bottle. Rushing towards Yuan Kong, Yao Qin, witnessing this, stood in astonishment. Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian also stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them, while Li Yingling remained bewildered, perplexed by their reactions. The power of vows? Chu Xingchen exclaimed incredulously. What immense power must it take to flow like water from the jade bottle? Yet, that was not all. Though Yuan Kong's right, the white-bearded monk holding the 8 treasures umbrella extended it above Yuan Kong's head, gently swaying the canopy. From the 8 colored crystal beads, a similar energy flowed forth. The 2 streams of vow power swiftly intertwined. Beneath the umbrella, the energy transformed into vivid scenes. During a famine, Yuanjing selflessly distributed 1,000 taels of silver to purchase food for the afflicted. Before a flood, he devoted all he had to reinforce a dam and save the victims. Yuanjing and the Grandmaster ventured out daily to rescue and heal those in need. Collecting the scant vow power bit by bit in their pure bottles, they relinquished all their earnings without hesitation. The monks of Chanlin Temple trembled in awe as they beheld the images conjured by the vow power. Yuanjing spoke softly, "Thus have I heard." The energy surged violently, encircling Yuanjing's form. The atmosphere fell silent, and suddenly, 2 foundational monks wielding ceremonial implements exclaimed in unison, "Thus have I heard." The remaining monks, awakening from their stupor, followed suit in recitation. "Thus have I heard." Yuan Kong, his voice quaking, began to chant the well-versed sutras. Yuanjing continued to recite the sacred texts. The swirling vow power inundated Yuan Kong's being, shattering the seal that had ensnared his essence within. This torrent of boundless vow energy surged into Yuan Kong, transforming him entirely. Yuan Kong felt a profound force coursing through his body. He recognized that although it would gradually dissipate after entering, the sheer magnitude of the willpower was undeniable. It seeped into Yuan Kong's being, bit by bit, filling him to the brim. Under such consumption, the willpower was expended rapidly. What had once been a fog-like essence was now reduced to a mere thin mist. Fortunately, the willpower ultimately proved sufficient. Yuan Kong suddenly sensed that the force within him would no longer vanish abruptly but would accumulate steadily. He promptly absorbed the remaining willpower. Once he completed this process, Yuanjing exhaled with relief, revealing a smile as he released his hand from covering Yuan Kong's eyes. However, at that moment, Yuan Kong was engrossed in absorbing the inner strength. Remaining completely still, Yuanjing gazed at him, recalling the words of the Arhat from that day. "This seal lasts at most 10 years. You cannot save him. It is fate." In that instant, Yuanjing had countless retorts ready to counter the Arhat, yet he uttered not a single word. At this moment, he murmured to himself, as if in delayed reflection, "If all is predetermined, then what is the purpose of cultivating Buddhism?" Chapter 54. A chase. Yet not entirely successful, Yao Qin observed the unfolding events with a serious expression. Although she did not comprehend the underlying principles, the application of such immense willpower on a single individual, coupled with the absurdly minimal increase in cultivation level, suggested the presence of undisclosed secret techniques. Could this be another method discovered by the Chanlin Temple? Was there perhaps an additional enhancement at play? If so, the Central Plains would likely face a surge in willpower contention. Yet, why would the monks of Chanlin Temple be so generous in revealing such arcane arts? Was this a tactic exclusive to the Buddha's children, devoid of concern for imitation? Was it a form of intimidation? What was happening? Li Yingling grasped Chu Xingchen's sleeve, urgently inquiring, "Master, what is going on? Did you not say willpower is of little use? Why does it seem that everyone else understands, while I remain in the dark?" The good news was that there was indeed something intriguing at hand, and it was right before them. The bad news was that this intrigue was incomprehensible, and she alone could not grasp it. If everyone else was bewildered, that would be one thing. but her isolation and confusion left her feeling uneasy. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brow, hesitating as he replied, "Theoretically, it is of little consequence. However, with such an immense influx of willpower into Yuan Kong's being, one would expect a significant leap in his cultivation level. Yet why does it feel as though his aura is not particularly strong? It seems he is still a distance away from foundational establishment. Could this be an alternative application of willpower, refining his foundational essence?" Once more, Chu Xingchen directed the system's scan toward Yuan Kong. Target: Yuan Kong. Cultivation level: late-stage Qi conditioning, golden attribute, naturally born Buddha child, purple attribute, breaking through illusion, blue attribute, wisdom, blue attribute, compassion, gray attribute. Willpower cultivation. Due to cultivation restrictions, does not meet the conditions for accepting disciples. Upon seeing the system's attributes, Chu Xingchen paused for a moment. The black attribute indicating a cultivation restriction had been replaced by the gray attribute of willpower cultivation. Could it be that the recent surge of willpower had precipitated this change? In the end, would it still require willpower for cultivation? What had initially appeared grand turned out to be mere this? The only plausible explanation was that the cultivation restriction was likely more than just an impediment to practice. It must also entail other adverse effects, prompting the abbot of Chanlin Temple to take such measures. The system is flawed, and it is precisely this flaw that prevents a detailed elaboration on the entry annotations. After perusing the entries, Chu Xingchen sighed and remarked, "It seems truly of no use." Yao Qin did not turn around but questioned with an air of skepticism. "Are you suggesting that the overwhelming willpower just now, which was entirely infused into a single individual, serves no purpose whatsoever, especially when their cultivation remains at the Qi refinement level?" Indeed, that appears to be the case. Following this reasoning, does it imply that this Buddhist disciple must continue to cultivate willpower? It is highly probable that he cannot escape this fate. Yao Qin, half amused and half irritated, retorted, "Then do you think it is the abbot who is unwell? Or is it you?" Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "It is that Buddhist disciple who is unwell." Upon hearing this, Yao Qin turned around, ready to swat Chu Xingchen with her fan. Did he still wish to amuse himself at this moment? Yet, upon facing him, she realized his expression was devoid of jest. Instead, it bore a sincere gravity, indicating that he genuinely believed what he said. Yao Qin inquired, "What do you know?" Chu Xingchen shook his head, "Do not rush. Since it is the abbot who summoned us, there must be a reason behind it." Hearing this, Yao Qin could only suppress her inner doubts. With her master's words momentarily concluded, Li Yingling hastily asked, "Master, have you finished your conversation? Can you now share what the situation is?" She was determined to glean the news of the day. Chu Xingchen sighed and gestured towards Li Xingtian. "You explain the situation to your senior sister." Li Xingtian nodded gently and began elucidating the recent events to Li Yingling. Both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin turned their attention towards Yu Anjing. At this moment, the abbot of Chanlin Temple pressed his palms together and addressed the surrounding faithful with an air of ease. "Thank you all. This humble temple has no means of recompense. Thus, all proceeds from today's Chanlin Temple event will be donated." He continued, "Moreover, this is the final iteration of the Chanlin Temple Fair. I hope all benefactors will enjoy themselves today." Upon hearing this, voices from the crowd called out, "Abbot, do not depart. Hold another event. We are willing to donate for the incense offerings." The vivid scenes conjured by willpower enveloped those nearby, prompting them to vocalize their pleas. Listening to the multitude of entreaties, Yuanjing remained silent, bowing deeply before turning towards the side hall. With martial monks maintaining order, the throngs attempting to surge forward were effectively restrained. Two white-bearded monks of the Foundation establishment stage turned to uphold the peace. As Yuanjing approached, all invited guests in the side hall rose and made their way to the corridor. "I have seen all the benefactors." Yuanjing smiled, expressing gratitude. "I am honored that you could all join us today." A Taoist, bearing a solemn expression, replied, "No need for thanks. It has truly been an eye-opening experience. Furthermore, I admire the abbot for all he has done for the common people." Yuanjing clasped his hands together and quickly responded, "I dare not claim credit. I only act out of obligation for the willpower, feeling unworthy of such praise. Actions speak louder than words, regardless of intent." "The abbot need not be so humble," a youth in white robes interjected. "Today, the Chanlin Temple's Buddhist disciple has surely ascended to new heights. Congratulations are in order." Yuanjing offered a wry smile. "Ascended to new heights. It is merely a matter of preserving my junior brother's life." Upon hearing the words, Yao Qin cast an uneasy glance towards her side, where Chu Xingchen stood, wondering if he had once again hit the nail on the head. He seemed to possess an uncanny sensitivity in such pivotal moments. Yuanjing continued to elucidate. "My junior brother is afflicted by a peculiar ailment. His days are numbered. This method is his sole opportunity. Thereafter, he shall be inextricably bound to the power of will in his cultivation." The elegantly clad matron furrowed her brow and inquired, So, your purpose in summoning us is not merely to witness how the abbot intends to save your junior brother, is it? Today, I request you all to bear witness. I shall save my junior brother by my own hand, an endeavor solely of Zen Forest Temple, entirely unconnected to the Buddhist sect of Zhongzhou. Yuanjing's statement left everyone momentarily stunned. However, those who had been specially invited by Yuanjing were certainly not dim-witted. They quickly grasped the implications of his words. Was there discord brewing within the Buddhist community of Zhongzhou? Yet, Yuanjing had not finished speaking. He paused, allowing the crowd to digest his words before continuing. From this day forth, Yuankong is expelled from Zen Forest Temple. He is no longer a monk of our temple and has severed all ties with it. The bond has reached its end. After concluding his declaration, Yuanjing clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and gracefully turned to leave, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. One Taoist, puzzled, queried, "What does this monk mean?" The youth in white, casting a couple of glances at the departing Yuanjing, seemed to have pieced together some understanding, letting out a soft chuckle before also turning to depart. With the exit of the youth in white, the esteemed guests who had witnessed this grand spectacle began to disperse, for their role was not to decide but to report. Soon, only Chu Xingchen and his 3 companions remained in the corridor of the side hall. Once the outsiders had departed, Chu Xingchen sighed, remarking, "To say he acts as an elder brother is less fitting than to say he assumes the role of a father." Yao Qin gently nodded in agreement. Yuanjing's words were exceedingly concise. The fact that Yuankong was saved by the Zen Forest office of Yuzhou City, entirely disconnected from the Buddhist sect of Zhongzhou, indicated that Yuankong bore no gratitude towards them. However, the expulsion from Zen Forest Temple signified that Yuankong and the temple would henceforth have no ties. As a branch of the Zhongzhou Buddhist community, Zen Forest Temple would naturally fall under the control of the greater Buddhist sect of Zhongzhou. Yet, with the abbot's pronouncement, they could no longer restrain Yuankong, who had been cast out of the sect. The only shackles that could bind Yuankong were deftly unfastened by Yuanjing himself. Although the reasons behind Yuanjing's concern regarding the interference of the Zhongzhou Buddhist sect in Yuankong's affairs remained unclear, his affection for Yuankong was unmistakably evident. Yuanjing approached Yuankong once more, observing him for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Are you still pretending to be asleep now that you are awake?" Upon hearing this, Yuankong slowly opened his eyes, his tone heavy with emotion. "Elder brother, why?" He had indeed heard the abbot's earlier declaration of his expulsion from Zen Forest Temple. "What, why?" Yuanjing reached out and affectionately ruffled Yuankong's hair, grinning as he asked, "So, my little monk from afar, do you wish to sleep with this old monk today, or would you prefer to return to your small room?" Yuankong, taken aback, lifted his gaze to the abbot. Noticing the smile gracing his face in an instant, he comprehended everything. He had been sent away but not entirely dismissed. With a light-hearted chuckle, Yuankong retorted, "Who would want to sleep with you, old man?" Chapter 55. Are you certain he has fainted? In the courtyard, Li Yingling sat upon a stone chair, a large, thick tome laid upon the stone table before her, as she immersed herself in earnest study. Yesterday, aside from the last piece of gossip that she comprehended, Li Yingling was utterly bewildered by the common knowledge of the cultivation world, relying entirely on others for elucidation, most of whom were her own junior disciples. How was it that he possessed such extensive knowledge? Could it be that he was secretly studying while indulging in leisurely strolls? That insufferable junior, diligently striving behind her back? In any case, Li Yingling found this situation thoroughly discomforting. She never anticipated that one would need to be well-versed in the cultivation realm to appreciate the gossip. This simply would not do. She must catch up, and she must do so vigorously. Just as Chu Xingchen, having finally enjoyed a restful slumber, pushed open the door to his chamber, the first sight that met his eyes was Li Yingling. Fervently engrossed in her studies, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Yingling, are you all right?" After turning the page of her book, Li Yingling replied, "I am perfectly well." Chu Xingchen, incredulous, rubbed his temples and remarked, "Then it must be me who is unwell. How is it that I see you reading?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingling could no longer restrain herself. She stood and addressed her master. "Why do you speak as if I were an imbecile who despises reading?" Chu Xingchen chuckled. "Whether you love reading is yet to be determined, but the fact that you are indeed a fool is something you must accept. A fool." Ever since Li Yingling could remember, this term had never been associated with her. Throughout her childhood, she had mostly been praised for her beauty and her genius. Defiantly, she retorted, "If I am a fool, then there is no one in the world who is clever." Chu Xingchen stifled a laugh and said, "Very well, great genius. I am about to venture out for a stroll. Would you care to join me?" Great genius? While it sounded complimentary, why did it feel so sarcastic coming from her master? Li Yingling hesitated, then, feeling slighted, returned to her stone seat and declined, "I shan't go. I wish to read. In the future, you must consult me regarding any matters." Chu Xingchen shrugged. respecting his eldest disciple's wishes. After all, learning more could never be a detriment. Where to today? Should he indulge in the tavern for some free drinks? Or perhaps go fishing? Never mind, he decided to listen to some music at the tavern instead. To avoid catching anything inappropriate while fishing, as he pushed open the door to the courtyard, Chu Xingchen made his way toward the tavern. Soon, however, he sensed something amiss. It was nearing noon, and typically, the streets would be bustling with pedestrians at this hour. Why was it so desolate today? He had not heard of any festivities either. With a sense of unease, Chu Xingchen approached the tavern's entrance, gaining entry through facial recognition. His confusion only deepened as he entered. The once vibrant tavern was now nearly empty, save for a few musicians idly passing the time on the stage due to the lack of patrons. Wang Yun, dressed in a light blue corseted dress, hurriedly approached, clutching her pipa, and upon seeing Chu Xingchen, her tone was tinged with melancholy. "Young master, you have finally remembered Wang Yun." Chu Xingchen inquired in perplexity, "Why is it that the streets and the tavern are so devoid of people today? Are you not aware of the events that transpired at the Zen Forest Temple last night?" Wang Yun replied, "I am aware. I watched it unfold clearly from the side hall." At this, Wang Yun's expression brightened instantly. Who could say they had witnessed the temple fair from the side hall, if not the wealthy or well-connected? Little did she know that the young master before her was not only talented but affluent as well. She began to explain. "The events of last night at Chanlin Temple have spread far and wide. It turns out that the benevolent benefactor, who secretly provided funds to aid the disaster-stricken city of Yuzhou and its neighboring regions, is none other than the abbot of Chanlin Temple." Pausing momentarily, Wang Yun sighed softly. "Now, everyone with free time is rushing to Chanlin Temple. I can only lament that I am not at liberty to join them, confined instead to this establishment where I sing alone." Chu Xingchen, suddenly enlightened, feigned ignorance of Wang Yun's insinuation. He was merely here for leisure, not to be entertained. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "What can one truly witness amidst a throng of people? Allow me to recount to you what transpired at Chanlin Temple yesterday." To his words, Wang Yun's eyes sparkled with interest, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, gossip is an innate trait of humanity. Shortly after Chu Xingchen's departure, a knock echoed at the entrance of the courtyard. Li Yingling, who had been immersed in her studies, sighed softly and rose to answer the door. As the door swung open, she was met with the anxious visage of Zhao Wangking. "Excuse me, is Elder Chu here?" she inquired urgently. Li Yingling furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "Master, he just stepped out." Zhao Wangking pressed on, "Where has he gone? I urgently need to find him." "Apologies, may I inquire as to the nature of your business?" Zhao Wangking implored. "My brother's condition has suddenly deteriorated. Elder Chu's alchemical skills are unparalleled, and his elixirs are remarkably effective. I have come to seek his help." "Unparalleled alchemical skills? Are you certain such a phrase applies to my master?" Yet, observing Zhao Wangking's distressed expression and being well acquainted with her master, Li Yingling spoke. "He is either fishing outside the city or enjoying music at the establishment. I know where he fishes. I shall search for him, while you look for my master at the establishment." Zhao Wangking's face brightened with gratitude. "Thank you. I appreciate your assistance." With that, she hurried off towards the establishment, while Li Yingling made her way outside the city. Zhao Wangking sprinted swiftly, arriving at the entrance of the establishment in no time. She pushed past the waiting attendant and entered the premises, her gaze quickly scanning the hall. Before long, she spotted Chu Xingchen narrating a story to Wang Yun and hastened towards him. "Elder, this is urgent. May I trouble you to accompany me?" "Wah!" Zhao Wangking interrupted impatiently. 100 spirit stones. Chu Xingchen immediately rose, declaring, "Let us go swiftly." Wang Yun watched in astonishment as the two figures hurried away. They left just like that. The story was only reaching its most pivotal moment. Within the Demon Suppression Division's medical facility, Yin administered several needles into the now unconscious Zhao Xingyang. The situation was dire. The blood energy had begun to infiltrate the flesh. Once Zhao Xingyang regained consciousness and reclaimed control over himself, the blood energy would surge violently. Though little blood energy remained, Zhao Xingyang's life was also hanging by a thread. Damn it! He hasn't divulged any information. He merely opened his eyes for a fleeting moment before spitting blood and losing consciousness again. He had been out for an entire day now, and time was running out. Yet, Zhao Wangking had suddenly decided to seek out the alchemical master. Did she think the potions concocted by the alchemists in Yuzhou were effective? Yin was well aware that while they might suffice for minor ailments, they were utterly inadequate for someone on the brink of death. Sighing, she lamented, "This poor soul." Before Yin could finish her thoughts, two sets of hurried footsteps approached. Yin turned to look, only to see Zhao Wangqing accompanied by the handsome young man they had encountered at the city gate last time. Before Yin could inquire about the situation, Zhao Wangqing abruptly pushed her aside with a cold demeanor, exclaiming in urgency, "There are both internal and external injuries." At this moment, Our only hope lies in your elixir, Senior. After Chu Xingchen greeted the still bewildered Anian with a nod, he proceeded towards a vacant clay pot set aside for preparing medicine. A clay pot is still a pot. It did not hinder Chu Xingchen's alchemical endeavors. He swiftly ignited the pot to boil water, then retrieved some spiritual herbs from his spatial ring to commence the refining process. Anian then beheld a never-before-seen alchemical procedure. Alchemy, can it truly be performed in such a manner? During Chu Xingchen's alchemical work, Li Yingling, who had been left empty-handed outside the city, cleverly made her way to the demon suppression division. By the time Li Yingling arrived, the alchemical process was nearing its conclusion. She stood quietly to the side, refraining from disturbing Chu Xingchen. After a while, Chu Xingchen enveloped the freshly refined emerald droplets in spiritual energy and instructed, "All right, hold his mouth open." Zhao Wanqing quickly extended her hand to pry open Zhao Zhengyang's mouth. Chu Xingchen then poured the extracted medicinal liquid directly into his mouth. Given that the person consuming the elixir was in a state of unconsciousness, Chu Xingchen wisely omitted the spiritual herb that would numb the taste buds. Surely, in his stupor, he could not discern the flavor, could he? Just as everyone anxiously watched Zhao Zhengyang, anticipating the effects of the medicine, the moment he swallowed the elixir, his face contorted in distress, as if he had tasted something exceedingly foul and bitter. Witnessing this scene, Li Yingling was struck by the undeniable prowess of her master's alchemical skills. Even in unconsciousness, he could produce such a reaction. Just as Anian prepared to check his pulse to assess the situation, Zhao Zhengyang, lying on the bed, suddenly began to tremble violently. His only movable left hand shot up, desperately clawing at his throat. Chu Xingchen observed this with perplexity and inquired, "Are you certain he is unconscious?" Chapter 56. Success in Purifying the Spirit Stone. Chu Xingchen's words instantly caused Anian to doubt her earlier diagnosis. It was hard to fathom that a person on the brink of death, barely clinging to life, would react so vehemently to a medicinal pill entering his stomach, as if swallowing the elixir were more terrifying than death itself. Zhao Wanqing reacted swiftly, rushing forward to press down her brother's only movable left hand. This medicine was their last hope. Even if he were to die today, he must do so while under the effects of the elixir. Li Yingling sighed and shook her head, observing the scene. It seemed her master's alchemical skills had ascended to yet another level, not in terms of efficacy, but in the unpalatability of the concoction. After all, the man before them might only consume this once, while as a disciple, she would have to ensure that her master's future potions were first tasted by her junior brother. With his only movable left hand restrained, Zhao Zhengyang could only tremble in place. His expression grotesque. Anian hurriedly stepped forward to assess Zhao Zhengyang's internal condition. Soon, she breathed a sigh of relief. The medicinal liquid was indeed effective, and she could clearly sense his injuries gradually improving. It would not be long before he could return to a state that she could treat. Anian promptly stated, "Hold him down. He is improving significantly." Chu Xingchen raised his hand slightly and casually released a stream of spiritual energy, immobilizing Zhao Zhengyang completely. "Thank you, Senior." Zhao Wanqing released her grip, her face expressing gratitude. Chu Xingchen, however, displayed no signs of joy, merely nodding coldly. "It's nothing." Zhao Wanqing reassured him. "There is no need for concern. After all, a good remedy is often bitter." Interrupting her, Chu Xingchen raised a hand and replied, "It's nothing, I'll take my leave now." Exhausted, he felt that the young man's reaction had indeed caused him to lose face. Today's incident had not gone unnoticed by Li Yingling, and he feared that his wayward disciple might even bestow upon him the title of desperate alchemist. "I will trouble you, esteemed elder. The spirit stones will be delivered to your residence shortly." Zhao Wanqing hurriedly escorted Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling out of the demon suppression division. Anian, observing their departing figures, trotted over to the sandpot where Chu Xingchen had just refined the elixir. With curious eyes, she scrutinized the remnants of the spiritual herbs within, carefully identifying each one. All the herbs were familiar to her, none particularly precious, yet the potency of this concoction seemed remarkably superior to that of ordinary methods. Perhaps this novel technique was worth a try. Unlike Zhao Wanqing, who had tasted the elixir, Anian assumed that the intense effects were the cause of Zhao Zhengyang's vigorous reaction. She extended her small hand, intending to sample the leftover dregs to discern the properties of the brew. Just as she had finished seeing off Chu Xingchen and stepped into the apothecary, Zhao Wanqing caught sight of Anian's reckless act and shouted urgently, "Stop!" Anian, puzzled, glanced back, but her fingers had already ventured into the pot. Zhao Wanqing approached with a serious expression, warning, "Do not taste that." "Why not?" Anian replied, bewildered, "I've never seen such a refining technique. The efficacy must be remarkable." Zhao Wanqing pondered momentarily, realizing that it was not merely the bitterness that was intolerable, but rather a sense of overwhelming repulsion. She carefully articulated, This elixir is somewhat sinister. Sinister? Anian, who had never been superstitious, showed no hesitation in placing her finger in her mouth. She recognized each herb, knowing none to be toxic. How could it be so sinister? After all, it wouldn't kill her. Soon enough, Anian grasped the true meaning of sinister. From within the apothecary of the Demon Suppression Division came a piercing scream. Mother! Help! I'm going to die! On his way back, Chu Xingchen remained oblivious to the chaos his single attempt at alchemy had wrought upon two individuals. At that moment, he was deep in thought, contemplating how to improve the flavor of his concoctions. Li Yingling looked at his master with a gentle countenance, his gaze warm. Chu Xingchen, feeling vexed, retorted, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "It's to encourage you, master." Li Yingling nodded in praise. "Encourage what? Did I not cure the ailment?" "Of course you did. Master is truly remarkable." This tone sounded strikingly similar to how he had teased Li Yingling previously. Chu Xingchen shot him a glare. "You rebellious disciple. How dare you speak to me in such a tone?" Li Yingling, of course, could not admit to it, and with a serious demeanor, replied, "Even as your disciple, I would never dare to speak disrespectfully to you." Chu Xingchen seized the opportunity. "In that case, splendid, given your unwavering trust in me. I hereby declare that you, Li Yingling, my esteemed disciple, shall be the first to taste any elixirs I refine henceforth." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's expression instantly fell. This was a matter of life and death. He quickly pleaded for mercy. "I was wrong, master. I have erred." Chu Xingchen paid no heed to Li Yingling's pleas for mercy. A smile is indeed contagious. This time, it traversed from Li Yingling's countenance to that of Chu Xingchen. Likewise, joy is equally infectious. Ignoring his disciple's incessant entreaties, Chu Xingchen strode towards the courtyard with a buoyant step. Surely, the world's finest master would forgive his disciple's thoughtless words, would he not? At the entrance of the courtyard, Li Yingling continued to struggle, fully aware that this was no jest. Should the master be serious? Li Yingling felt an overwhelming sense of foreboding regarding his future. The master's concoctions are a truth known only to those who have tasted them. Upon pushing open the grand door, Chu Xingchen cheerfully inquired, "Guess. Guess what?" The response did not come from Li Yingling, but rather from Yao Qin, who sat upon a stone chair in the courtyard. Turning to her with curiosity, Chu Xingchen asked, "What brings you here? Am I unwelcome?" As she spoke, Yao Qin produced a spirit stone, tossing it lightly in her hand. Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that she had come solely to present him with a spirit stone? "Of course you're welcome. I merely feared I might not host you adequately." He hastily seated himself upon the stone chair. "Are you here to settle your debt of spirit stones?" Yao Qin shook her head. "I still require a bit more time to repay what I owe you." Chu Xingchen gazed at the spirit stone in Yao Qin's hand. "Then are you merely teasing me by flaunting it here?" Yao Qin retorted with exasperation. "This is the blood essence spirit stone you entrusted to me." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen's eyes gleamed with excitement. If the spirit stones Yao Qin owed him were truly comparable to those within the spatial ring, the disparity was considerable. "You succeeded?" "Indeed," Yao Qin replied, her neck held high with pride. "The events at Chanlin Temple yesterday inspired me, and upon returning, I tried my hand at it and was pleasantly surprised by the outcome." Yao Qin seemed to await accolades from Chu Xingchen. "Inspiration from Chanlin Temple?" A disquieting thought struck Chu Xingchen. He cautiously inquired, "Could it be you resolved it using willpower?" Yao Qin nodded in affirmation. "Precisely. Willpower works remarkably well with this blood essence." At this revelation, Chu Xingchen felt his breath catch. Was there truly no distinction between this and failing to resolve the matter? How could he possibly amass sufficient willpower to purify so many spirit stones? Clinging to a flicker of hope, Chu Xingchen asked once more, "Is the consumption of willpower to purify a single spirit stone's blood essence substantial?" "It's roughly 50-50, though the willpower expenditure tends to be slightly lesser." Chapter 57. Xiaolingyu Yao Qin awaited Chu Xingchen's praise, but was met instead with a swift change in his expression, mirroring that of Li Yingling behind him. This news, rather than being a boon, felt more like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Yao Qin, perplexed, queried, "What is amiss?" A mere accumulation of willpower should suffice. If one were to consider the spirit stones within the ring, should he truly purify them all using willpower? Chu Xingchen would undoubtedly earn the title of unparalleled philanthropist. Such a notion was utterly impractical. To toil for the sake of purifying spirit stones would be no different from laboring for a wage. Here I am, cultivating immortality, yet I must turn into a mere laborer, using my own funds to pay myself? Chu Xingchen could only beseech, "Could you kindly reconsider other methods beyond willpower?" Yao Qin suddenly grasped the situation. Casting a suspicious glance at Chu Xingchen, "Do you possess a batch of these blood chi spirit stones? Is your true intention to purify these stones for profit?" Chu Xingchen responded with a hint of embarrassment. Well, somewhat. How many? 200 or 300? If that's the case, I can't exchange with you. My sect should be willing to take some for research purposes. With his head bowed, a look of awkwardness crossed his face. 1 or 2,000? Yao Qin was initially taken aback, then sighed. That shouldn't pose a significant challenge. Other sects would likely take some for research as well. I shall see if I can assist you in making some connections. Chu Xingchen still did not lift his head. Yao Qin took a deep breath, thinking to herself that indeed, it was typical of Chu Xingchen to occasionally shatter her composure. Chu Xingchen, with unabashed boldness, retrieved a blood-chi spirit stone from his ring and placed it on the table. All right, Yao Qin, please conduct your research on this. Yao Qin appeared torn, then sighed again, picking up the blood-chi spirit stone from the table. If you don't use willpower, the process may be slow and not necessarily successful. You must prepare yourself for that. Chu Xingchen was momentarily stunned, not expecting Yao Qin to agree so readily. Yao Qin tossed the purified spirit stone back to Chu Xingchen. This one I'll return to you for now. As he reached out to catch the thrown stone, Chu Xingchen gazed at Yao Qin. Her expression was not particularly angry. Her exquisite face merely bore a hint of frustration as she looked at the blood-chi spirit stone in her hand. Chu Xingchen suggested, how about staying for dinner today? Perhaps another time. Yao Qin gently shook her head in refusal. I have other matters to attend to today. Very well, then when you have time, let us arrange another meal. Yao Qin nodded lightly, then turned to bid farewell to Li Yingling before departing. Once Yao Qin had left, Chu Xingchen sighed, realizing he was now indebted to her once more. Nonetheless, he shrugged it off, considering he had already accrued many debts. Too many debts would not weigh him down. Upon returning to her room in Zhuyuting, Yao Qin was promptly handed a sealed letter by her maid, Xiaoling. Miss, the reply you sent to the sect has arrived. Taking the letter, Yao Qin glanced at the light yellow envelope surrounded by magical barriers, a unique method of confidentiality employed by her sect. Confirming that the spell had not been tampered with, Yao Qin proceeded to open the envelope. Xiaoling, being perceptive, discreetly exited the room and closed the door behind her. As the spell was lifted, the writing on the front of the light yellow envelope became visible. To my beloved disciple, Xiaoling Yu. Yao Qin seemed to reminisce, gently caressing the 3 characters of Xiaoling Yu before unfolding the letter. I have received your correspondence. Regarding the matter of the evil cultivators in Zhengzhou, the sect has already reported it to the Zhengzhou Immortal Alliance. As per the instructions, you are to act as the full proxy for the sect in addressing this situation, merely preventing any escalation while awaiting the arrival of the sect's representatives. For this operation, Zhuyuting is under your command. Once the task is completed, you may return to the sect after your punishment is fulfilled. As for the past, let us set it aside for now. You have already wasted several years in that remote place, which pains me greatly. However, there is no need to worry. I shall ensure that justice is served in this matter. May you remain safe and sound. I shall await you in Zhengzhou. Should you encounter danger, remember to use the jade pendant bestowed upon you by your master. The letter bore the elegant script of Master by Xianling. After Yao Qin slowly finished reading the missive, she gently infused it with her spiritual energy. As the energy flowed into the letter, it gradually transformed into ethereal light, dissipating into the AI. It has indeed been a long time since I last saw my master. After a prolonged moment, Yao Qin exhaled softly. Xiaoling. The voice of Xiaoling echoed from outside the door. What is your command, miss? From today onward, the Zhuyuting shall be entirely sealed. Inform all cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage to assemble. Xiaoling's voice, tinged with evident excitement, responded, understood. Listening to the receding footsteps of Xiaoling, Yao Qin took out the blood essence spirit stone recently given to her by Chu Xingchen. After scrutinizing it closely for a moment, she quietly stowed it away. This matter requires a response, and I fear I may have misspoken. Not dwelling on it further, Yao Qin rose, opened the door, and stepped outside. Her chamber was located on the highest 7th floor, with a grand, hollow corridor in the center. She swiftly approached the railing and gazed downwards. 17 cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and 1 female cultivator at the Golden Core stage stood ready below. Yao Qin commanded, by decree of the sect, we shall first thwart the advance of the evil cultivators and await reinforcements from the sect. Form groups of 5 to search the surrounding villages. Should you encounter any evil cultivators, retreat under any circumstances. The remaining 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and the Golden Core cultivator shall form a separate team. I will liaise with the Demon Suppression Division to eliminate any suspicious sects. Remember, your safety is paramount above all else. The assembled female cultivators responded in unison. Yes, thank you, sure Shu. In the courtyard, Li Yingling was engrossed in studying the comprehensive guide to foundational cultivation techniques. Chu Xingchen reclined in a rocking chair, eyes closed in meditation. That moment, Li Xingtian was also present in the courtyard, wielding a wooden sword as he contemplated the techniques imparted by his master. After all, meditative practice can be rather tedious, and occasionally changing one's training routine can alleviate one's spirits. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door resounded, prompting Li Xingtian to put away the wooden sword and proceed to open the door. After a moment of waiting, Chu Xingchen, noticing that Li Xingtian remained silent and the visitor outside did not speak either, stood up to look as expected. The newcomer was Yao Qin. However, she had changed into a different outfit, no longer in a dress but clad in a blue attire resembling a martial suit. Her long, sleek black hair was tied back, giving her a sharp and capable appearance. Holding a long sword, her gaze was piercing as she calmly remarked, "It seems you are free today? Why the change in attire? Your tone seems altered as well." She appeared more confident and assertive. Though somewhat puzzled, Chu Xingchen replied, "I am free. Is there something wrong? I have assisted you numerous times. Now it's your turn to help me. What assistance do you require? Help me capture that wretched group of evil cultivators." Huh? Chapter 58. Their ultimate trump card is merely the nascent soul in Yuzhou City. Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin walked side by side on the somewhat deserted streets towards the Demon Suppression Division. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen, still filled with uncertainty, inquired, "What has prompted you to suddenly wish to pursue the evil cultivators once more? They truly deserve punishment." Yao Qin, with succinct words, responded, "But what is the truth?" Upon hearing this, Yao Qin turned her calm gaze towards the side of Chu Xingchen. Realizing her intent, he readily replied, "Indeed, they deserve retribution," he sighed, recognizing that Yao Qin had not questioned him extensively when she aided him. Thus, he chose to remain silent during their journey. After walking for a while, Yao Qin suddenly spoke, her words seemingly disconnected. "The Dapeng rises with the wind in a single day." Chu Xingchen glanced at Yao Qin, who remained expressionless and did not look his way. After pondering for a moment, he responded, "Soaring straight up 90,000 miles, that was what you said when we first met." Yao Qin tightened her grip on her sword, her gaze fixed ahead, declaring, "This line inspired me at that moment. I considered myself the Dapeng. And you? Need you even ask?" Chu Xingchen replied with a confident smile, "I am naturally the same." Yao Qin turned her gaze towards him, stating, "Then we must meet again after soaring 90,000 miles. Chu Xingchen paused for a moment upon hearing this, then answered with a smile, "That is certainly the case." As they continued their journey, the two exchanged little conversation. Upon reaching the entrance of the Demon Subduing Division, they were not hindered by the guards, who were neither foolish nor blind and had no intention of reporting. They simply remarked, "You may enter. Captain Zhao should still be in the medical facility." Utilizing his familiar face, Chu Xingchen successfully led Yao Qin into the Demon Subduing Division. They headed straight for the medical facility, as it was always easier to seek assistance from acquaintances. Upon stepping through the doors of the medical facility, Chu Xingchen was momentarily taken aback. He beheld a young physician, tear-streaked and licking a large block of ice, with several small silver needles embedded in his face. Zhao Zhengyang had regained consciousness, lying in bed as his sister sprinkled white sugar into his mouth. Chu Xingchen, puzzled, asked, "What are you all doing? What exactly is in your elixir?" Yin, with a slight tremor in her silver needles, expressed her indignation. "Why did those spiritual herbs appear perfectly normal, yet when you refined them, they turned out so bizarre?" Offended by her words, Chu Xingchen retorted, "What do you mean by bizarre? That is genuine alchemy. Did you not witness the efficacy? It is indeed effective. Yet why does the body reject the medicinal energy upon entering? It feels as though it is both saving me and yet urging me to disregard it. So I ask, how effective is the elixir? Please, let us discuss this later." "Senior, what is wrong with my brother?" Zhao Wanqing urgently inquired. "He claims his mouth feels exceptionally bitter." Chu Xingchen, realizing the gravity of the situation, approached Zhao Zhengyang, who lay silent, as if he had glimpsed the essence of life and death. His mouth was agape, stuffed with white sugar, yet it appeared to have no effect. Upon a closer look, Chu Xingchen remarked, "It's normal. He woke up too early, and the bitterness in his mouth has yet to dissipate. The last time I consumed the elixir you refined, it seemed different. The last time I partook in the herb that could obscure your sense of taste." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing exhaled in relief. As long as there were no issues, all was well. Yao Qin furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene before her, perplexed by the disarray. She then addressed the matter at hand. "Zhao Wanqing, before the arrival of the visitors from Zhengzhou, we must first have Zhu Yuding collaborate with the Demon Suppression Division to enforce regulations and prevent the situation from escalating. I require your intelligence on the surrounding sects and the reconnaissance reports." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wanqing set down the bowl of sugar she had been holding and turned her attention to Anian, who was still nearby, licking ice to alleviate the heat. She entrusted, "Anian, could you please keep an eye on him for me?" After seeing Anian nod in agreement, Zhao Wanqing gestured for the two to follow her. "Wait a moment." Zhao Zhengyang forcefully expelled the sugar from his mouth, I possess some intelligence. Yao Qin halted her steps, looking at Zhao Xingyang, who seemed to have regained his senses, and inquired, "What do you know?" Zhao Xingyang struggled to articulate. They purchased from the black market dock. Chu Xingchen attempted to interject. They bought Taishan stones at the black market dock? Zhao Xingyang paused, turning his head with difficulty to look at Chu Xingchen, then nodded slightly and continued, "Their true aim." Chu Xingchen pressed on, "The true purpose is a blood sacrifice to the sect, rather than to commoners?" "How do you know all this?" Zhao Xingyang stammered in astonishment. Yao Qin shook her head in exasperation. It would have been better to remain silent and not waste time. She spoke with resignation, "Zhao Wanqing, let us proceed." "Wait a moment." Zhao Xingyang coughed heavily before continuing. "They must have a final goal called the immortal seed." Intrigued by this new information, Yao Qin inquired, "Immortal seed? What sort of plan is that?" "I do not know." Without hesitation, Yao Qin turned away, commanding, "Zhao Wanqing, move." Zhao Wanqing glanced down at her slightly aggrieved brother, sighed in resignation, and followed the two outside. Under Zhao Wanqing's identification, the two entered the archives with ease. Zhao Wanqing retrieved the sect's intelligence. Most of the dispatched personnel had yet to return, and currently, only these sect reports were available for reference. As she spoke, she took from a nearby shelf the reports from two sects that had already provided feedback. These two sects were close to Yuzhou City, and the messages indicated that everything was normal. Yao Qin, however, did not pick up the reports from these two sects, instead opting for a thick tome containing detailed records of the elders and leaders of various sects, along with their addresses. With her golden core spiritual sense swiftly scanning the contents, Yao Qin concluded, "Indeed, Qingfeng sect is the most suitable, but it is certainly not the only one. Since the emergence of the evil cultivators, with the information from Chu Xingchen, Qingfeng sect had already become a well-known entity. However, the individuals at Qingfeng sect's mind remained oblivious to this fact. Yao Qin's primary target was naturally Qingfeng sect, but before proceeding, it was essential to acquire clear intelligence and ascertain whether there were any leads nearby. Zhao Wanqing was taken aback. "Qingfeng sect? But Qingfeng sect is quite far from Yuzhou City." Observing Zhao Wanqing's puzzled expression, Yao Qin dismissively replied, "There is intelligence from Zhongzhou." Zhao Wanqing's expression revealed a sense of bewilderment. Yao Qin spoke up, saying, "I have already dispatched personnel from Zuiyuding to scout the surroundings for information. They will subsequently report their findings to the Demon Suppression Division. Your cultivation is insufficient to remain here for intelligence gathering, so I shall accompany him to Qingfeng sect to ascertain the truth." Zhao Wanqing hastily reminded her, "Isn't that a bit too dangerous? The Grand Elder of Qingfeng sect is at the nascent soul stage." Yao Qin, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Their ultimate trump card is merely the nascent soul. I am not." Faced with such an assertive statement, Zhao Wanqing found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 59. Could it be that they are deliberately seeking a confrontation? Yao Qin, upon becoming serious, exhibited remarkable efficiency in her tasks. After providing a brief explanation, she intended to set off directly for Qingfeng sect. Chu Xingchen had no objections, as he was merely accompanying the investigation. Yao Qin had confided in him that they were only conducting a simple intelligence probe to prevent any irreparable losses. Before the arrival of those from Zhongzhou, it was imperative to keep matters within a controllable scope. The difficulty of resolving an issue compared to understanding it could be described as worlds apart. The distance from Qingfeng sect to Yuzhou City was relatively far for a Foundation establishment practitioner, yet not so for a Golden Core master, who could fly without the aid of any objects after reaching the Golden Core stage. Since Chu Xingchen did not possess any artifact for flight, he could only carry his two disciples while traveling to Yuzhou City. Additionally, to guard against a possible ambush from Qingfeng sect, he chose to accompany his disciples, resulting in a slower pace. Nevertheless, Li Yingling remained quite cheerful throughout the journey to this moment, the situation had reversed. They could be considered as seeking trouble. The two traveled swiftly, capable of reaching Qingfeng sect within half a day. In the air, as they approached the vicinity of Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen inquired, "Do you plan to visit the sect first, or check out the mine?" Yao Qin responded, "There is no need to alarm the snakes. Let us first investigate the situation at Qingfeng sect. We must discern whether the entire sect is in disarray or if it is merely a few individuals." Chu Xingchen nodded lightly in agreement. The entrance to Qingfeng sect is situated at the location of the largest spiritual vein in the vicinity, where spiritual energy is quite abundant. It is said that this mountain was originally referred to as Nyoto Mountain by the local populace because the peaks on either side are exceptionally high, resembling the shape of bull horns from a distance. Following the principle of naming things according to their appearance, the mountain was dubbed Nyoto Mountain, a name that persisted for a considerable period. However, after the founding of the sect by Qingyun Taoist, the name was changed to Qingfeng Mountain. After all, when asked for the sect's address, one could hardly respond, "I belong to the Nyoto Mountain Qingfeng sect." Regardless of how grand the sect's name may be, being situated on Nyoto Mountain would give the impression of being an obscure sect. Yet, a spiritual mountain with an unclaimed spiritual vein is indeed a rare find. Therefore, even Nyoto Mountain was claimed by Qingyun Taoist before anything else, where he established the sect. As time passed and Qingfeng's sect became firmly rooted, the renaming of Nyoto Mountain to Qingfeng Mountain was deemed a success. Before the entrance of Qingfeng's sect, there stood a towering archway made of white jade, upon which hung 3 gilded, elegantly flowing characters. Qingfeng's sect. Behind the archway, opulent structures were constructed from the rugged cliffs and crags of the mountain. Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin soared through the air, exuding the unabashed aura of golden core masters. The disciples stationed at the gate of Qingfeng's sect soon caught sight of the 2 esteemed figures hovering just beyond the mountain entrance. Chu Xingchen's gaze swept over the imposing gate of Qingfeng's sect before he turned his attention to the guarding disciples, instructing, Zhongzhou, please summon someone with authority to come forth. 2 Esteemed masters, please wait. The guarding disciple promptly cupped his hands in respect and hurried into the depths of the mountain. Yao Qin conveyed through her thoughts, it will be entrusted to you shortly. After all, in matters of confrontation, it was evident that Chu Xingchen possessed formidable combat prowess that far surpassed her own, and in terms of competence, she held Chu Xingchen in high regard. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xingchen nodded lightly. Soon after, a middle-aged golden core master clad in black approached, also soaring through the air. He cupped his hands and inquired, may I ask what brings the 2 esteemed masters here? Target. Zheng Xiaofeng, cultivation. Early golden core, blue trait, versatile, white trait, adequate talent, white trait, composed, black trait, short-sighted. Having scanned the information of the golden core master before him, Chu Xingchen understood the reason for his selection to receive them. With a calm demeanor, he stated, we are here to investigate and require your cooperation from Qingfeng's sect. Zheng Xiaofeng, still cupping his hands, asked, may I inquire what matter necessitates our cooperation? Chu Xingchen retrieved the token bestowed by Yao Qin and displayed it to Zheng Xiaofeng, coolly asserting, all matters. Hearing such audacious words momentarily stunned Zheng Xiaofeng, who then scrutinized the token presented by Chu Xingchen. In an instant, the name of a sect surfaced in his mind. So, it was the esteemed guest from Tianyin's sect. A smile instantly spread across Zheng Xiaofeng's face as he responded, no problem at all. Whatever the matter, we can discuss it. Would you both like to step inside for a cup of tea? We can take our time to converse. Witnessing Zheng Xiaofeng's rapid change in demeanor, Chu Xingchen truly grasped the essence of being versatile. However, as he had never been to Zhongzhou, he was unaware of the prestige that Tianyin's sect commanded, which could prompt such a swift transformation in Zheng Xiaofeng's attitude. Contemplating this, Chu Xingchen discreetly turned to Yao Qin and inquired telepathically, is your sect's reputation truly so elevated? Yao Qin promptly replied, in Zhongzhou, any sect that is considered respectable is viewed as a formidable entity by these individuals. This response was indeed truthful. In light of Zheng Xiaofeng's invitation, both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin readily accepted. With a beaming smile, Zheng Xiaofeng led the way, guiding them into the resplendent main hall. Flanking the hall were disciples standing at attention, and as Zheng Xiaofeng passed one of them, he instructed, go summon the sect leader, and also call any elders that can be gathered. The tasked disciple hurriedly complied. This conversation was not conducted telepathically, and both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin overheard it clearly. Zheng Xiaofeng gestured respectfully, please, esteemed masters. The main hall featured seating arrangements on both sides, and Chu Xingchen casually chose a seat on the left. Yao Qin settled into an adjacent chair beside him. No sooner had they taken their seats than 2 female disciples entered from the hall's entrance, each carrying a teapot. Positioned beside each individual were tables, and soon the 2 retreated together. Zheng Xiaofeng settled into the chair on the right, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, this is the unique Qingfeng tea of our sect, nourished by spiritual essence. It may not compare to what esteemed guests are accustomed to, but it should possess its own charm. To Zheng Xiaofeng's promotion, both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin exhibited no response, seemingly devoid of any interest in the tea. Zheng Xiaofeng could only manage an awkward smile in return, though this discomfort did not linger for long. Shortly thereafter, a venerable elder with white hair entered, followed closely by 3 others, all clad in the traditional black robes of gold core elders. The elder's gaze swiftly locked onto Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin, a smile appearing on his face as he inquired, are you 2 the esteemed guests from Zhongzhou? I am the sect master of Qingfeng's sect. Chu Xingchen cast a glance towards the elder, his eyes quickly shifting to one of the elders standing behind him. The expression on Shangguan Hong's face turned grave under the intensity of Chu Xingchen's scrutinizing gaze. Damn it, this brat is indeed from Zhongzhou? Could he have come specifically to stir up trouble for me? Chapter 60. Now it's my turn to prove myself. With everyone gathered, Zheng Xiaofeng hastily rose to introduce the sect master and the elders, stating, these 2 are representatives from the Tianyin sect of Zhongzhou. The sect master of Qingfeng sect, with a warm smile, remarked, "Ah, so you are esteemed disciples of Tianyin sect. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting Qingfeng sect?" In response to the sect master's inquiry, Chu Xingchen remained utterly unresponsive, his gaze fixated solely upon Shangguan Hong. The sect master, appearing somewhat embarrassed, cast a questioning glance at Zhang Xiaofeng, silently demanding to know what was amiss. Zhang Xiaofeng felt a sense of helplessness. What a predicament this was! For years, he had been forced to play the fool, avoiding confrontation and assuming blame for every little issue that arose. If I knew everything, would there be any need for you to be the sect master? Yet, despite his frustrations, Zhang Xiaofeng could only maintain a familiar, humble smile as he cautiously inquired, "Do you and Elder Shangguan have an acquaintance?" "Indeed, we have crossed paths," Chu Xingchen interjected, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "I wonder if Elder Shangguan still remembers me." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Hong fell silent momentarily before responding, "Naturally, I remember." He paused, then curiously added, "But at that time, did you not claim to be affiliated with the Zhongzhou Tiandao Alliance?" Chu Xingchen propped his chin on his right hand, his tone flippant and dismissive. "Oh? Are you implying, Elder Shangguan, that you harbor doubts about me?" "Of course not. It's just—" Shangguan Hong's words trailed off, leaving room for speculation. The sect master, hearing this, turned his gaze back to Zhang Xiaofeng, his eyes still questioning the situation. Exhausted, Zhang Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the token from Chu Xingchen's waist at the sect master's face. After so many years of playing the fool, could he not discern the authenticity of the Zhongzhou token? He could only attempt to mediate once more, saying, "Elder Shangguan, could there be some misunderstanding?" Shangguan Hong remained silent. Misunderstanding? That hardly seemed the case. Chu Xingchen maintained his lighthearted tone. "It's merely a matter of past grievances." This time, there was no need to await the gaze of the sect leader. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly smiled and attempted to smooth over the situation, saying, "Our esteemed guest certainly possesses a keen sense of humor. You mentioned that there is a task requiring our Qingfeng sect's cooperation, did you not?" Hearing Zhang Xiaofeng's somewhat awkward transition, Chu Xingchen replied in a calm tone, "From the words of Elder Shangguan, it is evident that you suspect I am an impostor posing as a disciple of the Tianyin sect. Are you not inclined to confirm this with me once more?" With a brief pause, Chu Xingchen continued, "Or perhaps, let Elder Shangguan personally verify." Just as Zhang Xiaofeng was about to further ease the atmosphere, Elder Shangguan Hong's aged voice interjected, "That would indeed be most preferable." This statement left Zhang Xiaofeng momentarily dumbfounded, gazing at Elder Shangguan with incredulity. What madness had overtaken this man? Unfazed by the bewildered gazes of those around him, Elder Shangguan had his reasons for such behavior. If the individual in question had not appeared, it would have been one thing, but now that he was present, Elder Shangguan felt a tinge of unease. Upon returning, for the sake of prudence, he had investigated Li Xingtian's background. Records indicated that Li Xingtian had initially worked in a mining facility and was later transferred to the outer sect due to a shortage of herb-gathering talent. Although Elder Shangguan harbored concerns, he felt powerless, as he was unable to contend with this individual. Being rescued by someone else was indeed a source of embarrassment. Initially, when the mining site had been attacked, he had entertained suspicions regarding this person's involvement. However, upon reflection, Chu Xingchen's spiritual energy was remarkably pure, devoid of any traces of malevolent cultivation. Moreover, at that time, Elder Shangguan had genuinely believed that Chu Xingchen was likely from the central continent. Yet now individuals from the central continent often operated in groups and were familiar with the mining site. If he truly were a disciple of the Tianyin sect, why would he deceive others by claiming to be affiliated with some nonsensical Tao alliance? If his intention were to rescue someone, he could simply present a token without a hint of hesitation, rather than feigning a charade. There must be some ulterior motive. It was conceivable that the assailants of the mining site were led by this very person. The Qingfeng sect had formidable protective formations and numerous golden core elders. If this individual were indeed a fraud posing as a disciple of the central continent's Tianyin sect. Furthermore, even if he were genuine, it would suffice to adopt a lower stance and offer an apology or accept punishment. The potential rewards outweigh the risks. Why not proceed? Elder Shangguan quickly formulated a plan and strode forward without hesitation, stating, "Since you claim to be from the Tianyin sect, surely you possess other means of verification beyond a token." The sect leader, who had initially intended to intervene, paused upon hearing this. Elder Shangguan noticed the sect leader's subtle gesture, understanding that the leader had, for the time being, acquiesced. A slight smile graced his aged visage. However, in that moment of silence, Yao Qin suddenly drew forth the sword she had resting by her side, a fierce and unyielding sword intent, sharp enough to seemingly shatter the very stars, surged forth from her hand. The chaotic spiritual energy coalesced with perfection, and in an instant, the opulent hall was cleaved asunder by her strike. The violent waves of spiritual energy obliterated all objects within the room. Several golden core elders hastily erected barriers of spiritual energy to withstand the somewhat exaggerated aftermath. As the spiritual energy gradually subsided, the once grand hall lay in ruins, the fearsome sword mark having reduced the walls to rubble and leaving an undeniable residual power that flattened the mountains behind the hall. Boulders tumbled down recklessly. Elder Shangguan, positioned closest to the sword intent, was even forced back several steps, despite the fact that he was not the intended target of this ferocious strike. Yao Qin slowly sheathed her sword, placing it beside her chair once more. With this strike, she had not even risen from her seat. The divine art of the Tianyin sect, the Yinchen Taiching sword. Yao Qin cast a frigid gaze towards the visibly shaken Shangguan Hong and inquired, "Do you wish to validate anything further?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Hong instantly held his breath. What more was there to verify? The divine art, attainable only by the true disciples of the Tianyin sect, held far more weight than any token. Yet, was this individual not a tad excessive? Chu Xingchen, observing the grave expression on Shangguan Hong's face, feigned curiosity as he turned to Yao Qin, asking, "Senior sister, why did you hold back?" Yao Qin's tone remained icy. After all, this is another sect. One must leave some face for others. Zhang Xiaofeng glanced at the hall, now nearly in ruins. There was hardly any face left to save. Chu Xingchen nodded lightly at her words, then rose, casually taking Yao Qin's sword from beside him, declaring, "My senior sister has established that he is indeed a member of the Tianyin sect, and now it is my turn to demonstrate to all of you." As Chu Xingchen faced Shangguan Hong, preparing to draw the sword, it seemed he intended to unleash a strike of the Yinchen Taiching sword, aiming to cleave Shangguan Hong in two. The sect leader hastily interjected, "Wait. Esteemed guest, please hold on. There was no need for further validation. If another strike were to follow, would there be any remaining sanctity in the Qingfeng sect?" The sect leader glared at Shangguan Hong, reproaching, "Elder Shangguan, apologize to our two esteemed guests at once." Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin's reactions remained uncertain, but upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiaofeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. At last, he was not the one bearing the blame. Chapter 61. Do you favor the Tianyin sect? In the face of the leader's admonition, Shangguan Hong's countenance reddened slightly with shame. He had indeed faltered when Chu Xingchen prepared to draw his sword. From the moment Yao Qin unleashed that strike, merely standing by had caused Shangguan Hong to feel as though ominous stars were flashing dangerously above him. In that moment, all he could do was bow his head in contrition, saying, "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. It was my overthinking." From the moment Yao Qin wielded that sword, all skepticism was rendered null. Chu Xingchen, with a hint of regret, interjected, "Do not be hasty. I am not a disciple of the Tianyin sect." Upon hearing this, the sect leader swiftly turned to Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. "It was you who tacitly allowed Elder Shangguan to court disaster, and now I must clean up the mess?" The burden of being an elder was truly stifling. "Esteemed guests, let us prioritize the matter at hand." Zhang Xiaofeng forced a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. "Your identities are beyond question. Whatever is needed, we of the Qingfeng sect shall certainly cooperate." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen, with an expression tinged with regret, returned the sword to Yao Qin and slowly resumed his seat, his demeanor turning serious as he stated, "There are two matters. The first is the primary purpose of our visit. We have received a commission from Yuzhou City regarding a malevolent cultivator conducting a blood sacrifice on a grand scale, suspected of making significant moves and having fled here. I require your assistance in conducting an investigation." The sect leader, upon hearing this, exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as they were not here to cause trouble, he quickly responded, "As this pertains to matters of righteousness, it is our duty to assist. May I ask what the second matter is?" Chu Xingchen's gaze turned icy as he addressed Shangguan Hong. "The reputation of my Tianyin sect is not something that just anyone can call into question." Upon hearing this, the sect leader refrained from responding and redirected his gaze towards Zhang Xiaofeng. "Very well. Such a perilous question. Let it be addressed by myself." Zhang Xiaofeng internally sighed, clasped his hands, and continued. "Elder Shangguan," he paused momentarily, finally conjuring an excuse, "I am merely concerned that someone may be using the name of the Tianyin sect to deceive others." Chu Xingchen's tone suddenly turned frigid. "Are you implying that my senior sister and I, even with the token in hand, do not resemble disciples of the Tianyin sect, but rather appear as swindlers?" Zhang Xiaofeng hastily replied, "Of course not, naturally not." Before he could elaborate further, Chu Xingchen abruptly raised his hand, interrupting him. "I care not for the customs of your Qingfeng sect, but we shall proceed according to the rules of the Tianyin sect. As long as I am engaged in affairs at the Qingfeng sect, I must request that this Elder Shangguan be confined for one day." Zhang Xiaofeng, upon hearing this, could only cast his gaze towards the sect leader, for this matter was beyond his jurisdiction. Elder Shangguan's tenure at the Qingfeng sect far surpassed his own. "Very well, I shall comply with this." The sect leader replied without hesitation, then turned his attention to the other two elders. You two shall escort Elder Shangguan to the confinement chamber. After the two elders respectfully acknowledged the order, they took Elder Shangguan away. As Elder Shangguan departed, Chu Xingchen's demeanor instantly softened, as if his ire was aimed solely at Elder Shangguan. Observing this, the sect leader let out a breath of relief. It seemed that his grievances were directed at individuals rather than issues, which was acceptable. He then inquired, "May I ask, how shall our Qingfeng sect assist you in your endeavors?" Chu Xingchen smiled confidently, as though he possessed a brilliant plan. You shall dispatch individuals centering around the Qingfeng sect to conduct a comprehensive search, compelling that group of malevolent cultivators to reveal themselves. The Qingfeng sect leader pondered. Is this truly a viable strategy? To search so ostentatiously? Before we even encounter the malevolent cultivators, they will have already fled at the slightest hint of danger. Moreover, the area covered by such a search could become unmanageable. However, considering the recent events, it appeared that those present were merely disciples seeking attention. Whether or not they apprehended the malevolent cultivators held little significance. It might be better to indulge the youngsters and prevent further complications. After a moment of contemplation, the sect leader, wearing a smile, responded, "Indeed, as expected of a distinguished disciple of the Tianyin sect, this is an infallible approach. Our Qingfeng sect will certainly arrange for personnel to carry it out." At this, Chu Xingchen displayed an expression of delight at the compliment and gestured towards Zhang Xiaofeng. "I find this individual to be agreeable. Let him accompany me as my aide in this endeavor." Zhang Xiaofeng wished to voice his thoughts, but alas, his sect leader was quicker to respond. "No problem, young Zhang. You shall accompany this esteemed guest from the Tianyin sect." With no semblance of elder authority, the young Zhang could only nod in acquiescence. "Excellent, I shall return if necessary," Chu Xingchen remarked with satisfaction, then cast a glance at the now disheveled hall, adding, "We won't be liable for the damages." "Will we?" The sect leader, eager to see the two esteemed individuals depart hastily, replied, "Of course not." Hearing this, Chu Xingchen strode out of the hall. "Very well, young Zhang, let us be on our way." Yao Qin rose without a moment's hesitation to follow suit. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly trailed behind. With Chu Xingchen leading the way, they strode directly towards the mountain gate. At this moment, numerous disciples on either side of the corridor watched Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin with great caution. The sword strike from moments ago had indeed astonished the entire Qingfeng sect. Furthermore, the fact that the two emerged unscathed from that encounter indicated not only their formidable strength, but also their significant backgrounds. Zhang Xiaofeng closely followed in their wake. Chu Xingchen's actions were undoubtedly driven by motive. It was evident that within the Qingfeng sect, there could not be only the golden core cultivators guarding the minds who had engaged in the nefarious practices of evil cultivation. One individual alone could not orchestrate such grand schemes. When the elders and the sect leader entered, Chu Xingchen had scanned the panels of that group using the system. The other elders, based on their panel entries, did not yet reveal any apparent issues. However, Shangguan Hong was an exception. The previously black entry, haunted by inner demons, had been replaced with the blue entry, acquired demonic body. This change signified that Shangguan Hong had undoubtedly joined the ranks of evil cultivators during this period. With initial clues now in hand, it was essential to follow the trail further. The first step would be to eliminate one of their eyes, creating a haze of confusion, thus allowing for a more advantageous position. A direct assault on the mining site would not suffice to draw out all the significant players. This was precisely why Chu Xingchen provoked Shangguan Hong. His true intention was to confine Shangguan Hong, thereby unsettling that group of slippery characters, compelling them to cautiously peek out in search of danger. Additionally, this short-sighted Zhang Xiaofeng behind him was not only a rather useful tool, but also exceedingly easy to manipulate. Through a subtle transmission, Chu Xingchen conveyed his thoughts to Yao Qin. Her response was succinct, a mere, "All right." After the three had walked a short distance from the entrance of Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen abruptly halted. Zhang Xiaofeng promptly followed suit, questioning with a perplexed tone. "What's the matter?" Chu Xingchen turned with a semblance of contemplation and remarked, "Isn't it challenging to play the role of a host?" Zhang Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. How could this person's words be so bluntly piercing? Just as he pondered how to respond, Chu Xingchen's face broke into a smile as he said, "Now, there is a much better path available to you." Chu Xingchen paused for emphasis, then seductively inquired, "Do you have an affinity for Tianyin sect?" Chapter 62. Young Zhang Xiaofeng's initial reaction was not one of joy. His first instinct was to question who would find any pleasure in Tianyin sect. However, upon seeing the ambiguous smile on Chu Xingchen's face, he suddenly came to his senses, his heart racing. If that was indeed the implication, who wouldn't be fond of it? Even being a subordinate at Tianyin sect would be acceptable. You. Zhang Xiaofeng stammered, "Are you implying me?" Chu Xingchen affirmed with certainty, "Yes, I am referring to you." Zhang Xiaofeng quickly responded, "Then of course I would be fond of it." Casting a glance at the visibly excited Zhang Xiaofeng, Chu Xingchen elongated his tone slightly. When you say fondness, is it the kind of fondness I am thinking of? Faced with such an irresistible temptation, Zhang Xiaofeng replied affirmatively. It is certainly the kind of fondness you envision. Upon hearing the affirmative response, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. He then retrieved a blood energy spirit stone from his spatial ring and tossed it towards Zhang Xiaofeng. Instinctively raising his hand, Zhang Xiaofeng caught the flying spirit stone, only to instinctively lower his gaze upon it. A foreboding feeling began to stir within him. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen remarked, "Ah, little Zhang, can you fathom why I chose not to present this spirit stone in the Grand Hall?" As a reception elder, Zhang Xiaofeng was quick-witted, and after a brief contemplation, he grasped the implication. Perhaps there were matters within the sect. However, understanding did not equate to the ability to voice it. He feigned ignorance, replying, "Surely, you have your own plans, is that so?" Chu Xingchen nodded lightly, drawing the blood energy spirit stone back into his spatial ring with a flick of his spiritual power. Turning away, he continued onward, expressing his displeasure. "Your fondness is of no consequence now. The Tianyin sect no longer favors you." Watching the retreating figures of the two, Zhang Xiaofeng felt as though he had missed a monumental opportunity that could have altered the course of his life. With a sigh, he acknowledged that he still did not know the names of the two Tianyin sect disciples. It was unreasonable to expect him to take such risks based on mere words. Alas, he resigned himself to being played for a fool. Zhang Xiaofeng hastily took a few steps to catch up with the pair. Yet, their earlier encounter had made him aware that the seemingly casual and handsome young man before him was likely not an inexperienced disciple of the sect. He steeled himself mentally, resolving to remain steadfast and unyielding in the forthcoming endeavors. He sought not to excel, but merely to avoid the master's scrutiny upon his return. However, the subsequent developments took him by surprise. Chu Xingchen, with the Yaoqin in hand, was leisurely exploring the vicinity of the Qingfeng sect and posed questions that were anything but sensitive. In fact, they bore little relation to demonic cultivators. Chu Xingchen casually inquired, "Little Zhang, are there any delicacies at your Qingfeng sect?" Zhang Xiaofeng promptly clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, responding, "I have long since abstained from grains, thus, I am afraid I cannot answer that." "What about any scenic spots nearby?" he continued. "There are not many noteworthy sights around here," Zhang Xiaofeng admitted. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen turned back with a displeased expression. "Little Zhang, you have narrowed the path." Just as Zhang Xiaofeng was about to decline, the icy gaze of Yaoqin fell upon him. Recalling the fearsome sword strike from the woman before him, he quickly stammered, There is a small stream not far from here. The scenery there is quite pleasant. Please, follow me." Zhang Xiaofeng hurried ahead, leading the two esteemed individuals. The stream was not far from their current location, and the three golden core realms arrived in no time. Before them lay a gently rippling stream, barely a yard wide and not deep enough to reach the knees. The banks were open, devoid of large trees, and the verdant grass was adorned with wildflowers of various hues. Gazing into the distance, the view was indeed delightful. The stream's water was exceptionally clear, revealing thumb-sized fish frolicking within. Satisfied, Chu Xingchen patted Zhang Xiaofeng on the shoulder and then removed his shoes, dipping his feet into the cool waters of the stream. This can be considered a holiday, dear sister." Yaoqin took 2 steps forward, opting not to indulge in foot-soaking like Chu Xingchen, but instead choosing to sit beside him. "Xiao Zhang, do you have any instructions?" Chu Xingchen reclined on the grass, his tone languid as he replied, "Go catch 2 wild rabbits." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng turned without hesitation and departed to hunt rabbits for Chu Xingchen. For a master of the golden elixir stage, capturing 2 rabbits was a trivial matter. In no time, Zhang Xiaofeng returned, resourcefully carrying 2 live rabbits. "Regardless of whether they live or die, I can now fulfill your request." Chu Xingchen glanced at them. Nodding in satisfaction, wild rabbits are rather endearing. Let them go. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofeng could hardly fail to grasp that this was a deliberate provocation directed at him. However, he remained unfazed, having cultivated a resolute mindset over the years. Was his grandson's demeanor cultivated in vain? In terms of mentality, who among the Qingfeng sect could rival him? Today, he would teach this young man from the Tianyin sect a lesson about composure. Zhang Xiaofeng maintained a courteous demeanor. "Very well. In which direction would you like them released?" Chu Xingchen casually replied, "Release them towards the west, allowing this group of rabbits to hop westward." Upon receiving the instruction, Zhang Xiaofeng promptly set the 2 rabbits free, even employing his spiritual energy to compel them to bound westward. For the remainder of the afternoon, Chu Xingchen languidly reclined on the grass, occasionally exclaiming, "Xiao Zhang, do you find that tree a tad bothersome? Xiao Zhang, do you see that blade of grass glaring at me? Oh, Xiao Zhang, look at that bird. How audacious, Xiao Zhang." The entire afternoon was filled with the refrain of Xiao Zhang. It became apparent to Zhang Xiaofeng what it meant when a superior spoke, and the subordinate ran until his legs ached. As the sun began to dip, Chu Xingchen contentedly remarked, "Xiao Zhang." Instinctively, Zhang Xiaofeng responded, "Yes, you said. Let us head back. Today has been quite enjoyable. Does your Qingfeng sect have accommodations for me and my senior sister? Of course. Are you planning to return directly now? Then I shall lie down a while longer. Do not overexert yourself. Even a grandson has his limits." Zhang Xiaofeng quickly interjected, "Please, you can first check if the room is lacking anything, and I shall prepare it for you. Senior sister, shall we go?" Chu Xingchen turned to Yao Qin, who had accompanied him throughout the afternoon. Yao Qin nodded in satisfaction. "Let us go." Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin leisurely returned to the Qingfeng sect, where Zhang Xiaofeng promptly arranged 2 superior guest rooms for these esteemed individuals. The Qingfeng sect. In the first-class guest room, Yao Qin had already settled in the other room. Chu Xingchen surveyed the luxurious decor with approval. "Quite nice, as long as you are satisfied." Zhang Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief, hoping he would not seek further trouble. Chu Xingchen casually waved him away. "You may take your leave. Be sure to wait for my senior sister and me at the sect's entrance early tomorrow." The relief he had felt earlier resurfaced. Would he have to endure this again tomorrow? Alas, circumstances were beyond his control, and Zhang Xiaofeng could only nod in resignation. Just as he exited the guest room, he was overcome with a profound sense of humiliation. As I gazed upon the sect leader standing at a distance, I felt the weight of that familiar gaze upon me in those penetrating eyes. Zhang Xiaofeng discerned the unspoken question. "Is it time to confess?" Chapter 63. A choice among 3. Eliminate 2 incorrect answers. To choose wrongly is tantamount to folly. In the discussion hall of Qingfeng sect, Zhang Xiaofeng stood with a sense of grievance, confronting the sect leader's eyes, which were filled with skepticism. The leader, with a look of doubt, inquired, "Are you suggesting that they merely lounged by the creek, commanding you, and did nothing else?" Zhang Xiaofeng's expression and tone were earnest as he replied, "Indeed, that is the case, esteemed leader." The leader, clearly unconvinced, pressed on. "They did not mention anything regarding the demonic cultivators or any other matters. They simply tormented you?" With a tone of both grievance and solemnity, Zhang Xiaofeng responded, "Esteemed leader, I have been part of Qingfeng sect since my youth. Do you not know my loyalty? I am truly devoted to the sect, as if I would lay down my very life for it." His words seemed to resonate with the leader, who nodded slightly, signaling that Zhang Xiaofeng could take his leave. With a sigh of relief, he felt he had managed to navigate this precarious situation. When it came to the matter of the blood essence spirit stone, Zhang Xiaofeng dared not divulge a word. Whoever was involved in that affair, be they elder or otherwise, was not someone he could contend with. He had nearly lost his life to ascend from foundation establishment to golden core, merely to secure this subordinate elder's position. Moreover, it was highly likely that the elders were in collusion. Perhaps even the sect leader was aware of it. Someone like him, excluded from the circle of elder authority, could hardly be part of such dealings. Zhang Xiaofeng aspired to graduate from the role of a mere subordinate elder, but not at the cost of his life. This matter had to be treated as if he were entirely unaware, for it was the only way to ensure his own survival. A subordinate must remain a subordinate. With that thought, Zhang Xiaofeng quickly turned to leave. Just as he pushed open the grand door of the discussion hall, he spotted Elder Li, who was conversing closely with Elder Shangwan. Like the sect leader, he stood at a distance, regarding Zhang Xiaofeng with the same scrutinizing gaze. The familiar call of Xiaojing echoed once more in his ears. It was one thing to be tormented by outsiders, but now he had to endure the scrutiny of his own kind. Was he not considered a person in their eyes? Alas, he could not provoke anyone. Zhang Xiaofeng managed a strained smile as he approached Elder Li, speaking in a humble tone. "Elder Li, do you have any matters to discuss with me?" Elder Li's countenance was stern as he coldly inquired, "What did those disciples from Tianyin sect do today?" With a face full of grievance, Zhang Xiaofeng recounted the day's events to Elder Li. The elder, with an expression of skepticism, questioned, "Are you implying that they did nothing all day except to command you for their amusement?" The familiarity of the gaze and the questioning was unsettling, yet Elder Li's inquiry was far more egregious. What did he mean by commanding you for their amusement? Was that not an affront? Suppressing his emotions, Zhang Xiaofeng replied, in a tone of feigned grievance, "Elder Li, it is indeed so." Elder Li fell silent for a moment, studying Zhang Xiaofeng, before finally asking, "Did they inquire about anything concerning demonic cultivators?" "No, it seemed they were merely there to cause me trouble," Zhang Xiaofeng replied sincerely, noting that they appeared to be merely fulfilling their sect duties. Elder Li, upon hearing this, pondered thoughtfully and nodded slowly. He did not press for further inquiries, but merely extended his hand to gently pat Zhang Xiaofeng on the shoulder before turning to depart. Zhang Xiaofeng stood in place, surveying his surroundings to see if anyone else sought his presence. After a considerable time, still shaken, he gradually made his way back to his room. Inside, He tremulously grasped the cup of tea on the table and drained it in one gulp. Reflecting on the events of the day, he instantly concluded that none of the three parties regarded him as a person. In a fit of frustration, Zhang Xiaofeng dedicated the entire night to diligent training. At dawn the following day, anxious not to be late, Zhang Xiaofeng arrived early at the entrance of Qingfeng sect, standing guard alongside the disciples tasked with watching over the mountain gate. As time passed, the two esteemed figures he awaited remained conspicuously absent, causing the disciples flanking him to fidget uneasily, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Could it be that this elder was here to supervise? Why was he standing alongside him for so long? It was not until the sun had ascended high in the sky that Zhang Xiaofeng finally spotted Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin approaching leisurely. He hurried forward to inquire, "What are your plans for today?" Stretching lazily, Chu Xingchen replied in a languid tone, "Yesterday night fell too swiftly. I did not have my fill. Let us go enjoy ourselves a while longer." Zhang Xiaofeng forced a smile, responding, "As long as you are happy." Indeed, it was his own contentment that mattered. With that, Chu Xingchen strolled nonchalantly towards the brook. Upon their arrival at the stream, Chu Xingchen removed his boots, soaked his feet, and reclined in one fluid motion. Soon after, a voice called out, "Little Zhang. Ah, when midnight dreams beckon." Will this voice resonate in his ears? Time flowed on, and the two individuals by the river remained unchanged, save for one golden core cultivator engaged in peculiar activities by the water's edge. He lifted a large stone and placed it atop another, uprooted a tree only to replant it beside another, justifying his actions by declaring that a solitary tree was lonely, while two would not feel desolate. As the sun dipped lower in the west, Zhang Xiaofeng, having endured yet another afternoon of toil, completed another task and gazed at the sun, feeling a sense of longing as he pondered why it seemed to set so slowly today. Noticing this, Chu Xingchen once more scanned Zhang Xiaofeng with the system. Target: Zhang Xiaofeng, cultivation, early golden core, blue entry, versatile, white entry, adequate talent, white entry, composed, black entry, short-sighted, temporary black entry, unsettled mind. Upon seeing the term unsettled mind, Chu Xingchen realized that perhaps the moment had arrived. Retrieving his feet from the brook, he called out, "Little Zhang." Zhang Xiaofeng promptly turned to Chu Xingchen, instinctively responding, "Ah, your command." A gentle smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as he inquired, "How did you fare last night?" Zhang Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed blankly on Chu Xingchen, for when one is on the brink of breaking, it is often inevitable. Taking a deep breath, he quietly asked, "Was that deliberate? Such harsh words are unnecessary. I trust one did nothing to place you in a difficult position, did I?" Chu Xingchen vehemently denied. "Who truly places you in a predicament? Me or them?" At this, Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly lowered his head, falling into a heavy silence. Chu Xingchen, unfazed, donned his boots and remarked, "A whirlpool cares not for the innocence of those ensnared within it. Since you have been drawn in, it is imperative that you do not drift aimlessly, for that will surely lead to your demise. Instead, you must struggle with all your might for survival, seeking a glimmer of hope." Once he had secured his boots, he approached Zhang Xiaofeng and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "At this moment, none will place their trust in you. You find yourself facing a choice among three options, having eliminated two erroneous paths. Should you choose incorrectly again, it would be sheer folly." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhang Xiaofeng inhaled deeply, realizing he could resort to only one tactic now. With a wry smile, he responded, "So following you will lead to salvation. You are disciples of the Tianyin sect in Zhengzhou, and the Qingfeng sect would naturally hesitate to act against you. But what of me?" He raised his gaze. Gritting his teeth, "I am merely a cultivator who has painstakingly clawed his way up from the very bottom. Each step has been a struggle of utmost difficulty." This clumsy attempt at evasion did not elicit any patience from Chu Xingchen, who interrupted him directly. "It is futile to blame fate for an unfortunate rebirth. Some are unable to even reach the golden core stage. Why do you not compare yourself to them? Is our competition any less fierce simply because we have had a fortunate rebirth? Do you believe that we attained the golden core stage simply by quenching our thirst?" Zhang Xiaofeng observed the lack of sympathy in Chu Xingchen's expression. Recognizing the validity of his counterarguments, he understood that his reasoning would not sway this esteemed disciple of the Tianyin sect, who, after all, claimed that the privileged disciples of Zhengzhou were naive to the ways of the world. Their circumstances were no better than his own. Chu Xingchen, with sincerity, said, "Young Zhang, you have yet to grasp that your current predicament stems from a fear of death. The solution to avoiding death is rather straightforward." Zhang Xiaofeng paused, his gaze filled with skepticism as he inquired, "Are you suggesting?" Chu Xingchen replied solemnly, "From this moment forth, you shall serve as an external janitor at the Tianyin sect." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of being a janitor at the Tianyin sect. Soon, He concluded that such a position held little value. Was he not merely relegated to sweeping the entrance? Chu Xingchen, perceiving Zhang Xiaofeng's expression, elaborated earnestly, when you encounter an elderly janitor at the Tianyin sect during your duties, and he berates you, would you dare to retaliate? Zhang Xiaofeng swiftly concluded, I would not dare. After all, anyone who held the position of janitor at the Tianyin sect, regardless of their cultivation level, commanded a respect that he could not afford to challenge. However, Zhang Xiaofeng quickly added, but this is not the Tianyin sect's entrance. Even if I were the chief janitor, it would be of no consequence. You are too short-sighted, Chu Xingchen replied, placing an arm around Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulder. Consider this. What you fear is not merely the name of the Tianyin sect, but the cultivators who stand behind that name. Zhang Xiaofeng's expression shifted to one of realization, though doubt lingered as he regarded Chu Xingchen. While the words may sound appealing now, he mused, if a conflict were to arise and those elders unleashed their wrath, would they not turn against him? Your tongue is your own. You may speak as you wish, but your life is your own to preserve. Confronted by Zhang Xiaofeng's dubious gaze, Chu Xingchen sighed and said, Young Zhang, you must comprehend one essential truth. What you possess now is not the power of choice, but rather the burden of being chosen. This is your final opportunity. If you inquire further, you should seriously contemplate how to face the sect leader. With that, Chu Xingchen decisively turned on his heel, taking Yao Qin with him. Yao Qin followed suit, simultaneously transmitting her thoughts to Chu Xingchen, asking, do you think he will take the bait? Such a person becomes increasingly suspicious the more perfect the assurances you provide. Often, only a flawed yet seemingly reasonable explanation will entice them. Chu Xingchen replied through thought transmission, moreover, he has long since run out of options. Trust me, in 10 seconds he will be begging you to sweep the floor. Yao Qin, somewhat skeptical, nodded and silently began counting the seconds in her mind. 1.2. Before she could reach 3, an urgent voice called out from behind. Wait! I pledge my allegiance. I pledge my allegiance. Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly approached Chu Xingchen's side, exclaiming, but you must guarantee that I can sweep the floor at Tianyin sect afterward. Yao Qin cast a glance at Zhang Xiaofeng and replied nonchalantly, I assure you. Zhang Xiaofeng then shifted his gaze back to Chu Xingchen. The initial decision rested with this man. Although he was nominally the junior disciple, it seemed likely that his standing within Tianyin sect was far superior. It was imperative for him to speak. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but smile, finding it amusing that Zhang Xiaofeng sought the counsel of someone not even recognized as a member of Tianyin sect. Naturally, it posed no problem. Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, then, with a serious expression, remarked, but you understand the consequences of betraying us, don't you? Zhang Xiaofeng blurted out, I am undoubtedly devoted to you with utmost loyalty. Chu Xingchen nodded approvingly, stating, excellent. Remember, when I transmit my instructions to you shortly, you shall repeat precisely what I say. From now on, you are a member of Tianyin sect. Bear that in mind. Be bold. I cannot do that. Fear not. You shall learn swiftly. Die in the discussion chamber of Qingfeng sect. Upon entering the room, Chu Xingchen suddenly reprimanded the Qingfeng sect disciple at the door. Go. Fetch your damned sect leader at once. The disciple appeared momentarily taken aback, but promptly turned to seek out the sect leader. Chu Xingchen then glanced at the visibly anxious Zhang Xiaofeng and reassured him, do not panic. Zhang Xiaofeng instinctively nodded. Yao Qin observed Zhang Xiaofeng's somewhat flustered demeanor and felt he was unreliable. Is he capable? He is already trembling before even meeting anyone. If he truly encounters them, he might not even manage to speak, let alone stand firm. Without granting Zhang Xiaofeng much time to compose himself, the sect leader arrived in a flurry. Soaring in from the sky as he stepped into the discussion chamber, his gaze swept across the room, landing upon the icily questioning Chu Xingchen, the coldly poised Yao Qin, and the visibly distressed Zhang Xiaofeng. With a respectful clasp of his hands, the sect leader inquired, may I ask what urgent matter requires our attention? Chu Xingchen replied with a dismissive snort, we have received intelligence from Zhengzhou indicating that someone from your Qingfeng sect seems to be involved in nefarious practices. I have come to seek clarification from the sect leader. Intelligence from Zhengzhou? May I have a look? If such a matter were indeed true, the Qingfeng sect would naturally rectify its own affairs. The sect leader replied with utmost seriousness. However, he did not receive a response from Chu Xingchen. Zhang Xiaofeng's somewhat uncertain voice then echoed. Can you access the information from Zhengzhou? The sect leader's gaze instantly shifted towards Zhang Xiaofeng, his eyes narrowing slightly. That questioning look was one Zhang Xiaofeng had endured countless times before. Yet, at this moment, for reasons unknown, a surge of blood surged to his heart. Zhang Xiaofeng bellowed in fury. What are you looking at? I said. Is the Zhengzhou intelligence something you can access? With that exclamation, a single word could describe Zhang Xiaofeng's entire being, exhilaration. It felt as though a wave of pent-up frustration had finally been released. The sect leader, suppressing his rage, sternly questioned, Xiao Zheng, Have you taken the wrong elixir? Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaofeng roared once more. I haven't taken any elixir. I am now a member of the Tianyin sect. You, old dog, better show some respect. You? The Tianyin sect? Indeed. I am now a mere janitor at the Tianyin sect. What are you going to do about it? Chapter 65. Exhilaration. This is worth dying for. Witnessing Zhang Xiaofeng's imposing presence, which rivaled that of the sect leader, Yao Qin stared at Chu Xingchen in astonishment. What on earth did he say to him? Why does he look as though he has just consumed a potent elixir? Yet, Yao Qin noticed Chu Xingchen gently shaking his head. Yao Qin found it hard to believe. Did he really say that? Zhang Xiaofeng stepped forward, confronting the sect leader. What are you looking at? Even if I am just a janitor, I am still from the Tianyin sect. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? The Qingfeng sect leader suppressed his inner fury and turned his gaze towards Chu Xingchen, inquiring. I must ask, is this matter true? Chu Xingchen replied nonchalantly. Naturally, it is true. Even the Tianyin sect, and such dealings surely cannot be considered honorable, can it? The Qingfeng sect leader retorted. We, the Qingfeng sect, have extended our courtesy to your sect, yet such behavior from your side is truly appropriate. Chu Xingchen casually distanced himself from the matter. It was Elder Zhang Xiaofeng who sought to come here. It was not my invitation. The sect leader could no longer contain his anger and shouted. This is against the rules. I demand to question your Tianyin sect's elder. How could my own sect allow an elder to be taken away to sweep the floors? Does the Qingfeng sect have no dignity left? Moreover, how could a mere newly appointed Golden Core elder dare to reprimand me like this? He used to be so intimidated that he could barely speak in my presence. Chu Xingchen scoffed. Is it in accordance with the rules for your people to collude with evil cultivators? The sect leader countered. Where is the evidence? Do you think you can slander the Qingfeng sect with mere words? Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen tossed a bloodstone from the spatial ring. Sect leader, have you meticulously checked the accounts of your Qingfeng sect's mines? Chu Xingchen stepped forward, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. If you only realize there are pests in your home after the house has collapsed, it will be far too late. The sect leader paused, momentarily taken aback, as he gazed into Chu Xingchen's resolute eyes and at the bloodstone lying on the ground. Do you think the Tianyin sect would truly send someone to play house with you? Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly. Do you think I am here to provoke you? Go and investigate that Elder Shangwan locked in the confinement chamber. Do not claim that our Tianyin sect has not afforded you any opportunities. It is precisely because of your ignorance that I extend this chance to you. Esteemed Elder Zhang, we have verified your credentials, and from this moment forth, you shall serve as the representative of the Tianyin sect, tasked with supervising your Qingfeng sect's self-examination. My senior sister and I have received intelligence regarding heretical cultivators that requires our immediate investigation, which will take approximately 3 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng swiftly turned to his elder brother, Chu Xingchen, exclaiming, How was I unaware of this? Are you speaking truth or falsehood? What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Yet, Chu Xingchen remained unfazed, continuing, During these 3 days, you must not allow your divine sense to stray even a fraction from Elder Zhang. If upon my return, this Elder Zhang is no longer present, I will be left with no choice but to consider your Qingfeng sect as wholly compromised and the primary target of this campaign against heresy in Zhongzhou. The sect leader, upon hearing these words, expressed clear disbelief. Do you think you can intimidate me? Do you suppose the true teachings of the Tianyin sect can invert right and wrong? In response, Chu Xingchen nonchalantly shrugged. Naturally, one could do so. If you doubt my words, feel free to sever this Elder Zhang's head right now as proof. Zhang Xiaofeng's heart raced at this statement. The sect leader may be unaware, but how could he be oblivious? Even if the sect leader were to truly decapitate him and use his head as a ball, he would likely remain unharmed. Yet, Chu Xingchen's voice resonated within him. Your current state is commendable. Maintain that demeanor. You are no fool. The more confidence you exhibit, the more he will hesitate to act against you. Zhang Xiaofeng, nearly losing his composure, sent a thought. Are you genuinely departing, or is this a ruse? The only response he received was a radiant smile from Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen then addressed Yaoyin. Senior sister, the sect has urged us to depart. Let us set off at once. Upon hearing this, Yaoyin rose, prepared to follow Chu Xingchen, but as she passed by the sect leader, she cast a cold glance in his direction. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaofeng and the sect leader watched as the two ascended into the sky, swiftly vanishing into the distance. Once the two were beyond the reach of their senses, the sect leader's gaze turned somberly towards Zhang Xiaofeng. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaofeng thought, Damn it, I'm all in now. He glared fiercely at the sect leader, reprimanding, Old thief, what are you staring at? Hurry and conduct your interrogation. The sect leader's hand clenched tightly, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaofeng with a ferocity that suggested he might strike him down at any moment. Zhang Xiaofeng understood that he could not retreat now. He stepped forward, boldly approaching the sect leader, a brazen smile on his face. Have I been under your thumb for all these years? Is it unreasonable to call you an old thief? If you have grievances, then sever my head right now. The sect leader inhaled deeply. As the leader, he would not risk the entire sect, even for a minuscule chance of success. He could only suppress his fury and say, Elder Zhang, let us proceed to the confinement chamber together. Seeing the sect leader's discomfort, Zhang Xiaofeng felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. The fear within him dissipated alongside this newfound elation. He sneered, Lead the way. Aren't you capable of walking? I said. Lead the way. The sect leader clenched his fists, took another deep breath, and with a flourish of his robes, turned to depart, last. Zhang Xiaofeng could no longer contain his unrestrained joy. Laughter reverberated continuously within the secluded hall. What a delight! This was utterly worth it. On the outskirts of Qingfeng's sect, Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin came to a halt together. Senior sister. Chu Xingchen called out casually, then paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. Yao Qin, you should intercept the route leading east to the mine, while I will block another path. Upon hearing this, Yao Qin nodded in agreement. Her tone flat as she replied, Senior sister is quite good as well. It is pleasant to hear. Chu Xingchen responded earnestly, This is an additional fee. At this, Yao Qin shot a cold glance at Chu Xingchen and flew directly eastward. How frustrating. Not a hint of humor. Chu Xingchen muttered to herself before soaring southward. Having studied the routes prior to her arrival, Chu Xingchen discerned that only the east and south were densely forested and rugged, making traversal difficult and facilitating stealthy movement. This time, the disturbance would surely provoke a few small insects to poke their heads out. Compared to the more open directions, the likelihood of ambushing individuals in these two areas was significantly higher. As for why Chu Xingchen was confident that the sect leader of Qingfeng sect would refrain from taking action, it was due to the sect leader possessing a blue attribute labeled cautious. In uncertain circumstances, he would not act recklessly. At the very least, he would endure for 3 days to ascertain the situation. This was the rationale behind Chu Xingchen's 3-day timeline. Next, she aimed to intercept any small insects attempting to relay messages to the mine, in order to gauge the current state of Qingfeng sect.as for the sect's internal investigation. Chu Xingchen found it more reliable to hope that upon her return, Li Yingling would not have caused her any trouble. Chapter 66. Rest assured, he will soon wish for death. Under the cover of night, Elder Li traversed the mountains from the east with a grave expression. That group of disciples from Tianyin sect was indeed formidable. Their feints were both deceptive and shrewd. Although they appeared to be playing the fool, they certainly possessed a wealth of intelligence. Remarkably, within just a day, they had even managed to subvert a gold core elder. Moreover, Zhang Xiaofeng seemed to have transformed entirely, having once been cautious and diplomatic, now brazenly cursing the sect leader to his face. The sect leader, astonishingly, bore the insults without so much as a rebuttal. Remaining tight-lipped when questioned about the specifics. One could only speculate that Zhang Xiaofeng had received some sort of backing from the disciples of Tianyin sect. Additionally, the blood chi spirit stone presented by the sect leader. Ever since the mine was attacked, they had established a triggering formation based on the maze. Any outsider stepping into the area would activate information alerts for both Qingfeng sect and the mine's elders. Each disciple at the mine carried a specially crafted token to prevent false alarms from being triggered. Since they had not received any unusual reports from the mine's formation, it was reasonable to conclude that nothing was amiss there. However, the emergence of the blood chi spirit stone, which had been directly linked to Qingfeng sect and the defection of an elder from Tianyin sect, was troubling. The conjunction of these three events suggested a situation far from benign. Though there was a risk of exposure, negotiations with that group of evil cultivators had already been concluded at the mine, now in the final stages. Given the circumstances, if he were to do nothing, it would likely be impossible to escape. He could only proceed to the mine to ascertain the intelligence there and perhaps expedite matters or relocate. Once he had distanced himself from Qingfeng sect, Elder Li employed Earth Escape and made his way toward the Qingfeng sect mine. Elder Li, consumed by anxiety, remained oblivious to the presence of a consciousness that had ensnared him from the ground. However, he was acutely aware of the violent sword aura that suddenly manifested behind him. Swiftly, he burrowed out of the earth, summoned a long sword with a flick of his wrist, and felt the resonance of his golden core thrumming within him as his spiritual energy surged forth. Facing the somewhat terrifying sword energy, the long sword in his grasp transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the menacing force. The two collided with great speed, resulting in a shockwave of spiritual energy that instantly upheaved the ground, reducing trees to mere splinters. Elder Li conducted a rapid scan with his consciousness and soon detected a figure that emitted no concealed aura. He turned slightly, and atop a grand tree, Yao Qin stood expressionless. Her long sword in hand, silently regarding him. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Elder Li. Indeed, he had fallen into his mother's trap. Yao Qin's tone was icy. Surrender now to avoid suffering. Damn it! To avoid suffering meant facing death. Without hesitation, Elder Li commanded the flying sword to attack Yao Qin while he hastily fled westward. Given the circumstances, he could no longer return to the mine. Let fate decide his course. His life was his own, and he would be grateful for any chance to escape. After all, as a Golden Core true practitioner, a change of scenery might offer him a chance at freedom. Yet, before he could soar too far, he abruptly spewed a mouthful of blood. Trembling, he turned to see his life-bound sword shattered, glinting faintly in the moonlight as it fell like a streak of light from the sky. Through the shards, he met a pair of cold, indifferent eyes that regarded him with the disdain reserved for corpses. Yao Qin, you certainly are formidable. Chu Xingchen observed in astonishment as Elder Li, bound and rendered helpless with his tendons severed, was unceremoniously discarded onto the ground by Yao Qin, her spiritual energy at play. Undoubtedly, this Elder Li had been thoroughly dealt with by Yao Qin. With a hint of exasperation, Yao Qin remarked, I've captured the person. I conducted a brief interrogation prior to our arrival, but he refused to utter a single word. Are you confident? A faintly chilling smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as he replied, as for the interrogation, my second disciple has indeed provided me with some insights. He possesses such skills? Strictly speaking, he is the one being punished, ah? Yao Qin's face was a portrait of confusion, only to witness Chu Xingchen retrieving spiritual herbs, along with a small pot from his spatial ring. Observing Chu Xingchen's apparent intent to concoct a pill, Yao Qin interjected, Fear not, I shall exercise restraint. He shan't perish. Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, You need not worry. He will soon wish for death. Uncertain of Chu Xingchen's methods, Yao Qin chose to observe. Chu Xingchen extracted the essence of the spiritual herbs, combined it with flour and honey, and infused it with the collected essence. He levitated the emerald green pill with his magical power. Turning to Yao Qin with a serious expression, What you witness henceforth must remain confidential. Do not speak of it outside. Chu Xingchen would never admit that consuming the pills he crafted felt akin to torture. Understood. Although puzzled, Yao Qin nodded in acquiescence. With assurances in place, Chu Xingchen approached Elder Li, holding the pill aloft, and earnestly stated, I grant you one final opportunity. Confess the truth, and we shall part amicably. Elder Li revealed a hint of disdainful amusement, for death was merely an inevitability. None could expect to escape unscathed. Confronted with Elder Li's obstinate refusal to cooperate, Chu Xingchen sighed and pried open his mouth with spiritual energy, deftly maneuvering a pill into his mouth. Unable to wield his own spiritual power and thus incapable of resisting, Elder Li's instinctive reaction was to press his tongue against the pill as it entered. Unperturbed by Elder Li's subtle defiance, Chu Xingchen wore a gentle smile and forcefully sealed his mouth with spiritual energy. Soon, Elder Li was overwhelmed by the unparalleled bitterness of the powdery pill. This medicine, damn it! The bitterness surged from his tongue to the root. Striking deep into his mind, he felt as though the bitterness permeated into the very depths of his soul, leaving him with an unbearable discomfort. Yet his mouth was firmly sealed by Chu Xingchen's power. Resigned, he thought, if death was inevitable, then at least he would be spared the torment. With a steely resolve, Elder Li swallowed the pill in one gulp. Immediately, he noticed the smile on Chu Xingchen's face seemed to brighten even further. It soon became apparent to Elder Li that this powder was anything but solid. As he swallowed, much of the powder dislodged and clung to his mouth, exacerbating the assault on his tongue. Then, as the effects of the ingested pill took hold with ferocity, Yao Qin observed Elder Li's ever-changing expressions with confusion. Suddenly, she witnessed him tremble violently, his eyes wide with shock, emitting sounds of distress, woo-woo. His securely bound body began to writhe as if possessed by maggots. Within mere moments, Elder Li's bulging eyes darted towards Chu Xingchen, pleading with an expression that seemed to convey his willingness to confess everything. Chu Xingchen, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Wanna die?" "Oh, I misspoke. Do you wish to confess?" The whimpers from Elder Li's mouth grew incessant as he fervently nodded his head. Chapter 67. "You are quite weak." Elder Li capitulated with remarkable ease, weeping profusely and pleading for death. He divulged every piece of information he possessed. The instigator, the members of the organization, the coded phrases, and even the details regarding the mining site. Once self-proclaimed as unyielding, Elder Li now beseeched, "I implore you, please grant me the antidote. I cannot endure any longer." "If it is not poison, then where would the antidote come from?" Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "Although there is no antidote, I can offer you some water to rinse your mouth." Upon hearing this, Elder Li's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Then kill me. I beg you, end my life." Based on the information Elder Li provided, he undoubtedly deserved death, but not at this moment. Since he rejected the kindness of a simple mouth rinse, so be it. Chu Xingchen casually sealed Elder Li's mouth once more with spiritual energy and turned to face Yao Qin. He noticed her expression was grave, her gaze seemingly filled with murderous intent. Yet this hostility did not appear directed at Elder Li, but rather lost in memories. Concerned, Chu Xingchen waved his hand in front of Yao Qin and inquired softly, "Are you all right?" "I am fine." Yao Qin inhaled deeply before gently closing her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xingchen spoke. "The situation is now clear. That group known as the Evil Spirit Sect seeks to create a Holy Mother according to ancient methods. The Blood Chi Spirit Stone serves as their primary means, and the sheer volume of blood sacrifices cannot be concealed. With diligent investigation into this line of inquiry, results are bound to surface. We can now report back to Yuzhou City and clarify the situation with Zhongzhou." Yao Qin suddenly opened her eyes, interrupting with a cold voice tinged with a hint of tremor. "This cannot continue. It has always been this way. Life without cultivation is like this, and even with cultivation, it remains unchanged." Chu Xingchen stared at Yao Qin in disbelief. It was the first time he had witnessed her lose her composure. "I apologize." Yao Qin, sensing something amiss, turned away. "You are right that we should return." Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "What is troubling you?" "It is merely a recollection of the past." Yao Qin turned back, her expression calm. "Let us first take him back to Yuzhou City, and we can address the matters concerning Qingfeng sect upon our return." Chu Xingchen fixed his gaze on Yao Qin. "I believe it would be more prudent to address your issues first." "What issues could I possibly have?" "Then tell me the truth. What were you just thinking?" Yao Qin tightened her grip on the long sword in her hand, remaining silent for a long while before gritting her teeth and replying, "I was thinking of killing. I was contemplating the extermination of that wretched band of evil cultivators. How can those who are lost on the righteous path dare to tread upon the forbidden ways? Are the people of this world as worthless as ants? My master always says, there is a distinction between the immortal and the mundane. Only by becoming an immortal can one find the true path. He urges me to forsake my mortal heart and forget the past. For all things in this world inevitably follow their destined course. But was my master born merely as a cultivator?" Upon finishing her words, it seemed that her pent-up rage could no longer be contained. The long sword in her hand was unsheathed, transforming into a streak of flowing light that severed Elder Li's head in one strike. As if she had come to a realization, her tone became resolute. "This matter concerns only me. You may return." With that, she attempted to turn and leave. Chu Xingchen called out, "What do you mean it concerns only you? You still owe me spirit stones." Yao Qin halted her steps, slightly raising her chin to gaze at the moonlight. "I will repay you. I am a true disciple of Tianyin sect, and they should be the ones to fear." Sighing, Chu Xingchen approached Yao Qin and said, "You know what I wish to convey." Yao Qin cast a sidelong glance at him. The world is vast, and there will always be those who choose to stand by Yao Qin's side, supporting her endeavors. Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly and stretched, stating, "What a coincidence. I suppose I can count myself among them, especially since you have assisted me so many times." Yao Qin lightly bit her lip and finally whispered, "Thank you." "Huh? Speak up, Chu Xingchen. Time is of the essence. We must swiftly eradicate the evil cultivators." Two streaks of light suddenly surged into the Qingfeng sect's mining grounds from different directions. One of the lights descended into the central area of the mining site. The miners, upon lifting their eyes, beheld a stunning woman radiating with dazzling spirit light, slightly raising her hand to manipulate a flying sword that moved with incredible speed. Meanwhile, the Qingfeng sect disciples stationed to guard the mining site merely glanced in the direction of the sound. A flash of light zipped past, followed by a chilling sensation at their necks, and then darkness enveloped their vision. A flying sword moved recklessly within the mining grounds, mercilessly reaping the lives of the disciples clad in Qingfeng sect garb. Chu Xingchen crashed directly into the warehouse. Indeed, within the confines of the warehouse, a formation had been meticulously re-established, and a golden core cultivator sat cross-legged at its center. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned his spirit sword. Although Li Yingling appeared to be idly passing the time, she had never once been negligent in her cultivation endeavors. Her supernatural abilities had ascended to a new level. Conversely, Li Xingtian primarily focused on refining his spiritual energy, thus his mastery of supernatural techniques was still at a rudimentary stage. Hence, his eldest disciple wielded the 3,000-week water sword. Chu Xingchen held nothing back. The spirit sword transformed into a water dragon of spiritual energy that suddenly reared its head and surged forth at blinding speed towards the golden core cultivator. The golden core cultivator, being only at the mid-level of the golden core stage, rose to prepare for a counterattack the moment Chu Xingchen landed. However, as the spirit water dragon leaped from the sword, the cultivator felt his own aura swiftly locked onto it in an instant. The golden core cultivator realized this was indeed a supernatural technique. Chu Xingchen acted with remarkable swiftness, unleashing a formidable strike without uttering a word, complete with tracking attributes. Regardless of the golden core cultivator's desperate attempts to resist, with a single stroke, Chu Xingchen cleaved through all that lay before him. The might of that spiritual force was overwhelming, effortlessly shattering the ground and obliterating every obstacle in its path, including the helpless golden core cultivator. A beam of spiritual light shot forth from the warehouse, seemingly boundless as it sped away, crushing everything in its wake and reducing the surroundings to mere rubble. Yao Qin could not help but glance over, taken aback by the terrifying wave of spiritual energy. Even with her extensive experience, she was certain that this was undeniably a top-tier supernatural technique. The warehouse could not withstand such spiritual energy, swiftly reduced to ruins and scattering in all directions. Yao Qin observed Chu Xingchen, who, upon noticing her gaze, playfully extended 2 fingers towards her, his index and middle fingers. What could this possibly signify? If it was a gesture of comparison, Yao Qin certainly would not interpret it positively. Did it imply that she was weak? Her spirit sword suddenly accelerated, and as she dispatched the last remaining disciple of the Qingfeng sect, the sword returned to its sheath of its own accord. Subsequently, Yao Qin, with her delicate fingers, mirrored Chu Xingchen's gesture, indicating that he too was weak. Chapter 68. Who isn't an evil cultivator? Chu Xingchen was taken aback to see Yao Qin also give him a peace sign. He had not anticipated such an amusing display from someone who usually appeared so indifferent. Due to the rapid actions of both Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin, from the moment they landed to the eradication of all Qingfeng sect members, scarcely a few breaths had passed. The miners still laboring at the site were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Chu Xingchen, channeling his spiritual energy, bellowed, "Enforcement of the immortal cultivation realm. You may all return home now." The miners stood in stunned silence for a moment until someone burst into tears of joy, at which point they suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and began to flee the mining site in a frenzy. Chu Xingchen paid them little heed. Upon entering the warehouse, he had noticed only a small amount of blood spirit stones, indicating they had likely been transported once before. He turned his gaze to Yao Qin and inquired, "Did you leave any survivors?" "Indeed, I did," Yao Qin replied, retracting her peace sign. "Out of 6, I left 2 this time." Yao Qin understood that she might have misjudged Chu Xingchen. Perhaps it was indeed a favorable gesture. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin ventured into the mining tunnels together. As I rounded the corner, a portion of the ritual that had been ravaged by Lixing Tian had now been restored. For out of the 6 cloaked figures lay defeated. The remaining 2 were pierced through their limbs by several ethereal forces, affixed to the wall. I had sealed their meridians with my spiritual energy, leaving them no opportunity for self-destruction. Yao Qin cast a cold, scrutinizing glance at the 2 black-robed individuals, remarking that they were in your custody for interrogation, and complimented your rather impressive methods from earlier. Chu Xingchen, visibly displeased, retorted, "I do not appreciate that remark. My actions were merely a means of healing." Yao Qin nodded in agreement, suggesting smoothly, "Then do utilize your healing methods to interrogate them thoroughly." Chu Xingchen thought to himself, was Yao Qin always like this? Has she perhaps been influenced by her own disciple? I must have a serious talk with Li Yingling upon my return. However, instead of hastily retrieving his cauldron, Chu Xingchen first employed the system to scan the 2 malevolent figures before him. Upon scanning the one nailed to the left, he encountered several intriguing entries. Target: Lu Yang. Cultivation level: Late Foundation Establishment. Blue entry: Acquired Demon Body. White entry: Survival at all costs. Black entry: Cowardice. Temporary black entry: Heart in utter dismay. Realizing he could save on medicinal materials with this individual, he deliberately inquired of the other malevolent figure, "Pray tell, can you disclose who your superior is?" The malevolent figure, with an air of defiance, let out a cold laugh and cast a frosty gaze upon Chu Xingchen, remaining silent. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen unleashed a radiant flash, severing the defiant figure's body with a single strike of his sword, blood splattering onto Lu Yang, who was unable to utilize his spiritual power. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen then turned his attention to Lu Yang. The latter, having just witnessed the merciless execution, felt a wave of paralysis wash over him. His heart pounding in terror. Is this truly interrogation? This is nothing more than a pretext for murder. If one is uncooperative, at least ask a few questions first. Is this how you, too, are a malevolent figure? Chu Xingchen regarded Lu Yang, who was pinned against the wall, lamenting, "Lu Yang, why is it that people fail to cherish their own lives?" The previously trembling Lu Yang paused, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he stared at Chu Xingchen, stammering, "Why you? How do I know your name?" A faint smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as he replied, Capturing you is merely for the sake of verifying information. If you refuse to speak, I shall simply find another location to capture another batch. Liu Yang's mind became a chaotic tangle, as countless names flickered through his thoughts. Who was the traitor? Chu Xingchen's spiritual sword glimmered slightly, his tone calm as he stated, Liu Yang, it is your turn. Would you kindly tell me who your superior is? Liu Yang, momentarily stunned, perceived the impatience radiating from Chu Xingchen, who seemed poised to cleave him in two. He hastily exclaimed, I will speak. I will speak. Just spare my life. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen's expression shifted to one of regret, as if lamenting the missed opportunity to personally eliminate a malevolent figure. Liu Yang suddenly felt that the handsome young man before him was more intent on taking his life than on extracting any information. Chu Xingchen, with a tone of regret, urged, do share. I promise I shall spare your life. Did you deceive me? I guarantee it with the reputation of the Zhengzhou Tianan sect. As Chu Xingchen's words fell, Yao Qin's gaze lingered on him with a profound intensity. Liu Yang, noticing Yao Qin's stare, exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared there was still some semblance of trust. He quickly interjected, our connection is with the Wind Sword sect. The entire sect has already joined my divine cult. Chu Xingchen furrowed his brows and inquired, divine cult? Liu Yang hastily corrected himself, evil cult. Evil cult. I'm merely a lowly errand boy responsible for the situation here. The Wind Sword sect is in charge of consolidating resources to send to the Holy Mother. Is there a code for our rendezvous? There is a token. Very well, I shall spare you. Chu Xingchen nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave, saying, Yao Qin, the next steps are now your responsibility. How can you lack integrity? Do you not care for the face of the Tianyin sect? Chu Xingchen strode towards the cave's entrance. I am not of the Tianyin sect. Who cares about that? Liu Yang glared at Chu Xingchen's departing figure, his eyes filled with fury, and a flash of light surged from within. Chu Xingchen paused momentarily at the entrance, and soon after, Yao Qin emerged from the mine. Her tone was somewhat subdued as she spoke. I have obtained the token. If the information from the Demon Suppression Division is correct, there is a Supreme Master of the Wind Sword sect at the nascent soul stage, along with several elders in the mid to late stages of the Golden Core. Hearing the slight despondency in Yao Qin's voice, Chu Xingchen understood that even with her confidence, she dared not guarantee the annihilation of an entire sect. Yao Qin, your mindset seems to revolve around the notion of eliminating all who recognize you, believing it to be a flawless stealth approach. Chu Xingchen chuckled, you must learn to shift your perspective. Yao Qin looked at Chu Xingchen with a puzzled expression. Aren't they just evil cultivators? A smile graced Chu Xingchen's face as he replied. Aren't we all? Huh. Just wait and see my performance. The Wind Sword sect was still some distance from the Qingfeng sect's mine. After all, in such remote areas, the ley lines were fragmented. Unlike the Qingfeng sect, which was nestled by mountains and waters, the location of the Wind Sword sect exuded a sense of desolation. Towering, rugged peaks bore traces of yellow earth, and a rather simple sect was established halfway up the mountainside. From an outward perspective, it lacked the opulence of the Qingfeng sect. Approximately 20 miles from the entrance of the Wind Sword sect, Chu Xingchen reluctantly poured out the blood essence spirit stones from his ring. Yao Qin gazed at the pile of blood essence spirit stones scattered across the ground, exclaiming in admiration, Chu Xingchen, I underestimated you. With a wistful gaze, Chu Xingchen turned to Yao Qin and earnestly cautioned, Yao Qin, these are my lifeblood. Make sure to retrieve them all. Chapter 69. How can we establish an evil spirit cult together with you insects? Chu Xingchen emptied all the blood essence spirit stones from his spatial ring. The sight of 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones amassed together was indeed quite spectacular. Yao Qin sighed in resignation, taking out the token she had scavenged from the evil cultivator, and began absorbing the blood essence spirit stones before her. As the token could not accommodate such a large quantity, a small pile remained, prompting Chu Xingchen to quickly reclaim the surplus spirit stones. The group of malevolent cultivators acted with such audacity that it seemed they had reached a critical juncture, severely lacking in resources to the point where they would rather commit excess than risk deficiency. During the sacrificial rites for the entire village, they did not discriminate, even offering up women and children, indicating their dire need for vitality. Faced with a substantial quantity of high-quality blood essence spirit stones, it was likely they would hasten to retrieve them. Thus, by merely following the individuals transporting these stones to the Mother of Spirits, one could reasonably expect to apprehend them. Chu Xingchen extended his hand, saying, hand me the token. You stay here, if anyone approaches, follow them. Yao Qin hesitated slightly before suggesting, perhaps I should go instead and you can wait outside? With your demeanor, how could you possibly pass for a malevolent cultivator? Chu Xingchen replied helplessly. Those wicked cultivators cackle ominously. You can't even manage a smile. Let me handle this. With a sigh, Yao Qin refrained from insisting further. She knew her acting skills were lacking, and should she attempt to deceive them, It would likely lead straight to a bloody confrontation. With another sigh, she relinquished the token to Chu Xingchen, advising, "Be careful. If anything happens, I will come to your aid." Chu Xingchen accepted the token, declaring with confidence, "Rest assured, just watch my performance." Yao Qi nodded gently as she watched Chu Xingchen turn and soar directly toward the gates of the Wind Sword sect. Chu Xingchen made no effort to conceal his spiritual fluctuations. Two disciples at the entrance of the sect quickly noticed him soaring through the air. One disciple on the left side approached cautiously, inquiring, "May I ask what brings you to the Wind Sword sect?" "Esteemed elder?" Chu Xingchen first scanned the two with his system panel and discovered the presence of the term postnatal demon body in their profiles, indicating they were well aware of the situation. With a cold snort, he expressed his indignation. "Deliver the blood essence spirit stones. I have heard that the Mother of Spirits is so desperate for vitality that she resorts to sacrificing women and children. The grand scheme of the evil spirit cult has been utterly thwarted in your hands." "What do you mean, esteemed elder? What evil spirit cult?" The foundation building disciple exclaimed in shock, hastily retreating, intending to sound the alarm. However, he was abruptly halted as he witnessed a dark red aura suddenly manifest in Chu Xingchen's left hand, effortlessly drawing upon his own vitality, and doing so with an overwhelming, dominating force. This caused the disciple to freeze in place. His previous disbelief was now shattered. The striking young man before him was undoubtedly a seasoned malevolent cultivator, and a particularly sinister one at that. While he had encountered many leaders of the evil spirit cult before, he had never met one capable of summoning such a surge of energy that could manipulate his own blood vitality so effortlessly. The foundation building disciple quickly halted his actions and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, saying, "Please wait, esteemed elder. I shall notify the sect leader at once." Chu Xingchen urged, "Do not waste time, hurry." Hearing this, the disciple dashed swiftly into the inner sanctum. Chu Xingchen waited briefly until a middle-aged man clad in white robes approached him, gliding through the air. Upon reaching Chu Xingchen, he bowed and inquired, "I am the sect leader of the Wind Sword sect. May I ask who you are?" "Names are of no consequence. What matters is the spirit stones," Chu Xingchen replied curtly, tossing the token directly to the middle-aged man, adding, "I truly wonder how you insects managed to bolster the evil spirit cult." The leader of the Wind Sword sect extended his hand to receive the token, his consciousness probing within, only to discover that it was brimming with blood energy spirit stones. He looked up in astonishment at Chu Xingchen, who was gazing back with an expression full of disappointment. "The Holy Mother is of utmost importance. Do not delay further. I shall seek to consolidate the spirit stones elsewhere," Chu Xingchen stated, his eyes fixed on the leader of the Wind Sword sect. "You must convey clearly to that swarm of insects that once this matter is resolved, I shall hold them accountable for their inefficiency." Just as the leader of the Wind Sword sect was about to utter more words, a surge of dark red spiritual energy erupted from Chu Xingchen, transforming into a dark crimson arc of light that shot away. The leader's thoughts remained unvoiced, his gaze dropping to the token in his hand. Regardless of the circumstances, these urgently needed blood energy spirit stones were undeniably genuine, especially considering the aura that had just emanated. Without a doubt, it bore the hallmarks of dark cultivators. Could it be that the evil spirit sect of Zhongzhou had managed to send aid even in such dire straits? The leader of the Wind Sword sect pocketed the token and turned to his disciple beside him, saying, "Go, gather 3 elders to accompany me in escorting these spirit stones to the Holy Mother." "Yes, sect leader." After a brief interval, the leader of the Wind Sword sect, accompanied by 3 golden core true persons, was racing towards the Holy Mother's designated location. One of the golden core elders, with a tone of skepticism, remarked, "Sect leader, we have received no information. Are you certain this is reliable?" The leader replied, "This matter has reached a critical juncture. Once the Holy Mother is born, everything will fall into place. If these blood energy spirit stones are authentic, do the remaining matters hold much significance?" The inquisitive elder nodded gently, acknowledging the truth in his words. Another golden core elder furrowed his brow slightly and remarked with a peculiar tone, "Sect leader, I can't shake the feeling of an elusive gaze upon us. You are overly timid. How could we not sense anything? I have told you time and again, divert your efforts from matters of women. With that time, you could have cultivated instead. It seems to me you've indulged too much in the affairs of women, your consciousness reduced to such trivialities." The leader of the Wind Sword sect observed the elder who had been mocked, his expression tinged with mild annoyance, and quickly interjected, "Now is not the time for idle chatter. Whatever issues arise, we shall address them after delivering these spirit stones and returning to the Wind Sword sect." As soon as the leader's words echoed, the other golden core elders fell silent. The 4 of them continued on their journey in silence until dawn began to break, arriving at a range of continuous mountains. The leader of the Wind Sword sect stopped first at the foot of one mountain. swiftly expanding his consciousness to scan the surroundings. Confirming that no one was within his perceptive range, he reached out to lightly touch the mountain's face, injecting blood energy power into it. A crimson light surged forth from the mountainside, wrapping around the leader's arm as if to ascertain something. Once satisfied, the dark red energy swiftly receded, and the cliff before him transformed into a dissipating blood mist. Once again scanning the area with his consciousness and confirming the absence of others, he led the 3 golden core elders into the depths. The blood mist surged forth from the mountainside once more, reconstituting itself into the cliff. Meanwhile, in another location, behind a great tree, Yao Qin cast a perplexed glance at the figure of Chu Xingchen, who obstructed her path, and said, "That is clearly a formation of malevolent cultivation rituals, requiring dark arts to enter. They may not have emerged from this place. Could it be too late if we do not act now? Mere tricks of the wicked. Watch this." "What? You won't strike? Why nod your head then?" Before the precipice, Yao Qin gazed at Chu Xingchen with uncertainty as he reached out towards the mountain face. Soon, the bloodthirsty aura, which had only recently manifested, began to surge once more from the cliff, winding its way towards Chu Xingchen's arm. Witnessing this scene, Yao Qin could not help but voice her concerns. "Are you certain this is safe?" Chu Xingchen offered no verbal reply, allowing the sanguine energy to attach itself to him in no time. The frenzied blood essence entwined itself within his body. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned his internal spiritual power, employing the techniques of Lixing Tian to subdue it forcefully. The once tumultuous blood energy was instantly quelled upon encountering his spiritual force, rendering it malleable and pliable. Without a moment's pause, Chu Xingchen countered the blood essence with his own power, effortlessly tearing it asunder. The chaotic energy, lacking any resistance, was swiftly shattered. In Yao Qin's astonished gaze, the walls suddenly collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of blood essence. "Is this malevolent sect truly so inept?" "Done." Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. "Let us proceed and investigate." Chu Xingchen stepped forward, with Yao Qin closely following. The cave bore unmistakable signs of excavation and appeared quite rudimentary. A narrow pathway, wide enough for 3 individuals, lay before them, devoid of any illumination. However, for someone of the golden core stage, this posed little challenge. Barely stepping inside, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming stench of blood. Yao Qin, her expression grave, took a step forward and declared, "I shall lead." The secret arts of the Tianyan sect are unparalleled in the Central Plains. Chu Xingchen had no objections to this. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the sanguine aura intensified, almost materializing with palpable density. Yao Qin felt an uncomfortable heaviness, akin to trudging through a bog, which impeded her movements. Casting a sidelong glance at Chu Xingchen, she was relieved to find him at ease, appearing far more untroubled than she. The two cautiously advanced, and after traversing several dozen paces, voices reached their ears. "You worthless fools! Can you not manage anything properly? Must we rely on the holy sect of the Central Plains for assistance? Do you not realize that the most likely chance for the holy fetus seed has been compromised due to this shoddy blood essence? Dead, dead, dead." A piercing female voice erupted in fury. "Now there is nothing but a sickly wretch left. And you come seeking spirit stones? Where were you all this time?" Upon hearing this, the two hastily crept closer, the voices emanating from around a corner. Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin exchanged a cautious glance before carefully peering around. Before them lay an expansive chamber, its floor adorned with intricate ritualistic patterns. 6 dark red cauldrons were positioned at each cardinal point, and the crimson essence bubbled forth. The dark red aura surged from the cauldrons towards the center of the ritual formation, coalescing into a sphere of blood essence, seemingly enveloping some object within. Beneath the sanguine balloon, a middle-aged woman clad in a dark crimson robe sat with her back to Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin, seemingly positioned at the very center of the ceremonial formation. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Fengjian sect, tasked with transporting the blood essence spirit stones, were in the process of pouring the stones into 6 large cauldrons. The head of the Fengjian sect hesitated momentarily. For the sake of future considerations, he felt compelled to voice a defense. It was the people from the Qingfeng sect who caused the mishap. Before he could complete his statement, the woman in red roared even louder. "Mishap? Mishap? Everything is a mishap. Why aren't you all dead from mishaps?" Stifled by her rebuke, the head of the Fengjian sect fell silent. The situation need not have been so fraught. The matter was nearly concluded, and if the Qingfeng sect's mind had not encountered any unforeseen circumstances, that batch of spirit stones would have sufficed for this sacred transformation. Moreover, the deceased sacred fetus was indeed of the highest quality, surpassing the current one. It was no wonder the Holy Mother was in such a fury. Alas, all they could do was hope for a smooth outcome. They endured the woman's vociferous tirade in silence, methodically arranging all the blood essence spirit stones in place. This scene deeply pained Chu Xingchen as he watched numerous spirit stones dissipate into blood mist. Amidst the scolding, the head of the Fengjian sect mustered the courage to speak. "Holy Mother, everything has been arranged. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave." The woman in red abruptly interrupted. "Get lost. You worthless fools, just get out of my sight." Upon hearing this, the head of the Fengjian sect ceased to speak, merely cupping his hands in respect before departing in another direction. Yao Qin surmised correctly. The exit and entrance were not in the same location. As several leaders and golden core cultivators of the Fengjian sect exited, the vast cavern was left with only the lone woman in red, who continued her furious cursing. After observing everything, Yao Qin turned her gaze towards Chu Xingchen, her eyes locking onto his. She first shook her head, then gently nodded in his direction. Chu Xingchen understood her intent and acknowledged her with a nod. Feeling he knew her well, the implication of her glance was clear. "Merely a Yuan-ing realm heretic? No need for you to intervene. I shall handle this myself." Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned his spirit sword, knowing that in a brawl, it was preferable to fight as a group rather than engage in a one-on-one duel. However, the moment he summoned the sword, Yao Qin's expression suddenly shifted. Witnessing this scene, Yao Qin swiftly drew her long sword, her tone grave. "What I meant was to withdraw." At the instant Chu Xingchen called forth his spirit sword, the woman in red's consciousness swiftly locked onto him. A surge of dark crimson blood energy surged forth. But Chu Xingchen, wielding his sword imbued with water dragon energy, cleaved through the incoming blood attack. He exclaimed in frustration, "You're not fighting. Why are you nodding?" "I wasn't nodding. I was signaling you to turn back and exit. I didn't mean for you to engage." Yao Qin's long sword radiated a sharp aura, the Tianyin Taiching sword striking unreservedly towards the woman in red. A divine ability? The woman in red narrowed her eyes, and a thick wall of blood energy suddenly materialized before her. The Tianyin Taiching sword possessed immense power. The blood wall she summoned could only withstand for a moment before being cleaved apart, causing blood energy to scatter in all directions. Observing this, the woman furrowed her brow, and a blood lotus bloomed behind her, exuding an endless crimson hue, as torrents of blood energy erupted from the lotus, crashing violently against the incoming Tianyin Taiching sword. The clash of blood vitality and spiritual energy surged with tremendous fluctuations, seemingly intent on obliterating the cavern in an instant. The woman in red widened her gaze, the blood lotus blooming even more fiercely, determined not to allow the excess energy to devastate the surroundings. Observing this, Chu Xingchen did not hesitate. His figure flickered as he advanced, the spiritual sword in his hand resembling a water dragon. Launching a frenzied assault towards the woman in red, she cast a sidelong glance at him, and the bell hanging at her waist flew forth of its own accord, an endless stream of blood vitality surging forth from it. At that moment, the dark red blood mist was on the verge of coalescing into form. Raising her hand once more, the woman in red commanded the blood energy to rapidly envelop the incoming water dragon. With a light step, the ground's array suddenly emitted a dark red glow, and blood vitality surged forth from it. 6 large cauldrons, each released their own blood energy, cascading towards the red lotus behind her, which was already strikingly beautiful but now appeared even more conspicuous. The woman in red scoffed, "2 mere golden core cultivators dare to stir trouble in my domain." Chapter 71. Can blood vitality be false? Yao Qin's expression grew grave as the frenzied blood vitality swirled around her, wrapping itself around her incessantly. This blood vitality seemed to possess an additional effect of stirring others' emotions. At the very least, she felt an overwhelming impulse to disregard all else and behead the woman in red before her. She attempted to erect a spiritual energy shield, only to find that the blood vitality eroded her spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Her opponent was at the nascent soul stage, and even the combined spiritual power of herself and Chu Xingchen would likely fall short against the woman in red. Moreover, in order to withstand the dense blood vitality surrounding her, a swift resolution was imperative. Yao Qin lightly tossed her long sword, forming hand seals with both hands. After a brief flicker of spiritual light, the sword seemed to traverse through time and space, appearing before the woman in red in an instant. The woman smiled lightly, the surrounding blood vitality suddenly coalescing into a thick, viscous substance, rapidly adhering to the approaching flying sword, swiftly eroding its sharp intent. A scornful smile graced her lips. "Just right. My son craves high-quality blood food. You shall serve as a fine supplement. Chu Xingchen, you retreat first. I will cover you." Yao Qin bit her silver teeth, asserting her dominance over the blood vitality. This was her territory. "Do not linger in battle. I will shield you, oh?" The woman in red exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. "My son enjoys those with compassion and loyalty." You are indeed to his taste with a cold shout. Yao Qin unleashed her spiritual energy, and the flying sword, entangled in blood vitality, erupted with a brilliant display of spiritual light. The long sword swiftly broke free from its bloodied grasp, and Yao Qin dashed forward, seizing the flying sword without hesitation, launching an assault on the woman in red. The long sword radiated with swift, dazzling light, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. The expression of the woman in red grew grave. The girl's movements were evidently those of one willing to risk her life. She hastily directed the floating bells at her side to collide with Yao Qin. Yao Qin's eyes were icy, unafraid of the bells still emanating terrifying blood vitality. As she resolutely swung her long sword, boom! A mighty wave of spiritual power swiftly engulfed the surroundings. The blood lotus behind the woman in red glowed brightly, drawing the spiritual energy into its embrace. But this came at a cost. A petal of the blood lotus withered rapidly. Although the woman in red was engaged in combat with Yao Qin, her attention was primarily focused on Chu Xingchen. Despite Yao Qin's commendable prowess and solid cultivation, she was merely at the mid-golden core level. However, Chu Xingchen's aura appeared to be seamlessly integrated, as if devoid of any flaws, with a concentration of spiritual energy that was exaggeratedly profound. In their recent brief skirmish, the quality of his spiritual energy was extraordinarily high, nearly at the Yuan Ying level. Yet, his supernatural abilities did not match the prowess of the woman before him. Comparatively, the woman in red felt a greater sense of threat emanating from Chu Xingchen. What struck her as somewhat perplexing was that Chu Xingchen stood there motionless, seemingly lost in thought. What could this signify? The faint fluctuations of spiritual energy radiating from him indicated he was not preparing for any escalation. Nevertheless, seizing the opportunity, the woman in red swiftly departed from the center of the ceremonial platform, making her way directly toward Yao Qin. She reached out and grasped the bell that was currently engaged in combat with Yao Qin, giving it a gentle shake. A peculiar sound wave, laced with blood energy, suddenly propelled Yao Qin away. With a resounding crash, Yao Qin was sent hurtling into the mountainside, the tremendous impact creating a sizable crater. As Yao Qin struggled against the force, she lifted her gaze, only to discover that Chu Xingchen remained there, unmoving. The woman in red had already surged forward, the bell in her hand radiating a dark crimson light. Chu Xingchen, Yao Qin exclaimed, reaching for a talisman at her waist and hurling it in Chu Xingchen's direction. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she strained to elevate her long sword, desperately channeling her internal spiritual energy. Yao Qin shouted fiercely, "Run!" The pressure from her long sword surged once more, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, yet her gaze remained resolutely determined as she swung the sword with fervor. Unlike their previous near-unequal clash, this time, the menacing blood energy seemed to instantaneously become submissive, and as her sword struck down fiercely, it was the woman in red who found herself retreating. Yao Qin gazed in astonishment at the woman in red, only to find her equally incredulous. The two of them instinctively turned their attention to Chu Xingchen. There, a talisman was ensnared in the swirling blood energy, suspended in mid-air, untouched by Chu Xingchen. He glanced at the talisman, a teleportation talisman, and thought, "What is there to flee from? This is our domain now." With a gentle tilt of his head and a slight raise of his hand, the blood energy in the arena suddenly began to surge violently toward him. Moments ago, he had been engaged in a confrontation with that very blood energy. The woman in red hastily rang the bell in her hand, only to find that the surrounding blood energy remained impervious to her control, even beginning to encroach upon her. Once again, she shook the bell, causing more blood energy to flow forth, but she quickly realized she could still not manipulate it. The woman in red stared at Chu Xingchen in horror, demanding, "Who are you? How do you comprehend the blood energy techniques of my holy sect?" Chu Xingchen chuckled softly, offering no reply, as he slightly raised his hand, prompting the blood energy to swiftly and furiously assault the woman in red. Meanwhile, Yao Qin stood by, dumbfounded, watching as the thick blood energy coiled around Chu Xingchen, casting him in the guise of a nefarious practitioner. This blood energy obeyed his command and charged relentlessly toward the woman in our EDIT that moment. Yao Qin found it difficult to discern who the true malevolent entity was. Yet, it was not only Yao Qin and the woman in red who were taken aback. The members of the Fengjian sect, who had just entered from the front, were equally stunned. The earlier clash had not gone unnoticed, and having not strayed too far, they heard the violent commotion from within the cave. After a moment's hesitation, they resolved to re-enter, driven by a sense of caution. At this moment, they beheld the Holy Mother assailed by frenzied blood energy, with even the blood lotus behind her dimming in hue. The one wielding this blood energy was none other than a practitioner of the Zhongzhou evil spirit sect, entrusted with the blood energy spirit stone. The only figure who did not appear to be a malevolent practitioner was a remarkably graceful maiden. Yet this maiden refrained from engaging, while the two wicked practitioners fought with fervor. The woman clad in red suddenly cast her gaze upon the master of the Wind Sword sect, exclaiming with fury, "What are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate these two." Just as the master of the Wind Sword sect prepared to draw his sword, Chu Xingchen's eyes hardened as he scolded vehemently. "What nonsense, you foolish hounds! Can't you discern that this holy mother is a fraud? Come, rid me of this impostor." This declaration caused the master of the Wind Sword sect to halt abruptly. The woman in red, maneuvering her bell to fend off the rampant blood energy, berated, "You inept fools, from the very beginning. This plan was devised alongside you." As the master of the Wind Sword sect and the elders behind him readied their swords once more, Chu Xingchen spoke in a low tone. "The words may be false, but can this blood energy also be a fabrication? Who controls this blood energy? Is it possible that the Holy Mother is inferior to other wicked practitioners?" The master of the Wind Sword sect again paused in his steps. Indeed, this reasoning held merit. Chapter 72. This group can only cause trouble. The woman in red cast an indignant glare at the assembly of fools, tossing her bell into the air, which, upon floating, began to chime automatically, dispersing the encroaching blood energy instantaneously in an instant. She surged towards the central blood sphere of the ritual formation, her blood lotus phantom extending to envelop her as she advanced. Observing this scene, the master of the Wind Sword sect comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was the final ceremony of the holy sect. The Holy Mother must undoubtedly be genuine. The master of the Wind Sword sect swiftly drew his sword to provide support, followed closely by several golden core elders. Numerous flying swords erupted from their sheaths, rapidly multiplying into dozens and hurtling towards Chu Xingchen with unrestrained ferocity. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen commanded the blood energy within the arena to swiftly adhere to Yao Qin. Accept the blood energy. Upon hearing this, Yao Qin did not hesitate, promptly dispersing her spiritual energy shield and allowing the blood energy to entwine around her. She soon realized that the blood energy could be manipulated as if it were an extension of herself, continuously providing a torrent of wildly fervent energy. This significantly alleviated the pressure on her spiritual energy. However, Yao Qin's icy demeanor, coupled with the blood energy wrapping around her, rendered her appearance far more sinister than that of Chu Xingchen. After consuming an urgent healing pill, Yao Qin advanced, her long sword once more coalescing with spiritual power, as the surrounding blood energy rapidly affixed itself to her. With a cold shout, she charged towards the 4 golden core disciples of the Wind Sword sect, who were eager to assist. The heavenly transformation Ta Ching sword, empowered by the blood energy, was once again swung forth. The originally pure and shimmering light of spiritual energy was now shrouded in boundless blood energy. As she swung her sword, emanating an overwhelming scent of blood, if the basic version of the heavenly transformation, Ta Ching's sword, exuded a chilling sharpness, then this enhanced version bore a reckless ferocity, as if proclaiming, "To hell with it, I shall trample everything in my path." The violent energy scattered chaotically around her, causing the rock walls to crack rapidly. Faced with the formidable might of her strike, the 4 disciples of the Wind Sword sect dared not be complacent. Their internal blood energy erupted suddenly, and their swords pivoted, now aimed at Yao Qin. Chu Xingchen's gaze flickered away, and upon realizing that Yao Qin could hold on for a while longer, he unhesitatingly charged towards the blood balloon. Regardless of the intentions of the woman in red, as long as her wishes were thwarted, it would be a blood profit. "If you cannot seize the blood energy from me, then this sphere shall belong to me." The spiritual sword in Chu Xingchen's hand suddenly emanated a bloody aura. Although Li Yingling's mastery of her divine abilities surpassed that of Li Xingtian, after deciphering the blood energy's code, he discovered that Li Xingtian's powers, albeit somewhat unrefined, seemed to possess a natural restraining effect against this blood energy. In any case, it was prudent to utilize whatever was advantageous. The dark red, turbulent spiritual power enveloped his sword, and within Chu Xingchen, the golden core surged explosively. With a mighty shout, he concentrated the dark red blood energy into his sword. This strike easily shattered the illusory figure of the blood lotus, allowing him to penetrate directly within. Without a moment's hesitation, he infused his spiritual energy into it, regardless of what this entity was. Seizing it took precedence. However, this endeavor was not without its challenges, as the blood lotus continued to resist the spiritual energy he transmitted. Yet, with the suppression of his cultivation technique, combined with the peak strength of his flawless golden core, Chu Xingchen managed to push his spiritual energy further in. Immediately after, "Give it to me." The technique of Li Xingtian operated frantically, swiftly stripping the woman in red of her control. If he could just hold on a little longer, the sphere would entirely belong to Chu Xingchen. Faced with the current predicament, the woman in red felt utterly helpless. Continuing to contend with this young man would only lead to her own detriment. In desperation, she unleashed a resplendent glow from the blood lotus, fearful of using blood energy again lest it be seized and utilized by Chu Xingchen. A formidable surge of yuaning power erupted, and a petal from the blood lotus drifted down, aimed directly at Chu Xingchen. Being of yuan in cultivation, the woman in red compelled Chu Xingchen to retreat, wary of testing the power of this attack. After successfully pushing him back, she could no longer maintain her state and swiftly plummeted from the art. As the blood lotus ceased to envelop her, Chu Xingchen looked up to see the blood-infused sphere still dissipating, revealing a ragged little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, surrounded by an influx of blood energy. The dark red blood aura had already spread across her entire skin, rendering her almost a creature of blood, or rather, she was in the process of transforming into one. As Chu Xingchen scanned her with his divine sense, he found her exceedingly frail, her bones and muscles nearly transformed into blood water. This sacred fetus was likely a child that met certain criteria, being reforged and ritualistically refined by blood energy, remaking her roots to be reborn once more. The child's heartbeat was alarmingly faint, suggesting that this sacrificial refining had nearly reached its conclusion. However, there was no time to ponder these matters. Chu Xingchen first raised his hand, directing the surrounding blood energy towards Yao Qin to alleviate her burden. The woman in red took a deep breath, angrily demanding, "Which sect of evil cultivators do you belong to?" The dark red spiritual energy on Chu Xingchen's sword surged anew, its might rapidly ascending, as the remaining blood energy coalesced around him, bringing his form to bear down upon the woman in red in an instant. With boundless might, he struck down with his sword towards her. "The advantage lies with me. Only a fool would grant you time to delay." The woman in red shouted in fury, her bell swiftly moving forward to block. At this moment, the woman in red had long since exhausted her strength in safeguarding the surrounding ritual from persecution. As the two forces collided, a tremendous residual spiritual power swiftly engulfed everything. The force was so immense that even Yao Qin and the others on the opposite side found themselves affected, desperately employing their spiritual energy to resist the aftershocks. The woman in red gazed in horror at the holy fetus still suspended in midair, only to discover that the blood energy of the 6 tripods continued to be manipulated by the ritual, maintaining the fragile holy fetus in a state of safety. Just as she sighed in relief, she beheld Chu Xingchen raising his right hand, a terrifying blood energy wildly coalescing, poised to strike the utterly vulnerable holy fetus. However, this was merely a feint. The blood energy he was truly controlling was not intended for attacking the holy fetus. As the woman in red contemplated interrupting Chu Xingchen's actions, she suddenly felt a chilling presence behind her, accompanied by the furious shout of the Wind Sword sect's leader. "Be careful." Instinctively, she raised her hand to block, but the chilling force swiftly penetrated her spiritual energy shield, directly assaulting her body. Ding! A long sword rapidly pierced through her chest, and as she turned her gaze, she saw Yao Qin performing hand seals, her expression frigidly fixed upon her. Behind Yao Qin, a wall of blood energy shielded her from the attacks of the 4 unworthy members of the Wind Sword sect. Indeed, this group could only bring about blunders. As this thought flashed through the woman in red's mind, the long sword flickered once more, piercing through her body again. Chu Xingchen roared in fury, summoning the entirety of his golden core's power. Seizing the moment of weakness, he aimed to claim her life. With a sudden, forceful swing, he cleaved through the bell that had been defending her, immediately following up with another wave of spiritual sword energy that utterly bisected the woman in red. Boom! The explosive, frenzied sword energy, after completely shattering her form, retained a terrifying residual force that crushed everything in its path, creating yet another opening in the mountainside. As Yao Qin called back her spiritual sword, the wall of blood energy was simultaneously dispersed. The 4 members of the Wind Sword sect were about to advance for another battle, only to find that the Holy Mother had been reduced to a puddle of mush, scattered everywhere. With spiritual sword in hand, Chu Xingchen and Yao Qin coldly fixed their gazes upon the 4 members of the Wind Sword sect. Without a moment's hesitation, the Holy Mother was dead, and their plan had evidently failed. Even a hard-fought victory would be meaningless, especially considering it was uncertain whether they could even win this fight. The 4 members of the Wind Sword sect, without uttering a word to confer, moved in perfect unison, turning on their heels and fleeing without hesitation. Chapter 73. Cultivatable attributes. The 4 golden core members of the Wind Sword sect did not hesitate to retreat. These 2 possessed divine abilities capable of slaying Yuanying, far beyond their capacity to contend with. Moreover, particularly that strikingly handsome young man. His demonic cultivation was exceedingly profound, managing to wrest control of the blood energy from the Holy Mother. This was not cowardice. It could only be deemed a preservation of strength in response to the Wind Sword sect's retreat. Neither Yao Qin nor Chu Xingchen harbored any intentions of pursuit, as crossing boundaries to slay Yuanying was indeed a considerable drain. In their home turf, bolstered by blood energy, they could easily emerge victorious, but outside, without such enhancements, a win was possible, albeit risky if reinforcements from the Wind Sword sect were summoned. Yao Qin lifted her gaze towards the still floating little girl. Is this the plan of the evil spirit sect? Most likely. After Chu Xingchen responded, he retracted his spiritual sword, and with a mindset of experimentation, he scanned the little girl before him with the system. To his astonishment, the system truly revealed the girl's panel. Target? The cultivation level, none. The orange entries may be generating. Entry, black entry, blood chi reversal, black entry, injuries on the brink of crisis. Entries are generating. Once completed, they will meet the conditions for accepting disciples. Chu Xingchen furrowed her brows slightly, perplexed by the multitude of question marks that appeared. Yao Qin displayed a look of regret, realizing that this child was likely captured by evil cultivators. However, given the circumstances, she summoned the ethereal light from her long sword, intending to liberate the unfortunate child. After all, when her divine sense swept over, it felt as if her bones were nearly dissolved, and her heartbeat was feeble in the extreme. This state of existence could hardly be sustained for long. Rather than continue to suffer, it would be better to seek release. Wait. Chu Xingchen took a deep breath, halting Yao Qin. Yao Qin, confused, ceased her actions. Chu Xingchen's gaze swept over the ritual instruments and the 6 enormous cauldrons filled with spirit stones. The seedlings of celestial plants and these stones, which may not perfectly purify the blood energy, prompted Chu Xingchen to make a swift decision. Spirit stones could eventually be obtained again, but celestial seedlings were not something one could encounter at will. Half an hour later, 2 rays of light shot forth from the cave, heading straight for Yuzhou City. Within the courtyard of the rented Sihiyuan in Yuzhou City, a ray of light descended rapidly. Li Yingling, who was pondering her magical techniques in the yard, turned her head. She beheld her master cradling a child swathed in a blanket. With a puzzled expression, Li Yingling cautiously inquired, "Master, who is this child?" Hearing the commotion, Li Xingtian also opened the door and, upon hearing his senior sister's words, glanced at the child in their master's arms. Chu Xingchen sighed, looking at Li Yingling, and said, "Come here and take your future junior sister." Future junior sister? Hearing this, Li Yingling hurriedly stepped forward, extending her hands to receive the little girl from Chu Xingchen's embrace. The child appeared exceedingly pale, her breaths barely perceptible, yet her features were exquisite. Undoubtedly the visage of a beauty. However, a dark red energy occasionally coursed across her skin. Li Yingling, filled with concern, asked, "Master, this child seems to do not worry. Her current condition is manageable, as long as you do not agitate her." Chu Xingchen reassured, hastily rummaging through her spatial ring for the remaining healing spirit herbs, declaring, "I shall concoct a potion for her." Observing this scene, Li Yingling hesitated and spoke, "Master, are you certain you do not wish to think this through more thoroughly?" Standing silently at the doorway, Li Xingtian sensed something amiss. He quickly stepped forward, scrutinizing the child in his senior sister's arms, and then gently touched her forehead with his fingertip. After assessing the situation, Li Xingtian said, "Master, allow me to handle this." Chu Xingchen paused her actions, looking questioningly at her second disciple. "You can heal?" "Not exactly. I just happen to have a remedy for her condition," Li Xingtian replied with conviction. He believed that the child's blood energy and physical body were at fault, and the orthodox method he practiced could, at least, address the issue. Hearing this, Chu Xingchen ceased her movements, recognizing that her second disciple would not speak so assuredly without complete confidence. "Then give it a T or Y. Li Xingtian nodded gently, took the child from his senior sister, and proceeded to his room, placing her on the bed. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling entered the room together. They observed Li Xingtian take a deep breath, and suddenly, crimson spiritual energy surged forth from his body, gradually enveloping the little girl before forcefully penetrating her being. Almost immediately, a series of dislocating sounds emanated from the child, accompanied by a series of crackling noises that caused Li Yingling to furrow her brow slightly. After approximately 15 minutes, Li Xingtian slowly retracted his spiritual energy, inhaled deeply, and turned to his master, saying, "Is it time to awaken her now, master?" After a moment's hesitation, Chu Xingchen responded, "If you believe you can awaken her, then give it a T or Y. Li Xingtian extended his hand and gently touched the girl's forehead. A faint stream of spiritual energy swiftly entering her. The once unconscious girl abruptly opened her eyes and began to breathe heavily. Instinctively, she turned over quickly, her eyes wide with fear as she surveyed her surroundings. An incomprehensible, somewhat hoarse sound escaped her lips. "Adaria." Chu Xingchen frowned slightly and scanned the little girl with the system once more. Target? Cultivation. None. Orange entry. Bewitching celestial maiden. Entry? Entry. Temporary black entry. Weak. Meets apprenticeship requirements. The two critical entries had indeed vanished. At the very least, her life was no longer in jeopardy. However, what did the question mark signify? Chu Xingchen pondered for a moment before speaking. This junior sister of yours is named Chen Baiqing. Upon hearing this, Li Yingling nodded and immediately pulled her second junior brother behind her. It was evident that Li Xingtian's fierce appearance had frightened her. Chen Baiqing, my dear junior sister, I am your eldest senior sister. Do not be afraid. You are home now. Li Yingling cautiously extended her hand, attempting to gently stroke the little girl who was leaning against the bedside. Chu Xingchen scanned the girl once more with the system, and this time, her target was no longer a question mark but had transformed into target. Chen Baiqing. So that was it. This speculation suggested that the two question mark entries likely indicated potential for cultivation. The little girl gazed at the gentle-faced Li Yingling, her eyes reflecting sincerity. If the earlier stoic man had exuded an aura of coldness, this sister radiated an endless warmth. This sensation felt instinctual, and the girl found herself unconsciously relying on this intuition. She slowly extended her hand, gently reaching out to touch Li Yingling's hand, her voice soft and filled with curiosity. Eldest? Senior sister? Li Yingling's smile blossomed into a radiant expression. Faced with this situation, Chu Xingchen hurriedly interjected, feeling a pang of pain recalling how he had invested nearly all his spiritual stones into Chen Baiqing. It was imperative to have her acknowledge her master first. With sincere and earnest eyes, Chu Xingchen looked at Chen Baiqing. I am your master. Quickly call me master. Chen Baiqing turned her gaze towards Chu Xingchen and immediately sensed that he seemed to be concerned for her. Could he also be someone who treats her kindly? She extended her other hand towards Chu Xingchen, her tone equally gentle. Master? Success in apprenticeship, as the prompt echoed. Chu Xingchen, moved, extended his hand and grasped the other hand of Chen Baiqing. In doing so, it could be considered a significant gain. Only Li Xingtian stood behind the two, wondering about the sudden arrival of a junior sister. He couldn't shake off the feeling of being somewhat excluded. Chapter 74, The Soul One to Extend a Hand. Third Disciple, Chen Baiqing, Bestowed Technique, Purple Enchantment Immortal Spirit Formula. Task 2 completed. True Martial Hall. Rewards have been issued to the system backpack upon completing the series of tasks. Gained 1 level in cultivation. Golden Core completion elevated to Yuan Infant Realm. New series Task 1 released. Construct the True Martial Hall. Reward, Enlightenment Chamber. Series Task 2. Recruit 4 disciples. Reward, Martial Arts Performance Hall. After reading the system notifications, Chu Xingchen felt a surge of pure spiritual energy flood his golden core, and upon introspection, observed that the golden core began to shake violently. Soon, the golden core transformed into a stream of light, shedding fragments of spiritual brilliance that morphed into a pristine lotus pedestal. A somewhat chibi version of Chu Xingchen sat serenely atop the lotus platform, eyes tightly shut, unresponsive. The spiritual energy that had previously circulated within the golden core now fully converged into the Yuan Infant. Although Chu Xingchen had already ascended to the Yuan Infant realm, his two disciples remained oblivious to this transformation. The Yuan Infant realm signifies the inward concealment of life's evolution, delineating the internal and external realms. At this moment, Chen Baiqing, though both hands were held, gazed around with a bewildered expression, seemingly not fully aware of her surroundings. Chu Xingchen softly inquired, "Do you still remember who you are?" Upon hearing her master's words, Li Yingling turned in disbelief, looking at her master. "What does that mean? Is this child someone you abducted from somewhere?" Chen Baiqing, regaining her composure, looked at Chu Xingchen with confusion. "I remember. My name is Chen Baiqing. Is that truly your name?" Chen Baiqing, even more puzzled, replied, "Isn't that what you said, Master?" Chu Xingchen was momentarily speechless. Although he was uncertain about what had transpired, Chen Baiqing slightly tilted her head towards him and said, "But the last thing I remembered is that you saved me. You said, a few spirit stones cannot buy a life. You even cursed, saying that it's damn expensive." Initially moved, Li Yingling found the last remark somewhat made her want to retract her emotions. Chu Xingchen, astonished, asked, "Weren't you unconscious? Did you hear that too?" "I only heard that part, and then I truly passed out," Chen Baiqing replied, her petite frame inching back slightly. Releasing Chen Baiqing's small hand, Chu Xingchen inquired, "What else do you remember?" Chen Baiqing looked down, contemplating slightly. "I remember, I was sold." She hesitated, then softly continued, "My mother said that only by selling me could everyone survive." She then raised her small face, asking, "So now, am I sold to you again? You might have made a poor investment. I'm actually quite inexpensive." In response to Chen Baiqing's reply, the three of them fell into a brief silence. Chu Xingchen earnestly asked, "Do you understand what your master means?" Upon hearing this, Chen Baiqing furrowed her brow in contemplation, then despondently shook her head. Extending his hand, Chu Xingchen gently tousled Chen Baiqing's little head and said, "What I mean is, you have found a new home, and from now on, you will live with us. Live together." Chen Baiqing raised her little head to gaze at Chu Xingchen's warm smile. She hesitated to speak, then fell silent again, allowing her little head to be gently rubbed. Ever since her recent awakening, Chen Baiqing could not comprehend why, when faced with another person, she seemed to instantly sense their emotions towards her. Moreover, she harbored a deep-seated trust in this instinctive ability of hers. The three individuals before her had been distinctly perceptible just moments ago. Upon opening her eyes, she recognized the one who should be her senior brother. Her perception of him was somewhat cold and unfeeling, neither malicious nor particularly warm. His gaze was rather fierce, which startled Chen Baiqing. As for the senior sister, Chen Baiqing could only discern a gentle sympathy emanating from her. Regarding her master, she had been able to detect a hint of emotion moments ago, but now, she felt absolutely nothing. Chen Baiqing struggled to grasp the specific implications of her master. The only connection she could think of was with her father, yet her memories of him were already quite faint. Even her original name felt obscure. Upon this awakening, her recollections were in utter disarray, as if she had lost so much. Only the most profound memories lingered in a hazy manner. She was bewildered as to where she had been sold, but at least this place appeared to be a good household. They wouldn't force her to consume the torturous medicines that left her in agony, nor would they silence her when she cried out in pain. Chen Baiqing still recalled the threats from that group of people. "If you cry again, we will send you back, and your whole family will starve." That phrase had rendered her mute, stifling even her whimpers. She remembered her mother's tearful, helpless gaze. She did not wish for them to perish from hunger. The term master was unfamiliar to Chen Baiqing, yet she understood the concept of a servant, recognizing that the one who had purchased her was the Lord. In her momentary confusion, she had not grasped this, but now it dawned on her that her master was equivalent to the Lord. As Chu Xingchen lifted his hand from her head, Chen Baiqing cautiously met his gaze and asked, "Master, what am I to do here?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen looked up and gently explained, "I am not the Lord. I am your master. For now, you should eat, sleep, and play with your senior sister." Chen Baiqing was taken aback by his words, struggling to understand their true meaning when she saw Chu Xingchen walk towards the door. Smiling, "To celebrate the arrival of a new disciple today, I will personally prepare the meal. The Lord cooks?" Chen Baiqing recalled her mother's admonitions to remember the importance of working diligently at the Lord's house to avoid being sent back. She quickly wriggled free from Li Yingling's grasp, leaping barefoot from the bed, her voice trembling as she said, "Master, I can help. I often cook at home." Chu Xingchen turned in astonishment, only to find Chen Baiqing looking at him with a pleading expression, her small hands tightly clutching her tattered garment. Chen Baiqing's voice was faint and exuded a palpable lack of confidence as she stammered, "I doubt I can cook and prepare meals. Yingling, go buy some clothes and shoes for your junior sister. Xingtian, please fetch some candies and preserves," instructed Chu Xingchen, having given his directions to the two disciples. He then extended his hand toward Chen Baiqing, suggesting, "Shall we cook together?" It is natural for an adult to feel uncertain in an unfamiliar place. How much more so for a young girl? Rather than allowing her to sit in anxious anticipation, it would be far better to engage with her, helping her acclimate to her surroundings. Chen Baiqing gazed into Chu Xingchen's sincere expression. Although she could not fully comprehend his thoughts at that moment, she instinctively reached out her hand to grasp the only outstretched palm before her. Chapter 75. A reunion after 90,000 miles. In truth, Chen Baiqing had no idea how to cook. Upon entering the kitchen, she felt as bewildered as Lu Lao stepping into the Grandview garden, standing frozen in place as she surveyed the unfamiliar space. This kitchen bore no resemblance to her own. The only object she recognized was the large iron wok sitting on the stove. Chu Xingchen quickly discerned her discomfort. He grabbed a nearby stool and guided her to sit beside the fire. Casually tossing in a bundle of flames, he ignited the stove and said, "Just let it burn steadily." Upon hearing this, Chen Baiqing exhaled in relief, nodding vigorously as she picked up a small piece of wood, her gaze fixed earnestly on the flames. The wood had been in the kitchen prior, and Chu Xingchen typically cooked using fire control techniques, effortlessly manipulating the pots and pans with his spiritual energy. By assigning her manageable tasks, he aimed to instill in her a sense of purpose and belonging, thus naturally fostering her feelings of safety. The dishes to be prepared were not numerous. Chu Xingchen simply made a few and steamed some rice. During their cooking, Li Xingtian, who had gone to buy candies and preserves, returned with a large bag. He entered the kitchen, placed the bag on the table, and opened it. From within, he retrieved a small pouch, carrying the bag of preserves over to Chen Baiqing and offering it to her, saying, "Junior sister, please enjoy." Chen Baiqing looked up in mild surprise, sensing that this senior brother genuinely cared for her. Cautiously, she glanced at Chu Xingchen, who responded with a gentle wink. Thank you, senior brother, she replied, taking the bag of preserves from Li Xingtian's hand. Li Xingtian nodded slightly and then turned to his master, asking, Master, do you need any assistance? No, your senior sister has declared that she would rather die than eat the food you prepare, came the reply. Hearing this, Li Xingtian hesitated, wanting to explain but ultimately sighed and exited the kitchen, a realm fraught with gossip and intrigue. After watching Li Xingtian leave, Chen Baiqing lowered her gaze to the preserves in her arms. Despite the oil paper wrapping them securely, a delicate fragrance seemed to waft gently into the air. She had never tasted preserves herself but had seen others enjoy them. Villagers would eat them in front of her, exclaiming how sweet and delicious they were, something she felt she would never experience in her lifetime. That night, in her dreams, Chen Baiqing seemed to consume an abundance of preserves, each one undeniably sweet, even though she still could not quite grasp what sweetness truly tasted like. Yet the dream lingered in her memory for an extended period, still vivid even now. Go ahead, you're drooling, came the teasing voice of Chu Xingchen. Chen Baiqing lifted her head and saw that Chu Xingchen wore the same smile, playfully winking at her. She seemed to grasp what her master meant. Without further hesitation, she peeled away the thick oil paper, revealing a bag of candied fruits that lay quietly in her small hand. She selected the smallest one from within and carefully placed it in her mouth. Master. It's truly delightful. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen, who was busy cooking, glanced over and noticed a hint of a smile finally gracing Chen Baiqing's delicate face. Li Yingling soon returned, carrying a package with evident excitement. Taking Chen Baiqing by the hand to change her clothes, as they departed, Chu Xingchen unleashed her spiritual energy, swiftly bringing several dishes to the stone table and chairs in the courtyard. Although there was a table in the kitchen, whenever they fancied a meal, the three of them preferred to dine at the stone table outside. Li Xingtian had already been waiting outside. Unless specifically called by his master, he generally refrained from joining them for meals. Today, however, he seemed to have taken the initiative. Before long, Li Yingling re-emerged from the room, leading Chen Baiqing outside. The already charming features of Chen Baiqing were even more pronounced in her attire. Li Yingling proudly remarked, Master, what do you think? Isn't this outfit splendid? Chu Xingchen did not respond directly but instead turned her gaze towards the gate. A figure swiftly entered from beyond the courtyard wall, and Yao Qin's attention quickly locked onto Chen Baiqing. Yao Qin nodded gently and said, Indeed, it looks very beautiful. What perfect timing. Chu Xingchen inquired of Yao Qin, Is everything arranged? Yao Qin nodded lightly and naturally took a seat on the stone chair. For the most part, yes. However, we still need to wrap things up at Qingfeng's sect tomorrow, and it seems we may have startled the Fengjian sect. Shall I accompany you? Chu Xingchen offered. No need. You've already assisted me immensely. The remaining matters can be handled by Zhu Yuding. Yao Qin then turned to Chen Baiqing and asked, Are you planning to take her as your disciple? Chu Xingchen affirmed, Indeed, she is now my third disciple. That does put my mind at ease, Yao Qin remarked, her gaze drifting to the dishes laid out on the stone table. Observing this, Chu Xingchen decisively instructed Li Xingtian, Xingtian, fetch a set of chopsticks and a bowl for your master Yao Qin. With Li Xingtian retrieving the additional utensils, their dinner commenced in earnest. However, Chen Baiqing felt somewhat ill at ease, burying herself in a bowl of plain rice. Had it not been for Li Yingling enthusiastically serving her vegetables, she might have dined solely on rice that evening. Yao Qin remained largely silent, as if she had come merely for the meal. Li Yingling, on the other hand, took it upon herself to enliven the atmosphere. Master! This outing with Master Yao Qin must have been quite exciting, right? Chu Xingchen replied without hesitation. Naturally, it was thrilling. Your master Yao Qin holds your master in the highest regard. Yao Qin paused, her chopsticks resting, and softly retorted. Unless you've misconstrued my final intent, I suppose that's acceptable. Yao Qin, speak quickly. Are you complicit with Yingling in mischief? Master, this is slander. Chen Baiqing observed his senior sister, who was spiritedly bantering with their master, while his senior brother maintained a calm demeanor, quietly enjoying his meal. The icy demeanor of Yao Qin softened momentarily, revealing a subtle smile as she watched the playful exchange between the two. Chen Baiqing felt that her understanding of the term master had deepened somewhat. The joyous night banquet, however, would eventually come to an end. Upon finishing her meal, Yao Qin bid farewell. That night, Chen Baiqing shared a bed with Li Yingling. As Li Xingtian intended to retreat to his room for further cultivation, he received a reminder from his master. Your mastery of divine abilities is lacking. You should practice more in the future. Li Xingtian felt somewhat perplexed. Yet he acquiesced. The following morning, the door of the courtyard was knocked upon. When Li Yingling opened her eyes, she found Chen Baiqing eagerly leaping out of bed, running barefoot to answer the door. Wait, put on your shoes first. After obediently donning her shoes, Chen Baiqing dashed to the door. Li Yingling sighed in resignation and followed her to open the door. Standing there was a young woman veiled in white, her eyes scanning the two with curiosity, before she softly inquired. "Excuse me, is this the residence of Senior Chu Xingchen? Yaoqin entrusted us to deliver something to him personally." Li Yingling nodded in response. "Yaoqin Shishu? Yes, I am the eldest disciple of Chu Xingchen. You may give the items to me." "I apologize, but Yaoqin insisted on delivering it herself. Please wait a moment. I will call for my master." Just as Li Yingling turned to knock, her master emerged, yawning. Chu Xingchen stretched and approached the veiled woman. "I am he. What did Yaoqin send me?" "A storage ring and a letter." The veiled woman handed over the items, and upon delivery, she took her leave. Chu Xingchen nodded lightly, glancing at the storage ring before choosing to open the envelope first. Inside were merely two brief lines. "We shall meet again in 90,000 miles, signed, Xiaoling Yu." Chu Xingchen neatly refolded the letter and probed into the storage ring with his consciousness. It was brimming with spirit stones, at least 1,000. Chapter 76. The overly talented Li Yingling. Chu Xingchen had meticulously studied the blueprints of the true martial hall. It turned out that the materials were not sourced from the system. They were indeed quite costly. Not to mention, just the pillars of the sect's main hall required sandalwood as the main beam. Each of those would cost several hundred spirit stones, far beyond what he could afford to construct. Nevertheless, while the main hall still required considerable effort, the system's spirit-gathering formation was more than adequate. Yaoqin was quite generous. After careful calculation, the spirit stones she provided amounted to over 1,300. Once the spirit-gathering formation was completed, there would still be a substantial surplus. Not to mention, constructing 2 auxiliary rooms to accommodate people was certainly within reach. The construction of the sect should have been prioritized long ago. After all, although Li Xingtian had rapidly advanced in cultivation due to the blood spirit stones, Li Yingling's progress remained stagnant. His eldest disciple's talent was being squandered. Although it has been placed on the agenda, the progress has not been as swift as one might wish. Most of the conspicuous sites of geomantic fortune have already found their proprietors. Even though Chu Xingchen has attained the nascent soul stage, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is not inclined to partake in such pursuits nearby. However, it is hardly justifiable to resort to extreme measures for the sake of acquiring a mere plot of land. Disgracing oneself in such a remote locale would be imprudent. Furthermore, as their sect aspires to expand into the Central Plains, it is crucial to maintain a respectable reputation prior to such endeavors. Thus, seeking out undeveloped sites of geomantic fortune has become a pressing matter. This task will be undertaken by Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian together, while Li Yingling remains at home to oversee Chen Baiqing and, in the meantime, instruct him in the cultivation techniques provided by the system. Coming from a humble background and being quite young, Chen Baiqing is entirely ignorant of the written word, a true illiterate. For him, the cultivation manual serves merely as a pillow during sleep. Speaking of this, Chu Xingchen feels a twinge of frustration. His eldest disciple is a prodigy in cultivation, having progressed through sheer talent, while Li Yingling relies solely on innate gifts. Li Xingtian draws upon the experiences of a past life. Currently, Chen Baiqing can only depend on his elder sister. After all, it is likely that the master may not be particularly reliable when it comes to teaching children, and Chu Xingchen harbors little confidence in that regard. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that Li Yingling has willingly taken on the responsibility, which is a source of mutual satisfaction. As the sun begins to set, Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian walk side by side on their way home. Today, as expected, they have returned empty-handed. The area brims with abundant spiritual energy yet remains uninhabited, characterized by desolation and treacherous terrain, rendering the establishment of significant projects both challenging and costly in terms of spirit stones. However, this setback does not dampen their spirits, for this endeavor has only just commenced. Chu Xingchen, with an air of confidence, declares, "Next time, you shall venture eastward. I have studied geomancy, and there must be a ley line in that direction. Master, just yesterday you asserted that the east is a remote and impoverished area. How infuriating. Xingtian, have you been corrupted by Yingling? You would never have contradicted me before." Li Xingtian cast a glance at his master, yearning to reply that it is indeed from him that he learned this, but he refrains from uttering the words, recognizing that his master can be rather petty at times. There is no need to create unnecessary conflict over a trivial retort. At that moment, the two reach the entrance of the small courtyard. Li Yingling's voice, tinged with impatience, calls out, "No. Didn't I teach you this character just a quarter of an hour ago? Haven't you memorized it for quite some time?" This is followed by Chen Baiqing's voice, slightly choked with emotion. I'm sorry. Sister. Oh, please don't cry. Don't cry that I'm not angry with you." This exchange causes Chu Xingchen, who is poised to push the door open, to pause. It was not like this yesterday. He glances at his second disciple. Chu Xingchen suggests, "How about we step out for a meal before continuing this discussion?" Li Xingtian nods in agreement. As the two prepare to turn away, the heavy door swings open abruptly behind them. Li Yingling, her gaze filled with reproach, looks at her master and exclaims, "Master, junior brother, where do you think you are going?" The master suddenly realized that there was indeed a place today that was quite suitable for establishing a sect. "I shall go there now." Before Chu Xingchen could finish his excuse, Li Yingling reached out and grasped Chu Xingchen's arm, pulling him inward. "No more excuses, it is time for the master to teach." With a helpless expression, Chu Xingchen then casually looped his arm around Li Xingtian's shoulder, entering the courtyard together. As he looked around, he spotted Chen Baiqing sitting on a stone chair, gently wiping her tears with her small hands. Her serious demeanor fixed on the literacy primer before her. However, her attitude seemed quite proper. Could it be that she was truly dim-witted? Chu Xingchen did not believe that Chen Baiqing was genuinely lacking in intelligence. Shaking off Li Yingling's hand, he snorted coldly. "Let me demonstrate my teaching prowess." With that, Chu Xingchen pulled Li Xingtian towards Chen Baiqing. Li Xingtian cast a helpless glance at his master, thinking to himself that it was pointless for him to be dragged along. The two approached Chen Baiqing, who was softly sobbing while quietly reciting the contents of the primer. Chu Xingchen extended his hand and gently ruffled Chen Baiqing's small head, saying, "Come now, dear disciple. Tell your master what you do not understand. Your master will teach you." Chen Baiqing timidly glanced at Chu Xingchen and cautiously extended her small finger to point at a character. As Chu Xingchen looked at the character she was indicating, he was about to provide an explanation when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He promptly picked up the book in front of Chen Baiqing and flipped it to the cover. Daluan? Chu Xingchen looked at Li Yingling in confusion, asking, "Why is it this one? Where's the primer?" "She memorized it all yesterday, and she has been reviewing this book all day," Li Yingling sighed and replied. "I memorized this Dao Luan after reading it twice. Yet, after all this time, she still hasn't completely recognized all the characters." A glance exchanged between Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian revealed the true source of the confusion. "You taught her well. Perhaps you should refrain from teaching further." Chu Xingchen placed the Daolin back on the stone table, stating that it would be Li Xingtian who would teach from now on. "Me?" Li Xingtian looked at his master in astonishment. "What other choice is there?" Chu Xingchen lamented. "You only need to focus on cultivating immortality, but I must also consider the development of the sect." "Master, no need to say more. I will teach." Li Xingtian surrendered decisively, knowing he could not argue with his master. Besides, teaching the junior disciple was within his responsibilities, though he had never taught anyone before. His confidence was lacking. Li Xingtian picked up the Dao Luan from the table. Looking at the tearful Chen Baiqing, he managed to offer a gentle smile. "You are doing very well. From now on, I will teach you." Chen Baiqing cautiously regarded her second senior brother, noticing his smile was somewhat fierce. Yet beneath that fierce exterior, she still sensed his genuine kindness towards her. Chapter 77. Preparing for a trip to Qingfeng's sect master. "Trust me, we absolutely must head this way." In a remote mountain forest, Li Yingling, with a resolute expression, tugged at Chu Xingchen's sleeve, insisting, "Trust my intuition. The sect may not be large, but tasks still need to be allocated." Li Xingtian was responsible for the education of Chen Baiqing. Li Yingling, driven by a steadfast determination to contribute to the sect, once again volunteered for the expedition to locate the sect's address. Believing that the presence of more individuals would serve as a boon, Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. This exploration was directed towards an uncharted territory. After attaining the nascent soul stage, Chu Xingchen not only experienced a significant increase in his mobility, but also witnessed an extraordinary expansion of his spiritual awareness. As he swept his consciousness over the direction indicated by Li Yingling, he couldn't shake the feeling that the spiritual energy in the area seemed notably scarce. It certainly did not appear to be a place blessed with auspicious feng shui. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen decided to trust Li Yingling's intuition, lifting her into the air as they soared towards the designated direction. He had faith in the remarkable fortune of his eldest disciple. Li Yingling's gaze flitted across the landscape before them, her confidence in her instincts unwavering as she made slight adjustments to their course. After a short while, at Li Yingling's request, Chu Xingchen came to a halt in a spacious area. To their sides lay an open expanse, featuring a modest waterfall cascading into a clear lake. Chu Xingchen's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Indeed, the scenery was quite pleasant, yet the concentration of spiritual energy was rather low. Given Li Yingling's exceptional talent and heightened sensitivity to spiritual energy, she scrutinized the area with a puzzled expression before affirmatively stating, "Master, I am certain this is the place." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen wasted no time unleashing the full force of his spiritual awareness, meticulously scanning every inch of the land before him. Soon, he pinpointed a location where the spiritual energy was notably anomalous. Situated in the center of the lake, the spiritual energy there was significantly weaker than in other areas. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen summoned a protective shield and dove into the water, swiftly reaching the lake's center. There, he discovered a dark red stone firmly anchored in place by iron chains. This stone seemed to be obstructing the flow of spiritual energy. With a subtle manipulation of his spiritual power, he lifted the dark red boulder. Almost immediately, a pure surge of spiritual energy began to flow from the spot where the stone had been anchored. Could it be an underground spiritual vein? Quickly, Chu Xingchen replaced the boulder, realizing that this location had likely been discovered long ago by someone who, at the time, lacked the means to establish a sect. Thus, they had taken measures to seal off the underground spiritual vein, concealing the area for future use. How insidious! As a form of retribution, Chu Xingchen decided to appropriate this land for himself. He needed to swiftly procure materials to initiate construction and secure this location. After confirming that the stone was properly repositioned, he shot out of the water. Li Yingling eagerly inquired, "Master, what did you find? You'll receive full credit." Chu Xingchen raised his hand, leading Li Yingling as they soared towards Yuzhou City. In the air, Li Yingling's voice rang out with pride, "Master, I told you. My luck is extraordinary." Half a day later, Chu Xingchen arrived at the coveted location with his 3 disciples and an abundance of materials in tow. Prior to this, he had visited the Demon Suppression Department to formally designate the land as part of his sect's territory, submitting a brief report. Now, he possessed the legal claim to this land. Zhao Wanqing also owed Lord Chu Xingchen a favor. Regarding such matters, it was best to act swiftly. Chu Xingchen did not have to wait long before obtaining the official certification. In the vicinity of Yuzhou City, Chu Xingchen could be considered well-connected. He had already devised a plan for this piece of land. First, he would establish a spirit-gathering array. Ascending to the heights, Chu Xingchen meticulously embedded the array bases into the ground according to the blueprint of the spirit-gathering array. Li Xingtian and Li Yingling were busy handling the timber, preparing to construct wooden houses. They intended to erect 2 buildings on this land to assert their claim. The spirit-gathering array was somewhat intricate, and once Chu Xingchen had completed the arrangement with great care, he turned to see his 2 disciples had constructed the houses in a haphazard manner. They were not building houses, they were stacking blocks. The untreated timber was simply inserted into the ground, resulting in a structure that resembled a child's plaything, extremely unsightly. Although it was meant to be a casual construction to occupy space, one would think they could at least show some respect for their status as foundation establishment practitioners. However, this incident served to remind Chu Xingchen that professional matters should indeed be left to professionals. Relying solely on his disciples and himself for construction was bound to yield unsatisfactory results. As for the right professionals, Chu Xingchen quickly contemplated the most suitable candidate. His youngest disciple, Chen Baiqing, being still quite young and lacking any cultivation, was instructed to play nearby or read a book. Thus, at this moment, Chen Baiqing sat quietly on a stone by the lake, engrossed in her reading. Her demeanor was so obedient it tugged at one's heartstrings. Beside her lay a packet of candied fruits, which she nibbled on leisurely while immersed in her book. Time passed, and the small packet of candied fruits still had plenty left. Chu Xingchen called out with a smile, "Baiqing, it's getting dark. Prepare to head home." "All right, master," Chen Baiqing promptly replied, carefully putting away her book and rewrapping the candied fruits before tucking them into her bosom. She then picked up her book once more and ran towards Chu Xingchen with a gentle smile, resembling a cat waiting to be petted. Unable to resist, Chu Xingchen reached out to ruffle her little head. The following morning, within the courtyard, Chen Baiqing rose early and diligently read at the stone table. Creak. The sound of the door opening drew her attention, and she was pleasantly surprised to find that her master was the earliest riser today. She quickly stood up, bowed slightly to Chu Xingchen, and softly greeted, "Good morning, master." This greeting was something Chen Baiqing had learned from her senior brother and sister, who occasionally exchanged such pleasantries in the morning. However, it was her master who used it the most. Previously, when Chen Baiqing had listened to the adults greet one another, most of them said morning blessings. Nevertheless, since everyone seemed to use good morning, she naturally followed suit. Chu Xingchen approached with purposeful strides and again ruffled Chen Baiqing's little head, saying, "Good morning. But there's no need to be so formal. You're up early to read." Chen Baiqing lifted her little chin and replied, "It's not too early. I'm not very clever and need to spend more time." Chu Xingchen was left speechless. Chen Baiqing was by no means foolish. In fact, she was exceptionally bright. Yet, compared to the genius Li Yingling, there was indeed a noticeable gap. Chen Baiqing hesitated for a moment, fearful of inciting the ire of Chu Xingchen, and cautiously inquired, "Master, are you rising this early to go out?" Chu Xingchen affectionately ruffled Chen Baiqing's hair, responding gently, "Yes, I am preparing to visit the Qingfeng sect." Chapter 78. No wonder the Tianyan sect is a prominent faction in Zhongzhou. They are truly shameless. The sect leader of Qingfeng looked gravely at the decree issued under the authority of Zhongzhou. It was an undeniable fact that Qingfeng sect had become entangled in matters concerning the evil cultivators, as there was already ample evidence to support this claim. The next steps in handling the situation were of utmost importance, and a severance was indeed necessary. However, if one were to adhere strictly to the edict from Zhongzhou, Then members such as the esteemed Shang Wanhong and Elder Li would all be implicated in the affairs of the evil spirit sect. This would mean that nearly half of the elders in Qingfeng sect would face severe consequences. Such a loss would be an unbearable blow for Qingfeng sect. Nonetheless, this could be considered a lesser evil. For it was rumored that the Fengjian sect had already scattered, with their sect's remnants now sealed off by Zhongzhou. Although it was described as a lockdown by Zhongzhou, it was, in fact, an order for other sects to cooperate. With disciples of Tianyin sect orchestrating this operation, the arrival of true representatives from Zhongzhou would likely take several more days. Remarkably, the two disciples of Tianyin sect had thoroughly investigated the matter. All those who had yet to escape from Fengjian sect were probably now awaiting their punishment, a throng of individuals eager to pry open their lips and interrogate them on whether any other sects were involved. If they could extract information indicating the participation of rival sects from these individuals, it would be akin to a windfall. After all, if the opposing side suffered losses while they remained unscathed, it would indeed be a profit. Word had it that Fengjian sect seemed to serve as a hub for gathering resources, holding knowledge on whether other sects were involved. This moment, which nearby sect was not beset by turmoil? The absence of a thorough investigation into Qingfeng sect likely stemmed from Zhongzhou's desire to keep matters from escalating too dramatically, allowing everyone to get by without too much disruption. Some issues, if left unchecked, would not weigh heavily, but if brought to the forefront, would prove to be monumental. Such was the nature of the affair concerning the evil cultivators. With a sigh, the sect leader tucked the decree into his sleeve. The situation was challenging, yet it had to be addressed. He rose and made his way outside, glancing at the hall, which was undergoing restoration. Qingfeng sect had indeed fallen on hard times recently, however, for the sect leader. Not all news was dire, at the very least. That wretched scoundrel Zhang Xiaofeng had truly been taken away by Tianyin sect in those recent days. That lad had not uttered a single coherent word. Regardless of the occasion, he had resorted to insults. All the prestige he had cultivated over the years had been nearly obliterated in just a few days. Moreover, his behavior had been exceedingly arrogant. To be frank, had the disciples of Tianyin sect not arrived in a timely manner, the sect leader would have personally taken that lad's head. Fortune favored that scoundrel, as the disciples of Tianyin sect were men of their word. With Zhang Xiaofeng gone, the sect leader felt considerably more at ease. He turned to the foreman in charge of the restoration work and inquired, "How many more days will it take to complete the repairs on the main hall?" The foreman recalled the initial state of the Qingfeng sect hall, which had been reduced to ruins. He was uncertain of the Celestials' thoughts, but in their eyes, this was simply a matter of reconstruction. The foreman cautiously responded, "Even with accelerated efforts, it will still take over 5 months. 5 months. The sect leader's face flushed with anger. Increase the manpower and the budget, and expedite the work. The foreman was eager to express that this was not a matter that could be resolved merely by adding more people. Yet, faced with the sect leader, he could only obediently nod in agreement. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed the architecture of your Qingfeng sect that stands out, even possessing an aesthetic charm. A familiar male voice echoed through the air. The sect leader of Qingfeng turned abruptly, only to find a former male disciple of the Tianyin sect surveying the surroundings with a satisfied expression. At that moment, the leader's mind was consumed by a singular thought. How utterly unfortunate. Although he understood that the Mountain Gate disciples could not be blamed. After all, Chu Xingchen had already made quite the impression during his brief visit. He still harbored a desire to severely punish today's disciples. How could they allow this person entry? Especially since it was Chu Xingchen who had departed with harsh words. The Qingfeng sect leader was already at a disadvantage in his presence. Now, with the Qingfeng sect truly facing a significant dilemma, this individual's arrival surely did not herald any good tidings. Yet, regardless of his disdain, he had to extend a welcome. Reluctantly, the leader clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask what brings you here?" Chu Xingchen raised his hand, the solid aura of his nascent soul swiftly manifesting. "Do not address me as fellow Taoist, but rather as senior. The Qingfeng sect leader. Indeed, this brat is even more insufferable than Zhang Xiaofeng." This realization confirmed his intention to find a clever young disciple to assume the role of reception elder, as dealing with such formidable individuals made him feel as if he were a mere subordinate. Taking a deep breath, the leader continued, "May I inquire, senior, what is the purpose of your visit to the Qingfeng sect? Isn't Elder Zhang already taken away?" Chu Xingchen's gaze fell upon the grand hall under construction, nodding in satisfaction before questioning, "What? Is it so difficult for you to assist with matters concerning the Tianyin sect?" "Of course not, as long as that is the case." Chu Xingchen swiftly interrupted the leader, stating, "There is a matter I would like to entrust to you, a small favor." The Qingfeng sect leader became instantly cautious. Could it be that he intended to meddle in the affairs concerning the elders of the Qingfeng sect? He inquired carefully, "May I ask what this matter is, senior?" Chu Xingchen replied, "Building a house. You will need to advance the funds, and provide the labored. A brief silence ensued, during which even the foreman cast an awkward glance at Chu Xingchen. This individual was almost openly suggesting free labor. Not receiving the response he desired, Chu Xingchen cast a dissatisfied look at the Qingfeng sect leader and said, "What? Is your Qingfeng sect unable to be commanded?" The Qingfeng sect leader pondered momentarily before responding. "If it pertains to the Tianyin sect requesting assistance, then naturally, we would not hesitate. However, running the household entails accounting. The reconstruction of this grand hall will require considerable funds, and the collapsed structures on the mountain must also be repaired. If there are significant vacancies among the elders, how many spirit stones will be needed to cultivate foundation-building disciples? So many matters, all of which require expenditure. This brat is too cunning, if I blindly agree, and he ends up deceiving the Qingfeng sect out of a hefty sum. It would be quite troublesome. If that's the case, then we cannot proceed in such a manner." Chu Xingchen displayed an expression of discontent, as the oppressive aura of his nascent soul subtly bore down on the sect leader, who coldly remarked, "Your Qingfeng sect is aiding the nefarious cultivators in abducting individuals and mining for resources to forge bloodstone spirit crystals." The leader of Qingfeng sect hastily interjected, "Wait, everything can be discussed. Can you assist us now? We are indeed willing to help, but could you possibly allow us to complete the repairs on our main hall first?" Chu Xingchen retorted, "Then let us first converse about your Qingfeng sect." The leader, suppressing his inner fury, gritted his teeth and interrupted, "Tianyin sect first." Chu Xingchen corrected him, stating, "What do you mean by Tianyin sect? This matter has nothing to do with them. It is a personal request of mine." The Qingfeng sect leader looked at Chu Xingchen in exasperation, pondering how the sects of Zhongzhou could be even more shameless than this group of provincial folk. It was no wonder they had gained such prominence in Zhongzhou, while Qingfeng sect remained confined to a remote area. Seeking assistance without wishing to owe favors was indeed shameless. However, under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. Alas, this could be considered a transaction of sorts, and securing the continued presence of certain elders in Qingfeng sect could hardly be deemed a loss. A forced smile crept onto the elder leader's aged visage. "Very well. This matter is for the esteemed senior." Chapter 79. The newly appointed reception elder of Qingfeng sect. Qingfeng sect was undeniably a major sect that upheld its promises. What was promised in the morning was delivered by afternoon. At the new location of Chu Xingchen's sect, Li Yingling observed with curiosity as numerous individuals engaged in logging and clearing a path in preparation for transporting materials. Unable to contain herself, Li Yingling inquired of her master, "Master, are you really this wealthy? Were you merely pretending to be poor before?" Chu Xingchen sighed, reflecting on the burdens of high status. "If intelligence could be converted into wealth, I would likely rival entire nations in riches." Li Yingling, upon hearing this, refrained from contradicting him, instead quietly covering Qian Baiqing's ears. Whenever her master uttered such a statement, it indicated the emergence of another unfortunate soul in this world. This little junior sister was both obedient and diligent, albeit somewhat slow in memorization. She worked hard, and it was crucial that she not be led astray by her master. Meanwhile, Li Xingtian inquired, "Master, what precisely are we here to do?" Chu Xingchen retrieved the blueprints for the Zhenwu Hall from the system space and handed them to Li Xingtian, instructing, "Construct everything according to these blueprints. Begin by erecting 2 modest dwellings, but remember to procure some expensive materials as well. Furthermore, enlist additional laborers, aiming to construct as much as possible before they align the quantities of materials." Li Xingtian accepted the blueprints and scrutinized them intently. He was struck by the ingenuity and aesthetic appeal of the architectural design, yet he lamented, "But these materials are exorbitantly priced. What level of resources are we dealing with here? Remember to mix the expensive with the cheap. Just a bit at the start will suffice. Let us build a few houses for habitation." If questioned about the high costs, Chu Xingchen paused momentarily before advising, "Maintain this expression when speaking to them, and convey that any matters can be discussed with me." Li Xingtian was momentarily taken aback. This expression, "Master," wouldn't that be considered a personal attack? Not waiting for her master to provide further instructions, Li Yingling asked, "What about my junior sister and me?" "You shall remain here temporarily as overseers, ensuring the quality of the work," Chu Xingchen replied. Chu Xingchen casually arranged a few details before extending his hand to grasp the small hand of Qian Baiqing. "I shall take you, my little junior sister, to broaden your horizons and bolster your courage." Li Yingling cast a dubious glance, but felt reassured that her master would not act without proper consideration. She nodded gently, thus acquiescing to her master's plan. Qian Baiqing lifted her little head to gaze at her master, refraining from inquiring about their destination, instead gripping his hand tightly. Within the side hall of the Qingfeng sect, the sect leader sat in a position of authority, his countenance grave as he regarded a slightly younger inner sect disciple standing below. "Me?" The inner sect disciple exclaimed in astonishment, unable to conceal a surge of excitement. He was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, not considered among the elite in terms of talent within the sect, and the resources allocated to him in the past had barely sufficed. Today, however, everything might change dramatically. For today, the sect leader had unexpectedly summoned him and entrusted him with the significant responsibility of receiving elders. It is well known that even the lowest position of receiving elder within Qingfeng sect requires a golden core cultivation level and commands the respect of elder offerings. This was truly a leap to greatness. The sect leader nodded with approval but then recalled something, his expression turning serious as he admonished, "Very well, but do not emulate Zheng Xiaofeng, that treacherous fellow. One must clearly discern the path ahead." The inner sect disciple understood the situation regarding Zheng Xiaofeng, who had famously declared that he would rather be a mere errand boy in the Tiantian sect than serve as an elder in Qingfeng sect, an act that brought considerable shame to the sect. Such disgraceful matters become fodder for gossip, not only within Qingfeng but also among other sects, who often ridicule them. Especially after Zheng Xiaofeng's furious tirade against the sect leader before his departure. Other sects had long since found amusement in the scandal. This newly appointed receiving elder, chosen by the sect leader, was undoubtedly astute. He promptly cupped his hands and responded earnestly, "Having cultivated in Qingfeng sect since my youth, my progress to this level is entirely due to the sect's nurturing, and I shall certainly not follow in Zheng Xiaofeng's footsteps. With the sect leader's esteemed recognition and heavy responsibility placed upon me, I vow to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the sect." The sect leader, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "I am quite pleased with your attitude, but refrain from using the phrase dedicate oneself to the point of sacrificing one's liver and brains in the future. It is rather distasteful." Having said this, the sect leader did not await a response and swiftly turned to depart. In the side hall, only the newly appointed, trembling receiving elder remained, excitement evident in his quaking form as he donned the pristine elder's robes set aside. His face could not conceal his joy, yet this elation was fleeting. Outside, the disciples of the mountain gate, recently chastised, hurriedly approached. Spotting the inner sect disciple now clad in the receiving elder's attire, they exclaimed, "Elder, that disciple from Tiantian sect has returned," leading a young girl once more. With a flourish of his long sleeves, the receiving elder confidently declared, "No problem. I shall go to greet them, and no need," replied the inner sect disciple. "I am quite familiar with Qingfeng sect. I shall proceed on my OW, and it would be overly formal to have a reception." Chu Xingchen, hand in hand with Chen Baiqing, entered the side hall with a tranquil demeanor, his gaze quickly honing in on the receiving elder. The system panel swiftly scanned through. Objective, Jiang Zhiming, cultivation level, mid-foundation establishment, blue trait. Skilled in social graces, white trait. Art of flattery, black trait. Arrogance. Upon reading the traits, Chu Xingchen's gaze softened instantly. The primary purpose of bringing Chen Baiqing to broaden his horizons was secondary. The foremost concern was to devise a means to deceive the Qingfeng sect, at the very least. He aimed to construct more assets before they discovered the discrepancies in the consumables. If left unchecked, the Qingfeng sect would likely conduct a straightforward audit, leaving the Jinwu Hall with little more than a facade. As long as he could continue building, it would all count as profit, alleviating future worries regarding spirit stones. Had it been a protracted confrontation with the sect leader of Qingfeng, Chu Xingchen would have found it exceedingly challenging to maintain the ruse. However, with this young upstart, the possibilities for manipulation expanded significantly. With a visage as warm as spring, Chu Xingchen clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "Esteemed friend, to attain the position of elder at such a tender age within the Qingfeng sect is indeed a testament to your boundless potential." Jiang Zhiming was momentarily taken aback by the words, hastily returning the gesture with humility, replying, "Predecessor, you flatter me excessively in your presence. I am hardly worthy of such accolades. I owe much to your esteemed reputation." Although Jiang Zhiming's tone was modest, internally, he was brimming with excitement. He had heard of the events from that morning. Even the sect leader had addressed this disciple of the Tianyan sect as predecessor, and reportedly, his demeanor had been rather harsh. Yet, in this moment, this esteemed figure referred to him as friend. While Jiang Zhiming maintained a facade of calm, his inner emotions soared. Who said that the disciple of the Tianyan sect was difficult to approach? He was quite amiable indeed. Chapter 80. The knowledge gained by Chen Baiqing in the side hall, Jiang Zhiming, possessing the trait of skilled in social graces, bore a countenance as radiant as a spring day. His expression akin to that of a kindred spirit, "Brother Jiang. It feels as though we were meant to meet," Chu Xingchen declared earnestly. "After our brief exchange, it is evident that with your talents, your potential within the Qingfeng sect is sorely underappreciated." Jiang Zhiming waved his hand lightly, his expression earnest as he replied, "To receive the sect leader's nurture and attain the position of elder is already an extraordinary elevation. As for anything beyond that, I dare not even contemplate. Truly, Brother Jiang, your integrity is commendable." Chu Xingchen expressed with admiration, lamenting, "If only I had met you sooner." Jiang Ximing appeared delighted yet humbly waved his hand in response. The nature of flattery varies significantly depending on the source. When a destitute beggar praises you as a future titan of industry, one might question his motives for a few coins. Yet, when a business magnate, with sincerity etched on his face, declares that he regrets not meeting you sooner and believes you are destined for greatness, one cannot help but feel validated. The emotional value derived from different individuals is not the same. To Jiang Ximing, Chu Xingchen, who could make the Qingfeng sect's leader suffer, was akin to that esteemed business magnate. Seated beside Chu Xingchen, Qian Baiqing listened to the mutual compliments exchanged, casting a discerning glance at his master before nodding in realization. "Ah, I see that it seems that eloquent discourse can indeed expedite the fostering of connections with others." Chu Xingchen gently nodded, and then sincerely said, "Since Brother Jiang treats me as a gentleman, I shall also speak candidly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ximing's expression became serious. "Please, Brother Chu, speak plainly. This time, my primary purpose in coming is to oversee the construction matters of the Qingfeng sect. After all, this matter." Chu Xingchen did not finish his sentence but cast Jiang Ximing a knowing glance, allowing him the opportunity for his own deductions. Jiang Ximing, perceiving the implication, displayed a look of understanding, sighed, and stated frankly, "I am the newly appointed elder in charge of receptions, and I have no authority to inquire into this matter. What I can do for Brother Chu is merely to make a few introductions." Brother Jiang," Chu Xingchen replied earnestly, "I would never put you in a difficult position. A few introductions will suffice to clarify the pathways. I shall not flounder about aimlessly for the remaining matters. I shall handle them myself. I would never allow you to bear the brunt of any wrongdoing." As Chu Xingchen spoke, he seemed to realize something, his tone becoming indignant. "Brother Jiang, why do you question my intentions? Is our bond truly so fragile? Or have you misconstrued my character?" Faced with Chu Xingchen's barrage of words, Jiang Ximing stared blankly at the disappointment reflected in Chu Xingchen's eyes. "Did I not merely speak a plain truth in a calm tone? How did it lead to this?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Ximing hastily clasped his hands in explanation. "I assure you, I meant no such thing. Please, rest easy. Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, it is." Chu Xingchen's expression softened, and he nodded gently. "Then I have misunderstood you, Brother Jiang. When one person rejects you, it places immense pressure upon them. When they accept, it is akin to offering a small treat. With a few such encounters, their choices will naturally lean towards acceptance. After all, human nature tends towards inertia, always favoring the path of least resistance." A simple psychological suggestion had been embedded within Jiang Ximing's heart. Chun Baiqing looked at his master with a puzzled expression, then glanced at the relieved Jiang Ximing, finally nodding in understanding. "So this is what my master intended to convey. I have learned. Subsequently, Jiang Ximing introduced Chu Xingchen to Elder Wang, who was responsible for the sect's financial management. Under Jiang Ximing's warm atmosphere, the three engaged in pleasant conversation. Elder Wang also assured them that he would closely monitor the quality issues. Chu Xingchen did not elaborate much on this, exchanging a few simple pleasantries before concluding the meeting, much to Jiang Ximing's relief. Afterward, Jiang Ximing gave Chu Xingchen a brief tour, and they parted ways with laughter and conversation. At the entrance of the Qingfeng sect, Chu Xingchen clasped his hands and said, "Meeting Brother Jiang today has been my greatest gain from visiting the Qingfeng sect." Jiang Ximing, filled with emotion, replied, "To meet Brother Chu is my utmost honor. Yet the thought of parting fills my heart with unease." Chu Xingchen, touched, nodded and said, "There is no need for such sentiments. I shall return tomorrow." Chu Xingchen looked on with a puzzled expression. "Is Brother Jiang not welcoming?" Jiang Ximing quickly shook his head. "Of course not. Tomorrow, I shall be sure to greet Brother Chu with open arms." Hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, clasped his hands once more, and turned to leave with Qian Baiqing. Gazing at the swiftly departing figure of Chu Xingchen, Jiang Ximing let out a soft sigh. Although Chu Xingchen was understanding and articulate, and his words were as refreshing as a spring breeze, there were moments, but then again, no one is perfect at least today. Nothing had gone awry. The position of the reception elder should be secure. Just as Jiang Ximing exhaled in relief and turned around, he spotted the sect master of Qingfeng sect standing not far away, gazing intensely at him. Those eyes seemed to speak volumes. "Little Jiang, shouldn't you clarify a few things?" Chu Xingchen hurried back alongside Chen Baiqing, inquiring, "Baiqing, what did you learn today?" Chen Baiqing pondered momentarily before responding with conviction. "One must be two-faced." Chu Xingchen, taken aback, asked, "How did you deduce that?" Chen Baiqing raised his small head, hesitating for a moment before answering candidly. Master scolded Elder Jiang for being a fool and easy to deceive shortly after leaving. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xingchen continued, "Forget about that remark. What else did you learn? That bullying the simple-minded requires no psychological burden." Chu Xingchen was momentarily speechless. But upon seeing Chen Baiqing's innocent gaze, he could not bring himself to scold her. You've learned well, but these are not the lessons I intended to teach you. Chen Baiqing nodded earnestly and asked, then, Master, what do you plan to teach me today? To think twice before acting, and to be wary of those who present one facade while concealing another. One must always guard against deceit. Upon hearing this, Chen Baiqing nodded in realization and then innocently remarked, so, Master, you are the negative example that my senior sister spoke of. Today, Master taught you nothing, and you learned nothing at all. Forget everything that happened today. Chu Xingchen decisively gave up and headed straight towards the new sect's location. Li Yingling glanced at the blueprint before her, unable to conceal her concern. Junior brother, Master wouldn't lead junior sister astray, would he? Li Xingtian meticulously measured the land before responding, Master certainly would not. Even he has his limits. As the two conversed, a delightful female voice rang out. Sister Yingling? Li Yingling turned in confusion, only to see Ning Qianqian, clad in rough garments and wielding an axe, joyfully waving at her amid the group of workers. Ning Qianqian's father stood beside her, equally exhilarated as he looked at the two. Chapter 81. Master, they are good people. The new sect was still in the preparatory stage for materials and had not officially commenced construction. The only structure resembling a house at this point was the matchstick house crafted by Li Yingling and Li Xingtian. Within Chu Xingchen's sect, no one was foolish enough to endure hardship without necessity. For now, it was best to reside in the courtyard of Yuzhou City. At the entrance of the courtyard, Chu Xingchen quietly advised Chen Baiqing. When you enter, Chen Baiqing, with a serious expression, assured her master with a confident look, Master, you need not worry. I understand, as long as you understand. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction and pushed the door open to enter. Before them sat the esteemed elder disciple upon a stone chair, with two guests across from her exhibiting a palpable tension in their postures. The sound of the door creaking open. All three turned their gazes toward the entrance. A smile graced Li Yingling's face as she exclaimed, Master has returned. Just look who has arrived. Ning Qianqian, seated on the stone chair, could hardly conceal her anxiety as she glanced at Chu Xingchen, striving to present a semblance of a smile. Qianqian and her father have fortuitously joined our sect's construction efforts, Li Yingling remarked with a tone of admiration. They wish to express their heartfelt gratitude to you. Master. Ning Kuan rose to his feet and bowed deeply before Chu Xingchen, exclaiming, Thank you for your life-saving grace. Chen Baiqing, hidden behind Chu Xingchen, directed her gaze at Ning Kuan, meticulously sensing his current emotions. Upon confirming there was no cause for concern, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Should the man before her have ill intentions, she would need to alert her master. After several days of reflection, Chen Baiqing was certain that the voice within her was indeed accurate, capable of discerning the general emotions of those she encountered. Among the multitude she had met, only her master remained an enigma. Yet, she could clearly interpret the gaze of her master directed at her. Witnessing this scene, Ning Qianqian hastily knelt in unison. With a wave of spiritual energy, Chu Xingchen lifted the two, casually stating, There is no need for such formalities. It is merely fate. Ning Kuan replied earnestly, A grace is a grace. As Chu Xingchen scanned Ning Kuan with a system prompt, he discovered the term, loyal and righteous, associated with him, and to his surprise, a blue attribute of ingenious, as well. Chu Xingchen nodded gently, signaling for the two to sit down momentarily. Ning Qianqian tugged at her father's sleeve, and together they rose to take their seats. Seeing her master's return, Li Yingling naturally stood up, realizing that the gratitude was directed towards her master, not herself. With her master present, it was only fitting to yield her position. Li Yingling extended her hand. Beaming, Come, little Baiqing, come here for a hug from your senior sister. Upon hearing her senior sister's call, Chen Baiqing scampered over, leaping into Li Yingling's embrace. With joy, Li Yingling lifted Chen Baiqing and inquired, Did Master teach you anything strange while you were out today? With a serious expression, Chen Baiqing replied, Master taught me to always be wary of others. Li Yingling nodded in satisfaction, affirming that her master indeed had principles. Excellent. Today, your senior sister will take you out to buy some candy. Thank you, senior sister. Chen Baiqing smiled sweetly, then turned to give her master a reassuring glance. From this day forth, my little cotton-padded jacket shall be Chen Baiqing. As Chu Xingchen settled into the stone chair, he turned his attention to Ning Qianqian and inquired, Do you have any other matters to discuss with me? Ning Qianqian promptly shook her head, explaining, No, we simply wish to sincerely thank the great immortal for your assistance. Subsequently, Ning Qianqian detailed the events leading up to their visit. Ning Kuan intended to open a blacksmith shop but lacked sufficient startup capital. He also possessed some carpentry skills, prompting him to bring Ning Qianqian along to earn the necessary funds. Coincidentally, upon starting work, they encountered Li Yingling and Li Xingtian. The previous farewell was hasty, leaving little opportunity for proper expressions of gratitude. As I observed the preparations for the construction of a dwelling, it seemed clear that the intention was to establish a more permanent residence. Thus, I made a special effort to extend my thanks. Today, they plan to temporarily reside at an inn, returning to report back tomorrow. Ning Kuren has notably expressed his commitment to this project, assuring that he will dedicate himself wholeheartedly to the task and will also oversee the work on behalf of Chu Xingchen. While Chu Xingchen expressed his gratitude, he insisted on treating the two to a meal. Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuren instinctively tried to decline, but were resolutely persuaded by Chu Xingchen to stay. After all, it was a fortuitous encounter. However, Chu Xingchen did not personally prepare the meal. He simply instructed Li Xingtian to procure some ingredients from a nearby tavern. After Li Yingling, the little glutton, had specified a few of her favorite dishes, she took Chen Baiqing out to buy some sweets. The three disciples ventured out together, while Chu Xingchen remained to entertain the two guests, engaging in light conversation. Ning Qianqian was relatively at ease. Having interacted with Chu Xingchen for some time, while Ning Kuren appeared rather awkward, his hands incessantly rubbing against his trousers as he silently listened to Ning Qianqian's chatter. Only when Chu Xingchen deliberately addressed him did he respond with a nervous tone. Fortunately, it was not long before Li Yingling and Chen Baiqing returned with the sweets. Upon their return, Chen Baiqing held 2 sugar paintings, offering one to Ning Qianqian. Despite her seemingly mature demeanor, it was evident that her upbringing had forced her into adulthood prematurely. She was likely around 15 or 16 years old, having endured a recent famine that left her without sufficient food. Thus, in Ning Qianqian's eyes, such sugary treats were rare treasures. Hesitant to accept the offering from Chen Baiqing, she looked at her in silence. Sensing Ning Qianqian's apprehension, Chen Baiqing, with an innocent expression, encouraged her, saying, "Sister, this is specially for you. If you don't take it, then Yingling." Ning Qianqian, caught off guard, quickly extended her hand to accept the sugar painting. After handing over the painting, Chen Baiqing said nothing further, as these individuals were merely strangers to her. She walked straight to Chu Xingchen, presenting the sugar painting and asking, "Master, would you like a taste?" Chu Xingchen reached out, ruffling Chen Baiqing's hair, and replied, "You should enjoy it yourself." Chen Baiqing retracted the painting and took a gentle bite. Shortly thereafter, Li Xingtian returned with the purchased dishes. Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuren barely ate, managing only a few bites to satiate their hunger before bowing to take their leave. This meal was laden with pressure for them. Chu Xingchen did not attempt to retain them, his gaze following the retreating figures of Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuren. Ning Qianqian clutched the uneaten sugar painting tightly, trailing behind her father. Chen Baiqing also watched the departing figures and slowly remarked, "Master, they are good people." Chapter 82. She is unaware that she has already reached the nascent soul stage. Isn't. In the following days, Chu Xingchen frequently visited Qingfeng sect whenever he had the opportunity, accompanied by Jiang Zhiming as they headed towards Elder Wang's direction. Sometimes he brought along Chen Baiqing, other times Li Yingling. Only Li Xingtian showed little interest in joining, preferring to remain at the new sect's location to supervise the construction. Particularly lately, Chu Xingchen had been especially diligent, as the approval process for the precious materials for the main hall had commenced. Elder Wang, confronted with the occasional intrusion of expensive building materials, contemplated dismissing the proposal to further ascertain the situation. Yet, before him stood the enigmatic Chu Xingchen, whose gaze pierced with intensity, alongside Jiang Zhiming, who offered gentle persuasion. Particularly striking was Jiang Zhiming's remark, "The money belongs to the sect, but the connections are personal." Elder Wang stared dumbfounded at Jiang Zhiming, incredulous. Wasn't he a member of the Tianyin sect? Utilizing Qingfeng sect's funds for the affairs of Tianyin sect, while claiming personal relations as his own. The distinguished figures of Zhongzhou were far beyond his reach. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator without a senior elder to back him, did he truly believe he could forge friendships with them? It was absurd. In the past, even the foundation establishment disciples would divert their paths upon encountering him, yet now he dared to breathe the same air. Once their business concluded, how could he expect to accompany them back to Zhongzhou? Had this person lost his senses? However, Elder Wang found himself at a loss for words before Chu Xingchen, as Jiang Zhiming continued his mindless urging. With a heavy heart, Elder Wang reluctantly approved the materials. By all that is holy, the sect leader must have lost his mind. How could he have appointed an elder so traitorous? Enduring the pang of his heart, he finalized the selection and coldly remarked, "I have pressing matters to attend to. You two may proceed as you wished." He then rose, determined to inform the sect leader of the situation at hand. This was intolerable. He had to rid himself of this traitorous individual at once. Chu Xingchen, satisfied with the approved materials, turned to Jiang Zhiming and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your righteous words. Otherwise, it was clear Elder Wang intended to vex me." Jiang Zhiming quickly returned the gesture, replying, "No need for such formalities, Brother Chu. We are brothers at heart. After all, the sect leader had previously instructed him not to provoke Chu Xingchen unnecessarily, considering it a significant contribution. A mere handful of spirit stones surely wouldn't be the sect leader's sole concern. Yet, the distinction between expectation and reality remained stark. Having achieved his desired outcome, Chu Xingchen lavished Jiang Ximing with praise for his loyalty before taking his leave. Just as Chu Xingchen departed with the onlooker Li Yingling, the sect leader summoned Jiang Ximing for questioning in the Qingfeng sect side hall. The sect leader, holding the materials list, wore a grave expression, his gaze fierce as he glared at Jiang Ximing and demanded, "What is the meaning of this list?" Jiang Ximing slightly raised his head to meet the sect leader's penetrating gaze. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it appeared that the sect leader's earlier words had become naught but empty air. He hastily feigned ignorance, deflecting, "This list was signed by Elder Wang. Should not the inquiry be directed at him? Were you not there to entice him into signing?" The sect leader retorted, "Master, the heavens bear witness, if Elder Wang was unwilling to sign, could I force his hand? I ask you, did you not instruct me to cultivate a good relationship with the disciple from Tianyin sect to prevent any troubles? In his presence, I had to speak a few kind words, did I not?" The sect leader paused, contemplating, "There is a semblance of reason in your words." With a heavy expression, the sect leader gazed at Jiang Ximing for a moment before ultimately allowing him to withdraw. After all, recent observations indicated that Jiang Ximing indeed maintained a commendable rapport with the disciples of the Tianyin sect. It was likely quite rare to find someone capable of fostering good relations with a troublesome disciple from Tianyin. Just listening to him speak was enough to unsettle one's golden core. However, as Jiang Ximing was about to leave, the sect leader cautioned him, saying, "Let today's matter rest, but in the future, you must refrain from interjecting in such situations." Jiang Ximing promptly cupped his hands in promise and exited the side hall. Upon stepping out, a cold sweat broke out on Jiang Ximing's back, the once exhilarating sensation of rapidly ascending to the position of elder dissipating entirely. This elder, in the presence of others, felt oddly reminiscent of being a grandson. It seemed everyone was older, and anyone could easily tread upon him. With a sigh, Jiang Ximing acknowledged that having embarked on this path, he could only see it through to the end, regardless of how treacherous it might become. Material approvals were conducted in batches. Only when the current materials were nearly depleted would the next batch be reviewed. During this interim, Chu Xingchen's visits became infrequent, appearing only sporadically, often bringing a bottle of wine for Jiang Ximing to savor. At such times, Chu Xingchen would weave tales of exclusion and the challenges faced by disciples, which often resonated with Jiang Ximing, causing his gaze towards Chu Xingchen to grow ever more sincere. Sharing similar life experiences and possessing an eloquent manner of speaking, their conversations, rich with camaraderie, were imbued with an air of gentlemanly elegance that was truly convincing. Especially poignant was Chu Xingchen's heartfelt declaration, "It is a pity we did not meet sooner. Life is but a fleeting moment, and I dedicate this to you, Brother Jiang." Such sincerity was difficult to resist. Yet, as the materials approached readiness, Chu Xingchen would visit more frequently, anxious not to miss the opportunity for material approval. This time, he unexpectedly encountered Elder Wang, who appeared gravely contemplative as he scrutinized the bill before him. "Is this for pillars of gold or merely tiles? How dare this bill be brought before me for approval? After this, will the Qingfeng sect even require repairs? Furthermore, judging by these material specifications, this is hardly a one-time expense. If constructed to these standards, the Qingfeng sect could never afford it." Elder Wang sighed, his expression troubled, and said, "Brother, this material is indeed beyond the financial capacity of the Qingfeng sect. Even just the pillars alone exceed what we can bear." Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen remained silent, merely casting a lingering gaze at Elder Wang. "This simply cannot be done," Elder Wang continued, shifting his gaze to the side at Jiang Ximing. "This bill is nothing like the previous one. I truly cannot sign it. Aren't you on good terms with him? Do encourage him." Jiang Ximing, with his head bowed, stared at his boots, silent. How could he possibly assist when the sect leader had reported him? "Chu, do something." Elder Wang shot a glance at the traitorous Jiang Ximing, inhaling deeply before resolutely refusing. "This bill truly cannot be approved." Chu Xingchen's eyes sharpened, fixating intently on Elder Wang, as the pressure of his higher Yuanying realm slowly descended. Yet, Elder Wang gritted his teeth, steadfast in his refusal. "Very well, let this be a matter of record." Chu Xingchen finally relented, retracting his pressure, expressing, "Aside from Brother Jiang, there isn't a single competent individual in your Qingfeng sect. Bookkeeping. It seems you truly hadn't contemplated this matter before. However, Elder Wang does not dare to take the lead on this issue. It must be reported to the sect master." "What is there to report? Has the sect master not commanded you to approve the materials? The sum is rather substantial." Chu Xingchen let out a cold snort, his tone frigid as he remarked, What does your Qingfeng sect amount to? Do you think I would stoop to quibbling over such a trifling sum? You may lack shame, but our sect still retains its dignity. Whenever you wish, you can simply send someone to our sect to request the spirit stones. Just as Elder Wang was about to respond, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Zhiming's ambiguous gaze. Does this imply the sect master has consented? Very well, should any issues arise, I shall attribute it to Jiang Zhiming's meddling. Elder Wang, suppressing his anguish, ultimately recorded this transaction of materials. Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. Upon a peak of the new sect, Zhang Xiaofeng stood behind a woman clad in white, his brow furrowed. Xiaolingyu gazed at the bustling construction site, a hint of a contented smile gracing her features. She murmured softly, "We shall meet again in 9,000 miles." With that, she turned resolutely and instructed, "Ensure they tie up any loose ends," drawing her long sword from her waist. It transformed into a flying sword as Xiaolingyu soared into the skies. This time, it is Xiaolingyu from Zhongzhou who pays her respects at the sect's construction site. After Xiaolingyu departed on her sword, Chu Xingchen's gaze drifted lazily towards the peak where Xiaolingyu had lingered. She wondered if she had already reached the nascent soul stage. Chapter 83. Departing from the temple, the construction of the sect proceeded smoothly. Initially overseen by Li Xingtian, it later became evident that Ning Kuan was far more suited to manage the tasks at hand. Coupled with Ning Kuan's steadfast loyalty, Chu Xingchen eventually appointed him as the foreman to construct the Jinwu Hall. Chu Xingchen and Li Xingtian would only occasionally inspect the quality and progress. It was utterly unrealistic to expect Qingfeng sect to finance the entirety of the Grand Hall's construction. The hall could be built in a general sense, with finer details addressed gradually. After all, Chu Xingchen had already reached the nascent soul realm, positioning him as a pillar of strength in Zhongzhou. Chen Baiqing exhibited remarkable talent. Not only had he mastered reading, but he had also begun preparing to cultivate the heart method, embarking on the path of immortality. The sect collectively showed great concern for Chen Baiqing's initiation into qi refining, thus opting to teach and observe him together. With Xiaolingyu's spirit stones still in surplus, there were ample resources to first establish a formation, allowing Chen Baiqing to refine his foundation. Although the living quarters at the sect had been completed, the noise proved too distracting for Chen Baiqing, who was still new to cultivation. Hence, he chose to practice within the tranquility of the courtyard. In a repurposed storage room, the three teachers focused intently on Chen Baiqing, who was seated cross-legged on the bed. As spiritual energy wafted from the spirit stones, it was gradually absorbed into his body. A wave of spiritual fluctuations emanated from Chen Baiqing, prompting the trio to exhale in relief. Due to Li Yingling's teaching methods being suited only for prodigies like herself, she merely observed this time, refraining from direct involvement. Chu Xingchen possessed some experience, having dabbled in cultivation, though it was hardly extensive. This time, they primarily relied on Li Xingtian, whose wealth of cultivation experience, albeit lacking in teaching, allowed him to draw parallels and provide guidance. Chu Xingchen, filled with excitement, patted his second disciple's shoulder and said, "Xingtian, you have done quite well. Indeed, you are far more reliable than your senior sister." Observing Chen Baiqing successfully cultivating qi, Li Xingtian nodded in satisfaction. At least not letting anyone down. Li Yingling also encouraged her junior brother by giving his broad shoulder a gentle pat. "Well done," Li Xingtian promptly praised. "It is also thanks to senior sister's solid foundational teachings. If one were to truly discern what they learned from their master in this lifetime, it would perhaps be the art of diplomacy. After all, under the subtle influence of both senior sister and master, it is indeed challenging not to be affected." Once Chen Baiqing broke through to the first level of qi cultivation, the fluctuations of spiritual energy gradually calmed, and before long, she opened her eyes. She carefully sensed the faint flow of spiritual power within her. Chen Baiqing extended her small hand, and a delicate wisp of pale purple spiritual energy slowly manifested in her palm. With a tone tinged with joy, she remarked, "Mastered this spiritual power?" The three of them, each possessing at least mid-foundation cultivation, found it otherwise quite challenging to perceive the purple spiritual energy in Chen Baiqing's hand, as it was exceedingly faint. Li Yingling was the first to step forward, her face alight with delight as she affectionately patted Chen Baiqing's small head, exclaiming, "Little Baiqing is truly a genius in cultivation. Splendid." Upon hearing this, Chen Baiqing first glanced at her master, then, as if recalling something, broke into a smile and replied, "Senior sister is the true genius. Baiqing still has a long way to go." Such sweet words. Li Yingling, brimming with joy, playfully ruffled Chen Baiqing's cheeks and then said, "Today, senior sister will take you to buy some delicious treats." Chen Baiqing nodded vigorously, affirming the wisdom of her master's teachings. Chu Xingchen, speechless, observed the scene before him, wondering if she had just successfully applied her teachings and intriguingly directed towards her own senior sister. Not rushing to speak, he allowed Li Yingling to prepare to lead Chen Baiqing out onto the streets. As Li Xingtian noted the smooth progress of events, he intended to return to his cultivation, but was suddenly called back by his master. Xingtian, come along. Turning around, he saw his master's serious expression. Quite different from his usual casual demeanor, Li Xingtian earnestly responded. Yes, master. Li Yingling, holding Chen Baiqing's hand, looked curiously at the peculiarly serious expressions of her master and junior brother. On the streets of Yuzhou City, Li Yingling led Chen Baiqing to stand before a sugar painting stall, where the sugar artist was skillfully crafting a sugar dragon. Being a child, Chen Baiqing had a fondness for sweets, and both candied fruits and sugar paintings were among her favorites. At this moment, she was completely captivated by the sugar artist's creation. After a brief wait for the sugar to cool and solidify, the artist handed the sugar dragon to Chen Baiqing. Here you go. Thank you, Chen Baiqing replied politely as she accepted the sugar dragon. Before she could savor it, Chu Xingchen interjected. Let master have a taste. Without hesitation, Chen Baiqing offered the sugar painting to Chu Xingchen. Receiving the vividly crafted sugar art, Chu Xingchen promptly devoured it in a few bites. Soon, all that remained was a stick, which she returned to Chen Baiqing. Chu Xingchen looked at Chen Baiqing, who now held a smooth little stick in her hand, her face still radiant with a smile. Both Li Yingling and Li Xingtian gazed at their master in astonishment, yet neither spoke. Chu Xingchen lowered her gaze towards Chen Baiqing. Tell master. Are you happy? Chen Baiqing cast a glance at her senior brother and sister, only to find them enveloped in a profound silence. With utmost caution, she ventured to inquire, Master, have I erred in some way? You instructed me to take but a single bite, yet I consumed all your sugar art. Are you angered by this? Not at all, came the reply. Why are you not upset? Because you are my master. But is your senior sister not your sister? You shall grow, you shall mature, and you shall acquire both virtuous and detrimental knowledge. Chu Xingchen spoke with gravity, yet you must comprehend which knowledge is suited for whom. And you ought to understand who will always stand by you unconditionally. You must also grasp that when the hearts of the sect are scattered, they can never be united again. Your brother and sister trust me not because of my cultivation, but because they recognize that I genuinely regard them as family, and they too regard me as such. Baiqing, I know you are a good child, yet you are still young and may sometimes struggle to discern right from wrong. You must reflect more deeply. Upon concluding, Chu Xingchen reached out to touzle Chen Baiqing's small head, then turned to the sugar artist and requested, please make another. Upon hearing this, Chen Baiqing lowered her gaze. Her voice caught in her throat, feeling a wave of emotion wash over her. She cautiously grasped the corners of Li Yingling and Chu Xingchen's garments. Senior sistered, at this, Li Yingling gently took hold of Chen Baiqing's little hand. Feeling the warmth of the grasp, Chen Baiqing lifted her head to meet Li Yingling's gaze, where she found a smile and genuine affection awaiting her. Just as Chen Baiqing was about to speak, a somewhat surprised voice from Li Xingtian interrupted the atmosphere. Wait. Master, is that not the little monk from Chanlin Temple? The four of them turned their attention towards a small monk, clad in yellow and bearing a wooden staff, approaching from a distance down the street. Yet, this direction seemed to lead out of the city, wasn't it? Why did it appear as though Yuan Kong was about to leave the temple? Could it be that Chanlin Temple was embroiled in yet another predicament? The curious Li Yingling proposed, shall we inquire? Chapter 84. Do scriptures deceive? My senior brother is dying. Yuan Kong sat sorrowfully on a chair, licking the sugar art. Chu Xingchen watched this scene, momentarily at a loss for words. Truly, the teachings of Chanlin Temple's esteemed monks were evident here. The words spoken were in stark contrast to the actions taken. Li Yingling wore a look of regret, acknowledging that Yuan Jing was indeed a good person, and softly offered, may you find peace in your grief. Yuan Kong took a deep breath, stating earnestly, my senior brother has treated me with the utmost kindness. I cannot bear to witness his demise. Chu Xingchen regarded Yuan Kong's determination to leave home, his tone laced with curiosity. So, you are leaving home to avoid witnessing the abbot's death? What nonsense, Yuan Kong retorted, biting fiercely into the sugar art. I intend to venture forth to save my senior brother. Oh. Chu Xingchen nodded lightly in affirmation, acknowledging Yuan Kong's declaration. However, as Yuan Kong surveyed the expressions of the four around him, he noted that none appeared to believe him. Li Yingling sighed first and remarked, Master, that monk is indeed a good person. We should go and offer a stick of incense when the time comes. My senior brother cannot perish. I am resolute in my endeavor to save him. It is indeed rare to witness such a compassionate heart from you, Yingling. Wait. Will you all listen to me? Yuan Kong rose, his expression earnest, declaring, I shall undoubtedly bring my senior brother back. Chu Xingchen's consciousness swept across the scene. Discerning that Yuan Kong was a practitioner of willpower, yet still lacked a foundational cultivation. Even if he were to establish his foundation, the process of adapting to the arts of magic would demand time. Moreover, he is but a Na'vi youth, unacquainted with the world. How could he possibly rescue the abbot? It would be wise for you to return and keep the abbot company instead. Chu Xingchen gently placed a hand on Yuan Kong's shoulder, remarking that the outside world is fraught with peril. Someone of your caliber would scarcely suffice as a morsel for the ferocious beasts lurking beyond. Li Yingling nodded in agreement. Indeed, especially considering that the matters concerning the malevolent practitioners have not yet been fully resolved, and those from Zhongzhou are still pursuing inquiries. The outside remains perilous, I am unafraid. Yuan Kong asserted with determination, for my senior brother would brave fire and water for me, so I too shall do the same. Such ambition, Chu Xingchen affirmed with a nod, calling out to the sugar artist across the street. Bring me 3 more sugar paintings. Master Yuan Kong shall take them along on his journey. Very well. Yuan Kong clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. Li Xingtian, slightly speechless, noted that he had just been earnestly instructing his junior sister, yet in the blink of an eye, the situation had shifted. Given the current circumstances, it would be far better to bring Yuan Kong back to the Zen Forest Temple, wouldn't it? However, he understood that life choices differ, and this was Yuan Kong's decision for the abbot. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xingtian ventured to inquire. Though it may be somewhat presumptuous, may I ask, how do you intend to rescue the abbot? Yuan Kong's gaze swept over the 4 individuals before he began to respond after a brief moment of reflection. The relics of Jialan Buddha. I discovered it while perusing the scriptures. It is said that at the site of Jialan Bodhisattva's fall, there exists a heart lotus that can connect with the Buddha's heart and extend one's lifespan. Upon hearing this, Li Xingtian could not help but gently shake his head. The Bodhisattvas of the Buddhist realm are indeed deities of substantial power. In this place, they have reached a formidable level. If it were not documented, perhaps there might still be remnants. However, if it is inscribed in texts, it is likely that it has long been excavated, leaving nothing behind. One cannot expect the monks to possess a higher moral standard. Can they? Yuan Kong raised his gaze to assess Li Xingtian's expression, recognizing his skepticism. He understood the arduous journey that lay ahead. Although he had seldom ventured beyond the temple gates, he was no fool. The relics of Jialan Buddha are safeguarded by Buddhist seals, which can only be unlocked if one aligns with the seals, and those seals cannot be opened by anyone other than the Buddha scions. Yuan Kong earnestly explained. Traditionally, when a Buddha scion is born, they would journey to Zhongzhou to cultivate the Mahayana teachings. I am the sole scion to remain in Yuzhou City, thus the relics of Jialan Buddha likely still exist. I surmise this is the reason why the Zen Forest Temple has recorded this location in their texts. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen turned his gaze towards Yuan Kong, comprehending his deliberate explanation. Realizing that he intended to partner with him, I am aware of your formidable cultivation. Your capacity to pierce through illusions is already ineffective against you. Yuan Kong said to Chu Xingchen, I only require the heart lotus. Everything else may rightfully belong to you. Chu Xingchen chuckled lightly, inquiring. The relics of Jialan Buddha are primarily filled with treasures of the Buddhist realm. As a disciple of the Buddha, are you truly willing to part with them so easily? Yuan Kong clasped his hands together, his tone resolute. Wealth may tempt the heart of many, but it shall not sway mine. Curiosity piqued, Chu Xingchen inquired, Are you not afraid that I might be a villain? Yuan Kong remained silent, merely casting a sidelong glance at the ever-quiet Qin Baiqing. Ultimately, Chu Xingchen acquiesced. Faced with the tomb of a god transformation cultivator, he was undeniably tempted. After all, a single expedition bore no risk of loss. Should fortune favor them and the treasures be present, it would be a resounding success. Digging up a grave, with fervor. If he, a mere nascent soul, dared not disturb the resting place of a god transformation practitioner, what merit was there in pursuing immortality? Given Qin Baiqing's tender age, it was prudent to have Li Xingtian remain to watch over him. After all, Li Xingtian's techniques bore hints of a somewhat sinister nature. One could never predict what peculiar occurrences might unfold within the Buddhist relics. Moreover, Li Xingtian possessed ample experience and would likely flee at the first sign of danger. Li Yingling was also partaking in this venture, serving to broaden her horizons. Every experience serves as a lesson. With Yuan Kong's resolve bolstered by his spiritual energy, an additional cultivator of the mid-foundation establishment stage, like Li Yingling, was hardly a burden. Yuan Kong, brimming with confidence, asserted that the journey to the Jialan Buddhist relic was fraught with peril, yet the interior should be exceedingly safe. The tome contained detailed accounts of the secret realm following the demise of Bodhisattva Jialan, likening it to a celestial Buddhist paradise, serene and tranquil. When Chu Xingchen questioned Yuan Kong on why he had not invited the monks from Chanlin Temple to accompany them, Yuan Kong sighed deeply. There are few foundation establishment monks in the temple, and they all share close ties with the abbot. If I were to inform them, I can only imagine my senior brother would give me a good thrashing. Li Yingling, puzzled, remarked, "Aren't you concerned that the abbot might worry about your sneaking away?" Yuan Kong replied confidently, "I left a note for the abbot, stating that I was off to do good deeds and cultivate my spiritual will. He would never suspect otherwise." Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling exchanged bemused glances. "Very well, let us make haste and return swiftly." Chu Xingchen promptly soared in the direction indicated by Yuan Kong. Half a day later, Yuan Kong stood dumbfounded before a vast, flowing river, continually comparing it to the meticulously drawn map in his hands. With a faint sigh, Chu Xingchen leaned down to scrutinize the map. If the map were accurate and Yuan Kong's skills were not lacking, then what lay before them should be a towering mountain. "Not an immensely wide river, I in disbelief," Yuan Kong exclaimed. "Is the Buddhist scripture deceiving us?" Chu Xingchen's spiritual sense swept the area before he replied, "The scripture is not at fault. It is your eyes and common sense that are misleading you." Chapter 85. The Killing of Beasts. Just as the cessation of conflict, before the rushing river, Li Yingling swiftly grasped her master's intent and spoke. As the saying goes, the tides of time change all. I once read in the miscellaneous chronicles about how the waters of ancient seas receded, transforming into mountains. Why then, should it not be possible for today's waters to flood in and level those peaks? Yuan Kong nodded in realization. So, this mountain is currently submerged within the water. Extending his spiritual energy shield, Chu Xingchen enveloped the other two within its protective embrace. "This is merely speculation. Let us venture in and see. Perhaps that Buddhist scripture truly is a fabrication designed to deceive naive fools like you." Yuan Kong lacked the confidence to refute this assertion. Though Li Yingling had reached foundation establishment, the river posed no challenge for her. However, Yuan Kong was not so fortunate. Regardless, the barrier was already in place, and bringing along an additional companion could only provide further assurance. Chu Xingchen, accompanied by two individuals, plunged into the tumultuous river. The swift current carried with it a substantial amount of sediment, rendering the water murky and dark upon their descent. The faint glow of spiritual energy merely allowed Yuan Kong to discern the surrounding flow of sand and stones, yet he could not scrutinize anything in detail. Chu Xingchen's consciousness once again scanned the peaks, comparing them to the hand-drawn map by Yuan Kong, but there remained no semblance of similarity whatsoever. Could it truly be a mere tale, concocted to amuse? Li Yingling observed her master's countenance and inquired, "Master, is something amiss?" Chu Xingchen shook his head slightly, then turned his gaze towards Yuan Kong and asked, "Does that sutra contain any crucial hints?" "Hints?" Yuan Kong paused momentarily at the question, then pondered before responding. "It merely states that Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva manifests for the salvation of all beings, transforming oneself into an inner landscape, isolating love and hatred, and dispelling enmities." Setting aside the authenticity of this tale for the moment, the key term isolation intrigued Chu Xingchen. After a brief contemplation, he nodded in realization. For now, this was their only recourse, and it was worth a try. A vast surge of spiritual energy erupted from Chu Xingchen as two ethereal small hands materialized behind him. The right hand waved gently, swiftly parting the muddy waters. The other hand, fingers slightly splayed, released a torrent of spiritual energy, rapidly expanding into a colossal reflective surface that encompassed the grand river before them, mirroring everything beneath its depths. Chu Xingchen lifted his gaze towards the luminous barrier above, where the landscape was mirrored in its expanse. Li Yingling and Yuan Kong, understanding the implications, joined him in observing the shimmering veil of spiritual energy. Isolation also delineated the inner from the outer, the scene within from that beyond, creating a sense of inversion. Chu Xingchen quickly focused on a small hillside revealed in the reflection. That was their destination. Retrieving his spiritual energy, the ethereal hands dissipated. Chu Xingchen led the two towards the hillside. Having diligently acquired knowledge of the cultivation realm, Li Yingling swiftly grasped that this technique was indicative of a practitioner at the nascent soul stage. She eagerly inquired, "Master, is this a technique of the nascent soul realm? What of it? Have you underestimated your master?" Chu Xingchen replied with a nonchalant demeanor, "There are many more mysteries to my abilities. Impossible. My master is capable of overwhelming the top cultivators of the Xuanwu kingdom." Li Yingling retorted, her laughter tinged with mirth. "Your initial expression belied such confidence at that time. I was yet to embark on my cultivation journey. My ignorance was simply due to inexperience." As their banter unfolded, Chu Xingchen arrived before the hillside, and after a thorough scan, he raised his hand slightly, obliterating the hill to reveal a massive, albeit somewhat obscured, statue of Avalokiteshvara. The visage was somewhat faded, yet the statue's eyes were covered by a yellow cloth, inscribed with black runes that occasionally flickered with a faint glow. Chu Xingchen encompassed the statue within the protective spiritual barrier and turned to Yuan Kong, saying, "Buddha's son, it is your time to shine." Finally, the moment for Yuan Kong to perform had arrived. With a confident demeanor, he stepped forward without hesitation, reaching for the yellow cloth in an instant. A surge of dark energy propelled him backward, colliding violently against the edge of the spiritual barrier. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling remained silent, their expressions calm as they regarded the overly self-assured bodhisattva's son, devoid of disappointment or regret, as though they had anticipated this outcome all along. Moments ago, a surge of dark energy, akin to a bolt of lightning, left Yuan Kong feeling somewhat numb all over. He was struggling to clutch his chest when he caught sight of two pairs of calm eyes. Those orbs seemed to communicate a sentiment of, "I always knew you were a worthless fool. We are not the least bit surprised. That was merely a blunder. I was careless." Hastily, Yuan Kong rose to his feet, declaring, "I shall now examine the inscription on the cloth." Chu Xingchen replied in a nonchalant tone, "Then do give it another attempt." Yuan Kong promptly returned to the statue of Guanyin, his gaze fixed intently on the inscription upon the cloth. He softly recited the words inscribed, "Om Ami." After uttering a few phrases, he suddenly sensed something amiss. This did not seem to be a passage from any Buddhist scripture. Rather, it bore resemblance to the techniques found in the Buddhist spells bestowed upon him by his senior brother. He formed hand gestures, invoking the secrets of the Buddhist teachings, channeling the willpower within him, and shouted, "Om Shava." The will surged forth under Yuan Kong's control, swiftly penetrating the yellow cloth. Boom! A far more intense wave of dark energy surged forward, prompting Chu Xingchen to shield Yuan Kong with his own presence. Although Yuan Kong was not directly struck by the dark energy, the residual forces sent him tumbling to the ground. Li Yingling sighed. "Master, perhaps you should take over." "Wait." Yuan Kong scrambled to his feet, his gaze directed towards the poised Chu Xingchen. "Do you wish to try again?" "Not." "Allow me to stand back before you proceed." Clutching his chest, Yuan Kong hurriedly made his way to the edge before signaling Chu Xingchen to continue. Chu Xingchen looked on, speechless at Yuan Kong's unabashed demeanor. Despite the current chaos, he felt an undeniable sense of optimism regarding Yuan Kong's future. Truly, a product of the teachings from the esteemed monks of Chanlin Temple. Now, it was his turn to take action. Perhaps the living forms of transformation would exhibit caution, but what of the deceased? Chu Xingchen's gaze narrowed, and two spectral hands materialized behind him, reaching unhesitatingly for the yellow cloth. The moment those little hands grasped it, the inscription on the yellow fabric erupted with a powerful wave of dark energy, surging violently towards the spectral hands. "Quite impressive," Chu Xingchen murmured, his brow furrowing as the spectral figure behind the little hands continued to manifest. A chibi version of Chu Xingchen sat gracefully atop a white lotus, his expression devoid of emotion, as his hands gripped the yellow cloth, preparing to yank it away. The black inscriptions upon the yellow ribbon leapt forth, rushing towards the spectre. Unfortunately, just as the spectre seized the cloth, the seated version of Chu Xingchen sprang to his feet, extending a little foot to stomp upon the approaching inscriptions. With a sudden forceful pull, he yanked the yellow cloth down with vigor. At that moment, the statue of Guanyin revealed its true form. Her gaze was fierce, eyes ablaze with boundless fury, seemingly ready to consume all in her sight. "Killing, cease hostilities." As Guanyin's eyes were unveiled, a thunderous admonition emanated from the statue. Once the voice echoed, the surrounding scenery began to shift dramatically. Chu Xingchen sensed this transformation, yet maintained a serene demeanor. This was likely what Yuan Kong referred to as the inner landscape. The treasures Yuan Kong spoke of would surely be found within this realm. Chapter 86. Inside and outside the scene. Is this what you Buddhists define as tranquility and harmony? Li Yingling remarked, unable to contain his sarcasm as he observed the unfolding spectacle before him. A deep crimson hue enveloped the sky, shrouded in a misty gray, while the earth lay stained with the remnants of unquenched blood, presenting a desolate tableau, the scent of carnage wafting through the air. A few trees bore the pallid heads of the deceased, and the faint echoes of wailing drifted from a nearby village. Yuan Kong, casting a perplexed glance at Li Yingling, inhaled deeply before exhaling heavily, his tone laced with confusion. "How splendid this is! The mountains are pristine and the waters clear." As he spoke, Yuan Kong gestured towards the withered tree adorned with severed heads, exclaiming, "Look at those children swinging with such joy." Li Yingling remained silent. Chu Xingchen placed a reassuring hand on Li Yingling's shoulder, saying, "Do not be hasty. The world he perceives differs from ours, which is likely the essence of what the texts refer to as the understanding of the Buddha's child. Otherwise, a mere seal would suffice, and there would be no need for a Buddha's child." Yuan Kong, upon hearing this, began to comprehend, directing his gaze at Chu Xingchen with inquiry. "Does the scenery you behold differ from mine?" Chu Xingchen nodded gently, replying, "It is indeed somewhat dissimilar, but since it is said that only the Buddha's child can comprehend it, why not give it a try?" With this affirmation, Yuan Kong's countenance brightened with newfound confidence. Proclaiming his certainty of success, he stepped toward the great tree bearing the heads. Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling followed suit. Yuan Kong halted beneath the tree, clasped his hands in prayer, and bowed, inquiring, "Esteemed beings, may I ask what this place is called?" At this, the heads hanging above turned sharply, their gazes fixated on the bowing Yuan Kong. "Call your mother! Call your mother!" They all shouted in unison, hurling curses. Li Yingling and Chu Xingchen furrowed their brows at the utterance. Yuan Kong, however, expressed gratitude with a nod. "Thank you for your guidance. May good fortune follow you throughout your life." The heads bellowed in response. "Good for your mother. Good for your mother. Pray tell, how many souls reside here? Slay your entire family. Slay your entire family. Then whom should I approach for some inquiries? Hang your head. Hang your head." Chu Xingchen listened in silence, bemused by the exchange, observing as Yuan Kong once more bowed in gratitude, a look of satisfaction upon his face. Yuan Kong turned to explain, "This place is known as Peach Blossom Village, and within it lies an inn. The proprietor of the inn is well informed. We may seek answers there. I've told you all. This is a realm of earthly paradise, tranquil and harmonious." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement, placing a hand on Yuan Kong's shoulder, saying, "This time, I shall rely on you. Rest assured, I shall handle it," Yuan Kong replied confidently, striding towards Peach Blossom Village. The entrance to the village was not far. Leading the way, Yuan Kong ventured into Peach Blossom Village. A cluster of desolate, yellowed, dilapidated earthen houses stood before them, each adorned with white lanterns and draped in white mourning banners. The walls of each abode had crumbled, revealing the stark whiteness of bones within the courtyards. The mournful cries and wails echoed from within the earthen dwellings. Li Yingling instinctively reached for the sword at her waist, her gaze alert and watchful. Yuan Kong, however, wore an expression of satisfaction, leisurely surveying the surroundings. Chu Xingchen ambled forward, casually observing. "Look, the inn is just ahead," Yuan Kong remarked, pointing toward a rundown structure directly in front of them. Li Yingling raised her eyes to behold the dilapidated building, where coffins were arranged within, presenting a scene more akin to a mortuary than an inn. Surrounding a solitary coffin, unburned incense sticks stood erect, accompanied by a few small stools. Is the coffin being used as a table? Yuan Kong hastened his steps and quickly entered the tavern, his gaze falling upon the lifeless body of a middle-aged man, grotesquely hung upside down, his decayed form clothed in a burial garment. He bowed and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed proprietor, is there a temple nearby?" A murky, indistinct voice emanated from the severed head. "Chop off your head to accompany the drink. Is there not? What of the Buddha statue? Or perhaps a statue of Guanyin? Lie down in the coffin. Lie down in the coffin." Yuan Kong's expression twisted in discomfort, and he sighed softly. "I am a monk and cannot partake in meat. I would greatly appreciate some vegetarian fare. Dig out your heart. Dig out your heart. Thank you. Thank you. However, the proprietor must clarify things for me later." With a smile gracing his face, Yuan Kong bowed deeply and gestured for Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling to take their seats nearby. He chose a nearby coffin, seated himself upon a stool, and naturally rested his hand upon the coffin. With a silent sigh, Chu Xingchen took a seat opposite him, while Li Yingling settled beside her master. Yuan Kong vigorously wiped the coffin in front of him with his sleeve, remarking, "It is rare to see such a long rectangular table. It's quite lengthy." Chu Xingchen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, rather curious." Yuan Kong glanced back at the upside-down proprietor and whispered, "This proprietor is truly unscrupulous. He refuses to provide information unless we dine. Do you have ample funds?" Chu Xingchen's expression was inscrutable as he replied, "I should have enough, but I fear he may not desire money." Yuan Kong's eyes widened in confusion. If not money, then what do they want? Li Yingling, observing the coffin that Yuan Kong had cleaned, speculated, "Perhaps they seek your heart and liver, as well as your little head." Yuan Kong chuckled, shaking his head. "Ha ha ha, though the proprietor may seem a bit unscrupulous, this establishment is clearly not a den of vice. The owner appears relatively amiable, albeit somewhat avaricious." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling glanced again at the proprietor, whose head was grotesquely swollen, tongue protruding, and eyes nearly fallen from their sockets. To her, it was difficult to discern any amiability in his demeanor. Behind the inverted proprietor, a curtain resembling a mourning hall was drawn aside. A server, whose decayed body revealed white bones, limped forth, cradling a bowl filled with writhing, plump maggots mixed with dark red clots of blood. He placed this dish before the three on the coffin. The server's voice, grating and unpleasant, echoed, "Eat and die. Eat and die." As he spoke, he drew a blood-stained, decaying long knife from behind him, aiming it menacingly at Yuan Kong's head. Feigning a strike, Li Yingling looked to her master, finding him still composed, which calmed her own nerves. Yuan Kong lowered his gaze to the dish before him, feeling somewhat aggrieved. I cannot consume meat, but I did not expect it to be this spicy. The server raised the long knife high, declaring fiercely, "You will die if you do not eat. You will die if you do not eat." You said it wasn't spicy. Yuan Kong lifted his gaze, took a stick of incense from the incense burner beside the coffin, and used it as chopsticks to grasp a writhing maggot. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Kong steeled himself, prepared to swallow the plump creature. Chu Xingchen extended his hand, pressing down on Yuan Kong, his gaze languidly directed toward the waiter brandishing a cleaver. With a cold sneer, he spoke in a flat tone. "Eat your mother." Upon the utterance of these words, an eerie silence enveloped the entire inn, the atmosphere instantly becoming peculiar. Li Yingling's eyes sharpened in an instant. Her hand rested upon the sword, poised to strike at her master's command, eager for the opportunity to showcase her hard-earned skills, a display her master had yet to witness. The waiter, with his body in a state of decay, stiffly turned to face Chu Xingchen, leveling his weapon with an enraged shout. "You die first! You die first!" Yuan Kong, rendered speechless by the scene before him, pondered the rationale behind insulting a limping waiter. What was the situation in their eyes? Chu Xingchen glanced at Yuan Kong and inquired, "What did that thing just say? What did he mean regarding you, my lord? And what is that he holds?" "A long teapot." "Now tell him to put it down." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong directed his gaze toward the waiter, his hands pressed together as he said, "I apologize, esteemed sir, but could you kindly place the teapot down for now?" This request seemed to trigger a nerve in the waiter, who swung the rusted long knife ferociously toward Chu Xingchen, bellowing, "Die!" As the waiter lunged, Chu Xingchen raised his gaze. The incense burner erupted, launching fragrant smoke that pinned the waiter's limbs firmly to the coffin. The long knife clattered to the ground with a resounding crash. Chu Xingchen turned to the astonished Yuan Kong and instructed, "From now on, you shall act as a translator. Translate his every word." Yuan Kong nodded rapidly, then glanced at the waiter, who was emitting muffled sounds of distress, promptly translating, It hurts, I was wrong, my lord." Chu Xingchen hesitated, then ultimately refrained from speaking. As the commotion escalated, the other coffins began to tremble slightly, while the inverted owner shouted in fury, "All of you, soak in wine. All of you." Yuan Kong cast a glance at the owner, his expression contorted before he relayed, "He wants you to release him. Translate everything." "What the hell do you want to do? Are you looking for trouble?" Upon finishing, Yuan Kong immediately pressed his hands together, defending himself. "Translating doesn't count as breaking the rules. Translating doesn't count as breaking the rules." No sooner had Yuan Kong spoken than hurried footsteps echoed from behind the curtain where the owner stood a group of similarly clad waiters, each with varying degrees of decay on their bodies and armed with different weapons. Limped out, glaring angrily at Chu Xingchen and his companions, the owner bellowed, "Males to soak in wine, females to be roasted, and the little ones for sashimi." Yuan Kong hastily translated, "What sort of prowess is it to bully the disabled? Do you not intend to grant these individuals a chance at life?" Upon hearing the translation, Chu Xingchen's eyes narrowed slightly, a surge of spiritual energy emanating forth, instantly immobilizing the entire group of nearly decaying waiters. The previously trembling coffins fell silent at once. Chu Xingchen cast a glance downward at the innkeeper, who was affixed to the coffin by his own hand. The man's head had decayed and distorted, revealing a gruesome mass of brain matter, congealed and muddled at that moment. He continued to emit meaningless wails. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen reached for a piece of incense from the burner beside him and pierced it through the innkeeper's skull. The incense penetrated the innkeeper's head and then traversed the coffin. A mournful cry emanated from within, only to be followed by an eerie silence. Even after the incense had passed through the innkeeper's brain, he still uttered feeble sounds. Yuan Kong immediately comprehended the situation. His eyes widened in horror as he surveyed his surroundings. The enraged proprietor, the innkeeper with various disabilities, and the others wielding brooms and kitchen utensils, all glaring at him with indignation. The table, grotesquely disproportionate, bore another innkeeper nailed to it, with brain matter spilling onto the floor while he continued to wail at that moment, as Yuan Kong noticed an innkeeper pinned to the long table. He grasped that in Chu Xingchen's eyes, this table might very well be a coffin. After all, a table so closely resembling the human form was indeed quite rare. Chu Xingchen gently tapped Yuan Kong's small head. "Do not panic. What is?" Yuan Kong glanced sideways at a bowl of food, half filled with chili peppers and half with cabbage, swallowing hard before he asked, "Then what does this bowl of food represent in your eyes?" Li Yingling also stood up to respond. "It is something you would most certainly wish to avoid." Yuan Kong cast another look at the innkeeper, whose brain matter lay scattered across the table, and inquired, "So, what you see is real? After all, in Yuan Kong's perception of the world, It was inconceivable that anyone could have their brain matter spilled across a table while still writhing in a plea for mercy. If he was mistaken, then what Chu Xingchen perceived must indeed be the truth. Chu Xingchen summoned his spiritual sword and calmly explained, "It is not merely a matter of truth versus falsehood. Your vision perceives goodness, while ours perceives malevolence. Good and evil stand in opposition yet also intertwine. We must combine our differing worlds to make judgments. Your goodness enables us to gather intelligence, while my malevolence serves to shield you from perils you cannot sense." Yuan Kong nodded in understanding, suddenly aware of his role, to serve as the translator. The grimmer tasks could be left to Chu Xingchen. Observing Yuan Kong's prompt comprehension, Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze back to the innkeeper, who was still lying in the coffin, hurling profanities. With his spiritual sword poised at the innkeeper's neck, Chu Xingchen demanded, "Confess, what kind of establishment is this?" "I'll kill you. I'll kill you," Yuan Kong translated. "The proprietor has a kind heart. Nearly all the staff are unfortunate souls with disabilities. If there's an issue, direct it towards him." Li Yingling found it remarkable that Yuan Kong could convey such an elaborate explanation from those 4 words. Chu Xingchen, maintaining his stoic demeanor, continued to inquire, "Who holds authority in this village?" "I'll kill your entire family. I'll kill your entire family," the innkeeper shouted incoherently. Without hesitation, Chu Xingchen severed the innkeeper's right hand, which had recently clutched a weapon. While he could tolerate insults directed at the young monk, he had little patience for slights aimed at himself. It hurts. Unable to restrain himself, Chu Xingchen struck Yuan Kong's head once more, exclaiming irritably, "Do not translate the interjections, just use your little brain and convey the key information." He mentioned that the village chief can make the decisions here. Yuan Kong quickly rubbed his own head. Having just been instructed to translate everything, now he had to pick and choose what to say. It was truly difficult to please. Chu Xingchen inquired again, "Where does the village chief live? I will roast you alive." With that, Chu Xingchen once again drew his sword and severed the left hand of the tavern attendant. Yuan Kong gazed at this scene with a grim expression, for in his eyes, it was merely an ordinary cripple pleading for mercy, while Chu Xingchen coldly dismembered him. Had the cripple not left a pool of brain matter on the ground, Yuan Kong might have attempted to intervene. But now that it was best to let it be, he stated. The largest house on the eastern side of the village belongs to the village chief. Chapter 88. Starting with you, the village chief. Once Yuan Kong stepped out of the tavern again, no matter how loud the sounds behind him became, he dared not look back. After all, the ground was already strewn with severed limbs, heads, brain matter, and blood. Not a single person was left standing to answer questions. The hell described in Buddhist scriptures was nothing compared to this moment. Yuan Kong felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Indeed, the world outside the temple was fraught with peril, and he had been overly naive. Furthermore, he found himself watching Chu Xingchen, who wore a carefree smile, as he dismembered that group of people, all for the sake of obtaining a piece of information. However, Chu Xingchen was not the worst. The ethereal young woman was far more brutal in her actions. Yuan Kong felt a profound sense of having strayed onto a dark path, as if he were being led by 2 malevolent cultivators to commit wicked deeds. Noticing Yuan Kong's grim demeanor, Chu Xingchen lightly patted his shoulder and said, "Smile a little. Haven't we obtained the crucial information?" Yuan Kong turned back and forced a rather unsightly smile at Chu Xingchen. With a look of disdain, Chu Xingchen remarked, "Your smile is even uglier than my second disciple-s. Perhaps you should refrain from smiling." Li Yingling could not help but chuckle at this. Scanning the entire village with her divine sense, Chu Xingchen did not discover the village chief's house among the establishments and various attendants. The village appeared utterly dilapidated in his perception, lacking any substantial dwellings. Everything had collapsed. It seemed that Yuan Kong would need to guide the way. The crumbling earthen houses that appeared ruined in Chu Xingchen's eyes were seen as brand new by Yuan Kong. The village, not particularly large, had a definite direction, and soon Yuan Kong led Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling to a pile of ruins. As Li Yingling looked over, she noticed an elderly man in a burial garment, with white hair, his head bowed as he gazed at his feet while seated atop a dilapidated red coffin. The 3 of them stood still, collectively observing the village chief. Chu Xingchen's entry system could not be applied to this group of individuals. They were likely no longer in a living state. "Are you the village chief?" Chu Xingchen scrutinized the old man and asked, "Can you make decisions here?" The white-haired elder lifted his head, his murky eyes focusing on the 3 before him, quickly locking onto Yuan Kong. The village chief's voice was hoarse and sticky, as if he had not spoken for an eternity. Buddha's child?" Yuan Kong translated. He said, "Buddha's child." The village chief let out a bitter laugh, then gazed down at his toes, saying, "You have arrived too late. Everything is lost. You should leave." Just as Yuan Kong was about to translate further, he was interrupted by Chu Xingchen, who raised a hand. Chu Xingchen fixed his gaze on the village chief and inquired, "What do you mean by too late?" As you can see, goodness is but an illusion, while evil thrives abundantly, the village chief replied with a smile tinged with self-mockery. The Avalokiteshvara has lost. Human nature is inherently wicked. Observing the fluid exchange between Chu Xingchen and the village chief, Yuan Kong realized that this particular leader was unlike the other villagers. Chu Xingchen pressed further. "So, has everything here been taken? Are you not here to save this world?" The village chief looked up in astonishment at Yuan Kong and asked, "Is this Buddha's child not here to enlighten?" At these words, Yuan Kong felt a flush of embarrassment. His expression was conflicted, yet he spoke truthfully. "I have come to seek the heart of Buddha." The village chief nodded in understanding, then unfastened the ceremonial robe draped over him. Revealing his chest, a dark heart pulsated, emitting a radiant glow that penetrated the village chief's skin. "This is the heart of Avalokiteshvara. Take it if you wish." Yuan Kong gazed in astonishment at the heart, which certainly did not resemble an elixir of life. If it were given to the abbot, he would likely perish even sooner. Seeing that Yuan Kong had achieved his objective, Chu Xingchen then posed his own question. "Where are Avalokiteshvara's treasures or artifacts?" The village chief straightforwardly pointed to a distant, ethereal mountain, stating, "Mount Wanzhong is where the Buddha's child may go. However, if you wish to claim the treasures, you must first venture to Mount Wanzhong. Once the heart of Buddha is taken, this realm will collapse." The village chief's unexpectedly cooperative demeanor took Chu Xingchen by surprise, yet the sincerity in the village chief's expression suggested he was not deceiving them. Regardless, even if it were a ruse, they could simply take nothing and forcefully retreat with his apprentice. Resolute in his decision, Chu Xingchen turned his gaze to Yuan Kong. "Wait." Yuan Kong quickly interjected, "Is this heart originally this color?" The village chief's murky gaze suddenly sharpened. Scrutinizing Yuan Kong intently, and a look of pity flickered across his face, it was evident that the village chief held disdain for Yuan Kong's question. Unperturbed by this scorn, Yuan Kong recognized the opportunity before him and pressed on. "How can it be restored?" The village chief sighed and replied, "When the world they see is the same as the world you see, it shall be restored." Yuan Kong turned to Chu Xingchen, uncertainly asking, "What does the world look like to you now?" Li Yingling scanned the surroundings and answered, "A wasteland, scattered with bones, and a few lifeless corpses wandering aimlessly in the streets." Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong felt darkness envelop him. Ruins can be rebuilt, bones can be buried, but those wandering corpses cannot be resurrected, can they? No wonder the village chief bore such an expression. Given the circumstances, it seemed likely that he had long given up all hope. One cannot help but speculate that they might have already grown weary. Let it all be destroyed. Yuan Kong, in a state of helplessness, could only gaze expectantly towards Chu Xingchen, hoping that this esteemed figure might possess some means to alleviate their plight. Upon encountering Yuan Kong's pitiable gaze, Chu Xingchen let out a resigned sigh and turned his attention to the village chief, inquiring, "Is this realm governed by the mind?" The village chief regarded him with astonishment, contemplating that, compared to this young Buddhist disciple, this handsome youth seemed to possess a deeper insight. He nodded gently and replied, "The inner landscape is born of the heart. Thus, it is indeed governed by the mind. But as for you, being in the external realm, how can you influence the internal?" Chu Xingchen, with a tone of calm inquiry, asked, "I merely asked the village chief, if the heart of the Buddha were to change, would you still be willing?" The village chief offered a soft smile and slowly nodded. "Very well, it seems this young monk, Yuan Kong, has effectively engaged my services." Chu Xingchen chose to speak candidly, stating, "Yuan Kong, no one possesses absolute certainty in this matter. I can only attempt it for the time being, and should it fail." Yuan Kong promptly clasped his hands in prayer and replied, "It is indeed Yuan Kong who shall bear all consequences. I must venture to Mount Wanzhong." Pleased with the response, Chu Xingchen nodded gently and turned to the village chief, saying, "Do not gaze any longer. In this chaotic world, you bear at least 80% of the responsibility. We are in dire need of a translator, and you shall be that person." The village chief, upon hearing this, recognized the rationale. The world is already in such disarray. How much worse could it possibly become? Moreover, this handsome young man exuded a certain confidence, suggesting he might possess some capabilities. Given the circumstances, what harm could come from placing trust in him for a while? After all, things could hardly worsen. The village chief nodded in agreement. "Very well, I am the recently tumultuous tavern." Chu Xingchen stood upon a decayed head, seated atop a coffin pierced by a spiritual sword, his gaze fiercely fixed on the tavern owner who was attempting to piece together corpses. "From this moment forth, I am in command here. You will submit to my authority for every meal and every need. I did not permit any bodily functions. You shall not dare to release even a whisper of a sound. The village chief stared at Chu Xingchen with a somewhat dazed expression. Chu Xingchen, meeting the village chief's gaze, said, "What are you staring at?" "It starts with you, village chief." Chapter 89. Who does not desire to be human? Assemble. Everyone, gather at the tavern. Li Yingling crushed the bones beneath her foot, her icy gaze fixed on the decaying corpse before her. Devour your own brain. Devour your own brain. The corpses turned their eyes towards her, arms outstretched, ready to lunge at Li Yingling. Just as Yuan Kong was about to translate, a sharp beam of sword light cleaved the corpse in half. Li Yingling stepped forward, hanging her sword beside the corpse's head, the sharp spiritual energy slicing through the decaying flesh like a slow knife through meat. This is not a discussion, nor is it a notification. It is an order. Li Yingling huffed coldly, her gaze sweeping over the remaining corpses. If you have not managed to crawl over here in 15 minutes, do not blame me for turning you into mincemeat. As Li Yingling observed the corpses that had initially prepared to pounce, they halted their movements, trembling as they began to turn away, seemingly preparing to flee. Yuan Kong stared in astonishment at the icy demeanor of Li Yingling. With such an aura of intimidation, it seems translation may no longer be necessary. A fierce wave of sword energy swept through once more, obliterating a nearby corpse. Li Yingling coldly declared, "You are going the wrong way. If you dare to resist and I catch you, feel free to test your luck. Where can you run to?" With these words, Li Yingling swiftly severed the head of the walking corpse below and turned to depart, setting her sights on the next target. Left in her wake was a group of undead, standing in confusion. After a prolonged silence, the undead exchanged glances and silently began to move in unison toward a common direction. Following closely behind Li Yingling was Yuan Kong, who claimed to be there to translate, yet did not utter a single word of translation. In truth, Li Yingling had no need for translation at all. Kicking down doors, issuing threats, and dispatching foes became actions she executed with increasing proficiency. After traversing a modest village and mercilessly cutting down a quarter of its inhabitants, Li Yingling finally completed her circuit. She stood behind the last batch of walking corpses, herding them toward the tavern. One need not question why the undead were so compliant. It was simply because this woman truly possessed the ability to reduce a person to mincemeat. Yuan Kong trailed behind her in silence, afraid to utter a word. His senior brother's words rang true. The woman at the foot of the mountain was indeed a tiger. As the final group of undead was escorted in, Yuan Kong looked on in terror at the scene unfolding before the tavern. A large iron pot had been set up, flames licking beneath it, with scalding hot oil bubbling within. Above the pot was a wooden frame, from which the tavern owner dangled, inverted and helpless. Every now and then, hot oil would splatter onto his face, prompting him to wail in madness. A throng of walking corpses lay prostrate on the ground, rendered mute, listening in silence to the tavern owner's lamentations. It was evident that these ancient corpses had encountered some nefarious methods. The village chief, with head bowed and body hunched, sat in a corner of the tavern, silent and withdrawn. Clearly, it was not just Li Yingling who required no translation. Chu Xingchen also seemed to have little need for it. Observing this scene, Yuan Kong felt a surge of relief for having accompanied Li Yingling. Him. This tableau was reminiscent of a bright, sunlit day, with a tavern owner suspended over a cauldron of oil, howling in despair, while a group of ordinary mortals trembled as they crawled on the ground. Chu Xingchen stood before the cauldron with a large ladle in hand, gently stirring the seething oil, a tranquil smile gracing his face. From this vantage point, Yuan Kong perceived Chu Xingchen as a tyrant reveling in his power. No wonder his senior brother had advised him to first discern the essence of a matter before considering its actions. Li Yingling approached Chu Xingchen, clasping her hands in respect, and said, "Master, we have gathered most of them. We can deal with the ones left behind later." Chu Xingchen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to the kneeling corpses that filled the vacant space before him. "Village chief, present the ultimate management regulations for Taohua village that I drafted." The village chief, seated within the tavern, quickly retrieved a piece of xian paper resting atop a coffin and hastily approached Chu Xingchen's side. Chu Xingchen gave a slight nod. "Read." Taking a deep breath, the village chief began to recite from the paper before him. Management regulations. All fighting and brawling are prohibited. Any acts of aggression, theft, insults, or behaviors deemed to have negative value are forbidden. Secondly, effective immediately, production shall be fully restored. All collapsed or leaning structures must be rebuilt, and all pollution must be eradicated, with no tolerance for laziness or slacking. 3. Submit to all orders from the Supreme Commander and refrain from questioning any such commands. Spreading malicious slander against the commander is strictly forbidden. 4. Obedience is paramount. Any act of defiance will be regarded as the gravest of crimes. After the village head recited these words, he stepped back to stand behind Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen gently applauded. You have lived too carelessly, forgetting the essence of humanity, but fear not, for I am here to teach you anew. Pausing for emphasis, Chu Xingchen turned his gaze toward the hotel owner and stated, I still wish to regard you all as human beings, but only if you desire to be human. As for those who do not wish to see themselves as such, do not blame me for failing to recognize your humanity. With these words, the hotel owner, who was hung upside down, was thrown into the boiling oil. Instantly, smoke and steam erupted, and the owner struggled desperately within the pot. Yet he was already ensnared by spiritual energy that confined him within the iron vessel. Despite his fierce roars and frantic thrashing, Chu Xingchen maintained a serene demeanor, pointing at the owner in the oil and declaring, This individual has lost all morality, forcibly severing the limbs of villagers and coercing them into labor for his own gain. It is said that many of you have suffered under his oppression. Today, things will be different. Oppression shall be overturned. If you yearn for tranquility, peace, and happiness, then I shall be your staunchest ally. Conversely, if you crave malevolence, slaughter, and wickedness, then I shall be your most terrifying nightmare. It is time for Peach Blossom Village to embrace a more virtuous atmosphere. Have you not had enough of wallowing in filth? Everything will begin anew, until you find yourselves in a world that satisfies your desires. With each statement, the struggling owner's movements weakened. By the end of the speech, the once boiling oil had turned a deep crimson. Chu Xingchen pointed toward the pot, his gaze calm, and proclaimed, Now, tell me your choice. After a brief pause, a group of shambling corpses suddenly erupted in furious cries. Kill you. Tear out your heart. Li Yingling instinctively reached for her sword, but was stopped by Yuan Kong. Yuan Kong explained, They said what they say is irrelevant. Chu Xingchen interrupted, asserting, Now, all who wish to regard themselves as human, gather at the village entrance. First, clear out the nearby dilapidated houses. We shall start afresh. Those who do not wish to be human may now leap into this pot and keep company with what lies within. The village head gazed at Chu Xingchen in stunned silence. If you say that, who in the world wouldn't wish to be human? Chapter 90. The theory of fruits. At the entrance of Peach Blossom Village, a group of sluggish corpses was laboriously clearing away piles of yellow earth. Chu Xingchen sat leisurely on a chair before a large pot of hot oil, overseeing the proceedings with an air of calm. The pot of oil already bore the remnants of bones floating atop, suggesting that some unwise individuals had ventured in for a bath. These corpses may seem devoid of intellect, yet they are not entirely lacking in it. They simply possess foul language that Chu Xingchen, observing from the outside, could not comprehend. However, Yuan Kong and the village head, positioned within the scene, served as the bridge of communication. Although they could not grasp the specific meanings, they understood well that any who disobeyed orders or failed to comply with arrangements would face consequences. Chu Xingchen would unhesitatingly cast them into the boiling oil. Language may deceive, but actions do not. It was evident that these corpses still possessed a sense of pain. The effectiveness of the oil bath was undeniable. Instantly, this group of zombies quailed, their twisted limbs laboring clumsily. Li Yingling initially harbored an interest in supervising, but soon lost all enthusiasm. The zombies moved sluggishly, and their work efficiency was lamentable. Watching them toil, Li Yingling felt a sense of discomfort. After all, one cannot reasonably expect a group of limbless beings to exhibit remarkable productivity, can one? After observing for a while, Li Yingling decisively abandoned the role of overseer and began to wander about with Yuan Kong, seeking out those stragglers who had not engaged in labor. Chu Xingchen was indifferent to their efficiency, as long as they were engaged in work. With each completed task, he offered incentives, rest, and encouragement. Although he was uncertain if they could actually consume food, Chu Xingchen nonetheless presented them with provisions, watching as they devoured the offerings with gusto. Some zombies, having just swallowed their morsels, would regurgitate them through gaping holes in their abdomens, which appeared rather wasteful. Given that this group of zombies could hardly be considered human, Chu Xingchen opted for an 18-hour workday. The village chief, grappling with existential doubts, posed the question, Do you truly regard them as human? Chu Xingchen's response was blunt. Do you think they qualify as human at present? Faced with this retort, the village chief was rendered speechless. Naturally, there were attempts at rebellion, but all were swiftly quashed by the heavy iron pot. Since the structure of these zombies seemed also to be metaphysical, even when immersed in the pot, they would automatically reassemble themselves once the pot cooled. Most of those who endured the iron pot's harshness emerged obedient, with only a few nostalgically recalling the pot's embrace. Chu Xingchen generously invited them to continue their oil baths. After just a few instances, this group of zombies came to understand that Chu Xingchen was an entity they could not provoke. Conflicts inevitably arose among them during work, yet Chu Xingchen maintained a steadfast policy. Those who instigated trouble would find themselves in the iron pot, wielding an iron-fisted impartiality. During this time, Li Yingling also managed to gather several stragglers for rehabilitation. As everything progressed in an orderly fashion, the dilapidated earthen buildings at the village entrance were reconstructed, albeit of low quality, yet they appeared marginally habitable. Some bones were collected and interred together in a large pit to the south. With continuous labor and Chu Xingchen's enforced suppression, this group of zombies gradually became accustomed to their fate. If they could not resist, they might as well enjoy as simple earthen structures rose one after another. The most diligent zombies were prioritized for residence in these rudimentary buildings under Chu Xingchen's allocation, while the least productive were relegated to sleeping in heaps of mud, embodying a clear system of reward and punishment. Given the sluggishness of this group, Chu Xingchen had little time to waste. Most of the time, he employed subtle means to assist in the construction, yielding gratifying progress. Within approximately 3 days, the first batch of housing renovations was completed, and astonishingly, 3 zombies emerged from their previously foul-mouthed states, beginning to engage in rudimentary exchanges using simple and somewhat muddled vocabulary. Upon witnessing this scene, the village chief was utterly convinced. This world is indeed idealistic. As the undead gradually regain their faculties, the most pronounced reaction comes from the river not far from the village entrance, transforming from a dark crimson to a soft rose hue. Chu Xingchen promptly appoints these 3 undead as squad leaders, directing them to oversee other tasks, no longer fixated on constructing houses. Instead, they focus on managing the river and preparing to establish a vegetable garden. Chu Xingchen's iron-fisted management yields remarkable results. After approximately 2 days, most of the undead have seemingly returned to a semblance of normalcy. With the increase in work efficiency, Chu Xingchen reduces the working hours and replaces the large frying pan with a sturdy iron rod. The once murky, dark crimson sky gradually begins to radiate some light. Small fish even start to leap in the river, as they overcome the initial arduous phase and take strides towards improvement. The pace of progress far exceeds Chu Xingchen's expectations. He no longer needs to exert forceful supervision. The semi-human undead begin to work autonomously. The village gradually transforms from its former state. On the 7th day of supervision, a portion of the undead nearly resembles normal individuals. Yuan Kong and the village chief prove to be of use. When the undead have yet to undergo their initial transformations, they still require Yuan Kong to facilitate communication, especially during instances of punishment for mistakes, where the details must be clarified by Yuan Kong. However, as the villagers change, Yuan Kong gradually steps back from the role of translator. Today, Chu Xingchen stands before the construction site. Stretching languidly, the village chief glances at the flourishing Taohua village and can no longer restrain his curiosity, inquiring, "What is the secret to this success? You seem to care little for them." Chu Xingchen turns his gaze to the village chief and chuckles softly, replying, "Does it matter whether I care? No one is perfect. It is a matter of ideals. Without constraints, one becomes the soil for malevolence. You must instill fear in the wicked to deter their wrongdoing, and embolden the virtuous to act benevolently. That is the righteous path. I do not know how you managed before, but you must comprehend that people possess a tendency to follow the crowd, and often, the choices of the majority are not necessarily correct. You must discern what is right and steadfastly uphold it, while also being able to halt your losses upon realizing a mistake. No one is infallible, but you cannot live in constant fear of being wrong." The village chief is taken aback, pondering for a long time before posing his next question. If so, is the idea of Jialan Bodhisattva misguided? Is it truly impossible for beings to voluntarily do good? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingchen responds, "There are no erroneous ideas, only misguided timing. If you lack the fertile soil to nurture the nutrients for this fruit, you cannot blame the fruit itself." Upon hearing this, the village chief lowers his gaze, then smiles softly. "You are right, you are right." He lifts his garment, revealing a heart that was once dark but now glimmers with a faint white light. Such is the truth. No one can argue against it. Chapter 91. The illusory mount of 10,000 feet. Mount 10,000 feet, a towering peak that seems to pierce the sky, appears both illusory and real, reminiscent of a mirage, possessing an ethereal and unpredictable quality. Yuan Kong gazes in frustration at the spectral image of the immense mountain before him. As matters begin to fall into place, Chu Xingchen relinquishes authority to the village chief, for this endeavor is merely a side quest for him. With specific rules already established, Chu Xingchen no longer needed to participate extensively. After all, his true aim lay in the treasures concealed within the depths of Mount Wanzhong. Li Yingling reached out to touch the ethereal silhouette, only to find his hand passing through the void. He then turned his gaze toward Yuan Kong, posing a sincere inquiry. "Are you truly the Buddhist disciple? Or merely an impostor?" "Nothing seems permissible." In response, Yuan Kong, his face drooping, began to ponder whether his senior brother had been deceiving him. He was, after all, not a genuine Buddhist disciple. Although Mount Wanzhong was not particularly distant, It was problematic in that it existed not as a tangible entity, but as an immense illusion. Chu Xingchen attempted to venture into the mountain, yet found himself merely encountering an expanse of phantoms. The Buddhist disciple, whom he had hoped would provide a solution, felt as ephemeral as a dream. Having long accepted that Yuan Kong was ineffectual, Li Yingling turned to his master and remarked, "Master, I suspect the village chief is hiding something. How could he claim to know nothing when the essence of Buddhism resides within him?" Chu Xingchen chose not to comment on this, instead gently patting Yuan Kong's shoulder. "Yuan Kong, do you not possess any untapped abilities? Surely one cannot be entirely devoid of worth." Yuan Kong opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately fell silent, his demeanor growing increasingly despondent. At that moment, he truly felt like a failure, for he found himself bereft of any means. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but chuckle softly, offering consolation. "Fear not. At the very least, you are diligent when it comes to meals, which is commendable." This statement was not without merit. After all, Yuan Kong had yet to establish his foundation and was unable to fast. Were it not for the ample space in Chu Xingchen's spatial ring, which he preferred to fill rather than leave empty, he would not have packed numerous delicacies and snacks favored by Chen Baiqing. Given that Chen Baiqing's talent remained uncertain, his solitary orange attribute seemed to offer no enhancement to cultivation. Moreover, his progress in training would undoubtedly lag behind that of Li Yingling and Li Xingtian, necessitating a longer duration in the Qi training stage. To prepare for any eventuality, Chu Xingchen had stocked up on provisions. Yuan Kong had likely never tasted such delectable treats, such as candied fruits and sugar paintings. Each time mealtime arrived, he was the swiftest to partake, consuming the most, and even stashing away a couple of snacks for later. Thus, he found it difficult to counter this observation. Yuan Kong silently lifted his gaze, murmuring, "Thank you," though he felt far from comforted. Prior to their departure, Chu Xingchen had posed all his inquiries to the village chief, capitalizing on the chief's keen interest in his management style. After tantalizing the chief's curiosity, he would elicit further information through his responses, yielding remarkable results. The village chief often found himself scratching his head, pleading with Chu Xingchen for clarification, and as a result, he divulged a substantial amount of previously undisclosed information. However, concerning Mount Wanzhong, the chief repeatedly stated only that treasures existed within its depths, accessible solely to the Buddhist disciple. In Chu Xingchen's perception, the mountain resembled a void, yet not entirely so, as there were occasional faint sensations. It was both illusory and real, intriguing indeed. If the village chief had not lied, how could the Buddhist disciple ascend this vast emptiness of Mount Wanzhong? Once more, Chu Xingchen extended his hand, gently brushing against the illusory Mount Wanzhong, as if caressing a mass of emptiness. Casting another glance at the listless Yuan Kong beside him, Chu Xingchen inquired once more, "Is there anything you might have overlooked in the scriptures that document this place?" Yuan Kong, straining his thoughts again, could only shake his head in resignation, indicating that there was indeed nothing more to it. Li Yingling, with a serene gaze directed towards Mount Wanzhong, then cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Kong. A sudden inspiration struck her, and she spoke up, "Master, I have a proposal. Wait." Yuan Kong's eyes widened in alarm as he hastily raised his hand, attempting to interrupt her. Throughout their brief time together, Yuan Kong had come to be thoroughly impressed, and somewhat intimidated, by Li Yingling's ruthlessness. Based on her recent expression, he was certain her suggestion would not bode well. Yet, devoid of any real authority, Yuan Kong felt utterly powerless to halt her. Chu Xingchen's gaze shifted towards Li Yingling, waiting for her to continue. "Mount Wanzhong is formless, yet we are tangible beings. Perhaps this is the crux of the matter. If we could render Yuan Kong formless, might we not ascend Mount Wanzhong?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong felt a chill run down his spine. Tio transitioned from form to formlessness. That was tantamount to a soul leaving the body. Given his meager cultivation, the only way for his soul to depart would be through death. Yuan Kong quickly cast a pleading look at Chu Xingchen, hoping to awaken some semblance of conscience within him. Yet, Chu Xingchen remained oblivious, his attention fixed on Yuan Kong as he pondered the feasibility of the plan. It must be said that Li Yingling's proposition did indeed spark some inspiration in Chu Xingchen. The village chief had initially acknowledged the idealistic nature of this realm. Thus, it stood to reason that Mount Wanzhong, being part of this world, shared the same characteristic. Chu Xingchen reached out, stroking Yuan Kong's small head. In the past, Yuan Kong had loathed anyone touching his head. He wouldn't even allow his senior brother to do so. But at this moment, feeling utterly powerless, he had no choice but to endure it. As Chu Xingchen's voice resonated in his ear, he asked, "Yuan Kong, are you tired?" "Having just awakened, I am not tired." "Well, that's of no consequence. Allow me to assist you." Yuan Kong, taken aback, lifted his small head to gaze at Chu Xingchen, eager to understand the situation. However, the large hand resting upon his head suddenly emanated a surge of spiritual energy, causing him to promptly lose consciousness. In the haze of his slumber, he faintly heard Chu Xingchen's voice. Mount Wanzhong is an illusion, and so too are dreams. Seek the true Mount Wanzhong within your dreams. This was what one might call a case of negative times negative equals positive. In that fleeting moment, the only thought occupying Yuan Kong's mind was the query, what is negative times negative equal? Amidst his profound drowsiness, a thread of indistinct spiritual energy roused him. Yuan Kong abruptly opened his eyes, only to find the towering Mount Wanzhong still looming before him. He scrambled to his feet, eager to inquire about Chu Xingchen's intentions, only to realize with a start that he was utterly alone. The vaguely discernible Peach Blossom Village from before had vanished without a trace. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Kong quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He extended his hand towards Mount Wanzhong, yearning to feel the reality of the mountain's peak, but once again, his small hand met nothing but emptiness. In that moment, darkness threatened to engulf his vision, leaving him disheartened. Yet, despite this setback, it was clear that progress had been made. Resolutely, Yuan Kong settled down, entering a meditative state as he gazed contemplatively at the majestic mountain. After a long pause, he gently tapped his own forehead. It was indeed his own folly. Chapter 92. What lies at the summit of Wanzhong Mountain? Before Wanzhong Mountain, Yuan Kong tore a strip of cloth from his sleeve to blindfold his eyes. From the moment he became aware, Yuan Kong understood that his pair of eyes was different from others. These eyes brought him immense advantages, whether in dealing with people or matters, as long as Yuan Kong observed earnestly. He would find a glimmer of understanding within himself. He could trust Chu Xingchen with the secrets of the Jialan Buddha for the same reason, for he clearly perceived Chen Baiqing and noted the trust reflected in Chen Baiqing's gaze towards Chu Xingchen. To earn the trust of such a child, one could only achieve it through genuine sincerity. Yet, it was precisely this pair of eyes that began to cause him to gradually lose certain things. For instance, the Wanzhong Mountain was one such loss. The world is not something that can be entirely comprehended through mere sight. Yuan Kong was wise, but he was still young and had faced too few experiences. At first, he didn't quite grasp this truth. Now, upon reflection, Yuan Kong realized that he had placed too much faith in his eyes. If it is a matter of the heart, then one must also trust in faith. Rather than sight, as he secured the cloth strip, Yuan Kong silently recited a Buddhist scripture, restoring his mindset to tranquility. He slowly rose, unsteadily making his way towards the ethereal Wanzhong Mountain. Chu Xingchen gazed upon Wanzhong Mountain and noticed at its base a young monk, blindfolded, slowly climbing the steep cliffs. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xingchen turned his gaze back to the grass where Yuan Kong lay unconscious. That moment, a faint thread of spiritual energy connected the two. Could it truly be? Li Yingling also spotted Yuan Kong as he ascended the mountain, observing his small figure navigating the rugged cliffs, blindfolded and climbing slowly. She expressed her concern. Master, is he in danger like this? Chu Xingchen smiled gently. Since Yuan Kong is putting forth such effort, it is only right that I lend him a helping hand. Li Yingling looked at her master with curiosity. The wind rose, and the clouds soared. With a wave of spiritual energy, Chu Xingchen sent the unconscious Yuan Kong soaring into the sky. Yuan Kong was not foolish, but he lacked experience. If the Wanzhong Mountain was a matter of the heart, why would he foolishly continue to climb? With the heart soaring to great heights, the mountain seemed within reach. With the foolish monk remaining oblivious, it was time for him to assist. As Yuan Kong struggled against the arduous ascent, a sudden gust of wind rushed from below, and no matter how hard he gripped the cliff with his hands, he could not hold on, and he was helplessly swept away by the fierce wind. On Wanzhong Mountain, Yuan Kong flailed his limbs as he was swept swiftly towards the peak. Li Yingling could not hear his cries, only witnessing his lips moving frantically, his expression filled with terror as he soared upward. This speed was indeed a stark contrast to Yuan Kong's earlier climbing pace. However, after leaping a third of the height, Chu Xingchen ceased to propel Yuan Kong further, instead creating a platform of spiritual energy for him before casting him upwards. Immediately, Li Yingling comprehended her master's intentions. As Yuan Kong's true self fell from the spiritual platform, he collided forcefully with the mountain. Yet, as he tore away the cloth from his eyes, the Wanzhong Mountain suddenly transformed, shrinking considerably in height. In an instant, Yuan Kong stood atop the summit of Wanzhong Mountain. Li Yingling nodded slowly, coming to a realization. Indeed, merely reading books does not equip one to confront all challenges. Sometimes, witnessing something firsthand allows for a deeper understanding. At that very moment, her master was imparting a vivid lesson to her. Upon the mountain peak, Yuan Kong, filled with astonishment, hastily removed the cloth obscuring his eyes, swiftly surveying his surroundings, only to discover that he had, astonishingly, ascended the summit. Surely, it is the Buddha who is silently bestowing his blessings upon this disciple. This gust of wind feels delightful, although I was terrified. The fact that all is well is a blessing in itself. Rising from the ground, Yuan Kong raised his gaze towards the bodhisattva standing at the mountain's edge. There, the bodhisattva faced Yuan Kong, with its back to the precipice, wearing an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, and the statue bore an uncanny resemblance to the Guanyin figure that Chu Xingchen had conjured from the riverbed. The divine effigy held its hands open before its chest, as if cradling something, yet in reality, it was empty. After casting a thorough glance around and confirming the absence of anything else on the peak, Yuan Kong took small steps towards the bodhisattva's form. With utmost solemnity, he pressed his palms together and bowed deeply before the statue, earnestly proclaiming, "Great Bodhisattva, this humble monk Yuan Kong has come to seek your treasures." Li Yingling could only faintly perceive Yuan Kong's shadow from afar, unable to hear his words. However, Chu Xingchen, utilizing the powers of his nascent soul, could indeed hear. Yet this revelation was hardly preferable to ignorance. Are you truly seeking the blessings of the deceased? And moreover, from your own Buddhist sect? If the Buddha were to hear of this, would he not give you a good scolding? Fortunately, Yuan Kong merely offered his polite gesture, quickly retracting it, his gaze now scrutinizing the bodhisattva statue. The statue was quite large, standing several meters tall. It appeared to be the only significant object atop the peak. It was likely that the treasure hidden here was intricately linked to this bodhisattva figure. Yuan Kong, with a perplexed expression, reached out to touch the statue, discovering that its texture was rather ordinary, merely stone. Subsequently, he examined the bodhisattva from various angles. Despite yielding no substantial findings, Yuan Kong remained unperturbed. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he gazed at the statue, his expression contemplative. Chu Xingchen, having only cast a couple of glances, realized that while he might ponder the artistic concept, the current situation suggested that this was likely a precaution left by the bodhisattva. It seemed that the Buddhist sect was keen on keeping its resources from outsiders. This would likely involve some Buddhist techniques and scriptures. At this moment, one could only hope that Yuan Kong, as a disciple of the Buddha, possessed some insight. Li Yingling, too, discerned the situation clearly, watching Yuan Kong in thoughtful silence. Time passed slowly. Yuan Kong, seated in meditation, suddenly stood up with a joyful countenance and bowed once more to the bodhisattva. Rising, he approached the statue and, taking a few steps, stood upon the palm of Guanyin. Gently brushing his robes, he then sat cross-legged within the hands of the bodhisattva, left hand pointing to the heavens and right hand to the earth. Closing his eyes, a Buddhist scripture instantly manifested in his mind. Yuan Kong began to recite it softly. As he chanted, a pure white energy emerged from the Guanyin statue. First, a pristine robe, akin to moonlight, slowly draped over Yuan Kong. Then, a sarira flew forth from the statue's forehead, hovering above Yuan Kong's head, as a soft golden energy gradually descended, enveloping him, as the recitation of the scripture approached its conclusion. At the foot of Mount Wanzhong, a brilliant green light began to materialize, flowing towards the horizon. In but a moment, the entirety of Mount Wanzhong transformed into a shimmering emerald radiance, gradually coalescing into form. It resembled a delicate branch of jade from a verdant willow, its clarity unparalleled, swirling with luminous hues as it floated before the horizon. Although Mount Wanzhong had vanished, the statue of the bodhisattva remained steadfastly suspended in midair. It seemed that the horizon sensed something as it slowly extended its hand, grasping the jade branch. With a thunderous sound, the bodhisattva statue swiftly dissolved into radiant light and vanished. Chapter 93. Master, long time no see in Taohua village. The village chief gazed in astonishment at the three who had returned. Clad in a pristine white robe, Chu Xingchen tossed a relic in his left hand while playfully twirling the jade branch with his right. Li Yingling stifled a smile, observing her master's peculiar attire, while only Yuan Kong followed behind the two with a furrowed brow. At that moment, the village chief felt a sense of disorientation. Had he truly mistaken the identity of the Buddha's disciple? However, with the return of the three, he sighed and shook off his doubts, rising to greet them. The village chief clasped his hands in reverence. Congratulations. Chu Xingchen gently nodded, saying little, merely tapping Yuan Kong lightly on the head with the jade branch before leisurely departing with Li Yingling. With this, their business here was, for the time being, considered complete. Only the matter of Yuan Kong retrieving the Buddha's heart from the village chief remained. Whether Yuan Kong chose to take it or save the abbot was entirely his decision. At this juncture, Chu Xingchen had fulfilled his moral obligation. Yuan Kong understood Chu Xingchen's implication. He paused, sighed, and gazed at the village chief. At that moment, the chief's funeral attire transformed into simple, coarse cloth. Yuan Kong pressed his palms together, his expression wavering between words unspoken. The entirety of this realm hinged upon the Buddha's heart within the village chief. To take it would lead to the collapse of this world. From the very beginning, Yuan Kong was aware of this, yet as the moment approached, he found himself hesitating. Yuan Kong could not perceive the malice in the eyes of Chu Xingchen and Li Yingling. All he saw were the pitiable townsfolk, compelled by Chu Xingchen to labor tirelessly, enduring 9 hours of toil each day, and at times, heedless of their pleas, cast into boiling oil, emerging golden and crisp on both sides. He could not see the group of wandering souls gradually improving. Instead, he felt as though he had only committed wrongs. Thus, he lacked any definitive sense of Chu Xingchen's results. He could only discern that things were heading in a positive direction, yet remained oblivious to the nature of that goodness. Without such tangible awareness, there was naturally no sense of entitlement. Fear not. This realm is inherently illusory, the village chief remarked. I in this transient existence, nothing is eternally fixed. Yet, I have come to grasp many profound truths, and I harbor no regrets. Moreover, I perceive that the disciple seeks the Buddha's heart in hopes of saving others, correct? Yuan Kong gently nodded in affirmation. The village chief, with a carefree demeanor, declared, then what is there to hesitate about? Use the false to save the true. This. Yuan Kong lifted his gaze to the village chief, palms pressed together in a slight bow. The ethereal light of Taohua village ascended from the earth, from the horizon, from the trees, from all things. The villagers, who had been laboriously constructing earthen homes, paused in their efforts. Many of them had now taken on human forms, no longer mere wandering souls. Their fervor faded along with the dissolution of Taohua village, and they sorrowfully gazed at the homes they had painstakingly built, which began to slowly dissipate once more. They comprehend this moment. They can never rebuild what once was. The once pure waters of the river gradually transform into shimmering reflections. The trees, which once hung their heads in sorrow, have long since shed their burdens, now adorned with swings upon which villagers genuinely swing back and forth. But what does it matter? Everything in this world seems to unfold as such, and it invariably remains so. Just as no one inquired whether they wished to come here, no one cares now if they genuinely desire to depart. From beginning to end, the power of choice has never resided in their hands. Perhaps they have grown accustomed to enduring their fate. The villagers silently accept everything until this world becomes devoid of all but themselves, until they too are poised to dissolve into fleeting light. Yet in the end, it appears they truly manage to laugh for themselves. Their laughter is faint, audible only to their own ears, as even the nearest Yuan Kong does not hear it in Yuzhou City. Chu Xingchen has already placed all those belongings into his spatial ring. Li Yingling follows closely behind her master, her mind gradually summarizing the gains from this undertaking. One must admit, this experience has indeed broadened her horizons. Li Yingling feels as if she has genuinely stepped into the realm of cultivation. Experiencing such wondrous and bizarre events firsthand is undeniably far more thrilling and pertinent than the tales recount. Whether it is the duality of good and evil in Peach Blossom Village or the towering shadows of the myriad mountains, it evokes an extraordinarily marvelous sensation. Moreover, during this endeavor, Chu Xingchen's status in Li Yingling's heart has swiftly evolved. Her master transforms into an exceedingly reliable figure in the face of challenges. Li Yingling resolves resolutely. Upon her return, she shall dedicate herself to diligent cultivation. The next time she encounters such phenomena, she too shall display her prowess. Surely, her performance will surpass that of her master. Yuan Kong's demeanor remains listless, his palm tightly clutching a small stone of ashen hue. Noticing Yuan Kong's expression, Chu Xingchen glances sideways and inquires, "Are you still pondering over Peach Blossom Village? Do you believe you are to blame for their plight?" Yuan Kong, with his head bowed, responds, "I merely have yet to fully comprehend it." "Very well, Master Yuan Kong. You return to your Zen Forest Temple to rescue your senior brother, and I shall return to my courtyard to teach my disciple. May we meet again by fate's design." Chu Xingchen shrugs indifferently. Having already arrived in Yuzhou City, which is not far from the Zen Forest Temple, he decides to let Yuan Kong make his own way back. At a fork in the road, Yuan Kong walks alone toward the Zen Forest Temple. This journey, thus far, has been relatively smooth. Yet, one wonders just how much time has elapsed in the outside world during this excursion. It is said that in certain realms of great power, even the passage of time may differ. However, this time should not herald any significant issues, for the master selling sugar paintings on the left appears unchanged. Furthermore, a transformation stage cultivator should hardly be deemed a formidable entity, right? Chu Xingchen retrieves some money and buys another sugar painting from Chen Baiqing as a gift for his return. Accompanied by his eldest disciple, Chu Xingchen approaches the courtyard once more and pushes open the door. What first meets his gaze is Chen Baiqing seated upon a stone chair, engrossed in a book, with a small packet of candied fruits habitually placed at her right. Upon hearing the door creak open, Chen Baiqing lifts her eyes. The calmness in her gaze instantly transforms into delight as she hurriedly rises to embrace her master. "Master, it has been far too long," she exclaims, wrapping her arms around his waist. "How long has it been? How long have I been away?" Chen Baiqing raised her little head and said, "Master has been gone for a full 13 days. Li Xingtian also stepped out from the side room and, upon seeing that his master's clothes were pristine, felt a wave of relief wash over him. A faint, serene smile involuntarily appeared on his face, as if the 3 years of cultivation had merely passed in the blink of an eye at a tea that moment. Li Xingtian cupped his hands and said, "It's been a long time, Master." Chu Xingchen stuffed a sugar painting into Chen Baiqing's mouth, gently tousled her little head, and then turned to approach his second disciple, who had always reassured him. "How is the construction of our sect progressing?" Chu Xingchen inquired with a smile. Li Xingtian hesitated, pausing for a moment before finally uttering a sound. Chu Xingchen tilted his head slightly, looking at this rebellious disciple. Chapter 94. Floating weeds taking root in the courtyard. Within Chu Xingchen's room, the sect's second general assembly was officially convened. The sect leader, who also served as the sole master, sat at the head of the square table. The eldest disciple occupied the left side. The second disciple sat on the right, and the third disciple faced them. Chu Xingchen incredulously asked, "Are you saying Qingfeng sect was targeted by Tianyin sect?" "Yes," Li Xingtian replied. As soon as the people from Tianyin sect arrived, they began to scrutinize Qingfeng sect as if conducting a reckoning. He shook his head lightly and sighed. Moreover, the leader of Qingfeng sect even sent someone to ask where Master has gone, why he has vanished at such a crucial moment. Is Tianyin sect truly so unconcerned about face? They even claimed that it would be no issue to forfeit the owed spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen quickly fell silent. According to Li Xingtian, the actions of Tianyin sect were swift. Within 3 days, they had reduced Qingfeng sect to little more than its mountain gate. All elders involved in the nefarious scheme were apprehended on the spot, their cultivation sealed, and even the grand elder of Qingfeng sect in the nascent soul stage was taken by Tianyin sect for investigation in Zhongzhou. This led to a natural halt in the procurement of supplies. With materials gone and the collapse of Qingfeng sect subcontracted tasks, most workers had dispersed. Only a small group remained, slowly constructing under Ning Kuan's leadership with meager resources. Given the circumstances, it was hardly Li Xingtian's fault. One might even consider it an unwarranted disaster. However, it was of little consequence. There had never been a genuine intention to complete the sect's construction. After all, wherever it ended up was fine, as it could be deemed a form of free gain. Out of curiosity, Chu Xingchen still inquired, "Who commanded this operation?" Li Xingtian looked puzzled and replied, "I heard it was merely a golden core cultivator named Zhang Xiaofeng." Li Xingtian found this matter rather perplexing. The incident had come about so suddenly that he had sought to gather information. This event was organized by Tianyin sect, led by 2 nascent soul cultivators, accompanied by a group of golden core disciples from Zhongzhou for training. Yet the one in command was an obscure little golden core cultivator. Some rumors suggested that this Zhang Xiaofeng had originally been an elder of Qingfeng sect, poached by Tianyin sect, and had taken up the menial post of a gatekeeper, serving as a traitor. To this, Li Xingtian could only scoff dismissively. How could a mere traitor hope to command Tianyin sect in their affairs? The position was nothing more than a farce. Surely, even wild rumors should adhere to some basic logic. Such hearsay was not worth sharing with his master. Chu Xingchen's expression shifted to one of realization. So it was little Zhang who had come to stir trouble. No wonder the actions were so ruthless. It appears that Xialing Yu initially intended merely to buy time, and it seems she never truly planned to spare Qingfeng sect from her schemes. This is hardly surprising. Chu Xingchen rested his hand on the table, his gaze naturally drifting towards Chen Baiqing, who at that moment clutched an unfinished candy painting, her sincere eyes fixed upon him, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she were contemplating solutions for him. Chu Xingchen then turned to Li Xingtian and inquired, "I trust the accommodations for our sect have been completed?" "Indeed. All 5 lodgings for the sect have been arranged," came the reply. "Excellent. Progress must be made step by step. At least our sect has established a framework." Chu Xingchen rose, exclaiming, "This time, my gains have been quite substantial. Since our sect can now house residents, we can officially relocate. The sect will undoubtedly flourish and prosper." Li Yingling enthusiastically stood up to applaud, feeling quite content as long as she would not have to return to a dilapidated temple. Moreover, the spirit congregating formation had already been crafted at the sect, allowing her to cultivate more effectively within its confines. Li Xingtian could not suppress his smile, rising to join in the applause. With each move, they were progressing towards a better future. He too witnessed the gradual improvement of the sect, a unique sensation spreading through his heart. Chu Xingchen laughed heartily, "Disciples, it is time to move once again." Chen Baiqing glanced at her senior sister and second senior brother, who remained unfazed by the sudden unwelcome news. They continued to smile joyfully at their master, as if his presence alone provided them with a sense of security. Caught up in the atmosphere, Qian Baiqing raised her small hand holding the candy painting. Beaming, "We are moving." Upon hearing her words, Chu Xingchen's smile grew even wider. His senior sister had expressed similar sentiments before. The progress of the sect's main hall was still far from complete, yet the foundational infrastructure had been sufficiently established. The bluestone path was nearly laid, alongside small bridges crossing the pond, and several elegantly appointed rooms were finished, far exceeding Chu Xingchen's expectations. Although it could not rival Qingfeng's sect's grandeur nor its luxurious appearance, this place belonged to Chu Xingchen. It was the only sanctuary where he could truly settle in this world. At long last, Chu Xingchen was no longer a rootless drifter. Perhaps to other sects, this place still appeared dilapidated, even somewhat shabby. Yet for Chu Xingchen, it was simply perfect. From the direction of the main hall, faint sounds of construction could be heard. Without a doubt, Ning Kuan was still at work. Chu Xingchen instructed his 3 beloved disciples, "You may go ahead and choose your preferred rooms and settle your belongings." Li Yingling gently ruffled Chen Baiqing's hair and asked, "Do you still wish to share a room with your senior sister?" Baiqing, desiring her own space, grasped her senior sister's hand and replied, "I can stay with you later." Li Xingtian remained silent, patiently waiting to select his own room. Chu Xingchen paid no heed to how his disciples chose their lodgings, instead making his way directly to the main hall. The hall was intentionally elevated, featuring a staircase of several steps. Chu Xingchen ascended step by step, lifting his foot to traverse the final stair, and gazed out upon the surroundings. The roof of the grand hall has been completed ahead of schedule, with some of the crossbeams constructed from the most ordinary timber. The interior of the hall is largely empty, save for a few piles of materials. At this moment, 6 individuals are diligently working on the doors and windows using basic materials. Given that the grand hall will likely not be finished anytime soon, it is prudent to at least secure the roof to protect against the elements, lest the structure appear dilapidated and further damage the quality wood. Ning Kuan and Ning Qianqian are currently laboring within the hall. "You've worked hard," calls out Chu Xingchen from the center of the hall. Ning Qianqian turns in surprise, recognizing Chu Xingchen, whom she hasn't seen in a while. She waves enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Immortal!" Ning Kuan also glances back and, upon seeing Chu Xingchen, quickly descends from the scaffolding and rushes to greet him. He casts an awkward glance at the ordinary timber beams and sheepishly states, "I heard from your eldest disciple that there is a significant shortage of materials, making it impossible to complete the work for now. I thought it best to at least put a roof over our heads." Chu Xingchen, smiling, pats Ning Kuan on the shoulder, interrupting him, "No need for explanations. You are doing splendidly." Upon hearing this, Ning Kuan breathes a sigh of relief. Chu Xingchen gazes around the hall, noting the many details that have evidently required considerable effort. "I have a task to assign you." Ning Kuan looks on in astonishment. "From now on, you are the chief engineer of our sect, responsible for the construction of the Zhenwu Grand Hall. If materials are scarce, take a rest. When they are available, continue your work. I see that the guest quarters seem close to completion, so you and Ning Qianqian can stay there for the time being." Chu Xingchen has already made up his mind. The Grand Hall must eventually be completed. Rather than seeking someone new to undertake the task later, it is better to retain a reliable and earnest individual now. Additionally, he has heard from Li Xingtian that, with the recent downfall of the Qingfeng sect, only Ning Kuan's small team remains. In recent days, they have received only meager wages from Li Xingtian, while Ning Kuan and Ning Qianqian have taken none. Reflecting on their loyalty and commitment, Chu Xingchen decides it is only fitting to keep them on. After all, maintaining a person is not a burden. Chapter 95. Sister accompanies you back to the sect. 1 month later, Ning Qianqian and Ning Kuan have settled into the guest quarters. With the materials exhausted and the grand hall now capable of shielding against wind and rain, it can be considered completed, at least in form. Fish swim in the pond, and during her leisure time, Ning Qianqian often chooses to fish for relaxation. Ning Kuan, on the other hand, meticulously plans for future constructions, taking daily strolls around the undeveloped land of the sect to ponder ideas. Periodically, he seizes the opportunity to report to Chu Xingchen whenever the latter has free time. The Spirit Gathering Array has officially been activated following the departure of the remaining individuals. Point 1 cannot deny that while the system may be stingy, the rewards it provides are indeed commendable. Once the array is activated, the density of spiritual energy rises dramatically. Li Yingling, being particularly sensitive to spiritual energy, often takes deep breaths in the first few days, wearing a look of utter satisfaction, reminiscent of a craving for smoke. This scene brings a wave of nostalgia to Chu Xingchen. Li Yingling has also resumed her cultivation, having taken a break for some time. As a prodigy in the realm of cultivation, her progress is remarkably encouraging, leaving even Li Xingtian momentarily taken aback. Chen Baiqing is still young but exceptionally well-behaved, requiring little concern. When weary of cultivation, she peruses books by the pond, exuding an air of tranquil elegance. The beguiling celestial enchantress appears utterly unremarkable at present. However, today marks a significant event. Li Xingtian is poised to break through to the later stages of foundation establishment, preparing to ascend into the realm of golden core. This remarkable progression in his cultivation is indeed astonishing, befitting the system's recognition of him as a prodigious talent. Yet, it is also within the realm of expectation. The blood chi spirit stone aligns perfectly with Li Xingtian's practice, and given his relentless dedication to cultivation during this period, he has scarcely taken a moment's respite in his previous life. He accumulated ample experience in cultivation, making his attempt to reach the golden core realm entirely reasonable. Chu Xingchen spoke earnestly. Master shall concoct a pill for you, to lend you a hand. Li Xingtian's expression mirrored sincerity. Master, I have experience in this matter. I am quite capable. With a sigh, Chu Xingchen understood that his elixirs were not held in high regard by his disciple. It is indeed true that his second disciple possesses experience in breaking through to the golden core, so it seems reasonable to let it be. The spirit plant shall be reserved for Li Yingling when she attempts her breakthrough. The path to the golden core is not one that can be traversed in a mere moment. It requires a considerable amount of time. Common knowledge suggests it may take about a week. Thus, after offering a gentle pat of encouragement to Li Xingtian, Chu Xingchen turned to leave the room, casually closing the door behind him. At the threshold, Li Xingtian's senior sister and junior sister cast concerned glances in his direction. Chu Xingchen, with a tone of resignation, remarked, "It is merely a breakthrough. Even in failure, one does not perish. Surely, you need not regard it with such expressions. Such matters typically resolve themselves in a single attempt." Li Yingling quietly inquired, "Master, have you given the disciple any elixirs? Your junior brother mentioned that the spirit plants have surged in price, and such precious items ought to be reserved for you during your breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Li Yingling's eyes widened in disbelief. "How dare you, junior brother, scheme for my life? All my earlier concerns have been rendered futile." Chu Xingchen's tone turned stern. "Your current expression is rather presumptuous." Li Yingling hurriedly attempted to clarify. "How could that be? As a senior sister, I am merely touched to hear such words." Chun Baiqing looked on with a puzzled expression, questioning what her senior sister feared. Was it the elixirs crafted by Master? Yet, the texts indicate they are not of inferior quality. However, Chun Baiqing, being astute, chose silence in the face of such peculiar circumstances, donning an innocuous and charming smile. Chu Xingchen refrained from pursuing Li Yingling's audacious remarks, directing his gaze toward the mountain gate. Although the sect's stone gate currently bore only 2 supports, lacking a certain grandeur, it remained the gateway to the mountains. In that moment, Zhao Wanqing, donned in the garb of the Demon Suppression Division, approached with measured steps. Spotting Chu Xingchen from afar, she first clasped her fists and bowed in greeting. Upon nearing, Zhao Wanqing again clasped her fists and inquired, "How has the esteemed elder been of late?" Chu Xingchen replied candidly, "If you have come seeking me, it is likely not for a trivial matter." Zhao Wanqing's countenance revealed a hint of embarrassment, yet she quickly spoke. "I am not here to trouble the esteemed elder. Rather, I bring good news." "Oh? Good news piques my interest," he responded, in recognition of your contributions during the incident with the malevolent cultivators in Yuzhou City. The Central Plains sects and the sovereign have cordially invited you to a banquet. Upon hearing this, Chu Xingchen declined with a lackluster demeanor. "A banquet? I have no desire to attend. To travel such a distance merely for a meal seems a waste of time. I would rather devote my energy to discovering ways to accumulate spirit stones or consider how to best utilize the treasures at hand." Zhao Wanqing hastily interjected, urging once more, "This is a commendation conference. The senior is not here to establish a sect. There will be certain privileges and subsidies to be had." Chu Xingchen glanced at Li Yingling, whose expression was tinged with helplessness, and reiterated his refusal. "There is no need to say more." "I shall not attend," Zhao Wanqing sighed. Yet she retrieved an envelope from her bosom and handed it to Chu Xingchen. "Should the senior have a change of heart, you may find me at the Demon Subjugation Office." Chu Xingchen accepted the envelope but did not open it. He simply tucked it into his garment. He turned his gaze towards Li Yingling, saying, "Do not fret. With me as your master, no one can harm you. If he were to attend the banquet, it would inevitably lead them to the capital of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the very place from which Li Yingling had painstakingly escaped. It was a home she had chosen to accompany Chu Xingchen through arduous trials to reach. Li Yingling had thought she had forgotten that place, but in truth, she had not. As Zhao Wanqing spoke, memories of the home that had imprisoned her throughout her childhood resurfaced, bringing forth a wave of fear that had lain dormant within her for over a decade. Despite having embarked on the path of immortality and cultivated divine powers, her thoughts were consumed by the image of her mother's pale and frail visage, and the memory of herself hiding behind the wall. Too afraid to bid farewell to her mother, in those moments, she felt as though she were trapped in a dream, If only she could awaken. Her mother would once again gently stroke her little head, calling her Yuan Yuan, asking if she was hungry or if she had been bullied. Suddenly, a warm hand reached out to her head, reminiscent of her mother's touch in her childhood. Li Yingling snapped back to reality and instinctively looked up at the owner of the hand. It was not the mother she remembered, but her master, who wore a concerned expression. Li Yingling involuntarily uttered, "Master." Only upon speaking did she realize her voice had become choked with emotion. Chu Xingchen remained silent, gently ruffling Li Yingling's hair, saying, "The master has spoken. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. If you do not wish to go, then we shall not go. Should you desire to return for vengeance, I shall accompany you today. Remember, your home is here now. Your master and everyone here are your family." Li Yingling was about to respond when she felt a small hand grasping hers. She looked down to find Chen Baiqing, whose expression was equally earnest, declaring, "Junior sister shall also accompany you in seeking vengeance." Chapter 96. Speak the harshest words, do the harshest deeds, and curse with the dirtiest language. Li Xingtian's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from his being. Taking a deep breath, he found everything proceeding smoothly, without any peculiar disturbances. The golden core had successfully condensed, and Li Xingtian examined the golden core within his body, subsequently letting out a heavy sigh. This was not due to the quality of the golden core being inadequate. Rather, the quality of this lifetime's golden core had surpassed that of his previous one significantly. However, this golden core was not golden but a dark crimson, emanating a hint of, "Master, what I have cultivated is truly not an evil art." He dismissed the thought, placing his trust in his master. Once he reached the nascent soul stage, everything should improve. Li Xingtian rose to stretch his limbs. He had not suppressed the fluctuations of spiritual energy during his breakthrough, so his master should have noticed. Why had he not come to check on him? He pushed open the door and stepped outside. Soon, he discovered Li Yingling sitting alone on a stone bench by the water's edge. In days gone by, my lively senior sister was a source of joy. Yet now, she appears utterly dejected. The radiant smile that once inspired those around her has been replaced by a visage of sorrow. Sigh. Li Xingtian scanned the surroundings with my divine sense. I found no sign of our master or junior sister. Has something gone awry? Why is it that only my sorrowful senior sister remains? I hastened towards her, inquiring, "Senior sister, what has transpired?" Li Yingling glanced at me, a somewhat strained smile gracing her lips. "Nothing much has happened, junior brother. Have you attained your golden core?" "Indeed," I replied, taking a seat opposite her. Observing her despondent demeanor, I pressed on, "Your expression suggests otherwise. I'm merely fatigued." She replied. I pondered, realizing my own breakthrough to the golden core had taken little time. Given my senior sister's cultivation level, it was implausible that a lack of sleep alone could result in such a state. Her excuse was flimsy at best. If she was unwilling to divulge the truth, I would inquire about our master instead. Then, "Senior sister, where have master and junior sister gone?" "They've gone out to procure supplies. They should return shortly." Li Yingling turned away again, gazing at the rippling surface of the pond, her tone calm. "Junior brother, could you allow me a moment of solitude?" At her words, I fell silent, recognizing that in light of her current state, I could only rise reluctantly. However, my wait was not long. Chu Xingchen soon returned with Chen Baiqing to the sect, the stone pedestal before the mountain gate. After a brief interval, I rushed forward. Before I could speak, Chu Xingchen tossed me a long knife, declaring, "Your timing is impeccable." As I caught it, I instantly sensed it was a remarkably fine blade, far superior to the rusted, battered sword my senior sister had previously given me. Though it may not have been a treasured artifact, within our sect, it held a unique status. Is this a gift from master to celebrate my golden core achievement? I mused. While it may not be precious, it is indeed rare for master to show such thoughtfulness. Just as I felt a swell of gratitude and raised my gaze, I was met with the serious expressions of my master and junior sister, prompting my concern. "Master, has something happened?" "Indeed. We are preparing to seek vengeance for your senior sister." "Vengeance for senior sister?" I was taken aback, my gaze shifting to the stone chair where my senior sister sat. Chu Xingchen gently patted my shoulder, explaining, "This concerns your senior sister's family." In an instant, realization dawned upon me. Is her family besieged by thieves? No, this time, we shall become the thieves. Ah? Chu Xingchen lightly patted Chen Baiqing's head, signaling her to enlighten her elder brother. He then approached Li Yingling, still seated on the stone chair. Placing the finest sword upon the stone table, he proclaimed, "This sword is selected for you. The very best among them." Li Yingling lifted her gaze momentarily before lowering her head once more. "Master, I am still uncertain." Her feelings towards her family were exceedingly complicated. All her attachments were intricately tied to her mother, who remained alive. Li Yingling's mother had been a maid in the household, a consequence of a drunken mistake made by the then head of the Li family. Yet, this mistake was merely her mother's narrative. The family head deemed it an ill omen. Although it was but a singular occurrence, it nonetheless brought forth Li Yingling. Yet, until the head of the household uttered a confirmation, none truly took the matter to heart. The aspirations of Li Yingling's mother for an ascent to greatness remained unrealized, and her status as a servant had never transformed. It was merely the case that no one commanded her to labor any longer. From the moment of her birth through her upbringing, no one in the Li household acknowledged Li Yingling's identity, not even her name, which was bestowed upon her by her mother. It was a phrase often recited by the matriarch of the Li family during her incense offerings. May the heavens bestow their grace, and may sincerity reach the skies. During those times, Li Yingling's mother served as the matriarch's maid, and while many of the words spoken during the offerings eluded her understanding, this particular phrase was articulated with utmost clarity and devotion. Though illiterate, her mother yearned to provide the very best for her child. The matriarch represented the highest echelon of status her mother had ever encountered, and this phrase became her most frequently uttered and reverent invocation. Thus, the name Yingling came into being, a revelation shared by her mother only in the latter days. Yet Li Yingling comprehended that her mother believed this name, in a certain sense, was also bestowed by the matriarch. Perhaps in the eyes of her unlettered mother, being acknowledged by the Li family would signify the pinnacle of success. Li Yingling's perception of the Li household consisted solely of towering walls and her mother's obsequious demeanor. Her mother loved her dearly, with a profound affection. During her mother's presence, her life was filled with joy. She would steal books for her and hide small sweets as delightful surprises. The Li household was indeed a harsh place, yet it once housed the warmth of an extraordinary mother. Some memories, thus, are rendered insignificant until recalled. Upon remembrance, they transform into a merciless blade, shattering one into fragments, especially when one finds the courage to confront the past. Li Yingling lowered her gaze, feeling a warmth upon her cheeks. Chu Xingchen regarded his eldest disciple, observing her melancholic demeanor despite his insistence to abstain from visiting the capital. This inner turmoil, carefully concealed by Li Yingling, remained a knot that needed untangling. When a master possesses the means, it is only natural to alleviate the burdens of a disciple. Chu Xingchen spoke gently, "Do not weep. I shall advocate on your behalf. Consider this an opportunity to revisit your mother." Grasping the long sword upon the stone table, Li Yingling responded with a heavy nasal tone. All right. She too wished to provide her mother with a sense of closure. Even if she were not acknowledged by the Li family, she could still lead a fulfilling life. She had encountered a master who treated her with the same kindness as her mother. Perhaps, this moment was also a twist of fate, akin to the serendipity of meeting her master in her darkest hour. "Master, are we nearing our destination?" Chen Baiqing inquired, perched upon the opulent beast-drawn carriage, especially rented by her master to make an impression, peering out at the majestic city walls, an unprecedented sight for her. Chu Xingchen directed his gaze toward Li Xingtian, who was meditating beside him. "Damn it, Xingtian, you understand, right? This spirit stone has been spent like flowing water. The effects must reflect that expenditure." Li Xingtian opened his eyes and nodded lightly. "Speak the harshest words, engage in the most ruthless of deeds,